Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 385, Another Hunt. Quinn exited a dusty alleyway into a busy street of London. He joined the people and passed by everything from bookshops and music stores to hamburger restaurants and cinemas, but none of them were his destination today. He kept walking until he stopped to peer through the crowd of people going through their lives to the tiny, grubby-looking pub on the other side of the road. If not for him looking for it, he wouldn't have noticed it was there. The people hurrying by didn't glance at it. Their eyes slid from the big bookshop on one side to the record shop on the other as if they couldn't see the building with the sign, Leaky Cauldron, at all. For a famous place, it was very dark and shabby. A few old women were sitting in a corner, drinking tiny glasses of sherry. One of them was smoking a long pipe. A little man in a top hat was talking to the old bartender, who was quite bald and looked like a toothless walnut. No one paid him any mind as he entered and walked by. Quinn tipped his hat to Tom, the bartender, as he led himself through the bar and out into a small, walled courtyard, where there was nothing but a trash can and a few weeds. Quinn looked over his shoulder to ensure he was alone before knocking 3 bricks with his knuckle. The brick he had touched quivered, it wriggled, in the middle, a small hole appeared, it grew wider and wider. A second later, they were facing an archway large enough even for the tallest of individuals, an archway onto a cobbled street that twisted and turned out of sight. He stepped through it and glanced over his shoulder to ensure that it had shrunk instantly into the solid wall. He walked through the semi-crowded street of Diagon Alley, glancing at the various shops doing business. He even passed by Weasley Wizarding Wheezes, his first investment in Diagon Alley, to arrive at the snowy white building that towered over the other little shops. Standing beside its burnished bronze doors, wearing a uniform of scarlet and gold, was a goblin. Quinn snapped his fingers, and a burst of magic coursed out in a dome. Everyone around him, including the vigilant goblin guard's eyes, went hazy, and they didn't notice how the gangly, lanky middle-aged men with brown hair and hazel eyes turned into a fit young man with ink-black hair and stone-gray eyes. He walked up the steps and walked by the goblin, who wasn't even half his height, and was thereafter greeted by the second pair of doors, silver this time, with the infamous engravings. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. Well, not today, he muttered quietly. A pair of goblins bowed him through the silver doors, and they were in a vast marble hall. About 100 more goblins were sitting on high stools behind a long counter, scribbling in large ledgers, weighing coins and brass scales, examining precious stones through eyeglasses. There were too many doors to count leading off the hall, yet more goblins showed people in and out of these. No matter what time, money always flowed through hands. He made his way to the counter. "Morning," said Quinn to the free goblin. "I've come here to meet Bogrod for some urgent business." "Whom did you say?" asked the goblin teller, his slanted eyes narrowing. "Bogrod." "Director Bogrod?" asked the teller. Quinn thought of the Bogrod he had met the last time, and from how the old goblin had been treated, he could definitely be a director, so he said yes. The teller, however, seemed skeptical. He asked, "Do you have an appointment?" "No, I do not. But, I assure you, he would like to meet me." "I'm sorry, but the director won't meet anyone without an appointment." Quinn pursed his lips. He didn't think he would be able to directly get to Bogrod. Time to aim for somewhere low, he thought. "Then can I meet Teller Riphook?" he said. "Floor manager Riphook." "Floor manager Riphook it is," he smiled. "I'm sorry, sir, I don't." The teller stopped as his eyes trailed behind. Quinn followed the teller's eyes. While most people wouldn't be able to distinguish between goblins, Quinn could clearly tell apart every single one. He immediately left the station, ignoring the teller's calls behind him. "Riphook," called Quinn to the goblin, which he and the teller had spotted. The goblin with a swarthy, clever face, and a pointed beard, turned to his name being called. For a moment, the better-dressed goblin stared at Quinn as if trying to identify who the human was, but when it clicked, he exclaimed, "Mr. West." "Good, you recognized me," smiled Quinn. He looked Riphook up and down. It might be late, but congratulations on the promotion. He had a strong intuition that the deal he had stuck all those years back was the reason for it. "Thank you," said Riphook, surprise still lingering on his face. "It's good that I found you, Riphook. I have some work that I need to take care of." The goblin teller that Quinn had talked to came running on his long yet short feet. He said between huffs, "I tried to stop him, sir, but the wizard." Riphook raised his hand and motioned the teller to go away. The teller looked to confirm before bowing and moving back to his station. "What can I do for you today, Mr. West?" asked Riphook. "I would like to meet Bogrod." Quinn got straight to the point. "I have a very attractive proposition for him." "No, I know that it is difficult for a person to meet, Director Bogrod, but if you could set up a meeting," he smiled, "I would surely put in a good word." The goblin's face twitched with emotions. He gulped. "I will see what I can do. For now, let's go to one of our lounges." Quinn smiled. "That'd be perfect." Scene break. It took half an hour after Riphook left Quinn alone in a posh lounge for him to get the meeting he wanted. Mr. West walked in the old goblin with the wrinkliest skin he had seen on a goblin. "We haven't met since the time we made the exchange." "Ah yes, the time I sold you a 1,000-year-old set of ancient Gringotts minted coins, which I have to say was a bargain because those coins are a worth lot more as a set," smiled Quinn. "Then I generously gifted you another set of coins which you then leveraged to get your current position. I heard it is a big deal." He got straight to business. "Which I remember was in exchange for the information about the cursed magic that you for some reason wanted to know more about." Bogrod's cane clicked against the marble floor as he sat down in front of him. "Bloodpike, your account manager, told me that you have an attractive proposition for me. Why don't we hear about it?" "Good, let's get into it." Quinn put his hand into his suit and retrieved a long rectangle box of 1.5 feet in length. "Today, I have brought you something of great importance to the Goblin Nation." He snapped open the lock, and smiled when he saw Bogrod lean forward, putting his weight on his cane. "I checked the age, and you'll be delighted to know that this is 100 years older than the coins." The way Bogrod sharply inhaled was like music to Quinn's ears. He turned the box to face Bogrod and said, "I present to you a goblin-crafted knight's dagger." Bogrod's eyes glittered with gold from the gold inlaid into the grip. Quinn didn't have much practical experience with traditional blacksmithing, but when he had handled the knife, it was one of the better and more balanced knives he had held in his life. Bogrod picked up the dagger with his bony fingers and pulled the blade out of its sheath. The fuller is sturdy, the edge is so sharp and smooth, and the central ridge flows right into the sold point. Bogrod's hand felt every part of the knife and even got up to swing the blade a couple times. "This is a masterpiece from the Ragnarok era. The craftsmanship with the metal is fabulous." He flicked the edge, and it produced a voice like a tuning fork. Quinn could feel magic in the sound. Magic. Bogrod sheathed the dagger, replaced it in the box, and said, "The dagger is the property of Goblin. You must return it immediately." "We both know that Goblin and the human sense of ownership aren't the same," said Quinn, crossing his legs and resting his hands on his knees. To a Goblin, the rightful and true master of any object was the maker, not the purchaser. All Goblin-made objects were, in Goblin eyes, rightfully theirs. When bought, it was considered to be rented by the one who paid the price. They had, however, great difficulty with the idea of Goblin-made objects passing from human to human. For the Goblin's kind, the objects ought to have been returned to the Goblins once the original purchaser died. They consider the habit of keeping Goblin-made objects, passing them down to the family without further payment, little more than theft. Bogrod saw the dagger as the property of Goblin because of the age of said dagger. "I'm not going to just hand the dagger back to the Goblin Nation, and I'm sure that you'll give me an exuberant amount of money in exchange for the money in exchange for it," said Quinn, making Bogrod's vein twitch and nostril flutter. "But if you remember, this is supposed to be an attractive deal, so if you want to listen, I have a deal I think you'll like." Quinn knew that Bogrod would feel as if 100 ants were crawling over him if he asked for money in exchange for the dagger because in Goblin sensibility, the dagger wasn't his property, and even the possession of it was theft against the Goblin Nation. Offering an alternate deal was his way of making Bogrod not feel like he was interacting with a thief, or at least with a dishonest human. That, along with Quinn's previous generosity, was enough for Bogrod to listen without feeling massively offended. "Speak," said the Goblin, his eyes on the dagger. "I have reliable information that one of your vaults is being misused. One of your esteemed clients has exposed the revered vaults of Gringotts to a terrible magic, something so evil that it would horrify the Gringotts goblins to their core," said Quinn, but his words confused Bogrod as much as he was concerned. "What magic and vault?" "I can tell you all. In return, I want the object on which the magic was cast intact. I will take it away from Gringotts, and no goblin shall ever again have to see its sight or feel its presence." "No, that is against the rules." Bogrod thumped his cane on the ground. "Gringotts can't give a vault's contents to another person without the owner's consent. If a cursed item in a vault violates Gringotts law, then we will destroy it and exact fines and penalties for the violation." A gleam in Bogrod's eye said that Gringotts would extort the fines no matter what. Quinn knew all of that. He had read every Gringotts contract he could get his hands on, and while he wasn't an expert at law, he had read enough and explored enough tangents to know that Gringotts wasn't going to let him barge into a vault and take thing willy-nilly even if it was in great violation. "I understand, and that's why I offer this dagger to Gringotts, or to you Bogrod, to make an exception. Gringotts can pretend that they expunged the dark object from their premise, just instead of destroying it, you give it to me." Quinn slightly pushed the box towards Bogrod with a smile. "I'm sure it will help some things up, but if you can't, we can always call off the deal." He gently pushed the lid, and with a finger twitch, the two locks snapped into their places. So, what do you say, Director Bogrod? Bogrod stared at the knife with hunger in his eyes that even the hardened negotiator couldn't hide. The goblin-made knife was that much of a temptation. What is the terrible magic you talk about? Asked Bogrod. Oh, you know, we talked about it before. We talked about it before. When did we? Bogrod's eyes almost popped out of their socket as he sought a wild confirmation in Quinn, who smiled with a shrug. Bogrod spoke the next word as if he tasting every syllable on his tongue. A Horcrux. Quinn West, MC, I grease some palms with metal. Bogrod, Director, a possible opportunity of a lifetime, presents itself to him, will he take it, or? Chapter 386, Fifth Capture. A Horcrux. Bogrod's expression went through a journey from shocking surprise to stern anger and finally ended on a negotiating poker face. There's a Horcrux in a Gringotts vault. Mr. West, do you understand? His pupils shrunk as his eyes widened. The goblin snarled and punched down his cane, sending a wave of magic out. You knew. You knew there was a Horcrux in our vaults. That's why you asked. You were discerning Gringotts' attitude towards Horcrux. You cretin wizard. Quinn took no offense at the harsh words. He lightly shrugged with a serene face and ran a hand through his hair ruffled by Bogrod's magic. If that's how you want to put it, I won't deny it. But do you think it matters now? The fact remains that there may or may not be a soul container in a vault somewhere down underground. May or may not. It depends on how would you like to proceed, said Quinn. Decline him cooperation, Gringotts could forget the Horcrux. Gringotts can try to find the Horcrux on their own by searching every single vault, or you can barter my help and get the job done, which I'm bringing along with an incentive none could decline. He pointed at the dagger box. What do you say? How about we ink this deal in, and by the end of the day, both parties will be on their ways happy. The goblin made no sign of encouragement, but continued to frown at Quinn as though he had never seen anything like him. I need to think about it. Give me a week. No, Quinn shut that line of thought down, this needs to happen now. You need to make your decision right here, and we need to end the entire operation by the end of the day. I don't want this to get covered by red tape full of pointless discussions about Gringotts law and the cooperation between goblin and human, it will only serve to make things complicated and slow. Director Bogrod, he emphasized the title, make the call, do you want to do it now or never? Bogrod growled threateningly at Quinn, who sat still and unperturbed. The way he had put it wasn't pretty, but it was the truth. If he let Bogrod sleep on the matter, the chances of this succeeding would plummet faster than a break in the sky. He needed to greenlight the deal before Bogrod stepped out of the room. If there was a wizard of whom I would believe that they did not seek personal gain, said Bogrod finally, you would be the last person I think of, Quinn West. It is people like you who have kept the right to carry the wand away from goblins and refuse to share the secrets of wand lore with other magical beings. They deny us the possibility of extending our powers. Quinn raised both his hand and showed his palm. I don't use wands, so I couldn't care less who gets to use a wand. And it's not like your kind is any better, goblins won't share any of their magic either, you won't tell us how to make swords and armor the way you do. Believe me, I have tried to find something that could stand up, but goblins know how to work metal in a way I could kill for. He had consoled himself by reminding himself of the fact that he founded Aegis and created the entire product by himself, which was now giving goblin-made wards a competition. Quinn shrugged. Bogrod gave a nasty laugh. It is against our code to speak of the secrets of Gringotts. We are the guardians of fabulous treasures. We have a duty to the objects placed in our care, which were, so often, wrought by our fingers. The goblin stroked the cane, and his black eyes roved over Quinn. I will help you. I shall lead you to the vault, and you shall take away the Horcrux. In return, I get the goblin-made dagger. Excellent, a quick and simple deal, just the way I like it, Quinn smiled, but his smile drained from his face. But beware goblin, try to cross me in any way, and the aftermath will not be desirable. His eyes turned purple, and an eruption of magic saturated the air in the room, and then it began overflowing, creating a suffocating atmosphere in the room. Bogrod started to breathe heavily as he stared at Quinn. He looked around the door as though expecting something. Don't expect the guards, said Quinn. They will only come in if the wards are triggered. He shook his head, making Bogrod's eye tremble. The next second, the suffocating magic disappeared like it never existed, leaving behind a refreshing gust of wind, cooling down the room. I simply wish for a day on betrayals, but if I'm faced with a situation where I feel threatened, I shall try my hardest to damage Gringotts' reputation of being the safest place in the country. He delivered flattery amongst the threat by sidelining Hogwarts from the competition. Don't be greedy, Bogrod. Take whatever is being offered and be satisfied. Quinn uncrossed his legs before folding them the other way. He put on a polite smile, please tell me when you're ready. I can start anytime. Bogrod led Quinn to the front hall with all the tellers. As they walked behind the long row of counters, the old goblin spoke, I need to know the vault in question, so I can ask for the key for it. Quinn gave Bograd a studying glance before casually saying, Bellatrix Lestrange. Bograd's face twisted exactly the way Quinn was expecting. Bograd stopped in his steps with the cane skidding a mark on the white marble. He looked at Quinn as though he was seeing a vampire allergic to blood. No words were exchanged, and Bograd resumed walking, but he had taken mere a couple of steps when he again came to a halt. Bograd whipped his head towards Quinn and sputtered in disbelief, Are you saying that it is his? Even the goblins feared Voldemort not speaking his name while being inside Gringotts. It might or might not be, said Quinn. Bograd made a grunt before continuing onto an office behind the counters. He knocked on the door with a door sign that said, Riphook, floor manager. Before they entered, Quinn stopped Bograd and whispered, Let's keep the conversation in English exclusively, shall we? Bograd glared at Quinn before opening the door. Riphook hastily stood up from his chair. Sir, you didn't have to come down here, you could have sent for me, I would have come to you. Riphook, I'm going to ask you to do something for me, I hope you can keep it a secret. Can you do that for me, Riphook? Asked Bograd, getting straight to the point. Of course, sir. You have my tongue, said Riphook, with a warrior's look. Good man, Bograd said proudly. I want the clankers to the Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. Riphook furrowed his brow in confusion, but as he looked between Bograd and Quinn, a shock painted his face, but as he was about to express his thoughts, Bograd cut him off. No questions asked, Riphook. This matter is of utmost importance and concerns greatly to Gringotts, the clanker to Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. Riphook looked conflicted, but under the orders of his superior, so far above the chain, he couldn't refuse and retrieved a leather bag that seemed to be full of jangling metal, which he handed to Bograd. Thank you, Riphook. You will have the clankers within an hour, said Bograd. Do you know how to work the vaults? Asked Quinn after they left Riphook's office. I started as the teller, Mr. West. I have made my career one ladder climb at a time. The keys clanking, they hurried toward one of the many doors leading off the hall. Bograd whistled to summon a little cart that came trundling along the tracks toward them out of the darkness, which they climbed into. With a jerk, the cart moved off, gathering speed, and the cart began twisting and turning through the labyrinthine passages, sloping downward all the time. Quinn could not hear anything over the rattling of the cart on the tracks. His hair flew behind him as they swerved between stalactites, flying ever deeper into the earth. He had never been down in the underground tunnels, his vault only had galleons, and most of the time, he paid and ordered money by check. He leaned near Bograd and yelled against the wind, but the goblin didn't hear. He face-palmed and quoted the iconic line that Ron Weasley had once said to Hermione Granger to himself, and then used magic to send his voice to Bograd. This is pretty exciting, he said. Can we go faster? He got no response from Bograd. They were deeper than Quinn had ever been underground. They took a hairpin bend at speed and saw ahead of them, with seconds to spare, a waterfall pounding over the track. Quinn snapped his fingers to keep the water away, but unexpectedly, the water didn't obey and soaked him. Then he heard Bograd's voice in his ear, the thief's downfall. It washes away all enchantment, all magical concealment. We entered the section that hosts Lestrange, Black, Malfoy, Not, among many other pure-blood families' vaults. The waterfall is a requirement. His voice sounded as though he was trying to convince Quinn that he couldn't break into the vaults without his help. Quinn sighed and snapped his fingers again. This time, the water disappeared. He was of two minds to pull off a heist involving not vaults with human wealth but goblin wealth. They turned a corner and saw the thing for which Quinn had been prepared, but it still made all of it seem insignificant. A gigantic dragon was tethered to the ground in front of them, barring access to 4 or 5 of the deepest vaults in the place. The beast's scales had turned pale and flaky during its long incarceration under the ground. Its eyes were milkily pink, both rear legs bore heavy cuffs from which chains led to enormous pegs driven deep into the rocky floor. Its great spiked wings, folded close to its body, would have filled the chamber if it spread them, and when it turned its ugly head toward them, it roared with a noise that made the rock tremble, opened its mouth, and spat a jet of fire that sent them running back up the passageway. Bograd took out the leather bag. They advanced around the corner again, shaking the clankers, and the noise echoed off the rocky walls, grossly magnified so that the inside of Quinn's skull seemed to vibrate with the din. The dragon let out another hoarse roar, then retreated. Quinn could see it trembling, and as they drew nearer, he saw the scars made by vicious slashes across its face and guessed that it had been taught to fear hot swords when it heard the sound of the clankers. They were going even deeper now and gathering speed. The air became colder and colder as they hurtled round tight corners. They went rattling over an underground ravine and came to a stop in front of a vault without a keyhole. "Stand back," said Bograd. He stroked the door gently with one of his long fingers, and it simply melted away to reveal a cave-like opening crammed from floor to ceiling with golden coins and goblets, silver armor, the skins of strange creatures, some with long spines, others with drooping wings, potions in jeweled flasks, and a skull still wearing a crown. "Does anyone have access to the vaults?" "I'm the director of vaults, I have access to all vaults." "Now enter and search fast." Quinn didn't step inside. He motioned for Bograd to go in first. I'm not going there alone, in case you trap me in there alone to die. Go on, Bograd. You have no trust, Bograd sneered. Of course not, our relationship is purely transactional, smiled Quinn. Both of them stepped inside, and Quinn started searching for the Hufflepuff's cup. He sent out various light orbs into the air and lit up the entire vault. He didn't have to search for long, Bellatrix had placed the cup at a height like a prized possession. He tapped his feet, and the winds rose him up to the height of the shelf at which the cup sat. Quinn stared at the little golden cup that sparkled in a three-way spotlight, the cup that had belonged to Helga Hufflepuff, which had passed into the possession of Hepzibah Smith, from whom it had been stolen by Tom Riddle. He directed his magic towards the cup and eradicated the Gemino and Flagranti curses laid on it externally. After confirming that it was safe to touch, he retrieved a glass box made from a unique material that could withstand basilisk venom for some time. Usually, the basilisk venom needs to be made inert to be stored or kept in preserved basilisk venom sac. He conjured a pair of tongs, picked up the cup, and carefully placed it inside the box before sealing it inside for later. That makes it 5, he muttered to himself with a smile. Quinn West, MC, I should get a skull. Bograd, Director of Vaults, I don't believe I'm doing this. Fiction-only reader, author, going to college campus tomorrow. Chapter 387, Another Hunt. Why you can fly. Quinn secured the Horcrux into one of his pockets and turned to face the shocked Bograd who had just seen him float up to the Horcrux. Flight wasn't something explored in the magical world, and despite the planet's rich history, no supernatural species without the innate ability to fly had managed to take flight. As far as he knew, Voldemort was the only one who had managed to discover the magic of true, unaided flight. Even his wind magic wasn't considered true flight. He wondered how he should respond to Bograd. Flight was something he had ended up locking in for the invisible vigilante persona, and Quinn West person wasn't supposed to have. But after a moment of thought, he came to arrive at the thought that the invisible vigilante's flying capabilities weren't ever made public. If DMLE was to share that information with anyone, Gringotts and goblins would be way down the list. Possibility of extending our powers, that's what you said to me before, wasn't it? He spoke to the stunned goblin. I wouldn't deny that magical foci created by the human race have allowed us to gain a certain level of dominance on the planet, but it is not an end-of-all solution. There's magic coursing inside every one of us, and with all that power, it opens the door to infinite possibility. It is only the question of who grabs the opportunity and makes the most of it. He patted Bograd's shoulder as he walked out of the vault. Your kind simply needs to find and aid the goblins capable and willing to chase after the infinite possibility. That's how you extend power, not by being bitter about another race's fruit of labor. Quinn couldn't deny that even though he didn't like how his life was now, securing the 5th Horcrux and giving the rousing speech to Bograd had put him in a jolly mood. The only way this day could be better was if Voldemort somehow surrendered his life. Just as they came into the vaults, Quinn and Bograd exited the deep underground, quietly and without any problem. No one except 3 souls knew what had happened. Give Riphook a promotion, said Quinn. He wasn't going to reveal what had happened today, and neither was Bograd, as long as he didn't want to face the full wrath of his kind. A promotion with increased authority and a pay bump will be enough incentive for him not to speak of today's another person. I think that'll be best for everyone, don't you think? Bograd nodded, but his eyes were intently staring at Quinn. There was a mix of anticipation and threat in the black eyes, which differed from humans. You don't have to look at me like this, smiled Quinn. He took out the box storing the ancient dagger and handed it to the eager goblin. I won't go back on our bargain. Today went as it was supposed to go, simple and without a fuss, and I have no intention to complicate and muddle it. But Bograd was no longer listening, his entire being was taking in the ancient glory of his ancestors. The sight made Quinn chuckle. After ensuring everything was in place, and no one had noticed something wrong, Quinn bade Bograd farewell. He changed his back to the John persona appearance in the lounge and stepped out of Gringotts as a happy middle-aged man. However, by the time he had reached Leaky Cauldron, all the joy was gone, replaced by suspicion and vigilance. He was being followed. He was sure of it. In the short walk from the bank to the inn, he had a prickling intuition that someone was watching him. To confirm he had a tail, he stopped to get a bite to eat and stealthily scoured the area to find there were at least 3 people who were keeping note of him. One of them even came to dine at the outdoor restaurant he was eating at, surely to keep a closer check. Who the hell are they, he thought. He had sent out a legilimency probe out to the nearest person, but the men had a strong enough occlumency that there was a possibility of alerting him. Quinn slowly ate his meal with his mind racing to figure out who these people were. As he finished the last bite, he had decided to find out who these people were, why they were following him, and everything else they could give him. They're following me, so be it. He exited the restaurant and took the Leaky Cauldron exit to enter the non-magical London. He made sure to travel slowly and made it easier for them to follow after him. A map of London materialized in his mind. He knew the layout of major cities because of the Labyrinth project. The placement of doors had taken up an extensive amount of research, and a put of that research was to find areas with the least amount of non-magical activity. Incidentally, one such candidate location was near Leaky Cauldron. Quinn led the tale to a park that didn't see many visitors because of the bad state it was in. The only people that could be found there were hobos and people wanting a place to get high or drunk. He walked deep into the park, circled the area once before sitting on a bench with a book in hand, and waited for the playing field to set itself. Slowly he dissipated magic into the air around and spread it out. He sucked in a sharp breath as he gained what felt like another sense. It was a great experience, but not something he was used to. His magic in the air sent back the rough location of the people around him. 20, the number shocked him, 20 people. What are they overcompensating for? But it didn't matter, he could take all of them, and the more there were, the more information he could get out. Time to get the party started. I have been feeling irritated, this will hit just the spot. He snapped his fingers, and the mini ward stone tied to a spatial locking ward that he carried around because of his work with the Snatchers came to life. He stood up, and he could feel the disturbance in the air as the 20 people felt the ward around them. People hiding around me, let's not be rude, why not you all show yourself, and we can talk like civilized people, said Quinn. John's lanky frame straightened up like a ramrod with his hands behind his back. We are all alone, no one will come here because of the wards, I'm sure this is what all of us want, correct? Come out, now. Quinn roamed his eyes at the scene with ancient trees dotting the park with dry foliage covering the ground and paved paths in their fall colors. If not for the garbage that was thrown without care, it was almost picturesque. After a moment, he heard the rustle of leaves as people dressed in tan-brown attire stepped from behind trees while others dropped their invisibility spells. Soon, he had a dozen men and women surrounding him, with 8 still hidden, but Quinn didn't call them out and let them think that he didn't know. What can I do for you all finely dressed people? Asked Quinn with confidence, but his eyes darted around with unhidden distrust. He had to put up a vigilant act to give them confidence. Quinn. Hearing his name made Quinn purse his lips into a thin white line. He looked down at the ground near his shoes for a moment in silence before he released his magic, and the John disguise melted away, leaving Quinn in his original appearance. He turned back toward the person who called his name. Are you from Gringotts? I told Bogrod I didn't want this to be messy, he didn't need to continue for him to get the answer as it was staring him in the eye. Axel Thorne, he said with unhidden surprise. Axel Thorne, the co-founder of Limax Group, a private security firm sponsored by Quinn's father, Adam West, and later by George West after Adam's death. The man in front of him had been with Quinn in Denmark and Italy, both times acting as his guide and bodyguard. If you're here, then that must mean he sent you. Your grandfather wants you home, Quinn, said Axel, the large, athletic, and militant man. He and everyone in your family has been worried sick about whereabouts. You need to return home so that everyone rest can easy. And he sent you to get me home, Quinn looked around, and you brought along all of this. Please come with us, we don't want this to get ugly. We are in a nomage area, and if this gets out of hand, we will get in trouble with the authorities. I'm sure, like us, you don't want to break the secrecy laws, said Axel, keeping his voice and body language as non-threatening as he could. Yeah, kid, give this tomfoolery up and come back with us, came a voice from behind. Quinn turned and again faced some he recognized. Mr. Neal, you're here as well, said Quinn. The man who looked like a delinquent was another Limax co-founder. He had only met Neal once in Denmark. Quinn decided to pay attention to the faces of the people and was surprised that the third founder was present as well. Even Mr. Lucas came. All 3 of you are here. Lucas, the taciturn of the 3, waved his hand. Your grandfather made all 3 of us personally come here for you, said Neal, as if the entire interaction was a big bother. The last time we got 3 got together for a mission was. I can't even remember when that was, that's how long it has been. That's why let's end this so we can get back to our lives. I left vacation to come here, kid. Don't make this more of a hassle than it already has been. Quinn didn't reply to Neal, instead, he turned to Axel and asked, you brought both of them together without you. He noticed something in Axel's expression, you didn't bring them, you were made to bring them. What did grandfather told you, Mr. Axel? That you have run away from home for some reason and need to return home, said Axel concisely. How did you even find me? You might be nifty with magic, Quinn. But we have been doing this as a job for decades. It took a little effort, but it wasn't that difficult. Did he tell you why I ran away? We asked, but he refused to divulge. Quinn's eyes shined. This meant they didn't know his alternate identity. His grandfather had kept Limax in the dark and held back a lot of information that could have helped them. A smile broke out on Quinn's face, by keeping it hidden, his grandfather had given him an advantage. He turned his smile into a chuckle and pointed at all the people surrounding him. All 3 founders along with so many people just to catch me. Don't you think this is going overboard? I have just finished schooling. It was Neil who answered, "Your grandfather thinks you're dangerous because you took out a dozen Death Eaters. I saw the files on them, they were amateurs, I could have done that." "This is good," thought Quinn. "This doesn't need to get messy." Quinn loosened his arms and shook his hand a little. He breathed in and out before saying, "Sorry, but if anything, I'm not easy. Quinn West, MC, no. I'm the only one who hunts. The other way around doesn't work. Axel Thorne, Limax, let's go home, okay? Neil, Limax, come on, man. I'm missing ladies on the beach. Lucas, Limax, wave. Chapter 388, Let's Dance. Quinn prepared his magic as he thought about the situation he was in. Axel Thorne's talk about the risk of breaking the secrecy laws was real. Even though the park wasn't a popular population spot, it was still in London, the most populated city in the country. Any commotion that leaked out would reach the massive non-magical population, further alerting the authorities. That snowball would roll down the slope to reach the ears of DMLE for a team of aurors, hit wizards, and obliviators to arrive at the scene to contain the mess. Which Quinn was sure neither he nor Limax wanted to happen. It was an element that'd get both of them in trouble they wouldn't even want to touch with a long stick. The fight hadn't even started, but Quinn was already regretting his choice. This wasn't his previous brawls as the invisible vigilante, where he could create as much commotion as he wanted. He had to be careful to not attract attention, which meant that he had a paper ceiling above his head that was very easy to tear. It was better for him to be in a spacious place, away from curious eyes, where he could let his magic work freely. The current location was tilted in favor of the Limax group. It's okay, not all is bad, Quinn thought. I have the element of surprise, and I'm a West. Without warning, Quinn broke into a sprint and ran towards the tree nearest to him, ducking just in time to have half a dozen spells miss him. He hid behind a tree and again regretted one of his decision to set up a spatial locking ward. It would have been better to escape rather than fight them head-on. By the time that thought ended, half of the tree trunk had been turned into splinters about to break apart. Time to move. He triggered body magic and rushed out, threw a zigzag in his path, and ran towards the nearest person with a shield that took the brunt of 3 stunners and multiple anti-shield spells, which surprised Quinn. Limax was looking to really take him out quickly. His shield held up, and he continued to charge the nearest men. Quinn shot a disarming spell at the men, but surprisingly, the men countered it and shot a point-blank stunner in Quinn's face. Red exploded in front of Quinn's eyes. The Limax member in front of Quinn smiled with victory, but the next second, the red spell shrunk down into a point between Quinn's hand. Quinn raised his foot, front-kicked the man a few steps back, and then returned the stunner back into the man's face, knocking him out cold. Before the men could even fall, Quinn used Empyrean ropes to pull him up and then used the body as a meat shield that took 5 stunners in the chest. Friendly fire. Quinn yelled as a taunt from behind the man's body. I thought a mercenary group would be better than this. Limax members' eyes followed as Quinn dropped the men to the ground, and when they looked up, Quinn was gone. He's still here, find him, yelled Axel to the team. 4 members cast magic, and the entire area was flushed with a wave of blue. Axel kept his eye peeled as he swept the area to find a momentary blur running towards a tree. He's running east. Neil, the tree to your left. Neil turned to the tree with a savage smile. His wand vibrated with screaming magic that was unleashed towards the general area with a Latin incantation. Neil, don't. Axel's attempt to stop was drowned by the loud crack of the tree being uprooted and then split in the middle, followed by being blasted into a grenade of splinters. Neil. What the hell are you doing? We need him in one piece. He hastily turned to Lucas, the sound. Lucas nodded, and Axel sighed in relief. He'll be fine, the kid is good with magic. Neil waved it off. The dust settled with the falling leaves and what left was the remnants of the once brutally murdered tree, but no sign of Quinn. Is his disillusionment somehow still on? Said Neil as he cast a spell to check. His expression changed faster than a snitch on its wings. He yelled out, he's not here. I didn't get him. All Limax members armed themselves with spells on the tip of their tongues. A silence passed through the fall leaves beneath them as 20 veteran mercenaries scoured their surroundings. A crunching of leaves sounded out, and everyone turned to watch as a Limax member fell to the ground. Immediately, all tensed their nerves, they were 2 out. I want a reveal, commanded Axel. On his order, bursts of the counter-illusion spell were sent out. However, unlike the last time, there was not even a blip of distorting movement on the ground. Aaah. Everyone turned to see one of the Limax members' legs disappear into the red-yellow canopy of the tree. Axel held his hand up in a fist to stop everyone from bombarding the tree. Lucas swung his wand, and every single leaf on the target tree fell, and along with it came tumbling the unconscious body. Everyone stared at the fall except Axel, Neil, and Lucas, who flushed the tree with a gust of freezing winds that froze icicles on the naked tree top. There was no one there. Be attentive. A muffled groan was followed by a thump in the dry leaves. Eyes widened as they pointed their wands to their fallen comrade, who had been standing right in the middle of the formation. There wasn't need for an order for the surrounding people to riddle the area with a torrent of spells. Alas, the magic just passed through. "Where is the brat?" asked Neil heatedly. Unexpectedly, the answer arrived immediately. "I'm here, don't worry." The Limax team got startled as Quinn's voice sounded from seemingly everywhere. They looked around to no avail. The voice continued, "Let's end this, Mr. Axel. I can't return home, and I'm sure all of you have more important things to do." Axel gave a glance to Lucas, who nodded and stealthily began casting magic. "Let's make a small commotion here, a contained explosion will do, and then all of us leave. You can go back to grandfather and tell him that you found me, but because of the explosion, you lost sight of me and had to leave before non-magical eyes got here. After that, spend a couple of days looking for until you declare that I can't be found. Put some rookies on the busy work of trying to find me while the experienced squad can leave for more important work. How about that? Seems like a sound plan." Lucas nodded to Axel and got a nod back. "We can't do that, Quinn. It would undermine us in the eyes of your grandfather. We have a reputation to uphold. I have many people working under me who have mouths to feed. I can't have the firm's image be tarnished. So, please come out." Axel gave the signal. A spell escaped Lucas' wand and hit its target. The vacant spot suddenly had a wide-eyed Quinn facing multiple wands. He immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Let's not make this more difficult than it has already been, Quinn," said Axel, taking out a pair of thick cuffs from his vest. "I would rather have put these on instead of taking half a dozen stunners in the chest. Please believe me, taking any more than 5 takes a month and a half of complete bed rest and some nasty medicines to recover from." Quinn wrinkled his nose, his raised hands clenched into fists as he struggled with the decision. He locked eyes with Axel and softly shook his head. A split second later, there was a spell in Quinn's hand, but before he could cast it, he was hit by multiple stunners. Axel sighed at Quinn's prone body on the ground. "Wands at ready." He stepped towards and crouched near Quinn's body, but when he raised his hand to touch Quinn, it passed through it as if Quinn was a ghost. Axel's eyes widened as he stood up and turned to freeze. At the very back of the group, Quinn was gazing at him. He stood behind one of the Limax members with one of his hands just beneath her nose, holding a vial of yellow potion that entered her body through the nose in the form of fumes, while his other hand was on her temple casting some magic. Quinn let her go, stepped back, and vanished into thin air as if melding into the surroundings, all the while still staring at Axel. "Lyra." Axel called to his subordinate, who had her head bowed. The woman named Lyra raised her to reveal glazed-over, hazy eyes. She raised her wand up as the rest of the Limax team turned towards her. Axel took in the scene for a moment before he yelled, "On guard." Lyra, with all her power and skill as a veteran mercenary, cast magic on her teammates, who weren't expecting to be shot at by one of their own. In the mere 10 seconds that she had before she was spelled down, Lyra took out 4 of her teammates. "Fuck," spat Neil, whose spell knocked Lyra out. "That's it, kid. Come out, and I'll only break a few of your bones." As if responding to his words, 4 red spells manifested in the air, right in the center of where the Limax members were standing. The 4 spell lights zapped away and struck 4 people in their chest, sending them flying a couple feet. The initial spells hadn't even hit their target when 4 more appeared and launched themselves at yet another 4 Limax members. Axel, Neil, and Lucas, who hadn't been targeted, all immediately let out some severe spell power to the origin of magic. A bright shield was immediately erected in response to their spell, but the Limax founder's magic tore, ate, and shattered the shield to strike the caster. Quinn immediately became visible, slapping his sleeve, which was on fire. Shit, I like this suit," he said in a tone not suitable to the situation. He looked up at them and spoke, "Well, it's only 4 of us up now. Me and the original gang, reminds me of the afternoon in Denmark when we first met." "What did you do to her?" asked Axel with a tone void of any previous softness. "Organized chaos," said Quinn, smiling proudly. Potion of madness combined with some suggestions planted in the front of her mind. I pointed to a direction, and her honed instincts did the rest. Don't worry, neither Ms. Lyra nor I used any lethal spells, everyone will be up and running within a week of rest. He again raised his hands. "You don't have to look at me like that. You're here to arrest me against my will." I had to retaliate. "Listen, I'm sorry that you had to be involved in this family dispute, and if it's any consolation, I think you're on the right side. It's just not the time for the wrong side to be defeated." Quinn pointed at the knocked-out bodies and continued, "Isn't this enough? This would be enough for grandfather to get off your back. Believe me, if you tell this exactly as it was, he'd thank you and tell you to rest." Axel shook his head and continued to do so for a moment. "We are taking you home today, there's no other way to it." Lucas stared at Quinn with a face that could be confused with a statue, while Neil looked like he wanted to kill and drink Quinn's blood. Quinn rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck. "Let's dance then." Quinn West, MC, I like to tango. Fiction-only reader, author, NBA Final Game 5. 27-16 for GSW. End of Q1. I bet for GSW. Chapter 389, Cold. You don't want to fight me, Mr. Axel, said Quinn, in one final attempt to defuse the situation. 3 of you can still call this off, take your injured companions for some much-needed treatment, and I'll make sure you cannot find me again. He kept an eye on 3 mercenaries who slowly walked around, forming a boundary that seemed to be some sort of formation. The 3 had apparently decided on an answer as a flashing spell zapped from Lucas' wand. The magic made the invisible shield around Quinn light up in an electric blue. The shield's blue tinted Quinn's vision the same. Quinn furrowed as he sensed something, but before he could even pinpoint the cause, a spell corroded his shield, causing Quinn's breathing to flare as he felt a sledgehammer-like force slam into him. As he flew back through the air, his thoughts fell into place. His eyes glanced at Axel, the man had shot a blue-colored spell using the shield's tint as a camouflage. Quinn was still surprised when he hit the ground, but the rib-rattling impact that flared the pain snapped him out of it. His magic flowed into the ground beneath him, and the earth rose up to form a dome that was again immediately blasted into smithereens from the force of the spells. Quinn squeezed his eyes closed and hissed as some dirt from the explosion entered his eyes. I need to stop using earth as a cover, he exclaimed while cleaning his eyes using magic. Just like before, he sensed some magic and hastily pulled up 2 layers of protective shield that came in use immediately as spells torpedoed into it, trying to drill through to reach him. The spells were one of the most powerful he had ever faced. But even the combined force was weaker than one of Voldemort's fiendfire wisps. He got into a one-knee kneel and steadied himself. He recognized that the current situation was more dangerous than the time he was pursued by the 3 Aurors. The veteran mercenaries in front of him were much more trained and experienced in the art of combative magic. They have years of experience over me. He acknowledged the fact, but it didn't mean that he had nothing. I have magic on my side. Listening to his command, Quinn's magic rushed forward to do his bidding. Quinn's shield disappeared, leaving an open passage for the Limax's spells, but they could even inch forward, a wave of power rippled out, ripping the magic apart. There was so much energy in the spherical wave that Limax 3 pulled up shields to not be blown away. By the time the magic had passed, and the leaves had settled, Quinn was not to be found in his spot. On guard, said Axel, his eyes darting across the place. He's still here. I can feel it. Is that the so-called seasoned veteran's intuition? Quinn's voice echoed in their ears as it had done a few minutes prior. If it is, spot on, I'm still here. Though the real question is, where am? Neil's wand twitched, and he abruptly yet preparedly turned to his right to stab Quinn with a conjured silver dagger that passed through his body as if he wasn't there and subsequently turned into mist. Oh, that was quick, your sense of magic fluctuations is good, Mr. Neil. You turned before I could surprise you with the whisper, Quinn's voice again echoed. Let me share a fun fact about me. A sudden wind cutter whistled towards Lucas, who flicked his wand to counter it. The sharpness of the wind was taken away, but he couldn't stop a large gust of wind blowing in his face, pushing back his hair and cheeks. I'm not experienced in face-to-face fighting. A huge metal ore conjured over Neil's head that he immediately suspended in the air, but before he could cancel the conjuration, the ore turned molten, and Neil had to spring up a shield for protection. The molten ore dripped and sizzled down the shield until it suddenly cooled down into solid within a second. Neil cancelled his shield only to be left surrounded by a strange metal ring. It's not my forte. As bad as it sounds. 2 earthen hands sprung out of the ground and grabbed onto Axel's feet, who in retaliation turned 5 feet of the land around into a crater, flattening the appendages into dust. Attacking from the shadows is more in my forte. The Limax 3 founders took in sharp breaths as they felt an obscene amount of magic flooding the vicinity. It was as if someone had opened the floodgates. Their instincts screamed at them to be vigilant. They immediately stabbed their wands into the earth to meld the earth into domes around their companions before taking an active stance. There was a gust of wind here and a crunch of leaves there, but what bothered them was the unnatural silence that accompanied the overwhelming magic that prickled their skin. It was as if something was dampening the travel of sound through the air. Then it started. From all around the area, spells started to barrage over the Limax 3. Magic with a real kick came from everywhere, even the sky wasn't spared as magic rained down upon them. The Limax 3 immediately got to work conjuring shields, countering the magic, and lending a hand to others, working like a well-oiled machine. If it was a movie, they'd be making comments like, "It has been a while, you're getting rusty, do you remember Baghdad?" But it wasn't a movie, and no unnecessary words were exchanged between the 3 as they defended against the magic. Axel, spoke Lucas, north, 2. Axel didn't even think to confirm and turned to shoot a packed bombarda towards the exact direction Lucas pointed to. The spell grew in size and burst near a tree, exploding and taking a bite out of the trunk. A figure darted out from within the smoke and dust, and Axel shot 2 quick spells towards it, while Lucas didn't even look in that direction and aimed 1 explosive spell in the opposite direction. Spotted, 11. Lucas informed as his magic made contact with an invisible figure. Quinn, the said invisible figure, dismissed his shield and shot 3 quick bone-bruising spells towards the Limax 3. He followed with an illusion that looked like a smoke bomb while himself slipping up into the sky. Quinn raced to think of his next attack when he noticed the state of the area. There was too much destruction, and he could even see white smoke that had started to rise up. Even with all parties holding back, it was only a matter of time when people would notice. He looked down and bit down on his lower lip in thought. He watched as Lucas pointed toward him in the sky for Neil and Axel to shoot at him. Was it worth the risk? He wondered as he dodged and started to move around to not let them pinpoint his location. I wouldn't know if I don't try, he decided and dropped down in the middle of the 3. Are you giving up? Asked Axel rhetorically as he shot a spell towards Quinn. Quinn didn't reply. He swept his hand, and magic spread out. A ring of neon red flame started to burn on the ground around Quinn. The Limax stepped back, not letting the flames touch them, leaving only Quinn inside the circle. The flames were made from Empyrean, the most versatile magic in Quinn's magic arsenal. 1927, Lestrange Mausoleum, announced Quinn, confusing the others. Gellert Grindelwald used Protego Diabolica to test the loyalty of his followers and kill a number of his enemies, most of whom were Aurors trying to arrest him. He asked them to step through the circle. Those who were loyal all passed through without harm, and those who weren't, perished. It was all very much poetic. Step into the circle to prove if you were part of the Dark Lord's circle, but I digress. I can't case Protego Diabolica here for it would attract too much attention and destroy the park, and I myself don't have the confidence to contain the spell. I have only practiced it once, almost crisped myself to death. The red flames burned brighter. They grew as if someone had injected extra fuel into them. The flames tilted outwards as though the wisps trying to light the Limax 3, who were worriedly glancing at their companions. But if they looked closer, they would have noticed how the red fire wasn't burning anything. But that doesn't mean I can't take inspiration, continued Quinn. I cast this magic as a tribute to him, to his magical prowess, to his shrewdness, his charm, and everything that made him great, terrible, but great. Empyrean was a magic of magical constructs that could take any property as long as the caster had the power and knowledge to make it happen. Until now, Quinn had used it as weapon and platforms, but today, he was going to try out the real potential. He breathed in cold air into his lungs, and the red flames rose up to 7 feet. Axel readied his wand to cast magic and was shuffling through the spells in his repertoire when he felt cold. He looked down at the base of his feet and saw a layer of ice wafer spreading out towards him. He looked to Lucas and Neil and saw them stepping back, noticing the ice on the ground. The air chilled, and the Limax 3 felt the cold penetrate their clothes. Axel's eyes widened when a wisp of flame sprung towards him. He swiped his wand to extinguish the fire. It didn't work. The fire, which was supposed to fizzle into sparks, continued forward and engulfed Axel's arms. He watched in panic, expecting to feel the heat, but found his arm going numb and his face being bombarded with a cold gust. His pupils shrunk when he realized what was going on. Without hesitation, he cut off his jacket sleeve and cut off his glove. He jumped back away from the flames, all the while trying to bend his arm only to fail to even feel anything below his shoulder. Get rid of the affected clothes, quickly, he yelled. Neil and Lucas followed the advice and got rid of anything that had the flames, which emitted a chilling cold instead of heat. Don't treat it like normal fire, it is some sort of cursed fire. It's cold. The cold flames grew like a wildfire, and within moments, the entire area was burning with the fire. All Axel could see was red. He breathed out cold mist with his eyes trembling at the enormous amounts of magic that had come to occupy the space. It dominated all his senses. In his decades of experience in all sorts of places on the planet, he had never felt so much magic commanded by a single person. Then he had a glimpse as the fire parted for a moment, and he came face to face with purple eyes glowing, and unlike the red flames, the eyes burned hot. And that was the last memory, purple eyes and the overwhelming feeling of cold with everything in his vision turning black. He went down not being able to even think properly, and hearing the faint voice. It's okay, everything's going to be okay. Quinn West, MC, this won't kill you, but it ain't gonna tickle either. Axel Thorne, Limax, too much magic. Lucas, Limax, Master Tracker. Neil, Limax, Sea Cold. Chapter 390, Another Assault. In the embrace of nature in the country, a solitary flattened dirt road led to the iron-wrought gates of the West Manor. The peace and quiet on the road were abruptly broken by 20 large black boxes suddenly appearing in the air and dropping to the ground with dull thumps. 20 boxes in a grid of 5 by 4. There was a pop, and Quinn appeared in between the boxes and the gates. He had changed out of his charred, torn, and dusty suit into a simple and comfortable white shirt and black pants. The second he arrived, his eyes were glued to the house standing in the distance. He looked at his childhood and only home through the iron gates, wondering how easy it would be to open them and simply walk inside to reunite his family, facing the collective anger of Miss Rosie, Leah, and his grandfather didn't seem so bad at the moment, and he couldn't even imagine an angry Elliot, but he knew it would be more horrible than he could imagine. Unfortunately, fighting temptation when it was at the door was never his strong point. He quickly turned away from the West Manor, but then he came to gaze upon the fall forest trees. They brought along the thoughts of the trees in the London park. They weren't pretty. He had said that he wasn't proficient in Protego Diabolica, but he wasn't much better using his ACE flames, absolute, cold, Empyrean flames. As the name suggested, the magic was a mix of Empyrean and ice magic that tried to mimic Absolute Zero as much as Quinn could make it. Mimicking Absolute Zero, which was a legendary alchemic material, took a tremendous amounts of magic. It didn't help that Quinn hadn't only discovered the tip of the iceberg of Absolute Zero, the difficulty of magic was off the charts for the current Quinn, and trying to control the flames around Axel, Neil, and Lucas made him lose control over some wisps that ended up expanding into a wall of fire that ended up freezing an entire section of the park. It made Quinn wonder if he had unconsciously ended up taking Fien fire as the inspiration for the flame-like properties. There was no a frozen park could be sold to the non-magical populace any other way than a supernatural occurrence or a government conspiracy, both he couldn't afford, so he set up a fire that engulfed everything that had been damaged and left no evidence behind of what had happened. He sighed. The firefighters were going to have a hard time explaining the reason behind the problem. Quinn knelt beside a box and tapped it. The box hissed as the lid rose up to reveal Axel Thorne's body submerged in a liquid that glowed with only the front of his face out of the water infused in his magic, mimicking the healing in the aquatic water. The boxes were designed to keep the bodies in stable condition and provide some first aid before they got to proper care. "Sorry about this," said Quinn, glancing at the Axel's neck with a wrinkled nose. The injury was a dull gray from the cold, it was black when he had put Axel into the box. "Don't worry, it is not cursed, so after they cut it out, it's not going to grow nice and strong." Quinn kept the lid open on Axel to make sure people knew what was inside the boxes, stood up, and again turned to the West Manor. A ball of yellow light wobbled over his palm. He squinted at the air around the West Manor and threw the yellow ball over the brick boundaries. The ball of magic didn't make it over, instead, it hit the invisible ward over the house and turned it into a shade of yellow. Every single ray of light that was going to pass through the ward was going to be colored yellow like a yellow light bulb. He raised his hand and then shot up a red flare that was going to look as much red as it was. The ward around the West Manor was an advanced version of Aegis half a decade ahead of the current version on the market. He could manipulate it to a certain degree from the outside. He took a glance at the box before taking himself up to the air. The lenses in his eyes transfigured to far-seeing, and he could see the front door open up with George walking out with the rest of the family in tow. He gazed at them until he was sure they had spotted the boxes and then some before flying away slowly. "Ah, this sucks," he thought as he flew. The day had gone from 100 to a -100. He had started this day thinking it would be different than carefully and meticulously choosing spots to summon snatchers and Death Eaters by triggering the taboo, which was getting difficult by the day because he didn't choose the correct location. The snatchers had stopped heeding the taboo summons. The smooth acquisition of the Hufflepuff's cup was something he wasn't expecting to happen as Plan A never worked, and he didn't like his Plan B and he was sure Gringotts wouldn't like it either. However, the day couldn't exit while still ahead. He had to fight with people who he liked enough and had injured enough to feel regret, and it didn't get any better than they were trying to hold back so as not to injure him. He had to burn down a park, causing problems for so many strangers. Then he had to deliver the entire Limax team in coffin-like boxes to his family, who he preferred seeing because it made things that much worse. He hadn't met with his friends in a while and instead was spending time with total strangers making meaningless talk just to not feel completely lonely. On top of that, he was going through a rocky relationship with his girlfriends, and he couldn't even talk to them properly face-to-face to clear the air. Everything sucks, he thought and then wondered if it was the Horcrux affecting his mood, making him say out loud, "Everything sucks, it sucks so much." Scene break. The robes, black as death, fluttered near the ground but never touched it as Voldemort walked on a village road with tall trees covering the sides. The deathly pale bald-headed Dark Lord, who seemed to be floating instead of walking, didn't suit the picturesque scene. However, there was no one around to object, and Voldemort couldn't care less. Today was the first time after the Ministry fiasco he had stepped outside. The fresh air on his face felt good enough that it infuriated him immensely just thinking about that day. Voldemort's hand crept up to his face, and he touched just below his now healed eye with his bony fingers. Just a few days back, he didn't have anything in his eye socket with its previous resident needing to be evicted to curb the spread of the curse that plagued his stabbed eye. He remembered the day as vividly as if it had happened yesterday. He was dueling Dumbledore in the Ministry atrium, enjoying the thrill of magic while battling the frustrating urge to keep his magic at bay so as not to cause any commotion that would arouse suspicion in the Muggles above and risk breaking the secrecy laws. Unlike Grindelwald, he didn't consider it time for the wizarding world to reveal itself to the rest of the world. The day would come when the superior kind would rule with him at the throne, but that day was not now. As he kept his magic in check, Dumbledore did the same, trying to compete against him. Dumbledore. Voldemort sneered at the thought of the old hindrance. The second coming of Merlin, the sheeple liked to call Dumbledore, what fools they were. The entire country was filled with foolish people whose brains would sell for top gold as they were brand new from not using them to think at all. But he knew he was superior, and soon the entire wizarding would know. The only reason Dumbledore could compete was because of the wand in his hand. The wand. The Elder Wand. Voldemort hated to think that the greatest wand made in the history of magic was in Dumbledore's hands, but at the same time, he would love the feel of power that the wand would provide him. The greatest wand for the greatest wizard seemed fitting, and the Elder Wand demanded someone like him instead of an old coot like Dumbledore. I would have that wand with me, thought Voldemort as he arrived at the end of the tree-lined street. He turned the corner and entered the small township of Rosensten, hosting 24 families who lived their peaceful lives in their lovely town. Then there was the magical part of the town that sat within the same ground, just hidden underneath the veil that kept it hidden from the Muggle part. And today, he had come to visit that part of the town. Voldemort walked through the town under the eyes of Muggles, unhidden with his presence. The eyes fell on him, then followed him, and then they dropped to the ground like lifeless dolls who had their strings cut. He didn't give the Muggles a single glance, they were not worth it, what they were worth were getting diseases in their family history pop up in them sometime in their lifetime. The planet was teeming with Muggles as if they were cockroaches, some of them dying from injuries wasn't going to change anything. Anyone that crossed paths with Voldemort watched him for a few seconds before dropping down to wherever they stood. The trail of unconscious bodies continued until Voldemort arrived in front of the house of Randolph Weston, the head of Floo Network Authority. He gazed at the home kept properly maintained for a moment before flicking his finger. A silverish sheen of magic shimmered in the air, outlining an invisible dome covering the property. Aegis, it has improved, he noted. The last time he had faced Aegis was at Amelia Bones' home when he had given her a friendly visit and had ripped apart the Aegis ward over that house. But now, as he looked at the ward, which felt strikingly familiar to the one over the Bones home, yet it was different, and as he observed, he could see clear improvements, and he was happy about it. A human warding scheme that had stood against goblin warding and now had improved in such a short time meant that wizards were superior to goblins, who should know their place. But that was it. Voldemort brandished his wand as if handling a conductor's baton and stepped to the front gate of the Weston property. He flicked it with a twitch of his digits, and the magic sang to the command. The ward over around the door turned a ghastly green, shifting into a cold blue, and finally settling into an acidic yellow that slowly crumbled away. Voldemort put his wand back and sauntered into the Weston property. Like any normal person, who was visiting someone, Voldemort knocked on the door and then waited. The door opened for a lady to show her beautiful face that twisted with horror as she recognized who he was. "Good day, Lady Weston. I wonder if your husband is at home." Quinn West, MC, I hate my life. Fiction-only reader, author, I reworked this. The last version was, let's just say, bad. Chapter 391, A Successful Assault. When the clock struck 5:15, the flue of the Weston house fluttered in green, and Randolph Weston arrived home. He frowned at the sight of the lights in the flue room turned off. He called, "Charlotte. I'm home, dear." Randolph hung his coat at the coat hang and walked to the living room while loosening his tie, turning on the lights on his way. He called for his wife again but didn't get any reply. "Is she not home?" he muttered as he entered the living room to be again greeted with darkness. He walked to the light switch of the MLEs and flipped them to light up the room, but when he turned back, his heart all but stopped. "Randolph Weston, welcome home. I've been waiting for you." Randolph's eyes trembled as his body turned to Stell. There sat Voldemort in front of him in his favorite chair, staring up at him, looking like a simple house guest. Dear. His eyes turned to the side and saw his wife sitting like a trembling cat in the rain, looking as if she was scared out of her mind. Her face was a mess with mascara that had dripped down her face with red puffed-up eyes. She turned her head, pointing to the side with tears trickling down her eyes. Randolph followed, and sitting in another chair was his daughter with her eyes closed with her head leaning to the side, resting on the curved edge of the chair. His throat closed up, and his stomach churned violently as his mind flew in directions that brought upon thoughts that almost made him pass out. "Hey Annie, Annie," he yelled. "Nothing has happened to your daughter, Randolph," spoke Voldemort, making the father turn to him. "She's simply unconscious." Voldemort snapped his finger, and the little girl stirred as if waking from a nap. She sat up straight and rubbed her eyes before looking upon Randolph. A bright smile surfaced on her face, showing her front tooth missing that had fallen off a few days back. "Daddy," she exclaimed in glee and was about to get off the chair when her eyes turned back, and she slumped in her chair. "Annie. Take a seat," said Voldemort. A chair creaked behind Randolph, who sat down, but his eyes were fixed on his daughter. "You have a charming house here and a delightful family. Your wife has been a lovely host to me in your absence." Mrs. Weston continued to tremble, not daring to raise her eyes from the floor. To Randolph, his wife seemed like she had aged a decade and looked as though she hadn't slept for a week. "I desire something from you, Randolph Weston, and you will give it to me," continued Voldemort. "I want access to the Floo network. My Death Eaters should be able to lock down any Floo they want, anytime they want. If there are some unintelligent folk out there who haven't secured their Floo on incoming, I want my Death Eaters to be able to get into their house without any problem. I want the full network of this country to be under my control. I can't do that. You can and you will. It's elementary. You get contacted someone from my side, and you give them whatever they want, whenever they want. Don't make them come down to your house because they wouldn't mind coming here anytime. Please, I cannot. I would. Voldemort raised his hand, and the look in his eyes made Randolph stop into a croak. I do not like to repeat myself. When I say I want something, it happens. That's not going to change today. You have the means to give me that and you are not going to refuse me. But I see the dilemma here, so let me offer you a clear reason for you to do my bidding, something you can't refuse. Voldemort lifted his wrist, little Annie's right arm rose up, and like a spot of ink dropped in the water, dyeing the clear in its color, a dark mark appeared on her fair, thin arm. Randolph gasped, and his wife broke down into sobs. The snake coming out of the skull's mouth looked all the more horrifying on the girl's arm, who didn't even have her permanent set of teeth. You don't give the control over the flu system, and I can make your daughter suffer all the way to death with a single through. Voldemort raised his finger, and Annie's thin brows crumpled, and her petite body shivered slightly as her face paled. Annie stirred and weakly opened her eyes, and just like last time, she called, Daddy. However, this time, it was a weak murmur that could barely exit her mouth. Voldemort rested the finger back on the armrest, and Annie closed her eyes again. The red returned to her skin, she stopped shivering, and her face looked as peaceful as if nothing had ever changed. Kneel down, kiss my robe, and little Annie will grow to become a fine woman with a happy future and life in front of her, all because of her daddy. Randolph pressed his palms into his knees. He looked to his daughter, then to his wife, who was repeatedly nodding and pleading. That was it for Randolph, that was all he needed. I'll do it. I will give you the Flynn network, he said. Kneel down and kiss my robe. What? Voldemort raised his chin. Randolph stood up from his chair and walked to Voldemort with shaky steps. He dropped down to his knees at Voldemort's feet. With trembling hands, he picked up the hem of Voldemort's robe and kissed it with his eyes squeezed shut in disgust. Good, Voldemort stood up and walked towards the exit. Why not just Imperio me, said Randolph, still on his knees. Voldemort paused at the living room door. The time for Imperius curse passed the last time we visited. He turned to Randolph. Besides, Imperius makes people work as ordered. You, Mr. Randall, will do much more. He glanced at Annie, and she stirred, well beyond what I have asked for. Scene break. In an inner corner of the ministry headquarters, somewhere highly restricted, so much so other than a few select ministry personnel, no other ministry employee was allowed inside. It was an area reserved when the ministry wanted to do things quietly away from prying eyes, and for the cases where people of interest demanded the privacy they deserved. Is today really supposed to be such a big deal? Kinsley said to Robards as they stood in the pearly white corridors, much different than the black interior present in most of the ministry. It is, said Robards, pointing to Scrimgeour standing ahead of them, chatting with the Secretary of the Ministry of Magic, the highest-ranking member in the minister's cabinet. If today goes well, it is going to be massive for the department. For the ministry, you mean? Yes, for the ministry as well. They straightened up when the flue at the end of the hall turned green. The most exclusive flue after Minister's Own had been connected on the other end. At attention, people, the party's about to arrive, announced Scrimgeour. The green fire exploded like an upward shooting fire thrower going up into the empty roof of the chimney. A group of people stepped into the ministry from the curtain of fire. Scrimgeour stepped forward and greeted with a smile, Mr. West, it is a pleasure to see you again. George West was the reason why the head of DMLE, the head Auror, and the Secretary of Ministry of Magic all had arrived collectively for greetings. They were some of the people who wouldn't come greet people like this individually, much less together. But George West was the big fish that warranted this treatment. It was the Minister of Magic's dignity that held Amelia Bones wanted to maintain the reason behind she was not here. Cornelius Fudge would have been here faster than the fastest runners in the country. George West nodded to Scrimgeour before turning his eyes to the people present in the hall. There were a couple people accompanying him. As Scrimgeour talked with George, Robards leaned near Kingsley and pointed out the well-dressed smiling man standing beside George, conversing with the secretary. That's Elliot Dalton, the right-hand man to George West. Most people have to go through him before even getting the chance of getting a single alphabet to George West, much less seeing him. I have never seen Madam Secretary smile like that. Neither have I. Moving on, you know Bach, Robards sneered. Kingsley nodded with similar emotion and recognized arguably the best attorney-at-law in the country, Orrin Bach. The old lawyer had built a career so strong that he was the only one in the country able to bill whatever he wanted from his clients. None in the entire DMLE liked the man and his firm. As for the other, I don't know who that is, said Robards, looking at the middle-aged man in a fedora who stood a step back from everyone with a small smile on his face. Robards and Kingsley had their eyes stuck to the men. They couldn't pull them away, no matter how they tried. Even Scrimgeour shifted his eye to the men from time to time. There was something about the men which screamed dangerous to the Aurors, the way he stood, the way his hands laid, relaxed yet ready, even the way his eyes moved said that the man was experienced. "That guy is trouble," said Robards, eyeing the guy with a critical eye. "He's the bodyguard, isn't he? He's got training. I can tell he's got professional training and then something more. I wonder how much is he getting paid?" Robards quirked his brow. "Are you looking to switch to private?" "No, I'm for the long haul," smiled Kingsley. "Aiming for my position?" asked Robards. Kingsley shook his head. "Head of DMLE." Kingsley again shook his head. Now Robards was surprised. "The Minister of Magic?" Kingsley nodded with a smile. "Oh my, you got big aspirations, my friend, and I hope you achieve them." They stopped talking when Scrimgeour began to lead George down the hall. It was time for the biggest meeting of the year, and possibly of the entire current administration. "Voldemort, Dark Lord, I use spells other than the Unforgivables. Randolph Weston, head of Flynetwork Authority, I should have retired the first time around. Fiction-only reader, author, Warrior Dubs." Chapter 392, Various Offerings. When the West Party and the Ministry escort reached the designated meeting room, they were greeted by Amelia Bones. The minister rose from the black Chesterfield sofa in greeting. "How are you doing today, Mr. West?" she smiled. "Not well," George said bluntly as he directly sat on the sofa opposite without exchanging the customary polite greeting. "I do not like what is happening in this country, my country. A madman is running freely in the country, blowing up Oris office, barging into ministry and taking hostages, and who knows what he's doing now." He peered at Amelia, who was still standing, and when I ask anyone or read the paper, all I hear and see is that your government is a strong one, or at least is supposed to be. Amelia sighed deeply and sat back in her spot, and Scrimgeour sat by her side, with Eliot taking a seat beside George. Orrin Bach placed himself on one breadth of the table alone while Robards and Secretary sat opposite him. The bodyguard walked straight to the bar in the room while Kingsley stood next to the wall near everyone. "We are trying to keep him down," said Amelia. Gone was the polite smile, and back was the woman who had reigned over the DMLE, but with the current situation, it has been getting difficult to properly deal with the Dark Lord and his minions. "And what are these problems? How can I truly focus on the threat when I'm shackled down by internal problems? What, the blood supremacist? Minister, you're making me doubt if you're truly committed to dealing with the threat as quickly as possible. You can't use them as an excuse when you have been handling them just fine during your time in DMLE. My ranks were clean when I was the head of DMLE. All I get to deal with now is a building full of people who wouldn't move a finger if it's not doing them some personal good." The minister's one gray hair looked whiter than ever. "Give them a boot, you're their boss. If it could be that easy, politics gets in the way." "It isn't that difficult," George said unperturbed. The ministry officials all showed some form of reaction to the words. It wasn't a secret to them that George had dug his claws into the ministry. But the way he had done so made them twitch. The speed at which the reach of his influence had grown was astounding, to say the least. George West had never been directly involved with the ministry. There were always systems in place that would facilitate him when required, but never directly. It was as if West always knew that something like would happen and had cast the net when needed. And all of it had been done out of spite and just because he could do it. The dark faction had been clogging up Wisengamot for months. Whenever I try to bring something of real consequence up, they just make AF dash. Amelia held her tongue, mess of things. The other factions try to intervene, but eventually, everything turns into a pissing contest between men. Why do you need Wisengamot's approval for anything? You're the Minister of Magic with a background in DMLE of whom I suppose you have the support. George pointed to Scrimgeour. What is the problem, because I can't see any? Resources are the problem, Mr. West. DMLE doesn't have enough resources to deal with the current situation. Even with the lethality law in place, the force can't make a difference if they don't have the means for it. DMLE's budget hasn't dipped since you assumed the big office. The Oris office and the Hit Wizard Bureau never had a shortage of funds during your time. You lobbied the budget to be highest after war times. After the war times, that's the crux, the wartime budgets were much higher than anything I saw coming in. We are at war, Mr. West, houses are being broken into, families are being threatened, and just last week, I had cases of 6 Muggle-born deaths done with Death Eater work all over it. DMLE can't fight this without a war chest. Amelia sighed as she gazed at George, but you already know this, or else you wouldn't have arranged this meeting. That is true, said George, and I'm here to help, so how can I help? I need your help in clearing up the Wisengamot clog so that I can redirect the budget to DMLE. The Grey faction needs to participate in the hearings more proactively. What they're doing is not supportive enough. I also know that you have ties to some in the Dark faction. The ministry would appreciate it if you could have them soften up. If George had been any other rich man, Amelia would have never bothered to meet him like this. She would have lobbied him differently. But the Wests were entrenched in the country more deeply than most people could imagine. A request like this would usually require her to reach out to various people who would reach out to various other people, but there sat a single person who could handle all that for her and could do it much smoother, quicker, and discreetly than she could with all the eyes upon her right now. George turned to Scrimgeour and posed a question. Can you assure me that you can show some results with an influx of resources? I assure you we can, said Scrimgeour, steely certainty in his tone. My people have been working hard with what they have. They will work harder if they get the right means for their job. George peered at Amelia, Scrimgeour, and Robards. He nodded. I will help you clear up the mess at Wisingamot, start preparing for the motions you want to present, and I guarantee they will be properly discussed. Everyone from the ministry smiled as they exchanged looks of happiness. Thank you, Mr. West, this would truly be of great help, Amelia said. And I can provide you with my contacts, said George, making everybody look at him. I'm willing to provide you with my contacts, access to my trade routes, better prices on purchases. Additionally, I can provide external funds, my gold, to the efforts in the war. Orrin Bach, the lawyer, took out a sheet of paper from his briefcase and slid it over to Amelia. He smiled. There's the number Mr. West is willing to provide to war efforts. Amelia picked up the sheet and started to read what was a short description of what George was willing to provide, and as she reached the end of the page, her eyes widened at the string of digits printed on the bottom right corner. She looked up at George as she passed the page to Scrimgeour. Are you sure? This is a sizable amount, she said. That's something to say, Scrimgeour breathed out. I can get the talks going in Wisingamot, started George, but do you think with the current divide, you'll be able to gather the amount you need? This isn't like last war, Madam Minister. Before the Dark Lord, the pureblood supremacists got what they wanted by exerting control from the shadows. They believed themselves superior to the others, but they talked about it behind doors. During his reign, they were enabled to display their views in the open and now could silence those who didn't think the same way. Purebloods who didn't agree became blood traitors and either got killed or outcast. Muggleborns who previously were at least welcomed into our world suddenly felt it to be cold, harsh, and unwelcoming. After his fall, the purebloods who had tasted power couldn't go back to the days of pulling strings from behind the curtain. They had tasted what it felt like to be in open power, and with a weak administration, they took the chance and cemented their position despite being in a disadvantageous situation. Some were pushed as scapegoats, while others got free by paying petty fines and using the imperious excuse. Over the last 10 years, the pureblood influence has risen instead of getting weaker. The boy who lived might have been a symbol of hope, but the Dark Lord was a mark of fear that persisted even after his supposed death. Yes, some purebloods tried to fight for equality, but it didn't change the fact that all enjoyed the benefits. Amelia knew that better than anyone. No matter what faction, they all had used the opportunity to position themselves in prominent positions. It was why they had so few Muggleborns in prominent positions of power, and the entire ministry's upper hierarchy was occupied with purebloods. The vacuum in the middle had been taken up by half-bloods, leaving the scraps to the Muggleborns. You might not get what you're expecting, finished George. Even then, I can't accept this. If this was a donation to DMLE Support Fund, I could have imagined it going through, but you're offering it as war support. I have no way of accepting this. I can still accept the other help, but not the direct gold. Oh, but you can, said Bach with his lawyer smile. He pulled out a thick stack of paper and placed it on the table. He placed his on the stack and said confidently, this here details how the DMLE can accept the gold within the confines of the law, barely, but still within the law, and you get to use it for war purposes. Take it now, said George calmly, or forget about it. I can't accept this now. I have to get this checked, Amelia pointed to the stack. You can get it all checked, we will forget about it if you find any illegality. But you have to decide now if you want it or not. Amelia stared at the stack, then at Scrimgeour, the secretary, and Robards. Scrimgeour slightly nodded while the other two didn't send any negative signals. Amelia took out her handkerchief and started cleaning the monocle she wasn't wearing. She looked up at George and nodded. I accept. As long as there are no problems concerning the legality, I will appreciate the help, she said. Excellent choice. George got up with everyone following him. I hope I won't come to regret today, Minister. I'm expecting some returns from this. You won't regret this, Mr. West, you won't. This time around, Amelia accompanied George to see him off. After today, if she could get the entire ministry, she would get them together to see George off. Who's the bodyguard? Asked Amelia, glancing at the fedora-clad man walking ahead of everyone. Is he from the Limax? You know about Limax? Asked George, quirking his brow. I've seen their name plenty of time on documents when you bring them into the country. I see. No, he is not from Limax, they are busy with other commitments. Lero is an independent contractor and a friend. Scrimgeour was giving him looks, Robards as well. He is good, that's why. As they reached the end of the hall, nearing the flow, it burnt up green, and a figure stepped out, making everyone stop when they recognized the men. George's brows furrowed together when he saw the men, and Elliot was no different with his smile slipping away. Good day, everyone, said Dumbledore as he fixed the hat on his head. George West, Grand MC, returns, those I will get. Amelia Bones, Minister, she doesn't know it yet. Chapter 393, Shoulda just asked. Good day, everyone, said Dumbledore, his eyes gazing at everyone, stopping on George and the fedora-wearing bodyguard more than anyone else. A sense of surprise came from both parties. Dumbledore to see George West meeting the Minister of Magic and the head of DMLE. From Amelia and her party, they preferred someone from the outside, especially Dumbledore, to know about this arrangement before it was inked and the resources were flowing. They were sure that Dumbledore wasn't going to get the meeting details, but they preferred if he had no idea at all. Amelia, George. I'm surprised to see you two together. What brought this along, if I may ask? Asked Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. Mr. West and I were discussing a ministry contract. And we discussed a donation from me to the ministry for the war efforts against the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters, said George out of nowhere. Amelia, Scrimgeour, Robards, and others from the ministry turned to George with a shock that they hid after a split moment with all the politicians' skills they possessed. Mr. West, we shouldn't talk about this with outsiders, said Scrimgeour. Yes, we should not, said George, staring at Dumbledore. But this is Dumbledore, the one who the Dark Lord fears and the one who defeated Grindelwald. I'm sure he would be glad to know the ministry would be getting the aid that would allow it to resume its proper working without getting into a lengthy yet needless political conflict. These are urgent times that need urgent actions, don't you think so too, Dumbledore? Yes, I think so too, said Dumbledore. I was sure you would, George said. The Order of Phoenix was of great help the last time around, and even though they weren't a legitimate authority, a vigilante outfit, and had no place doing some things they did, those brave people stepped up in the time of need for the right thing, for the just thing. What do you think of their contribution in their last war, Minister Bones? Of course, I am grateful for their bravery and courage to stand for their country against evil, said the minister, keeping a positive yet diplomatic stance on the matter. I, too, commend their valor, said George smiling. My contribution today is in the similar vein, help my country in the time of need, it's just that my gold is much more valuable than my wand. I'm simply trying to help like others have done before me. Dumbledore smiled positively as ever, flashing the infectious charm, and nodded along. However, the man of words with something to speak on anything and everything said nothing and seemed like he was humbly not accepting the praise. How could he? All his ear could hear was the subtext lingering and hidden in George's words. And the ministry appreciates your generous contribution, Mr. West, said Scrimgeour. I'm just doing my civic duty, George said with a slight head nod. He turned to Dumbledore and addressed the men for the second time. Dumbledore, if I remember correctly, you wanted to meet me regarding something. I have time now, we can talk now. I'm sure the ministry has a lounge that we can borrow for a while. The one in which we just sat down, perhaps. Of course, take all the time you need, said Amelia. George gazed at Dumbledore, his stone-grey eyes studying him as he stood under everyone's attention. It is fine, we can meet at a later date at leisure. I also have official urgent Hogwarts that I need to take care of right now before the offices close, Dumbledore said in a good-hearted tone. From the gist of it, the discussion you just had with Amelia was a significant one and enough for today. Let's leave some other work for another day. George twisted the ring on his finger. I don't like to leave work for tomorrow, I'm a busy man, and I prefer to finish as quickly as possible so that I can return home where my family awaits me. I'm sure any office will be more than happy to accommodate Albus Dumbledore even if he's a little late. Oh no, I can't keep people at work more than what's warranted. I don't want them cursing me in their minds as they do my work, Dumbledore chuckled. George looked to Elliot, who leaned in to listen to some whispers. Elliot nodded, took out his wand as George approached Dumbledore, and cast a privacy spell around them. He turned to the ministry people and smiled. So, I hear the executive lounge in the DMLE serves some great truffle. Amelia glanced at the two men under the privacy dome, wondering what they were talking about. If she knew, she would want to scrub the information out of her mind because it would mean saying goodbye to the opportunity that had presented itself today, and she didn't want to get that slip away even if she had to pay the price later. What are you trying to do, Dumbledore, said George, all the etiquette slipping away. I have been waiting for you to approach for long, but I haven't even seen a glimpse of your shadow. Is this some play of yours to make me sweat? I don't understand. Don't handle me, Dumbledore. If you want to deal with me, then do it directly. Don't go blackmailing my grandson, but maybe getting to my grandson is all you're capable of. George glared at Dumbledore before breathing out deeply. He set his shirt sleeves under his suit sleeves before saying, no matter. I would make sure my grandson gets out scot-free even without you. Was that what today with Amelia was about? Do you think I need to do this to get my way? I don't. This country owes me more than enough already. I'm doing this so the megalomaniac is erased from the face of the earth, and I can have my grandson back home. He has idiotically left home because of that threat of yours and refuses to return home. George sighed. The sooner this ends, the sooner I can have my grandson in front of me. If anything happens to my grandson, then pray to everything divine because I will make the lives of you and everyone you're involved a living hell. I don't care if the Order of Phoenix is made up of Aurors and Hit Wizard and think their fellow colleagues won't prosecute them because of some Brotherhood code. I will become the kingmaker in this country and put whoever can get me what I want on the minister chair. Don't force my hand by going public with what you know, Dumbledore, because if you do, I will take away the one thing you love so much. And what that might be. Many might not like you up there, but I don't mind you in the castle, Dumbledore, so don't make me change that, for I can make that happen. I know you love the headmaster chair more than anything in this world, so consider yourself warned, cross me, and you'll never see the inside of the castle as headmaster or professor or anything. For decades, Dumbledore had been up in the test polls for Minister of Magic during elections, but for decades, the candidate who could essentially hold the chair in perpetuity had refused to run in the election. It could have meant that Dumbledore wasn't interested in politics, but he was an active member of the Light faction and the chief warlock of Wizengamot. After that, the most likely reason one could consider that was that he hadn't run for Minister of Magic because that would mean giving up his seat as the headmaster of Hogwarts. I can see where he got that bite of his, muttered Dumbledore, staring at George. What? Asked George. Nothing. I noticed that you didn't pull out of our Hogwarts deal. I notice your people are still there in the village. Don't for one second think that's because of you, said George. I have other reasons for my people in Hogsmeade. Is that reason called the Daphne Greengrass? You've people stalking the place in case Quinn comes to meet her. George fixed Dumbledore a stony look. It was true, he was hoping that Quinn would visit Daphne or he would visit Astoria Greengrass for treatment. The previous plan had been capturing him, but after the incident with Limax, George considered talking and persuasion the first choice before using force. The conversation was over. George was done as he stepped out of the dome and towards the fireplace with his companions following him. What was that about? Asked Kingsley to Dumbledore. Dumbledore's eyes followed George until he was gone, and the fire settled down in the fireplace. That was when you get hasty and don't consider all the cards dealt, said Dumbledore. He looked to the Ministry Company and muttered, I suppose this is the best I can get out of this situation. What did George offer? It makes me think if I had a wish, I would wish to be reborn as a West. We could really do something with what we're getting. Dumbledore sighed. He wasn't sure how to feel about it. Even though George had said he didn't need to do this, it was clear that he was the reason it happened. And while he directly didn't get what he wanted, the DMLE got a war chest. Scene break. Quinn sat on a bench inside Bristol Temple Meads railway station. Hundreds of people walked past him every minute while he sat there with a newspaper in his hand, doing the crossword. You're here, he said. Lucius Malfoy, sitting behind him on the joined bench, turned his head towards Quinn and asked, Do we have to do this here? He asked, looking disgusted at his clothes. We could have met anywhere, in a forest, why here? Because no Death Eater would come looking in a non-magical railway station, said Quinn, though the real reason was that he wanted to hold a secret meeting in a busy railway station. You got something for me? Something big is coming up soon. We haven't done something this big since the last war. Oh, a big attack, tell me more. Not a big attack, big attacks. We are going to attack ministry officials who have been creating problems. A series of assassinations, that's bold. Not a series of assassinations, they're going to be done on the same day, said Lucius, and Quinn's brows rose. The aim is to create as much chaos as possible in the ministry. How is this going to happen? I don't know. What? You're Lucius Malfoy, how can you not know? That's the problem, no one knows the entire operation except the operation lead, said Lucius. We are assigned the targets, and 2 weeks from Thursday, we will go after them. I was able to get the names, but not how or when they are going to happen during the day. The different teams are not allowed to discuss their plans. Why is this happening? Because of Rivers Locke, you know him, said Lucius, and he was right, Quinn knew him. He made it so that no one other team knows. Novellus Oxyonites operated that way apparently. Quinn closed his crossword and pursed his lips. This was going to be a problem. Quinn West, MC, okay, let's think about it, I can always clone myself, that's easy enough, yeah, super easy. George West, Grand MC, I'm embedded in this country. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, I should have just asked. Fiction-only reader, author, do you guys know how to insect-proof a room? The monsoon season is approaching in my college city, and I'm not from a place where we get a lot of insects during the rain. Chapter 394, Finding Her. We shouldn't be doing this, Hermione gazed around the streets of Hogsmeade, looking at every person, window, and rooftop with suspicion and worry. This is too dangerous, and we can get in trouble. Don't be spoilsport, said Ron with a bag of mangy Smouth firecrackers in his hand. He popped some in and kept his mouth open for miniature firecrackers to burst out. We aren't going to get in trouble if we don't get caught, it's as easy as that. Hermione removed her worried eye from the surroundings and glared at Ron. I'm not worried about getting caught by the professors, that is, she stopped with a surprised eek when an arm snaked around her waist. She turned her eyes to find Harry looking at her with a comical surprised look. Harry fake gasped, Hermione Granger, not worrying about getting caught by professors. Who are you, and what did you do to my girlfriend? He smirked. Hermione rolled her eyes, this is not a joke. What if, she looked around before dipping her head to whisper, a Death Eater sees you and tries to kidnap you? What if they call others and others get hurt? The more she spoke, the more panicky she got. I really feel we should return to the castle now, it's not worth the risk. She was stopped when another arm went around and above her shoulder from the other side. Cool down, you're worrying too much, said Ivy Potter with a smile that Hermione had only started to see return recently. No one will know it is us because how can they? We don't look anything like us. Hermione pressed her lips into a white line. It was true, they didn't look anything like their original appearance. Harry and Ivy were barred from visiting the village during Hogsmeade weekend because of security concerns and all the things that could go wrong if they were outside Hogwarts without protection. So when the plan to sneak out to Hogwarts was made, she had, of course, denied it immediately. But then Ivy had suggested the solution of changing their appearances to some random magazine models they had looked up in an old issue of Witches Weekly so that no one would know who they actually were. They even made sure not to wear their Hogwarts robes in case someone got suspicious because of their house trims. But what if someone realizes that it is magic? Hermione rebuked. They didn't have hair for a polyjuice, so she and Ivy had to work off the magazine clippings and create a replication through transfiguration. Our magic is good enough so that no one would know if they didn't know what exactly to look for. I adore how worried you're getting for us, but shake it away, who knows, this might be our last Hogsmeade weekend, said Ivy. Hey. Harry chipped in, let me tell you, this is in no way the last time we are doing this. I'm here till June, and I will be in Hogsmeade every time the weekend opens up. Hermione tried to resist one more time, but still. How about we go look at some stationery, said Ivy, that should calm you right down, and it will take your mind off this when you see all the new inventory they have. Hermione rolled her eyes and softly shoved Ivy away, making her giggle. Maybe Ivy was right, perhaps she was overthinking it, her magic was good, it would hold up. Should we go to Scrivenshaft then, she asked, the thought of new inventory did make her feel a rush of excitement. Not Scrivenshaft, Ivy's smile ran away faster than a squirrel. Hermione knocked herself internally, and she could feel Harry's arm tighten around her waist, telling her that it was indeed a landmine that she should have sidestepped. She knew that Ivy had a fight with Quinn, and her mood hadn't been good ever since then, her temper had only improved around the time they had begun planning for today. Tomes and Quills is better, we should go there, said Ivy, pulling her towards the street that led to the store. But then they heard a voice that made them come to a skidding stop. I would like to object to that statement, said the familiar voice. They turned to see him standing in the middle of the street, smiling at them pleasantly. Scrivenshaft is the best stationery and printing solutions store there is in Hogsmeade, nay the country, nay the world, said Quinn. He was dressed in a suit made up of a grey blazer and tan pants, he seemed absolutely spotless in how he dressed, not how one would expect someone who had run away from home. He slightly narrowed his eyes and examined them over. Let me take a guess, one by one, Quinn looked at them, HG, Ron, boy twin. Girl twin. Sorry, I don't know, Hermione said, trying to defend, but that went down the drain immediately. How did you know? Exclaimed Ron, his jaw dropping, letting the firecrackers whistle out. Idiot. Ron. Moron. Quinn smiled, thank you for confirming, Ronald. As for how I knew. I know every Hogwarts student who was there last year. You clearly aren't new first years, and I don't know any now 7th year who looks like you 4, it was an easy guess. How did you know we'll be in the village today? Asked Harry, his tone full of distrust. I didn't. Quinn looked to Ivy, can we talk, somewhere private? Harry stepped forward, but Ivy pulled him back. She whispered something into his ear, Harry looked like he wanted to protest, but a look from Ivy, he clicked his tongue and turned away. You go ahead, I'll find, said Ivy. Are you sure? Asked Hermione. You don't have to. Ivy didn't reply and followed Quinn as they entered an alley and disappeared into another street. Should we go after them? Asked Ron. I don't think he's going to hurt her, said Hermione, though she was tempted to go after them. She turned to Harry to see what he thought, but he just passed by her wordlessly, heading towards where Ivy and Quinn had left. Harry, wait. Scene break. What do you want? Ivy asked scathingly. I want to talk. Ivy stopped in the middle of the street and stood there with crossed arms. Well, I don't want to, she said testily. Quinn stopped and rolled his eyes for a moment before turning to Ivy. Yes, you do, or else you wouldn't have followed me here. Now let's go, he took her arm and pulled her along. Ivy tried to resist, but Quinn tugged her along anyway. Let me go, she protested. Quinn looked around to survey the surroundings. He entered the door nearest to him and pulled Ivy in. It was a shop full of odd trinkets with an odd scent permeating from the floor's wood. There was a long counter that stretched from one side of the shop to another, and an old man sat behind it, wiping a glass bowl with a washcloth. "Ernie, is the back room free?" Quinn asked as Ivy studied the shop with suspicion. "It is," said the old man with a shaky voice. "Thank you, Ernie." They walked to the store's back room, which was filled with boxes. Quinn walked to a wall, and like they didn't exist, they passed through the boxes. "What, the wall?" yelled Ivy. But they passed through the wall. It was an illusion that opened up to a narrow tunnel with a single MLE on the top, walls that barely had any paint or plaster on them, revealing the red bricks that had turned a dirty brown with time. At the other end of the tunnel sat a red door at the end. Inside the room, on the other hand, was nothing like the tunnel. The room was furnished to the inch with decor that made it seem like it was a luxury hotel. "What is this place?" asked Ivy, stunned at the place. Hogsmeade is a village, and like any other village, it has places that only local knows. Locals and those who know what to look for. This place is a spot where people can hold meetings with privacy. He turned to Ivy and said, "So, let's have that meeting. What is there to talk about? You said it all the last time, or maybe you didn't, who knows what you're hiding." Quinn sat down on a comfy leather chair and motioned Ivy to the chair in front of him. "For one, I don't plan to hold the Horcrux hostage. I never did. I want Voldemort dead as much as anyone does," he said. "It was merely a timed threat against Dumbledore. I have my security now." "What if you didn't have the security?" Ivy asked, not taking the seat. "What then?" "Keep the Horcrux, maybe join Voldemort while you're at it." Quinn's brow furrowed for a moment, and his smile weakened the same. He sighed and lightly shrugged. "In that case, then I would have walked into the Auror's office and revealed the invisible vigilante's identity in front of the entire Auror force. That way, my grandfather wouldn't have needed to deal with Dumbledore. It would have probably jeopardized my future in this country. Grandfather would have tried to undo that and most probably succeeded, but I wouldn't be walking around as freely as I'm right now. I'm already fending off grandfather's attempt to bring me. I don't want the ministry behind me as well. Like that would have mattered. They haven't been able to catch you until now." "No, they haven't, but they could do much better with my face. Not only would I have Aurors looking for me with a renewed vigor, people hate rich folks, but I also would have the non-magical authorities after me. I don't like that many eyes on me." He was sure that in this scenario, his grandfather would have used the ministry and, in turn, non-magical intelligence agencies as extraman force. "It was crucial for me that Dumbledore stayed quiet. Moreover, I don't appreciate my family getting threatened." "So, you're saying you did nothing wrong?" "I did you wrong and your family. And I deeply apologize for it. It was wrong for me to keep what I knew, what I did, hidden. I know my justifying my actions won't be helpful here, but I had reasons to do so." "I'm aware I sound like Dumbledore right now," said Quinn. He pointed to the chair. "Would you please take a seat, or would you prefer for me to stand up?" Ivy eyed the chair, then Quinn, before conceding her stubbornness to keep standing to take the chair opposite Quinn. "I missed you," said Quinn. "I tried to reach out to you, sent you letters, but you never replied. You even stopped picking up my calls on the mirrors." "I didn't read them," said Ivy, a little less angry than before. Quinn looked down at his hands in his lap. There was a silence in the room. As the silence persisted, Ivy's anger started to slip, replaced with a worry at Quinn's demeanor. The only time she had seen him quiet was when he was working with magic, but other than that, he always had a way of striking up conversations. The silence now was unnerving for her. "Quinn." He raised his head, and even though there was a smile on his face, it sent all the wrong signals to her. If she had been worried at Quinn's silence before, she was genuinely concerned now. Quinn West, MC, I know places, and I know people. Ivy Potter, much anger, Quinn. Fiction-only reader, author, I just wrote the first chapter. Last conflict of AMJ. AMJ has successfully entered the last leg of its journey. It's expected to end early or mid-July, I can say it with confidence this time. It'll followed by the epilogue volume, which will end by the last days of July. Chapter 395, The Occasional Thought. Though there was a smile on Quinn's face, his face was sending all the opposite signals to Ivy. All of a sudden, she could notice the slight droopiness, the lack of the luster in his eyes that made him seem intelligent at times and mischievous at others. She could even light bags under his eyes. It was as if a filter had been lifted over her eyes, and as she put aside her anger for a moment, she could see more and more. I am tired, said Quinn. I have known about the Horcruxes for a very, very long time, and I don't know how Dumbledore does it, but it is a great deal of pressure for me knowing that there exists a madman who can't be killed without getting rid of immortality-granting vessels. At first, I was all up for it. Things seemed so simple back then. Find and destroy the Horcruxes, kill the Dark Lord, and be the unknown hero by the end of it all, and it started great. I had a bucket load of basilisk venom ready to torture the soul fragments till they die, and one already down the sack. Then I got another one and burnt the ring to a crisp. But things are never so simple, are they? Quinn heaved a heavy sigh. He glanced over his shoulder at the alcohol trolley near the wall with any choice of liquor he could ask for. Do you mind if I drink? He asked. You don't drink. I know, but I really feel like it could help, he sighed. The look from Ivy looked like she wanted to say something but was holding back made him chuckle weakly. You don't have to say it, I'm not going to drink, it was just a thought. Both of them knew that Quinn didn't want to partake in anything that would leave him inebriated. You see, the first time I saw your brother, I always knew that scar wasn't normal. I thought it was a dark curse injury that your family wasn't able to get fixed, but when I came to know about the Horcruxes, I began to suspect things, and when I looked closer my suspicions were true, the infamous lightning bolt of a scar was indeed a Horcrux. I don't know how that could be possible because Horcrux takes elaborate magic to create, but then there hasn't been a maniac who split his soul more than once. Ivy watched as even the talk of magic that would always make Quinn's face glow up failed to bring any joy to his face. It may sound bad, but back then, I didn't care for your brother's well-being much. I would have preferred to help him, but the bottom line was that Harry Potter was simply a Horcrux. Ivy's face wasn't a pretty sight. There was hurt and alarm painted all over her face, she even hugged herself, a very out-of-place sight for someone like Ivy Potter. Quinn watched her, and the look of betrayal didn't make him feel any good. But it was true, from the very moment he had begun actively thinking about the whole Horcrux ordeal, he had found Harry to be an allowed sacrifice for the good of many. Yes, Harry had survived in the canon, but magic could be as unpredictable as methodical. Who knew what would happen this time around? But then something happened which changed all of it, he said with a bittersweet smile. I became friends with you. What? I don't become friends with people easily, you know that. It was a miracle that we became friends, much less get together in an unorthodox relationship. If I had told a past version of me before things went up for us, he would have scoffed and laughed at me while patting me for better luck next time on the prank, chuckled Quinn with a tired smile, but a real one nevertheless. Okay, well, thank you for tolerating me, Ivy snapped in return. But with hindsight, I think you and me were bound to at least have a good rapport with each other even if we didn't get together like we are now. Don't you think so? I like people who appreciate magic. You had a personality that I could along with. And well, you being pretty didn't hurt, but I'm sure you have heard that plenty of times. Are you seriously flirting with me right now? Asked Ivy, flabbergasted. He had been down in the dumps just a moment earlier. Who other than you would I flirt with? Said Quinn bluntly, and the frankly straightforward look made her feel conscious of what he meant. Even before we started dating, you were close enough to me that I couldn't perceive Harry as just a Horcrux. I couldn't look at him as a liability, he was now an asset to be protected. And that's when things became difficult, she said in a half-statement, half-questioning tone. The realization kicked in later, but yes, that's when the easy-go-lucky attitude exited my body, and slowly life started to get real, said Quinn. Things were tough during the Triwizard Tournament and our time in the DA. I started to sit down with Harry more frequently than ever, and most of the time, I was acutely aware that there was a Horcrux near me, and he was your brother. Quinn paused, and for a few seconds, he rubbed the armrest of the chair in silence, staring at his hand. I began looking into surefire ways I could subtract Harry out of the equation, or at least subtract the Horcrux in Harry's scar from him, and the more I looked, the more questions began to pop up, more problems surfaced, and the answers weren't flowing in at the same rate. As time passed, I began to put increasingly more time into the Horcrux research. Soon both my social and personal time was being dominated by Horcruxes, and last year wasn't good for me. Quinn shook his head. It wasn't good at all. The entire year, his mental state was like a glass full of water up to the brim, threatening to spill over with a single drop or gentlest of gust, and Snape's death was the thing that broke the dam. For a couple of days, he had shut down completely, letting the sins take over for a time longer than he would have permitted if he was sane. But at the same time, right now, some part of his mind interpreted them as the last moment of true peace where he was free from any sort of conflict, even if that state came because of giving up on everything. You know, somewhere down the line, I began to realize what was truly at stake, that if the Horcrux weren't taken care of, the Dark Lord would have threatened millions of lives, if not more, said Quinn with a harrowed look. Do you know, destroying the Horcrux is not the hardest part of the problem. The hardest part is killing Voldemort, he said, and Ivy reacted, but he motioned her down. There are many who have accomplished much in magic, revolutionary achievements that will go down in history, but there are only a handful of people who have reached levels of combative power that Dumbledore and the damned snake bastard have achieved. They can level down cities on their own, wipe out armies, magic or non-magical. They're almost impossible to kill. If one comes looking for you, it is advised to escape rather than attempt confrontation. I said this about Dumbledore before, the same goes for Voldemort. Killing them is nigh impossible when they can decimate everything and anything around them. If there was one thing he couldn't agree with in the canon timeline was the fight between Voldemort and Harry. Voldemort could have killed everyone in the Great Hall with a flick of his wand without breaking a sweat. His agreeing to duel Harry was Voldemort saying that it was enough of playing around and he was taking over to finish everything on his own. Quinn had gone dueled Harry, and he had faced Voldemort, both of them weren't even on the same planet. He looked at the red door of the room. It was the only striking thing that stood out from the rest of the interior of the room. He simply stared at it. Ivy noticed it and asked, "What are you doing?" "A couple of times in the last years, but mainly in the past few months, I'm visited by this one thought. It is same every time. It always comes in the evening, always, just before dinner time," said Quinn, and his eyes were locked onto the door with Ivy trying to figure out if she was missing something. "The thought always starts with imagining what my life would be if the Dark Lord and Horcrux never existed. It goes the same for me every time." He smiled. "I would be somewhere in Europe or Asia with Eddie and Marcus on our trip," which he knew, despite his many attempts to convince himself otherwise, wasn't going to happen, having the best time before Eddie starts traveling with his Quidditch team, Marcus with studying under Uncle Elliot, and me going to stay with Mr. Allen for the apprenticeship. "I imagine me visiting you and Daphne during Hogsmeade weekends or whenever we miss each other. I have gotten pretty good with my apparition, and I can create port keys, so it wouldn't be a problem to pop by whenever I want. I imagine enjoying the world and doing the craziest of things with my best friends while I also take little time to explore some magic here and there, you know, without it distracting from the purposes of the trip. I imagine myself not knowing anything about Horcruxes, anything about how to cripple people, with much less knowledge of how to break people down, and without knowing what it feels like to take a life and live with it. That last part always feels plastic because I can't escape from it. It is called living with it, after all, can't just imagine it not existing." While Quinn's tone was positive and his words full of warmth, Ivy noticed how his demeanor grew weaker by the sentence. The person she knew to be strong no matter what seemed to shrink into his chair. She got up from her chair and almost leaped to his side. Ivy knelt in front of him, taking his hand into hers. "And then I'm back. In a room inside my suitcase, or under the mask hunting snatchers, or in a shitty corner who knows where talking to people I didn't know, almost always under a fake face because I know my grandfather will find me. Always I console myself that the best part of the day, dinner, a hot and delicious meal, is ahead of me." Quinn was now staring into Ivy's eyes as he spoke every word, which now contained a faint hint of a quiver in them. "I walk out in the open from where I am and always stare at the sky, and the same thing passes through my mind. As I look at the evening sky, I always feel tempted to just give up." Ivy's eyes widened. "Give up on the life as a runaway, stop being a Death Eater hunting masked vigilante, hand over the Horcrux and my research to Dumbledore, and leave everything behind. A part of my mind speaks to me, says that this was never my duty, that I don't have to deal with Voldemort, I should leave it to Dumbledore and the Ministry, that they would take care of it, and I should live my life, having fun without all the unnecessary stress." The bitterest of smiles crept over his face as he pointed at the red door. "I had the same feeling right now, that what is happening between us too difficult, and I should just leave because I don't think I can fix it anymore." He grasped Ivy's hand and leaned forward. "I don't want to feel like this, but I can't help it." Ivy stood up, sat down on his lap, wrapped her arm around him, and hugged him tightly while whispering words into his ears. She felt him clutch at her clothes. Ivy couldn't see Quinn's face as it was dipped away from her, but she could tell what was happening from the wetness she could feel on her clothes. Fiction-only reader, author, I don't want to write anything for this chapter here. Chapter 396, cut short. "Hey," Ivy whispered softly, "how are you feeling now?" She held Quinn in her arms, sitting in his lap. The heavy breathing had settled down, and Quinn was not clutching her as tightly as he was before. Quinn leaned away from Ivy but didn't let her go. His face looked like a mess with tear stains, but the heaviness had lifted away, and now he seemed much more like himself than before. "Yes, I'm fine now, thank you. I apologize for my unsightly behavior," he said. "I don't know why that suddenly came over me." No need to apologize," Ivy said. She felt that Quinn breaking down had done good. She feared that if Quinn had continued to hold it in without an outlet, it would have snowballed into much bigger concerns down the line. "It was guilt," he suddenly said. "What?" "Why I didn't tell you about the Horcruxes," he said with a tired voice. "I knew if I told you about the Horcruxes, I would have needed to tell you about Harry. If it was before, I wouldn't have pressured Dumbledore into revealing Harry's identity and simply let Dumbledore do whatever he was doing. The reason why I revealed it was because of guilt of hiding a lot more, much more. Somewhere in my mind, I felt that if your family learned about Harry, it would ease my conscience somehow. It didn't. I felt great when I left the headmaster's office, but by the time I was out of the castle, I was back in the pangs of anxiety. When Dumbledore threatened to reveal my secret, and I had to tell you myself before he could, I felt like hurling my stomach out at the thought of things going to the worst-case scenario." "The worst-case scenario?" "You breaking up with me, of course," Quinn said tiredly. "I jeopardized a lot doing this. I'm already at odds with my family, my social life has reduced to nothing, and if you left me, it would be all for nothing." "It wouldn't be for nothing. You know who will be vanquished." "We don't know that for sure. As I told you before, killing him is the hardest part of the problem. Don't be like that. If the other side is you know who, then we have Dumbledore. The headmaster can stand against him, and Dumbledore has the Elder Wand, the most powerful wand in existence, which gives him a clear advantage." Quinn's brows raised as a surprise passed over his expressions. He sat up straighter in the chair. You found about the wand, he asked. I found about the Deathly Hallows. It was the last time they had met that he had given her some cryptic information about what he was doing. Fueled by the anger, she had dug into it on her own, and after much researching, she wasn't able to find a single reference of the symbol anywhere in the Hogwarts library. Just when she had started to think that Hogwarts was a dead end, she stumbled upon it from an unlikely source. I had almost given up when Luna happened. Luna. I was in the library when she found me and saw the Deathly Hallow symbol I had drawn. She knew what it was. The Tale of the Three Brothers by Beetle the Bard. It turns out that her father had shown the symbol to her while telling her the story. The three Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak. Do you really think they were crafted by death? No, even with the existence of magic, I don't believe laws of nature having living personifications. I think they were made by the three brothers, who I don't know if you know. They're my ancestors. I found Ignotus Peveril in the Potter family, she sighed. I can't believe my invisibility cloak is the invisibility cloak from the story. I still can't believe it. The signs of it being something special have always been present. That cloak has been passed down in the Potter family for generations and before without ever needing any work on the strengthening of the charms. It's clear that the cloak is special. Ivy had to agree to the point. She guessed no one ever paid any attention to the fact because the cloak had been in the family for so long that its existence had become normalized. I can't believe you have the Resurrection Stone, she said. Does it really work, you know, can it summon the dead? Quinn nodded. Have you used it? For summoning souls, no. I have been using it for other purposes. And what are they? You didn't tell me last time. I found about the Hallows now, can you tell me now? Ivy found herself the target of scrutiny in Quinn's eyes the moment the question left her. The stone-gray eyes studied her for a moment. I'm trying to figure out how to get the Horcrux out of Harry's head. Even though a fragment, a Horcrux is still a soul, and because the Resurrection Stone is a soul artifact, I believe it can be the key to free Harry from the Horcrux. He sighed, it's not going well. Don't push yourself, Ivy caressed Quinn's face, which was paler than usual. Quinn gently grasped Ivy's hand and leaned into it. I didn't have any hope today, you know. I had been avoiding you since the last meeting because I thought if we meet, you will dump me. Don't be ridiculous. Not gonna lie, I'm judging you a little bit, he said and got a light smack in return. Quinn stared at her as he softly said, you're too good for me, you know. Ivy sensed his eyes going to her lips, and even she found herself doing the same. They moved at the same time, and in a moment, they were kissing. It was stronger than what she was expecting, but at the same time, she was surprised at her own reaction. Since the last time they had met, she hadn't once imagined it going like this once. She felt his hand go under her sweater. She raised her arms up, and Quinn removed it, and yet she felt herself getting hotter. She reciprocated and got rid of his suit jacket. One by one, the clothes began to come off, but before they could move ahead from making out, there was a loud slam. Ivy jumped and turned to the noise, feeling a mix of shock and irritation. But all of that drained away when she realized where the sound came from. The loud slam was from the door of the room swinging to slam into the wall, but that wasn't what had shocked her, it was who had slammed the door open. It was her twin brother in his natural appearance, without the disguise they had put on, along with Hermione and Ron, who were still in disguise. She watched as they, for a split second, their eyes widened, but before she could even blink, 3 red spells shot toward them faster than an arrow from behind her, making their eyes turn upwards, and they crumpled down where they stood. Ivy turned back to Quinn, who shrugged. I'm testy these days, he said. They're lucky you were here, or else they would have been hit with something much worse than a stunner. Wake them up, please, she said, contacting up from his lap before adding, let me get dressed first. As she got dressed, Quinn dressed himself, all the while grumbled about locking the door, much faster than her, using magic, and then levitated Harry, Ron, and Hermione and dumped them into the chairs in the room. She gave him a nod, and Quinn snapped his fingers. The unconscious 3 snapped open their eyes and immediately jumped up from their chair. Beside her, Quinn waved his hand, and all of them were knocked back into their chairs. She gave him a look. Ivy. Are you all right? Wah. Calm down, she said. What are you 3 think you're doing? Didn't I tell you to go, and I'll catch up to you? You mean you'll catch up after shagging him? Harry shouted scathingly. I don't like the sound of that, commented Quinn, leaning against the wall just beside the door. Makes me sound dirty. I can do whatever I want, Ivy said, arms crossed. You barging in here was extremely rude. You shouldn't have done that. It didn't feel great to have her twin brother barge upon her when she and her boyfriend were in a state of undress, not to mention her best friend and a boy who she saw as a brother. I'm also curious, how did you get in here? Ernie should have stopped you, Quinn asked Harry, but then he narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me you showed him your face, and he let you. Hermione and Ron's expressions answered for Harry. Quinn sighed. He's getting old. I'll have to have a talk with his son. You shouldn't have removed your disguise, said Ivy. There's a reason why we used them. What if someone saw you? Let's not turn this about me, said Harry. He pointed to Quinn with his whole hand and spoke. Just a while back, you were telling me how much you hated him, and now you're doing this. What the hell? Ivy resisted the urge to look at Quinn. She had said some nasty words before today in anger and frustration, mostly in front of Hermione, but there were times she had sprung out in front of Harry and Ron. What do you want, Harry? She asked. You barged in here, now what? Are you serious? I was worried about you. I didn't know what will he do to you. Oh. And here I remember a time when you were willing to have your flesh cut by Umbridge on my word, said Quinn, pumping his brows. Where did all that trust go? Harry ignored Quinn and continued to speak to Ivy. You know, he's dating Greengrass, right? What the hell are you doing? Ivy could feel Quinn's eyes boring into her from behind. She had told Harry about Quinn being the invisible vigilante and about the other Horcrux that he had destroyed, along with other things Quinn had told her, but she had left her relationship with him out of the things she had told Harry. In the room, only Hermione knew about their dating. Well, not anymore, she thought. We are dating, she said. What? Harry and Ron shouted in unison. Happily, said Quinn. Ivy gave him a glare asking him to stop. He wasn't being helpful here. When did he break up with Daphne? Asked Harry, still reeling from the shock. When did you two start? When did all this happen? He didn't break up with Daphne, Ivy sighed as she saw Harry and Ron's expressions cycle through a very wide range. He's dating me, and he's dating Daphne. As for when, same day as Professor Snape's funeral. There was utter silence in the room. Ron was staring at Quinn, shocked with a hint of administration in his eyes. Harry, on the other hand, was moving his eyes between Ivy and Quinn. He opened his mouth to speak but couldn't get any words out. For a moment, he resembled Ron by quite a bit. Ivy gave Hermione and, telepathically, had a conversation with her best friend. She pleaded with Hermione to take over, and after some back and forth, Hermione agreed. All right, boys, let's get out of here, said Hermione. Let's go back to the castle, and I'll tell you all about it. You knew? Harry exclaimed for the nth time. Yes, I knew, of course, I knew. I'm her best friend. Now, let's go, said Hermione, and amidst protest, she dragged them both out, closing the door behind, leaving Quinn and Ivy alone. I think I should leave, said Ivy, after a moment of silence. Harry would irritate Hermione if I don't get there soon. Quinn nodded. I should also leave, can't be seen out and then stay for long, the news will get to grandfather. He took Ivy's coat from the hanger and helped it on her. Quinn. Ivy turned to face Quinn and found him close enough to feel his breath. His hand went up to her cheek as he kissed her. It was deep, and Ivy savored it because she knew that it was going to be the last one for a while. The kiss ended, and Quinn began to back away towards the door. I don't know when any of this will end, but I'm going to well damn make sure that when things settle, they tip on my side. There was a steel in his eyes that, to Ivy, was a little scary and reminded her that she was looking at the invisible vigilante, but at the same time, that same looked so reliable that all she could do was nod. Be safe, Ivy, be safe, said Quinn before disappearing. Quinn West, MC, I'm going to take a long shower. Ivy Potter, roller coaster, okay, I don't have to have this talk, but let's have it. Fiction-only reader, author, hostel mess food ain't that great. Chapter 397, Gathering Intel. 1 Canada Square, the 50-story tall high-rise skyscraper with its iconic pyramid-shaped top, stood tall in the middle of Canary Wharf, London, glittering in the London night skyline. On a vacated floor in the 40s that once served as an office, Quinn overlooked the active civilization that ran along in its fast-paced city life with no time to stop in fear of falling behind. He sat on a leather chair with a glass of steaming slow-cooked salted caramel hot chocolate in his hand. His eyes followed the traffic of cars on the road and the group of office workers that shuffled out of their respective office buildings to return home. He extended his legitimacy senses but shook his head to himself when his range grossly fell short in reaching even 5 floors below, much less people on the ground. As Quinn wondered how to extend his reach, he heard the door creak open, and a chorus of footsteps entered the room with a chatter that echoed on the empty floor. Welcome, gentlemen, said Quinn. His eyes remained on a solitary man who looked to be a deliveryman entering the nearby office complex. Maybe I should also order in today, he wondered. Did we have to meet here? Asked a gruff voice as the footsteps came to a stop. Do you have a problem with the location? No one knows that we are meeting here. It's empty, isolated enough, and with guards who can be turned away with a snap of our fingers. Isn't it a perfect meet-up place? Quinn swiveled in his chair to come face to face with 9 grown men, all dressed up in clothing perfect for blending in the non-magical part of the country. It was either this or inside a dark forest somewhere. I'm sure all of you fine people prefer this to a forest at night. He snapped his finger, and 9 comfy leather recliners appeared in a broad U-shape around Quinn's own chair. He motioned them to sit down, which they did, taking a seat each, with the men who had spoken before sitting in front of him. The man was dressed in leather and seemed to have more hair coming out of his head, beard, chest, and arms than a brown bear's. "So, what do you have for me, Mason?" asked Quinn. The 9 men were hired by Quinn to follow people. They were a for-hire group that worked in the field of intelligence. After accepting a brief, they executed and got as much information as they could and presented it to the client. It was a secret society of people that Quinn had found in his years of exploring the country during summer breaks, and things had taken a spike when he had run away. His time had been spent in darker, cedar, hidden gaps where people of many skills resided. "We did what you asked for," said Mason, rubbing his forehead. Tailing and documenting the daily schedules of 9 high-ranking ministry employees. "Any problems?" "No. No problems. It's just that this was a big job. Which I paid for. You already have your 60% as you quoted. Give me the information today, you receive another 20%, and when my job is done next week, and you keep me updated till that day." He had paid a good chunk of change, golden change, to finance the job. "Yes, I know that." Quinn snapped his fingers and clapped his hand. "Then, let's get started," he said. "Let's get started with Head of Office of Misinformation. What is Mrs. Wamsgans doing these days?" All eyes turned to the person third from the right, and Quinn followed them to face the lean coat hanger of a man who seemed as though he hadn't eaten in days. Yes. Fiona Wamsgans is a woman who doesn't know how to have fun. She gets up every morning at 6, tends her gardens for half an hour, freshens up, and is out of her house by 7:15. She takes her office by 7:45 and is at work till 5 in the evening. She is home by 6:45 and then doesn't leave until the next morning, where the cycle continues. She travels how? Apparition or flew? Asked Quinn. Flew directly to her office in the back. If that is so, then how do you account for the gap in time in the morning and evening? She leaves at 7:15 and assumes her office 30 minutes later. What happens in those 30 later? In the evening, there's a 45-minute gap between office and home. What's there? The man took out a Littleton notepad from his long jacket and flipped through the pages. There's a night shift in the Office of Misinformation that she directly meets for what has happened since she had left, that covers the time in the morning. As for in the evening, she goes to this little cafe where she has tea, the same order every day, and then goes home from there. And there it is. Quinn tapped the leather with his right index finger. He asked, any other irregularities in her behavior? Anything at all? Does she have a friend group that she visits, or maybe even an occasional dinner with guests, or if she meets with someone at the cafe, anything of that sort? In the time I've been following her, she has had dinner with others twice. Both of them happened in one of those high-end ministry restaurants. She doesn't meet people outside of working hours. A bit strange for a high-ranking ministry official, but if that's what her behavior says, then she's unique, said Quinn. He had already guessed where she was going to get attacked. It didn't matter if she was outside now. All right, moving on. What's the deal with the International Magical Trading Standards Body's chief? Who was on that? The one who spoke next among the 9 men was the most average-looking man Quinn had ever seen. This was a man whom one could look at and then forget the next second. It was quite frightening. Colton Hirsch is, I would like to say, is completely opposite of Wamsgans. He's in the office for 4 to 5 hours, but other than that, he's always out meeting someone at salons, bars, restaurants, private clubs. I can confirm with absolute confidence that the man is a functioning alcoholic. In the days I have tailed him, there hasn't been a day since he hasn't been drunk. Quinn pursed his lips. This was different from the previous one with various variable factors, which didn't bode well for him. What are his go-to places? He asked. The man took out a sheet and passed it on to Quinn. There was a list with various establishments' names on it. There's no set pattern of how he chooses where he goes, but he makes sure that he doesn't repeat one place in a week. What about reservations? He visits the places so much and spends so much gold that they give him a room, table, appointment whenever he comes. In other words, he's a regular. Quinn sighed. Can you get me his schedule for the next week? His secretary must have a schedule on which we can get our hands. Mr. Average glanced at Mason, who spoke after a few seconds of silence. We can get that for you. It might take a couple of days. Not more than 3, said Quinn. If he could get the schedule, he could try to find the weakest point in the day. He didn't have the time to keep a constant eye on the target because of the work burden on the day, meaning that he needed to ensure that he had the exact time and location so he could prepare. Let's continue. Who would like to go next? Asked Quinn. One by one, the men continued to feed Quinn with information on the targets he had specified, which he got from Lucius Malfoy. There were some which he found easy, while there were others which he found to be increasingly harder than the previous. He posed questions, in return, got answers. For those which he didn't get he asked the team to get the answers. Quinn stood up, and his drinking glass and chair disappeared into thin air. Today was a great day, gentlemen. I'm quite satisfied with your work, and if you get me what I asked of you today, I'll be elated as well, smiled Quinn. Now, let's get to the part everyone has been waiting for. Quinn took out a small briefcase from his bag and put it on the floor. He opened it and continued, "This is the 20% cut that I promised you. Any one of you gentlemen can go inside and confirm an amount." Mason nodded to one of his companions, who went inside, and after a minute, the men came out. "It's the correct amount." "Great," said Quinn. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to leave." Saying that, Quinn headed toward one of the floor's exits. "Who are you?" came Mason's voice. Quinn turned and looked at Mason in surprise. "I'll be honest, Mason, I wasn't expecting you to ask me that. I'm your client, not a target. Or did someone hire you to investigate me?" "I prefer to know who I'm doing business with," said the spy. "But we haven't been able to find out who you are, not a single fact. It's like you're a ghost. In usual circumstances, we wouldn't even take a job without a proper background check. But you did because of the money," smiled Quinn. It wasn't strange they hadn't found anything on him. "You don't need to know who I am, Mason. You can treat me as a ghost if that's what you'd prefer." Mason sighed. He took out a smoking pipe and twisted a bronze ring on it that lit a fire inside. He took a puff before saying, "I would have preferred what I was getting into, John. I have been hearing chatter about the very people you asked us to investigate. I don't know what this is all about yet, but I'd like to know." Quinn laughed, "Don't we all? But be careful, knowing can be a curse." He turned away and walked off, humming a tune that seemed a little sad. Quinn West, "John, I need to prepare, it's going to be a busy week." Mason, intelligent seller, can feel it on his skin, something big is coming. Chapter 398, Always Prep ing. The seaside breeze tickled Quinn's nose as he looked at the blue North Sea that stretched to the horizon. He stood at a hill near the seaside, overlooking an unexplored part of the shore with beautiful white sand receiving the gentle white tides. Quinn shifted his feet and unsettled the seaside pebbles near his feet. He raised his hand, palm down towards the ground, and said, "Up." A couple of dry, rounded stones rose up, gently smacking into his palm. He looked to the sea and raised his other hand, and in response, puddles of water rose up from the sea and floated at his feet level in a straight line. He cocked his arm to the side and swung it like a whip, launching the shallow pebble towards the first puddle. It skipped off the water pool, and then continued to skip along in the line, landing precisely where the puddles were. He smirked and extended the line of puddles. He tossed the stone up high, and while it was in the air, he injected body magic through his body. The stone came back down, touched his palm, and with another whip-like swing, heaved it across the line of floating water puddles, launching water out on every hit. Quinn nodded his head with satisfaction at his effort. He stamped his foot, and a pebble shot up into his hand, ready to be hurled across, and above, the sea, but his senses picked up something, and he dropped the stone along with the water. He waved his hand in front of his face to ensure his disguise and then turned to see Lucius Malfoy struggling his way up the small hill. "Updates?" asked Quinn. Lucius Malfoy stepped to the top of the flat hill and respired heavily while trying to hide the fact that the climb had left him out of breath. The Proudman stood straight and looked toward Quinn as if nothing was wrong, and Quinn waited in silence. "No changes have been made to the plans," said Lucius finally. "The attacks are to go down tomorrow." He cleared his throat. "My own target will be attacked near the noon, at the Cerebral Square, whereafter he will be taken into custody." "Until all attacks have been completed," Quinn nodded. As the days had passed, Rivers Lock had distributed more and more parts of the plan to the teams, and one of the additions was that the target victims were to be hidden until the end of the day or the last attack, whichever came first. "Are you ready?" asked Lucius. "Ready." Quinn quirked a brow. "No, I'm not." "What, then?" "Being ready means that you believe you've prepared for an event, which means that there's nothing more to be done. I never believe that there's always more to be done, to ensure the success of the plan to a greater degree, even if it's only by a fraction. I have certainly met the minimum requirements to secure success, but as Helmuth van Maltka the Elder said, no plan ever survives contact with the enemy, and I've learned that I like my plans surviving even if by a thread." While the words were pretty, they held the concrete truth inside of them. He was a major disadvantage of being only one person and going against 11 groups of people who had planned out their offenses. And even with his preparations, most of it wasn't his own. The research for 9 out of 11 targets had been outsourced, one he had taken directly from Lucius, and the remaining one he had done on his own. Moreover, the influence of Rivers Lock had organized the plans in such a way that he had no way to get the exact details of the plans, and his counter-strategy was a gamble, even though backed by research. He didn't even fully trust Lucius' information and had to get into the double spy's head stealthily to confirm the genuinity of his words. "What about me?" spoke Lucius. "I don't want to get into trouble with the Dark Lord. Has the last meeting been done? Is the Dark Lord or Rivers Lock or anyone else going to address regarding tomorrow?" asked Quinn, looking over the setting sun at the horizon. The sea was stunningly blue, with the sky above painted in a tint of red, with streaks of white clouds that were half-shadowed by the light from the sun. Everything's done, today we rest, and tomorrow we go for the job. I see, Quinn turned to Lucius and said, then you're going to be just fine. He raised his arm and pointed his index finger between Lucius' brows. It was just close enough that Lucius had to squint to zone in on the finger. His squinting eyes blanked out with pupils dilating, the shoulders slumped, and the entire loosened. If there's no memory of it, then there's nothing to be worried about, muttered Quinn as he stepped closer and let his fingertip touch Lucius' forehead. Don't worry, I will return your memories when I think it is safe. Yes, you won't be getting any more family visits for a while, but don't worry, I will leave the comfort behind. There were two types of obliviations. One type was to completely erase the memory, expunge it completely without leaving any trace of it, but then there was the other kind. It would cut the connection of the memories to the larger net, leaving them inaccessible, turning them into forgotten memories. Quinn had learned both types of obliviations from Alan's texts. He had wiped Dolian's memories completely, which was the first type of obliviation, while what he was doing with Lucius was simply snipping the strings to the memories that could be retied later. As for leaving comfort behind, he was going to work around the emotions and leave the sentiments Lucius felt during his short reunions with his family. Not only would it make Lucius's obliviation proceed much more smoothly, but it also wouldn't risk his work tomorrow. As for the risk, Quinn knew how legilimens operated. He knew how legilimens scoured through memories, and he knew if not explicitly looking for it, no legilimens would look for obliviated memories. And someone like Voldemort, who brute-forced most of the time, would never look, especially when his target willingly submitted for most of the time. Quinn removed his head, and Lucius dropped to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Lucius' body rose up into the air, straight as a plank. Quinn put his hand on his shoulder, and without an eruption of noise, the beachside was left void of human life. Scene break. You called for me, my lord, said Rivers Locke, standing just outside the room's threshold by the door. He looked at the brightly lit room with a shred of surprise. Whenever he had met with the Dark Lord, he had done it in a dimly lit room with a couple of candles or a fire burning in a fireplace. Having a room adequately lit, even a little bit overlit, was a surprise if nothing else. Come in. Rivers stepped in and observed the Dark Lord sitting behind a table with a book in his hand, flipping through the pages as he leaned into his chair leisurely. And there it was again, once again a surprise. River knew that the Dark Lord was a learned man. No one becomes a magical juggernaut without studying, but in the years he had been near the Dark Lord, he had never seen him with a book in hand. Sit down. Rivers complied and sat down. When Voldemort didn't look up from his book, Rivers took the chance to observe the room. It was different from the last time he had been there. The empty room had been filled with bookshelves with tomes in every row, a grand table, and a throne-like chair behind it. There were velvet curtains over the windows, and there were some interesting things on the walls, an animated world map, a tapestry giving out an intimidating feel, a seemingly normal circle mirror, and a pelt of some beast hanging on the wall. Is everything prepared? Rivers turned to Voldemort and replied, the teams have been prepared and instructed. I have sat down with all the leaders, listened to their plans, and suggested some improvements. It's up to them if they wish to implement my suggestions. All in all, the teams are ready to perform tomorrow. He had listened to their plans, and even though he would have done things differently, done things better, but making plans wasn't part of his duty. Though, the plans were decent enough for them to succeed. By tomorrow night, the ministry would know what has happened to them, and by the following morning, the people of this country will realize who they're facing, he said. Voldemort hummed and continued to read the ancient tome with frayed page edges. Who do you think has the highest chance of failing? Not, said Rivers without skipping a beat. He didn't even need to think about an answer. Why? Too brash, too hot-headed. The Southern Lord is too self-confident in himself, the people he has chosen for his team, and his plan. I have sat with everyone on various stages, and I had to directly question the men on specific parts of his plans to make him see the egregious faults in them, Rivers said nonchalantly, but his eyes were deader than usual. He doesn't know the importance of feedback. I had to force it down his throat to make his plan acceptable. What if he fails? I have a man in his team, a competent man, in case things go awry. He will deviate from Nott's plan and do what seems fit for the situation. And what if the situation is too public? Your plan requires secrecy. If it seems that the plan is going south, I've prepared a backup team just in case. To go to such great lengths, you must really not trust Nott. Success is the only desired result, said Rivers. Trust Nott. If there was a person in the world he trusted, it would never be Nott. If not for the orders and Nott standing in the Death Eater circles, he would have not even let the men sniff the air around this operation. Voldemort hummed again. He closed his book and let go of it for the book to float into an empty slot in the bookshelf. For the first time, he looked up at Rivers, and there was a sense of critical observation in the red eyes. What do you think will happen if tomorrow succeeds? He asked. Chaos. Horus will be blamed, ministry will receive pressure, and a great unrest will spread. We can assert control in the situation. Yes, we can, but I do not want to assert control, Locke, said Voldemort, in a tone that, even though it seemed flat, was nothing but. I wish to rule. The voice was full of self-confidence, something much different than Nott's. It was an insult to even compare. For that reason, this is just the start. The days of hiding are coming to an end. What do you mean, my lord? It's time to take over. Quinn West, MC, busy day ahead. Lucius Malfoy, double-cross, found himself waking up in a private booth at a private club, thinks he's getting old to fall asleep in the evening. Voldemort, Dark Lord, I wish to dominate. Rivers Locke, strategist, sure, whatever you say. Chapter 399, Cicada, Mantis, Oriole. Quinn stretched on the roof in his noir gear configured into a grey urban camouflage setting. It had been a second since he had put on the suit. The taboo curse had run out of steam with no snatchers responding to the calls. He had done a month where he had slept in 2 very short shifts and had gone out after anyone who had responded to his taboo calls and swept the floor with them hard. Since that month, the taboo activity had been cut to near zero, excluding some exceptions. After ticking out the last crack in his back, the mask appeared over his face, and he moved towards the center of the roof to the edge. He turned invisible, stepped on the ledge, and looked down at a window of a calligraphy store, behind which an elderly friend sat trying out new stationery. Quinn turned his head around the street and scoured the general crowd, and there he saw it, people acting weird while trying to blend in naturally. Use magic, you morons, he thought, looking at the fools who were not using a single shred of magic. Head of Beast Division, Stephen Jeffrey, the men in charge of subdepartments like Centaur Liaison Office, Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, Dragon Research and Restraint Bureau, Troll Patrol, and the Security Council of Werewolf Caution. It was clear why he was a target today. Eliminating the men in charge of so many important subdepartments would cause so many security problems that the DMLE would receive a ton of tension. A perfect start to the day. Quinn stretched his gloves over his hand and stepped back down. He turned to the side, ran, jumped over to the next roof, and crossed the distance before dropping into the alley below. He cut his fall with magic and silently walked behind the Death Eater, standing in the shadow of the wall, smoking a pipe. He was doing the best job, so Quinn decided to take him out first. Quinn tapped the wall, and the bricks shifted behind the men, creating a void in which he fell. Quinn snapped his finger, and the sound of the horrified man's scream was snuffed out. When the bricks closed, all that was left behind were the Death Eater's hands, and the fingers moved around, trembled, and even desperately flexed in search of freedom. Quinn extended his hands and intertwined his fingers with the Death Eater's, along with various tiny holes for breathing purposes. Sorry, but this is going to be traumatic, he muttered. Tetani nervum coursed through the Death Eater's arms and crippled them to the core. He then released the Death Eater from the wall imprisonment and dropped him down to the ground. He crouched down and entered the man's head to get some concrete information about the plan. Got it. Quinn got up and cast an anti-attention shroud over the Death Eater. He walked out in the street while being invisible. He spread his arms wide, and invisible magic started raining down on the Death Eaters. Their eyes dulled and hazed for a moment before they returned to normal. He dipped into an alley again, and a moment later, he was out in his John disguise. He wasted no time and entered the calligraphy shop. Behind him, not a single Death Eater twitched even a muscle. Welcome, sir, greeted the female employee with a smile. How may we serve you today? Quinn smiled. I'm here to pick up a guest. Even though she was still putting up a professional smile, he could see the confusion in her eyes. He didn't wait for a response and clapped once. A wave of magic surged out of him, and it was like someone had pushed pause on a video. No one moved or reacted and remained utterly still, except Quinn. He walked to Stephen Jeffrey. Their ministry top brass had his eyes concentrated on his writing with the quill's tip touching the paper that was soaking up the ink, creating a widening ink blot. Quinn snapped his finger, and the quill slipped out from Stephen's hand into the ink pot. Let's get you out of here. Quinn tapped the man on his bald spot, and Stephen went limp. Quinn walked out of the shop with Stephen in tow, floating beside him under an invisibility spell. He looked behind and clapped again for the store to resume its activity again. The female employee who had greeted him blanked out for a second before turning to another customer. Quinn gazed at the Death Eaters, who had their eyes trained on the shop window and hadn't moved at all. Even though Stephen Jeffrey was no longer there, they didn't react. Such was the power of illusion magic. They saw an illusion of Stephen Jeffrey doing what he was doing before. 2 minutes, noted Quinn. According to the scouting, Stephen left the calligraphy store at the same time every Friday. He dumped Stephen Jeffrey on a bench on the street and then walked towards the Death Eaters. 2 minutes later, out of a team of 6 Death Eaters, 5 had their hands crippled, and Quinn was staring down at the unconscious 6th man. You're one lucky guy, Goyle. Quinn shook his head. Every team leader had to report back on specific points of the day to communicate that everything was going according to the plan. Get ready to have a good day. He placed his hand on Goyle's head and began fabricating. Scene break. Rivers lock operat into a forest with nothing else but trees. A place away from everything, somewhere he had explicitly chosen to hold meetings. If he had chosen the meeting point in the headquarters or a place with a roof, some of the team leaders would have been bound to become lazy, thinking their job was done. In a place like this, they would rather go back and wait with their people. He turned to notice a bulky large-framed man sitting on a luxurious chair, clearly conjured, under a tree's canopy shade. Rivers walked in front of the chair and asked, "How did it go, Goyle?" Vincent Goyle, who had been combing his long beard with a beard comb, looked up at Rivers with unhidden displeasure and snorted, "What do you expect?" Rivers stared at Goyle without a word. Goyle stared back that soon turned into a glare, but Rivers continued to stare down at the man. He knew many Death Eaters didn't like him, labeling him as a fake Death Eater because of his past as a Novellus Actionites. It hadn't been a problem when he had been under Pettigrew's mentorship, but they had turned on him when the Dark Lord had begun giving him attention. Miserable people playing their pathetic politics. At least people like Rookwood and Pettigrew made the experience bearable. When Goyle saw that Rivers didn't budge, he grumbled, "It's done. Jeffrey is on the allocated area. Dead. Dead." Rivers nodded, "Good, now return," and turned away to leave. "Don't be proud of this," called Goyle, scoffing. "You're nothing but a bug." Rivers didn't reply. It wasn't needed. Goyle was a simpleton whose brain operated like an ape. He operated out, not giving another look to Goyle. When Rivers left, Goyle stood up and also left by way of apparition, all the while grumbling about pathetic lowlives. He left the forest and arrived at a small cabin situated in a grassland with a gentle breeze wafting the green pastures. "I've returned," said Goyle upon entering the wooden cabin. "Any problems while I was gone?" "No." "Good. Where's the body?" "In the back." Goyle walked to the back room and looked inside the back room, and gazed at the table in the center of the room. He nodded before walking back into the front. "Anyone by chance brought something to drink?" he asked. He got no response in return. He sighed, "No matter, we shall drink our hearts out when today ends, and celebrate in the name of our glorious Lord." He cheered, sat down on the padded rocking chair, swung back and forth, and seemingly talked to people who were not there, laughing all alone in the small cabin. There was no one in the little house, not even a dead body in the back room that Goyle had just seemingly checked. All alone. Scene break. Quinn looked up at the hole in the ceiling, watching the light snow falling down. He followed a little flake as it fluttered past his face, weightlessly made its way down to the floor, and gently landed on a Death Eater's cheek. The cloudy white snowflake dyed red from the blood that bled out of a shallow cut. 14 Death Eaters laid around him in all sorts of horrendous positions and shared the fact that they all were riddled with injuries. Quinn sighed, things had gone awry so quickly. He looked at the cause of it, and he couldn't say that he wasn't surprised. Not Senior. Father of Theodore not. The man that had once tried to make his underaged son into a Death Eater. Quinn had thought that the man would be more shrewd if he had once tried to leverage his son, but it turned out that he was just another idiot. To be not trusted by your own side, what a pitiful sight, he sighed. The day had started great. He had begun with Goyle's team and had made it through half of the teams before lunch without a hint of trouble. But then he met Knott's team and faced the first unexpected situation, and none of it was his fault. Knott's target was Colton Hirsch, the high-functioning alcoholic. The operation had started well, with Quinn identifying every single one of the Death Eaters in record time. They were just sitting around in the biggest bar in town, watching Hirsch without even pretending to hide. Unlike with Goyle, he couldn't repeat what he did in the calligraphy store with so many people drinking in the bar, so he decided to target Hirsch instead. When the drunkard decided to go piss, Quinn followed him with the plan of shooting Hirsch with a stunner inside a stall, tapping him up in there under an invisibility spell and then taking his place. But it turns out that Knott had the same plan as half of his team followed them inside the washroom. Wands were drawn, and in the tight quarters, Quinn had taken quick action and used hostile force against the Death Eaters, breaking bones and knocking consciousness. Alas, they had squealed like pigs, and some of the noise leaked out before Quinn could silence it, causing the rest of the Death Eaters to come inside. He had knocked them out instantly, but then something shocking happened. A hole blew up in the ceiling, and spells rained inside. Taking them out was simple, and Quinn had done so, but the gaping hole in the roof could have created a problem. "Let's hope no one was scouting," Quinn muttered. He snapped his fingers, and the debris flew back to the ceiling, sealing the gap up. In a couple of seconds, the roof was whole again. He walked to Knott and targeted the feeble mind of the fool. Quinn West, MC, let's see, shall we? Fiction-only reader, author, 1 down, 1 to go. Chapter 400. Quinn observed the Death Eaters standing outside a local Quidditch stadium. The target was yet again a department head, and the reason she was visiting a stadium was to see a game that her son was playing in as part of a local team in a second-tier league. Quinn gazed around to see if he could discover someone hidden, but none was in sight. He sent out the gentle winds to do his scouting, but they also returned empty-handed. The Death Eaters he could see were the only ones present. Which means that the situation with Knott hasn't created a problem, thought Quinn. After the fight at the bar was over, Quinn had read every Death Eater's mind present in the washroom, and he had found that the two teams didn't have any communication with the Rivers lock, which meant that he could spin the narrative any he wanted. He had edited the memories in the mind of Knot and Rivers' spy in Knot's team to make it so that they would remember their operation as a success, while the backup cleanup crew was expunged of their memories of ever getting a distress call from the spy and were made to believe that Knot's team had done the job correctly. It was a three-way insurance. Rivers would meet Knot and get a positive response, he could call upon the spy and get the same answer, the backup crew's leader would convey the same result. Quinn let the winds under his feet go and allowed himself to freefall from the sky. The winds fluttered for a moment before Arresto momentum cut his fall, and he was beside the Death Eaters. He flicked his wrist, and the Death Eaters fell down like bowling pins. One more, and I'll be done for the day, he sighed, but before that. He looked at the target walk out of the stadium's VIP gate and flicked his wrist again, and she fell down on the ground, face first. Quinn wrinkled his nose. Sorry about that, he muttered. He was going to need to fix that before he could let her go. He couldn't let any of the targets continue on with their days because the Death Eaters had plans with their corpses. Better than in my care than theirs, Quinn shrugged as he got to the standard memory alteration. The sun was near setting, with the sunset red almost out of sight and about to be replaced by the evening blue. Only one Death Eater team was left, and Quinn had saved the easiest one for the last. He turned his head from the changing sky when he heard the pops of apparition. The last Death Eater team had arrived. He stepped out from the shade of the tree and came upon a huddle with the last leader, Lucius Malfoy, addressing his team. Quinn sighed when he saw the long sleeve that hid Lucius' right missing hand. That hand could be healed back to new in a week tops, the cut wasn't caused by dark magic and only needed the material and the jolt from magic to regrow, but Lucius hadn't grown it back because it was fear rather than magic holding him back. I hope he doesn't get punished, he thought as he raised his hand for several stunners to fly out of his hand. The entire team dropped to the ground, and it made Quinn realize how easy it was sometime to simply take out people from the shadows. He sat down the Death Eaters and cast Tetani Nervum onto everyone except Lucius as he still had a job to do. As the soot and haze covered the Death Eater, he heard footsteps coming to a skidding stop. Quinn turned and saw a middle-aged in track pants. It was the target, he had his house right around the corner, and around the same time every day, he would go for a run around his home. Quinn shrugged, and a stunner caught the man in the chest, and he flew a couple steps back before falling down to the ground. Well, time for chaos. Scene break. Lucius Malfoy just reported back, said Rivers to the Voldemort, who was again reading in his room. The last Ministry head has been captured and killed. They're ready to be presented. Good, give them the signal to proceed. They'll move at 6. Voldemort's hand, which was writing on parchment, stopped. He leaned back on his chair and stared at Rivers for a moment before saying, I would like to see. My lord. I would like to see one of the displays. Rivers thought for a moment before shrugging internally, he didn't mind the Dark Lord tagging along. The Dark Lord was the one who ordered the operation, Rivers had no say in refusing him, so he asked, which one would you like to go visit? Lucius. Perhaps I was too hard for him. I shall witness his work and graciously bestow the permission to have his hand healed back. It'll be excellent to reaffirm the fickle Malfoy into out of our ranks. I'm sure he'll be elated, said the Dark Lord. Where is Malfoy? He's in charge of Diagon Alley. You must like him to give him Diagon Alley. He was the most logical and calm of all. It was a rational choice to give Diagon Alley to Malfoy, Rivers said before posing a question. Your room has changed quite a lot, my lord. May I inquire the reason for the sudden change? Voldemort raised his right arm for a wand crept out of his sleeve and slid into his hand. Rivers stilled as he cautiously gazed at Voldemort while hiding all his emotions, he didn't dare to reach for his wand. Voldemort gazed at the wand as he spoke, magic is power, Rivers. If you master magic, you can master pure power. Mastering magic, however, requires knowledge, the more knowledge I gain, the more magic I'll master, and more power I'll acquire. Voldemort looked up at Rivers. I can sense that you disagree. No, my lord. You are correct. You're simply saying that to agree with me, Voldemort called him out. Both of us have been leaders of organizations. I have Death Eaters and you lead the Novellus Oxyonites, but the truth of the matter is that the only reason you gained followers was that you used my name. Rivers kept his face steady, but his fist clenched behind the table. And why do you think that is? Continued Voldemort. Even when the world thought I had perished, they responded to my name, why? Because I commanded that much power. So much so that even after my death, people didn't dare to say my name and taught their children to not utter it. He pointed his wand at the book and raised it up, this is the source of all of it, Rivers. Magic and knowledge. You are witty and wise, but you lack the might of magic, and that's the difference between you and me. Voldemort stood up, come now, as we witness the start of my rise. Rivers silently stood up and followed after Voldemort. As he looked at Voldemort's back, Rivers clenched his jaw as he failed to think of a way to get rid of Voldemort, and that made him feel what he had been just told. Scene break. In the winter, even with a thick coat of snow coating the roads, roofs, and the nook and crannies of the Diagon Alley streets, the Diagon Alley was abuzz with people shopping in the shops that the marketplace had to offer. The shops sparkled with their lights under the night sky, shining their glows on the paved paths. Ugh, the cold's hurting my back. Sirius Black pressed the sides of his fists into his lower back. What happened to your back? Asked James, looking around the street, observing everything that entered his eyes. Today was the monthly random check of the area under their jurisdiction, which they did to check if the rookie Aurors were doing a good job at their patrol duties. James was in charge of Diagon Alley and had placed his most promising subordinates on Diagon Alley, so he wasn't expecting any problems, but it was better safe than sorry. Sirius groaned, I didn't sleep well yesterday. What happened? I was with this girl I met yesterday, someone I picked up at the bar, said Sirius, twisting his waist in an attempt to gain some relief. We were having fun, as we ended up at her place. Okay, so you slept at her place, and the bed didn't suit you, is that it? James said with a sigh. I did sleep at her place, but not on her bed. Things were pretty wild, and I woke up on the floor with her draped on me. Sirius smirked and then gleefully said, it was a good night. James shook his head. When are you going to settle? Oh, here we go. Find a good girl, start a family. Can we not do this again? But before the banter could continue, they heard screams and shouting of men and women that cut through the joyous theme of the streets. Sirius and James turned back and saw a crowd of people gathering around the spot. They exchanged looks, and their faces assumed an on-duty expression as they ran towards the crowd. Move aside, move aside. Sirius pushed people aside as he and James made their way to the front of the crowd. Aurors. Move back, move back. When they reached the front, 2 senior Aurors gasped when they saw the scene that had gathered so many people. 7 people, on their knees, forming a circle with their heads bowed down to the ground, their arms hung wide on wood beams. One sleeve each of the 7 men were torn, revealing their arms, and showing the tattoo made up of a skull and a snake, the Dark Mark. Death Eaters, whispered James. Who did this? Said Sirius. I can guess, and I'm pretty sure it will check out their arms for magic, but he has never been so public with his showings. No, not in public like this. What did they do? Or is he planning something? How would I know? Let's get the people away from the scene. James and Sirius were about to call out to people when they heard someone call out to them by name. They turned to see a junior Aurors pushing her way to the front. Sir, she huffed to catch her breath. Sir, 12 ministry departments are missing. None of them. The female Auror stopped when she saw the 7 Death Eaters. What happened here? Continue the report, ordered James. Yes, sir, she said with her eyes still on the Death Eater kneeling circle. Just now, we got a report. Sirs, another voice called after them. 3 Aurors turned to see another junior Auror pushing his way to the front. Head Auror is calling you back to the office, sirs. We got multiple reports of Death Eater sightings. His eyes went to the Death Eaters, exactly like this. Oh my god, who is doing this? Sirius and James looked at each other. He's involved, said Sirius. James nodded. Oh yeah, no doubt about it, let's go. Sirs. Again. Sirius exclaimed when another junior Auror came running through the crowd. What is this? Why isn't just one of you relaying messages? Sirs, exclaimed the 3rd junior Auror, standing in line with the other 2. He looked at the female junior Auror before continuing. The department heads have been returned in a group outside one of the office gates. James was speechless, but Sirius had one final thing to say. Today is a Friday, men, why can't they choose a better time? Scene break. On the roof of a building in Diagon Alley, Voldemort and Rivers watched the commotion. Lucius reported that the operation was a success, frowned Rivers. He looked at the Dark Lord, who hadn't said a single word since they had arrived. Do you see the Aurors there? Rivers moved his eyes, and to his surprise, he saw James Potter and Sirius standing in the front of the crowd. I heard what they're talking about, said Voldemort. One of them said that all the department heads just showed up at the Aurors office, and they, he pointed at the Death Eaters, met the invisible vigilante. I can sense his magic inside their arms, so I will ask this once, Rivers Locke, when did you start colluding with the invisible vigilante? What? I'm not colluding with the invisible vigilante. Voldemort turned to Rivers, and he backed away, feeling the eyes of the ruthless men on him. You were the one who knew the entire plan, Rivers. You're the only one that could have told him about it. I didn't. Speak the truth. I did not collude with the invisible vigilante. I haven't even seen him in person. You leave me no choice. Voldemort raised his hand, and Rivers felt like someone had buried everything below his neck into the ground. He couldn't even move his toes. If you won't tell the truth, I'll look inside myself. Rivers felt like his heart would leap out of his throat, and Voldemort moved closer to him, and when the pain arrived, he couldn't even scream out. Quinn West, MC, Chaos, just the other way around. Rivers Locke, Death Eater, no. Voldemort, Dark Lord, I'm feeling displeased. Chapter 401, I did it. James Potter looked outside the glass pane, looking at multiple teams of junior Aurors working at their desk like it was the busiest part of the day. He saw food deliveries come in through the door every few minutes for the people who should have already left for home and passed their duties to the night shift but couldn't because of what had happened today. He could see many who were dressed like they were about to go out for a night of fun but now had to work in the office, and that too in their party wear. He turned away from the busy and noisy scenery and turned to face a calmer but much heavy sight inside the meeting room. We have sent all of them back with security posted around their residences, finished Kingsley with a sigh. He stood in front of a near 100 photos posted on a board as he explained the situation and updates to the people in the room. We have 85 Death Eaters in our custody, Rufus Scrimgeour sighed, looking at the board, which was mostly populated by Death Eater photos. How many of them do you think can we keep? He asked. James pursed his lips. Usually, detaining 85 Death Eaters would have been a cause of celebration around the country, but right now, it was stressing everyone in the DMLE. The 85 Death Eaters weren't caught by them, they were delivered by the Invisible Vigilante, an outlaw for whom the DMLE had issued an arrest mandate. There was no evidence of any wrongdoing against these people. Yes, they had dark marks on their arms, and yes, the missing department heads were returned around the same time, something unquestionably planned out by the Invisible Vigilante, but that was in no way any form of evidence. While the two events were obviously connected, in the eyes of the law, they were two independent events that had happened simultaneously. Even having a dark mark wasn't a criminal offense as the dark mark could be forced upon anyone against their will. They could prosecute, but it was not enough to convict. Robards Gawain, head Auror, replied, we haven't been able to question any of them. All of them are in an off-site holding facility being tended by medi-healers as we speak. Having experience with the Invisible Vigilante's victims had taught them that whatever he did to them was taxing, they would be knocked for hours, and even after that, they'd be in bad shape because of the dark magic coursing through their bodies. It took treatment to get them to a talking state. Even after that, if we can somehow make them confess, we can't simply use that without evidence. Evidence, what did we get from the scene of crimes? Asked Scrimgeour. The scenes of crimes were the last place the department heads remembered themselves at. They had sent teams to the sites to get some evidence of the crime, so they could have something concrete and tangible. Nothing great. We couldn't even find a single eyewitness on the scenes who could tell us anything. If we're to ignore the Death Eaters and the victims' words, it's like nothing happened at all, Gawain sighed. Sitting on the table with his feet up, Sirius grumbled, the men went through all the trouble to get us the Death Eaters, why couldn't he have left some evidence behind? It's like he doesn't care if we don't go home. I would prefer if you can keep your jokes to yourself right now, Sirius, said Scrimgeour. We can't detain them, we don't have enough. So this is what we're going to do, keep an eye on the 85 people, and the moment they get well enough to speak, go and question them, get as much information as possible from them. There were those smart enough not to speak, push them, but don't go overboard, we will be calling everyone in as part of a formal interrogation in the abduction case for a thorough grilling, and those who are still difficult, we will again call them in for another round of questioning in the investigation against the Invisible Vigilante. I want to look as aggressive as we can on this case, make every one of those 85 bastards feel that they're living under our eye every moment of their day, pressure them enough, and they'll make a mistake. James liked it. He could feel how the people in the meeting room felt the same, and he was sure he would get the same reaction when told outside. The case wasn't looking like a promising one in an orthodox way, but it presented great opportunities. We can map the entire organization out, he said. I'm sure a few out of 85 will squeak and spill everything out for us. We could know the hierarchy, what they're planning, and even the locations of Azkaban escapees like Lestranges and Rookwood. The more he spoke, the more excited he felt. Maybe we will be able to get some evidence and launch an investigation, cripple the Death Eaters. It was the chance to go after the most affluent in the Death Eater organization whom they hadn't been able to touch after the mass trials at the end of the First War. And this time, no one was going to buy the imperious bullshit defense anymore. There's a possibility I like very much, said Scrimgeour. He looked to Gawain and spoke, form a task force for the case and add this as one of their agendas. Gawain nodded. Sirius looked outside at the junior Aurors working away, we're not going home today, are we? Scrimgeour stood up and buttoned the front of his suit. You're not, I, though, am leaving for the night. I wish you a productive night, and I'll see you tomorrow morning sharp, gentlemen, saying that the head of DMLE walked out of the meeting room for his home. Gawain turned to his captain and senior Aurors and addressed them, let's get working. I want all of this processed before we leave today. And I want an update before lunch. Now. You're also leaving, too, asked Sirius. Yes, Black, I'm leaving. I also want to leave. Become the head Auror, and then you're free to leave anytime you wish. That sounds like a chore. Do you have something quick? Gawain shook his head and put on his hat before leaving the room, but before he did, he called James to follow him. Yes, sir, asked James. I would like you to be in charge of this task force. This can be a big step for your career, one step closer to your way to captain. It's safe to assume you're going to take it. Yes, sir, of course. I would love to lead this task force. Good, you're free to choose your deputy. Don't forget to take recommendations for the members from the other seniors and captains. Gawain stopped and turned to James. This is big, James. This can be a big step forward, but if you aren't able to produce expected results, it can bring a lot of pressure on your head. All eyes will be on this. I'm sure right about now, the papers are editing tomorrow's editions, and the day after that, your name will be up there, plastered on the front page. He patted James' shoulder and wished him good luck before leaving. When James returned, Sirius asked, "What did he say?" "He put me in charge of the task force." "Congratulations, James. You're going to be my deputy." "No, James." Scene break. Quinn put down his foldable patio chair on a roof of a building in the non-magical part of the city and sat down with all the magical newspapers he could get his hands on. He had already glanced at the front headlines on all, so he knew what the main breaking news was going to be, making him eager to see what had actually happened. Oh, really, that's interesting, okay. As usual, some of the media houses had really put their spin on the events and had spun some creative narratives. Some were interesting, even amusing, but some were quite absurd. One even said that the invisible vigilante was a Dark Lord trying to hunt down Voldemort to take his place as the biggest and only Dark Lord in the country. At least they found everyone. He read an article listing the magically moving list 85 people handed in. 85 people. Quinn's heart beat a bit as he savored the number. It was a number that he felt pride about. In the months during his snatcher hunting, he had only been able to get his hands on Death Eaters less than half of that number, but now he had made a dent so big that things feel real. He leaned into his chair, thinking about how different things were now from the canon timeline. What should have been a country with a ministry run by political puppets with fear-mongering against Muggleborns who were forced to hide in the dread of being caught and put into harsh camps, and a Dumbledore-less Hogwarts being run by Death Eaters as professors, that world was now had a strong ministry and the Hogwarts serving as a haven for parents to send their children under the protection of Dumbledore. The Death Eaters can be opposed, thought Quinn as a positive. There was no need for students and civilians to raise their wands against the Dark Lord's forces. Even if Voldemort had a horde of Dementors, tribes of vampires, an army of trolls, percussion of giants, and packs of werewolves, there was enough defending power to not let things fall into the hands of brave yet ordinary people. Quinn thought about how things had changed so much, and 3 points in history stood out to him. First was something that he had nothing to do with, and that was the Potters not dying on the fateful day the boy who lived was born. The Potter family image had been strong, and that had propelled the birth of a stronger political faction that was supposed to be in shambles after so many lives lost in the war. A stronger light faction had created a proper three-way balance which originally supposed to be lopsided in favor of the dark faction. The second point in history was when he had whisked away Amelia Bones away from her breached house just before Voldemort could kill her and thus save the strongest and frankly the only option as the minister candidate to take the chair in times against a vicious and ruthless Dark Lord. No offense against Rufus Scrimgeour. He saw Amelia Bones becoming the minister as a turning point. Without her, the core of the defense didn't exist. The third was when he dropped the Gaunt's ring into the container of basilisk venom vapors. The moment the Horcrux had shrieked and fumed was the moment the fate of the country had been changed. Dumbledore never found the cursed ring, he never put it on and never sealed his fate. And Quinn couldn't think of a reason where a healthy Dumbledore would sacrifice his life before putting Voldemort into the ground. I did that, he declared to himself. He was the reason why things were as they were. I did that. Quinn looked up at the sky. He was continuing to do so until the snake came out of his nest to face the phoenix, and when that happened, he was going to be there to sign off on his doom. I will do it. Quinn West, MC. Till then, let's keep bagging, M. Fiction-only reader, author, Di Bose. Chapter 402, Another Christmas. It was December, and the Christmas week was bringing joy to the people in the country. Every shop was decorated with strings of Christmas lights and decoration ornaments, dripping every corner in the joy of the season. Another year was about to end, and the celebration for the new, hopefully, year better had begun in full swing. Quinn, wrapped in warm layers, walked among the streets of London, gazing at the stores and the people. Everything seemed to be dyed in delight. His eyes fell upon a youthful family of 3, parents and their young child. The father had his hands occupied with the shopping they had done while the mother bent down to pick up their child, who herself was holding a tiny plastic bag in her hands as if helping her parents in carrying the weight. His eyes followed them as they passed him by, and he winked at the child who followed him with her bright, curious, childlike big eyes. Seeing the family shopping made him sigh. It wasn't like his family ever shopped together. He couldn't remember all of them had gone shopping together except for maybe a couple times, and that was for novelty goods. But the family's happy vibes made him recall how this time of the year went for him. He would start a month ago and began planning the gifts that he would send his family and friends, and during the days leading to Christmas, he would handcraft the presents for his personal touch on them to show that he cared. Every Christmas morning, his friends would find a gift at their house while he would watch his family's reaction to what he got them. But it wasn't going to happen this year. He wasn't going to be at home this time. Just like every year, he had sent everyone gifts to not let those who didn't know to feel something was wrong, and for those who knew what he was doing, they wouldn't worry. Christmas gifts were one of the very few communication he had with anyone in his life so that no one could find him, and he had gone through various steps to keep himself hidden while sending the gifts. Ah. I want to meet people, he sighed. It was as if the universe itself was reading his thought because as he was staring into a tailor boutique with the gorgeous suit jackets worn by half mannequins behind a pane of glass, he heard a startled voice. Quinn. His eyes widened a fraction as he urgently turned his head to face the voice and, to his surprise, again came upon a different family of three. However, this time it was a family of three he knew and they him. Standing before him were two brunette women with part curly and part wavy standing alongside a tall, bespectacled man. Hermione, he slowly uttered in surprise. His eyes immediately darted around the block to scout if someone was accompanying her, but the alert instinct was quickly sedated when logic dictated that no Auror, even in the Order of Phoenix, knew about his other identity. Quinn went back to looking at the three, and he could see what genetic features had been passed to Hermione by her respective parents. "What are you doing here?" asked Hermione, and Quinn could see her right arm taut a bit. She was thinking about her wand. It made him sigh inside. He felt saying that he only target the bad guys wasn't going to help here. "Hello, Hermione. Merry Christmas," he said with a smile. Albeit a little surprised, Hermione returned the greeting, sounding normal. He turned to the parents, Mary and Richard, and greeted them the same, "Merry Christmas, Dr. and Dr. Granger. I hope you two have been well." "My apologies, but I don't seem to recall meeting you," said Richard, looking confused behind his glasses. "He's Hermione's friend, dear. From Hogwarts," supplied Mary. "We met him when we visited the Weasley twins' shop." "How can you forget him, the ward around our house, Aegis, it's Quinn's family business." She looked to Quinn, "Merry Christmas to you as well, Quinn." "Oh, yes," a flash of understanding shone over Richard's face. "I remember you now. You had to leave in a hurry. I would like to thank you for the ward, son. The entire process was straightforward, and the people who came were extremely polite." "I'm happy that you're satisfied with our services," smiled Quinn. "We did our best to create respectable wards around the house without the magic interfering with the electric appliance in the building." Speaking of magic, Hermione had been off age for a while now. "She must have shown you her magic. How did you like it?" Mary beamed as she responded, "It was out of our expectations. Professor McGonagall had shown us a couple of spells when she visited us with Hermione's letter, and we saw magic here and there during our trips to Diagon Alley, but seeing Hermione perform magic, it was extraordinary." Richard seemed to agree wholeheartedly, while Hermione seemed a mix of pride and embarrassment. "Mum," she said, stretching the word to express her desire to stop this conversation. "So what brings you to this part of the city?" asked Richards after chuckling at his daughter. "I was window shopping," said Quinn. He could feel Hermione's curiosity peak on her face when her father posed the question and narrow in suspicion when he answered. But his answer wasn't a lie. He had been wandering around the city to get some fresh air and take a break, and looking at merchandise through the windows while doing that. "What about you three? If I remember correctly, you reside in Hampstead Gardens, that's a distance from the city." Quinn ignored Hermione's eyes widening. "There's this bakery down the street which makes just the best Christmas dessert you'll ever have. We take a lot home with us every year," said Mary. "Oh, maybe I should try it too," smiled Quinn. He would never say no to good food. It was then that Hermione barged in. She said, "Of course, you should try it." She turned to her parents. "You two go ahead, we'll catch up with you." The Granger parents left, smiling as they told to hurry along as they were going to have lunch at the bakery. The moment they left, Hermione's smile left her face, and she questioned. "Why are you really here?" "As I told your parents, I am truly window shopping. Our meeting was a genuine coincidence. If you're worried about me following you and your parents, don't worry about it," he smiled. "I'm the type to visit houses, not much for intercepting people on the street, if you know what I mean." His words, while spoken with a pleasant smile, brought caution and fear to Hermione's face. He sighed, "No need to look at me like that. I won't even think about hurting you and your parents. I'm not a maniac, you know, still the bloke you know in Hogwarts. I'm sorry, but I can't help but feel fearful of the men who caught and crippled 8 Death Eaters in a single day. And those words don't help if you think otherwise. By that logic, you should fear Dumbledore much more than me. How did you do it?" "What? Catch so many Death Eaters in a single day?" "It was not a day. That day was just the execution. It took weeks of preparation, research, scouting, and sitting down and talking to more people than I have done in years to obtain the information I needed. It was many sleepless nights and days at stretch spent in busy work. In a way, it was no different from preparing for an exam, just with footwork added, shrugged Quinn. There was no point in telling her exactly how he took every step of his plan. Underselling, as he just did, was best for Hermione, who would argue with him if he oversold it, and if he stuck to the cold facts, she would then again ask questions to work out a narrative in her mind. "How has Hogwarts been treating you?" he asked. "It must be exciting to have William Weasley, an actual cursebreak, teach the class. An actual, productive dada class for a change, I reckon. It feels more like a proper call than it even did. The last time I remember feeling like this was Lupin's class. Even Headmaster's classes, as delightful as they were not regular classes. Bill has taught us well, and we have learned the same amount in practice as we did in DA. It's now the class that everyone looks forward to. It looks he's trying to put more practical usage in your head," he said, and she understood the connotation. What if he is? There's nothing wrong with knowing more spells. No, there isn't. But it also means that you need to come straight with your parent and tell them what has been happening in the wizarding world. What do you mean? They are obviously oblivious to what's been happening, or I'm sure you wouldn't have been spending time with them so jovially. If she had told them, it would have been a Christmas spent with the Potter for Hermione. You can't be there for them all the time, they need to be aware so that they can protect themselves. How would that help? It would only serve to give them a cause of stress that has nothing to do with them. The wizarding world is not theirs, it's mine and yours. Be that be true, but they're connected to it through you. Do you have a labyrinth door at your home, at their practices? Because even if the wards can stop them for a while, even if they're able to avail the Hit Wizard Protection Service, which is unlikely because of the politics of it all, and those things are external. They need to be in charge of their own safety, they should be able to run to labyrinth doors and disappear somewhere safe away from the chaos they have nothing to do with. A war is coming along, Hermione, you need to tell them about it, you have to tell them now before you leave, before you miss the chance and might end up regretting it. He had long ago given the same talk to Eddie, Marcus, Luna, Daphne, Tracy, that they should secure their families and even themselves by taking simple steps. He had convinced them to convince their families to strengthen their wards, install labyrinth doors, and then he had visited their houses and utilized the back doors in Aegis wards to mark them, for when something wrong happened, he would know and be there. Do you think this is fun? He asked. What? Hermione blinked in confusion. Away from my family, my friends, those who love me, having to put my life on pause to become someone else entirely. I'm not doing this for fun, it's more painful than anything. I'm not doing this for glory, the mask is there to hide me. I shall be the shield, the dagger, the poison, for them. Quinn shook his head, his thoughts were going to a place he had sworn not to let them swerve to. I know you don't like me, Hermione. But put that opinion aside and take this advice of mine, for war is almost upon us, and he had a big part in it being so. He took out a Panama hat and placed it on his head. Tell your parents I apologize for not being able to join them for lunch. Wish them New Year's wishes from me, and the same goes for you. He passed her by but had only taken 2 steps when he heard her say. Is the war really close? Quinn turned and nodded. I just crippled 85 Death Eaters and crushed an important plan that would have been their opening play. The power-hungry maniac won't take this slight sitting, he will do something much bigger, much horrifying, it might be tomorrow, next week, the following month, but it is definitely coming. Merry Christmas, Hermione, and I hope you have a happy New Year. Quinn turned away, and with his hands behind his back, he walked away, leaving behind the young man staring and thinking. She hadn't gone through the adversity she was supposed to, she was still mature, but she was very much her own age, and it was because of him. In that case, I will protect everyone. Quinn West, MC, I have a dubious moral system at best. Hermione Granger, the Golden Girl, in another time, she was why any and all of it was possible. Fiction-only reader, author, alright, it's about to go down. Chapter 403, Plan to Attack. The heads of some of the most prestigious families in the country sat around a long table carved from a beautiful white jade marble, polished to reflect their tense faces that were taut in nervousness. None dared to look at the head of the table where their silent leader sat. Voldemort hadn't said a single word since they had gathered in the room, but no one ventured the risk of opening their mouth to say anything about it. Why would they? Everyone in the room knew the reason behind the silent fury. We lost 85 men, Voldemort finally spoke, his tone not any different from usual. What was supposed to temporarily cripple 12 important departments so that we could gain control over them turned into a slight against our name, my name, and has cost me 85 able-bodied men. What was supposed to be one step forward has made us take one step back. How did this happen? He asked. My lord, we should get our men back from the hands of the Aurors. Storm Azkaban and free our comrades, said one of the Death Eaters, looking to score points. Alas, his attempt was doused in oil and then set on fire. Silence, Voldemort's voice was graver than a cemetery. The Death Eater cowered in his seat, immediately developing a sheen of sweat over his face. Voldemort continued, I talked, a shiver passed through the present company, with all the team leaders and with Rivers to identify who let our plans slip to the invisible vigilante, but none of them knew about it or could remember interacting with him, which means either someone in my court is the invisible vigilante, or they have a way to know our every move. If anyone wants to come forward to say something, now is the moment. The members sweated. They noticed how the 12 team leaders were not present in the room, and neither was Rivers. Their mind raced to think where were they, how were they, if they were alive. The thoughts went through everyone's minds and locked their eyes on the table in front of them, not even putting Voldemort in their peripheral vision. So be it, Voldemort's voice reverberated in the room. From now on, every mistake that happens in my court will directly go through me. Anyone who makes a mistake will have to face me. I will be the judge, jury, and executioner. Death will not be the worst punishment. I have said so here today. He stood up from his table, and everyone straightened up. This was a shameful loss, and I despise losing. I have had it enough. Setting up plans just to see them crumble down and fail. I shouldn't have to pay for the mistakes you make. Clean up after your mess. From now on, there will be none of it. It's time that the masses remember why they feared me. Voldemort took a couple steps and arrived at the chair beside the head of the table. How are the preparations going, Wormtail? He asked. I hope my best Death Eaters don't have disappointment for me. Pettigrew felt the cold bony hand on his shoulder. If it was anyone in the room in his place, they would have been unable to suppress the shiver and fear. But Peter Pettigrew was the once pathetic and weak man who had survived the horror known as Azkaban, which had broken men much stronger than him. The miserable rat that had gone inside had come out with sharp fangs coated with poison. He raised his head with a stale stone-like countenance and spoke up to the entire room, his voice steady and loud enough to reach every corner without magic. Rookwood is gathering vampire tribes as we speak. The elders have agreed to our cause in exchange for the promises of hunting grounds. Those who haven't. Rookwood has instigated seeds of greed in the mind of young vampires. Even if we aren't and the tribes don't change their mind, the hungry young will switch tribes and join us. Good, situate them in the forests in the West Highlands. There are plenty of villages nearby they can feast upon. What about the giants? Dolohov has gained the approval of the chiefs. They like our offerings and have agreed to come out of dwellings. 6 chiefs and their hordes have already begun moving through the country. No, that won't do. The giants need to travel through port keys. Traveling through lands will attract the ministry's attention. We can't have them knowing what is happening. Make them take port keys to the mountains. The giants refused to take port keys. 3 of the 6 chiefs didn't trust human magic, and listening to them made the other 3 follow. They will only travel through lands, and in doing so cause a natural disaster like havoc. I fear there is no way to hide the giants leaving their homes to travel across the country. However, I say we can use this. Use the giants and the attention they will gain as a decoy to hide the other movements. It was a good idea. A decoy as impactful as giants would everything else. They would be like the sun hiding the stars in the morning. The positive of casting shadows on a plethora of plans outweighed the negative of announcing a hand. No, however, Voldemort didn't like it. The giants will do what I want them to do. There was an air of no compromise around him. If Dolohov can't make it happen, then I will do it myself. Send him a message. I will meet the chiefs. As you wish, my lord. Pettigrew bowed his head. What of the werewolves? Asked Voldemort. The Lestranges are rounding up the werewolves. The packs are scattered around the country because of their territorial nature. They have beg. Is it just the Lestranges? Jugson and McNair are with them to ensure that the discussions don't break down if Bellatrix gets emotional. Voldemort hummed. Pettigrew continued, the packs around the country have begun to move. Fortunately, they know better than to reveal their presence. The packs have agreed to not infect others and play with the muggles as long as they are continued to be supplied with the free wolfsbane. Our efforts with the werewolf capture unit, which were supposed to give results when their head was killed and replaced with a paid-off individual, are now being used to turn a blind eye to any problems that might occur during the move. Trolls. Voldemort immediately moved on, which meant he was satisfied with what he had listened to. With Mulciber Jr. working on it. The troll specialists we targeted have been successfully placed under Imperio. They're working on leading the trolls through the forests, and with the food we'll give them, they'll do our bidding. Mulciber Jr. was the Imperius Curse specialist inside the Death Eater organization and had controlled more people during the last reign than everyone else combined. Rookwood had once said that the Unspeakables would have rolled on their bellies to get Mulciber Jr. into their ranks for his uncanny skill with the mind-controlling skill. When the trolls are stationed, I'll visit them. The specialists might have led them to our site, but they still need to know who they're fighting for. As you wish. Have the Dementors been behaving well? Some are hunting at Muggle prison grounds, Pettigrew said, and for once, he had a strange expression. We had to disperse them into groups, so it doesn't get obvious, and in every group, some Dementors always hunt at prisons near them. Ah, is that so? Voldemort nodded in understanding. Do not worry, let them hunt at prisons. The Dementors have been researched to seek familiar hunting grounds, favoring that familiarity over even the quality of their prey. They have been guarding Azkaban. It's not strange for them to be attracted to Muggle prisons. If the Dementors act strangely, I need to within the hour. Pettigrew nodded. What about the Death Eaters? He asked. How fast can we get everyone ready? A month, said Pettigrew after thinking of a number. He didn't care for the looks he was getting from others at the table. 20 days, declared the Dark Lord. Pettigrew looked to the others and shrugged. It wasn't like it mattered to him. He didn't have anything to take care of. His mother was dead due to stress from all the hate she got because of his actions. As for his revenge, it coincided with the Dark Lord and Death Eaters. My lord, spoke Pettigrew, may I ask what the plans for these preparations are? I'm sure it's on everyone's mind. No one voiced the same opinion, but it could be seen in their eyes that they were wondering the same thing. Voldemort walked around the table, his hand grazing shoulders and backs. There was silence until Voldemort rounded around the table and returned to his seat. He stood behind his chair and addressed his Death Eaters. The opposition has been tougher than we expected. The Ministry Aurors have been slowly but surely picking apart our allies ever since Amelia Bones has taken office. Wizengamot hasn't been our friend with Dumbledore leading that faction of his, and the Grey faction hasn't swayed to our side because of their greed. A rare frown appeared over his face. Ever since we failed to abduct George West's grandson, the West has increased his business with the Grey faction and is using that to exert control through them to oppose anything we put out in Wizengamot. And recently the Wests have poured gold into DMLE coffers to oppose us. Even though Voldemort had diverted George's attention through his stint in Germany, it had only worked for so long. The Wests had not only opposed them politically, but he had also been hostile towards the business owned and operated by the Dark faction members, creating bankrolling problems for the Death Eater operations. As long as George West stands strong, taking the ministry will be a long and arduous process, he said. What if you pay George West a visit, my lord? Maybe we can go around and burn his business to the ground, said one of the Death Eaters viciously with a harsh smirk, but a look from Voldemort made the smirk drain away into palpable nervousness. I won't see George West's face if he doesn't want me to, said Voldemort. It would require effort and time to get near George West, time which he didn't have. And destroying his business will only anger him, and that man will launch an actual combative war against us if we target his work. I will be untouchable no matter what he does, but all of you will undoubtedly die if he wishes for it. I would rather ruin this country to have him give up on it than anger him more than he already is. Don't open your face if you don't have anything useful to say. My apologies, my lord, the man sputtered pathetically. If we can't take the ministry, then we will go for the next institution that defines this country, Hogwarts. There were gasps around the table. Voldemort continued, I'm tired of Dumbledore standing in my way, and I think it is time for him to leave along with that bird club of his. When I get rid of Dumbledore, I'll get to kill the boy who lived to tell the blood traitors, the mudbloods, and anyone who dares oppose that it is time for despair. There was a mixed reaction in the group. On the outside, they showed complete and total appreciation for the Dark Lord's target, but inside, some of them were doubtful if they would be able to siege Hogwarts. It didn't have the reputation of being the most secure place in the country for no reason. And we need to take care of the pesky little bug that has been buzzing around and ruining our plans, said Voldemort with a cruel light in his eyes. Voldemort, Dark Lord, fear, despair, dread. Fiction-only reader, author, any good new movies? Nothing too dark. Chapter 404, Visitors to the Village. The peaceful magical village of Hogsmeade was one of the most sought real estate in the country because of its unique, all-wizard village status. There were many settlements in the country with only magical population residing in them, but most of them had a non-magical nearby and thus had to exercise caution in how they conducted their lives because of the laws imposed by the ministry. Then there were magical villages with no non-magical in the vicinity, but none ever reached the level of activity or even size as Hogsmeade. What Hogsmeade had working for it was the fact that it was located nearby Hogwarts. The records were unclear which came first, the school or the village, but there was no doubt that both were built around the same time. As the popularity of Hogwarts grew with parents sending their children to the castle for studies, Hogsmeade's status also grew. To protect the young future of the magical society, vast lands around Hogwarts were charmed to keep non-magical away, thus granting Hogsmeade the same environment. In the current-day market, a small apartment in Hogsmeade could be exchanged for an excellent bungalow mansion in some of the posh areas around the nation. But was there something special happening in the village? No. Hogsmeade was like any other typical town with homes, shops, and people living their everyday lives. Even the businesses in Hogsmeade weren't high-grade, catering to the super elite as one would expect from a place with such high property prices. How could they? They were standing beside Hogwarts, which housed students who couldn't afford that sort of money. It was a literal university town. The only reason why Hogsmeade was so highly coveted was because of prestige. Having a property overlooking Hogsmeade was a luxury only a few had the honor to. All of Hogsmeade had been bought up when it was cheap, hundreds of years ago, and there were only occasional sales which led to ownership rights passing over. However, in recent times, Hogsmeade had seen some bad times. It was in 1612, during that time, the Goblin Rebellion had broken nearby, and the village had served as headquarters for the human side. Then Hogsmeade had seen a stretch of peace and safety, until the First Wizarding War, where not even Hogsmeade could escape Voldemort's reign of terror and had often seen Death Eaters and Auror skirmishes. Things settled down when the Dark Lord was vanquished, and it was more than a decade after that Hogsmeade had again come under attack, this time by the hands of Novellus Oxyanites, who had killed residents, only to be rescued by the infamous Invisible Vigilante. That was 5 years ago. Today, Hogsmeade was at peace. As the morning greeted the village with its first ray of sunshine, the people of Hogsmeade rose up and started their days. Charmed shovels could be seen shoveling snow off the building fronts and onto the sides. Bakeries and eateries began preparing for the day before they opened up the shop. Soon, people from outside the village arrived in the village for work as the residents also left for their jobs. "It's awfully crowded today," said Russ, a resident. He looked around the crowded pub and could see more unfamiliar faces than familiar ones. "I met Balter on the way. He said he and the missus couldn't get a seat at Larry's. Everything's occupied," replied Julian. "Is there some sort of festival today or something?" "I don't think so." Russ walked to an outsider in the pub who was laughing with his buddies at a table and asked, "Hey, mate. Is there a festival today? I live here, and oh boy, I'm seeing an awful lot of new faces today." The man turned to Russ and spoke with a jovial smile. "Something like that, mate. Today's a day to be happy about. Everyone here is celebrating." "I can see that," Julian half chuckled as he gazed at the sole bartender moving his hand and wand quickly to serve. "Never thought this place would be as busy as 3 broomsticks. Oh lord, I can't even imagine how 3 broomsticks looks like now." "I know," the man laughed. He patted Russ on his shoulder and spoke, "You ain't getting anywhere today, mate. How about you take a bottle 2 home and tuck yourself in after a good buzz? That's all you're going to get today." Russ frowned and shrugged the man's hand off his shoulder. He looked down at the man who was still smiling, but now that seemed a tinge sinister. "Knock it off," one of the man's friends at the table intervened. He gave the man before turning to Russ. "Sorry about that. He didn't mean, he gets like this when he gets drunk. How about we buy you a round? Anything you like at the bar, please take it as an apology from us." "Forget it," Russ scoffed. He glared at the man who raised his beer mug to him with a smile. Russ leaned his weight forward and clenched his fist but saw the people around the table shift. He clicked his tongue, turned away, and walked out with furious steps. "We apologize again," came a voice from behind, but Russ ignored it. "People have no manners these days," Julius spoke outside the pub. "Ugh. I want to sock that bastard's teeth in," Russ spat and kicked the snow on the ground. "Don't be like that. Let's go to me home, I've some great ember scotch we can have. That'll get the heat out your head." The promise of scotch made Russ agree nicely with a dash of grumbling that Julian listened to while nodding with a smile. Russ took a look back at the pub and couldn't but question himself why he was feeling a heaviness at the bottom of his heart. Inside the bar, the friend gave a cold glare to the men who had picked up a fight. "What was that? Didn't I clearly give you instructions not to stand out, which means not doing this shit," he said acidly. I am sorry. You should be. If you screw it up, I'll have your head before mine gets lopped off." The scolded man clenched his fists below the table and nodded. "Cut off your drinks, I need all of you sharp and ready. I don't want to hear that you bought an alcoholic sponge potion with you." Others at the table gave side looks to the men. Not only had he ruined the mood of the table, but he had also ruined their celebratory drinking. As the clock wound down, the residents left for their homes, but unlike usual, where there will be only a few a person or two, the bar was still full of people chatting, drinking, and eating. The bartender looked at everyone from behind his counter and glanced at his sole employee, who was also surprised at the number of people still remaining. The bartender announced, "Last call, gentlemen, it's already after midnight. Get your last drinks, and then it's time to leave. We're closing down for the night." "Don't be like that, mate, the night has just started," shouted someone. "No," the bartender spoke sternly, "it's the last call, after that, everyone's getting the fuck out." He trailed off as he noticed how the bar had gone silent, and not a single voice outside his own could be heard. Suddenly, he noticed the dozen upon dozen pairs of eyes were on him. All the people in his pub were all looking at him without exception. What is this?" He took out his wand and pointed it at everyone. "Get out at once, or it won't be pretty." He was looking at one side of the bar, so he didn't notice when 2 red zaps of spell light hit him and his employee. The friend from the table got up and cracked his neck as he walked to a spot from where he could see everyone in the bar and everyone could see him. He took out his wand and tapped it on his face for his muscles to wriggle and twitch furiously. The hair color changed from black to blonde, and the body shape turned leaner and gained a couple inches. Instead of the average bloke, Augustus Rookwood was standing in front of the people. I'm happy to see that I can count everyone that was supposed to be here is here, he said. But now that everyone has had their share of drinks and had fun for the day, it is time for everyone to get to work and start what we came here for. He pointed his wand at the unconscious two and chanted, Imperio, then he shifted the wand a little and repeated the same. What are all of you waiting for? Let's start. The chairs in the bar scraped against the wooden floor as people stood up. They immediately began moving as a trained unit. 2 men dragged the 2 unconscious men into the back, some went upstairs while most men exited the pub from the front and back. Outside, the Death Eaters began pouring out from different buildings and moved across the village, and soon they positioned themselves all across the village in what seemed a strategic position. They were on rooftops, on street corners, in front of different buildings, and even inside some buildings. It was late at night, and not many residents were roaming outside. Those out on the streets were immediately shot down with stunners and harsh ones to those who tried to resist. All of it happened with zero commotion. Augustus Rookwood looked up at Hogwarts Castle with his hands behind his back. The castle was dark throughout, the lights turned off everywhere to discourage students from roaming around after curfew. He observed the castle for 10 minutes, but not a single light was turned on inside. Sir, everyone is in position. Rookwood nodded to the man, who was now dressed in Death Eater attire. Rookwood pulled up his right sleeve to reveal the inky dark mark. He tapped it with his wand, and it was as though the tattoo was pulling blood as it turned a blood red. There was a pop, and Rookwood and his subordinate both bowed their head. Voldemort gazed up at the Hogwarts castle with his red eyes. Is everything ready? He asked. Yes, my lord. In and outside the village and around the castle as well. Give the order to Weston to cut the flow. Rookwood raised his head and walked away to the nearest building that the Death Eaters had occupied and announced, Get me the Magifax. Immediately a Magifax was rolled up to him. He took a sheet from his coat, placed it on the scanner, and dialed the WMFID to send the instructions. Where's the flue in this building? He asked. He was guided upstairs and found a simple fireplace with a normal fire burning inside it. He pointed his wand at the fire, and it turned a deep green. Then he waited. Soon, a minute passed, then 2, and when the 3rd minute passed, one of the subordinates spoke, Should we go check on him? Rookwood raised his hand and pointed at the fireplace. The green flame began to flicker as though it was struggling against a gust of wind. The green color started to fade until it was a ghost green, and then in a split second, the fire abruptly turned orange. Rookwood walked out of the building and back to Voldemort. The flue is down, my lord. We can begin. Voldemort raised his wand, and with a long wand movement, white domes became visible over the buildings, but then they turned murky like milk. The wards were disabled by the Dark Lord himself. Rookwood raised his wand. He breathed out and waved his wand with a spell on his breath. The wand tip glowed amber, and starting from the wall nearest to him, every piece of built structure turned into a metallic red. Every brick, paint coating, tile, marble, and building material changed color. His eyes went to a pair of men standing in front of a house. One of them pointed his wand at the door, and a spell later, the door was blown up inside. They rushed inside, and within a minute, spell lights glowed out from the cracks in the curtains. And he knew that it was happening all across Hogsmeade. Rookwood's attention was taken away when a silver light shot above his head into the air. He turned back and saw magic being shot out of Voldemort's wand. A chain of silver magic shots followed, and a silver dome began to form in the sky, spilling towards an area so vast that it covered everything around Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. Up in the castle, a light came on. Voldemort, Dark Lord, I'm tired of waiting. Augustus Rookwood, ex unspeakable, going to add taking over a village to my resume. Fiction-only reader, author, okay, things are now definitely moving. The link is in the bio. Chapter 405, Trapped and Isolated. Dumbledore opened his eyes to darkness. He laid still for a split second. For that brief moment, his mind was at peace and quiet, but as the next beat clicked in, a dam broke loose. He felt an ocean of magic flood his sixth magical sense, sending his mind buzzing with thoughts. The amount of magic was something he hadn't felt in ages, not since he had dueled against Grindelwald. His heart thumped in his chest as he knew that there could be only one who could cause so magic that his own magic tingled, sounding its discomfort, demanding for this threatening presence to be stopped. Dumbledore got up from his bed and walked to the window, and the curtains parted to show him the source of the terrible magic he was feeling. In the sky, a giant silver translucent cover of magic spilled outwards, forming a dome that arched over Hogsmeade and Hogwarts itself. Pulsating stakes of silver magic rose up to the sky, leaving behind a soft ghostish trail that began at the Hogsmeade. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. He raised his hand, his outer robe fluttered to him, and his wand flew in his arm. He turned and yelled, Gibby. A Hogwarts house elf appeared in the room. She lay on the floor and slowly got up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Wake up the professors, all of them. Tell Minerva to raise Hogwarts defenses. It's an emergency, tell them to have their wands ready. Dumbledore's stern, out-of-place tone zapped Gibby's sleep in an instant. She could barely utter an acknowledgement before Dumbledore vanished away from his room. No one could apparate or disapparate within Hogwarts, but being Dumbledore had its exceptions. The moment Dumbledore appeared outside on the Hogwarts ground, he briskly made his way to the gate that opened to Hogsmeade, and the moment he appeared next to the bricks, the grip on his wand tightened. Voldemort stood a few paces away, holding his wand up, shooting magic into the sky, building the dome that was growing at an alarming rate. Dumbledore saw Augustus Rookwood looking towards Hogsmeade, where he saw the flashes of magic lighting up the houses and streets mixed in with the occasional shout and scout that were extinguished before they could even get their anguish out. When Dumbledore looked away, his shocked eyes away from Hogsmeade to Voldemort, the Dark Lord's eyes also moved to Dumbledore. The two opposites met eyes, and for a moment, the time seemed to slow down as the two juggernauts took in the presence and attention of the other. Dumbledore, Voldemort started. Rookwood turned at the sound and trained his wand at Dumbledore. I expected you to arrive much earlier. Is the corrosion of time finally catching up with you? Needed the old man's sleep? I think I can see new wrinkles by your eyes. What are you doing, Tom? Dumbledore raised his wand. He got a smirk in return. Voldemort bent his elbow as if pulling on something taut before thrusting his wand arm up with force. Magic saturated the environment as Voldemort's wand tip matched the brilliance of a star. The repeating bursts of magic going up in the sky akin to skyshot fireworks were replaced by a thick tractor beam forming a pillar to the sky. The growth in the sky raced, making the previous speed look like a snail's crawl. The silverish canopy that formed overshed a silverish light on the ground, replacing the moonlight on a new moon night. Voldemort kept his eyes on Dumbledore and pointed his wand at the old headmaster. This is the start of the end, Dumbledore, he said and cast a yellow spell that gleamed of death. Dumbledore's body tensed as he casted his shield and aimed it outside the Hogwarts boundary. Voldemort's dark curse was stopped from entering Hogwarts. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes as he watched the dark magic eat away at his shield, turning his magic into an ugly sludge dripping down and sizzling on the ground. Dumbledore stepped closer to the threshold and touched his wand to a brick in the boundary wall. The space between the bricks glowed blue and magic shot up from the wall, and magical glowing blue ethereal bricks began forming a cover over Hogwarts with Voldemort's dome hanging a height over it. The boy's time has come to an end, Dumbledore, said Voldemort, might as well hand him over, and while at it, I think it will be best for everyone that you surrender your life to me after I'm done with him. He raised his wand again, and a bright red pulse burst out. The red light struck the silver dome, and a ring of red traveled out on the dome's silver. No one is leaving until I get what I want, and all of this over and buried into the ground. As if coordinated, multiple bursts of pulsating magic rocketed towards the sky from areas around Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. They met Voldemort's dome and became a part of it. The silver glowed brighter than ever, and the dome's growth and construction hastened as it bled downwards faster. No one is leaving, and neither is anyone coming in now. Voldemort gave Dumbledore an eerie smile that made his already menacing face more threatening. Tom, you. Dumbledore's words hitched in his throat. His eyes switched between the magic in the sky, Voldemort, and Hogsmeade. Dumbledore, called a squeaky voice. Flitwick came running on his little feet, and the rest of the faculty staff followed behind at a distance back. Flitwick's feet came to a skidding stop before he intended to stop. He gasped when he looked at the sight outside Hogwarts. The rest of the professor's reactions were identical. Dumbledore, the Dark Lord, the magic in the sky, the Death Eaters, what is happening? The half-goblin asked in a stunned tone. Has Minerva begun priming the defenses? Asked Dumbledore. Yes, she has. Dumbledore turned to his peers and employees and announced, Voldemort and the Death Eaters have surrounded the castle, we are now trapped inside. He sighed at the gaps. But they won't be able to come inside as long as the Hogwarts defense stands. That won't be for long. Everyone looked at Voldemort. The Dark Lord stepped forward and walked to just in front of Dumbledore and the Hogwarts faculty. They were separated by the magic dome, but despite that, they could see the other party very clearly. Voldemort stared at Dumbledore as he spoke, How are you doing today, Lily Potter? Lily, standing among the faculty group dressed in her night clothes, stared at Voldemort with a fearful expression. How's your son? He continued. He must have grown since the last time I saw him. 7th year, a wizard of age, from a boy to a young man. I have been late, haven't I? Let him stay alive for too long. But now that I'm here, I shall remedy that. You stay away from my children. Voldemort finally looked at her, and the red eyes shone menacingly. Dumbledore stepped in between both of them, breaking the eye contact between the two. You can't keep defending them, Dumbledore. There will be a time when you and your magic slips, and on that day, I'll be waiting for you to make a mistake and open the door to the school to me so that I could teach the children important life lesson to kneel in the presence of greatness such as myself. The silver dome flashed in a brilliant, burning magnesium white light before dimming to the point where it was no longer available. That does it, it's just the both of us now, said Voldemort. Dumbledore pursed his lips as again, for the umpteenth time, before turning away from and facing his faculty. He looked to the Bill Weasley and said, "Can you keep an eye on them, William? You do not have to worry, the shield will keep you safe as long as you stay behind them." "Yes, sir," said the youngest of the Hogwarts professors. "Thank you," smiled Dumbledore reassuringly. "Pomona, please keep William company." The herbology head of Hufflepuff readily agreed and stationed herself near the Blue Shield ward with her wand ready. The rest of the Hogwarts group left and moved to the castle. There were no words exchanged on the way, even though all had questions. The moment Dumbledore had turned, his smile had disappeared, making them hold their tongues. When they entered, they were greeted by a startled McGonagall. "Albus, what is happening?" "Why? Voldemort and the Death Eaters are at our doors, Minerva," said Dumbledore. "They have taken over Hogsmeade, taken the people hostage. Voldemort has cast barrier magic around the castle and the village, and from his words, it has created isolation. No one's going to come in or go out. We can consider ministry help out of the question for the moment, not until they or we figure out how to get rid of it." Dumbledore stopped in the middle of the entrance hall and remained silent with his eyes closed. He asked, "How much food do we have?" "For a week or so, we can stretch it to 10 days, said McGonagall. Dumbledore opened his eyes. "I do not like that number. We need more food. But before that, we need to alert the Aurors. The flu is down." "Of course they are," he sighed. "I doubt owls will work either." "House elves?" he asked. "Gibby can't go out, we are truly trapped," she said. "What about Fawkes?" "We can try, though I doubt it will work. He's not going to be happy being cooped in the castle." Lily entered the conversation and suggested, "How about we use Magifax? I know of an emergency line for family members in the Aurors office. They'll respond immediately." "Please do so," said Dumbledore, and Lily ran away. "What should we do about the children?" asked Flitwick. Dumbledore followed Lily with his eyes until she was out of sight. "Lock the doors and windows. Not a single child should venture out of the castle walls until we let them know about the situation. We will need help. The older students will have to take care of the younger ones. I will need a talk with the prefects, the head of house will talk to everyone 5th year above. And I repeat, no one goes out." "The Dark Lord," asked Slughorn, still wearing his sleeping cap on his head, "what does he want?" "For me to be dead along with Harry Potter." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes at the Slytherin head of house. "Don't even think about it, Horace. Giving Potter won't solve any of this." "I wasn't thinking about it," said Slughorn, his eyes shifting to the professors. "Then what should we do?" "Voldemort will try to breach our defenses. I do not know long it would hold him back. At their level, there was no telling, so we either need to break their enclosure, or we need to prepare to defend against them in case they break through." "Defend? How many Death Eaters are there?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I do not know, I only saw Augustus Rookwood, but I'm sure he has brought all of his lieutenants along with him. Some terrible names pass through his and everyone's minds. Along with those people, there are many more, many more, we will be severely outnumbered." He looked his worried employees in the eye, "But do not despair just yet. They might have the higher number, but we this castle. A stronghold to help us defend and protect." Dumbledore's eyes steeled in resolve. He had children to protect, and he would do anything to accomplish that goal. In the shadow of the night, Hogwarts had turned into a battlefield. However, the following morning that had a lot to offer of its own. Voldemort, Dark Lord, children make great bargaining chips. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, I was having a pleasant dream, only to wake up to a nightmare. Fiction-only reader, author, how was this one? Chapter 406, Sounding the Sirens. Somewhere in the Auror office, a junior Auror fiddled with the dry quill in his hand. Nights at the Auror office were usually hectic with drunk idiots going around shooting magic in front of muggles. But not for Anderson. He was appointed his shift in the back offices, alone in a cabin behind a desk, surrounded by shelves and cabinets full of paperwork. He heaved a long sigh of boredom, blankly staring at his table with nothing to do. His duty was to man an emergency line open only to family members of Aurors, hit wizards, obliviators, and other at-risk professions inside the DMLE. It was an essential job, as being a part of DMLE came with an added risk of making enemies who would sometimes target family members, and thus the department as a whole needed to be on point, ready to jump to their help and resolve the threat as soon as possible before it could do any damage. However, manning the emergency line was the most boring part of the process. He didn't get to go out on the field and was stuck behind a desk where the only choice of excitement was when an emergency message would be called and he would get to issue a red alert. Alas, those moments were far in between. It being a night shift didn't help. The temptation to set his head down on the table and close his eyes to take a small nap was strong, but something punishable by the internal rules of the office. Ting! Anderson's body froze as though hit by a body bind. He removed his eyes from the quill in his hand and looked up to the Magifax sitting in the corner of the room. The machine was used for making copies of documents rather than for its primary purpose, so when he heard it make a sound, Anderson couldn't believe his ears. He stared at it, waiting for proof that it wasn't his imagination birthed by boredom but what he thought it was. Ting! There it was. Anderson's eyes widened as he stood up from his chair, sending it falling to the ground. He didn't care. The junior aura of the night shift ran to the machine and all but ripped the paper out of the tray. His eyes bulged out as he read the words and straightened up. He took backward steps towards the door, and bolted out of the room, leaving the door swinging. "Ma'am," he yelled and barged into his manager's office. Stephanie Izzard, senior aura, looked up and glared at him. "Do I need to teach you discipline, Anderson? I would gladly send you back to the academy to be graded. If you score anything less than an A grade, don't even think of coming back." Anderson ignored the severe words that promised permission and continued spouting, "Ma'am, something just came from the family emergency line." Izzard sat straighter. She asked, "Who is it?" "Lily Potter." "Potter? Isn't she at? Death Eaters have taken the entire village of Hogsmeade hostage. They have cast a ward over both Hogsmeade and Hogwarts and are planning to break into the Hogwarts." "What?" Izzard stood up from her chair. "He who must not be named is there, ma'am." She, the rest of the Hogwarts professors, and Dumbledore saw him with their own eyes. "What? And they have disabled the FLA system as well." "Ma'am, it's an entire mess, Anne." He thrust the letter into Izzard's hand. "Please read it on your own." Izzard blankly stared at the paper in her hand. The moment the page left his hand, Anderson paced around the room. "Call everyone," said Izzard. "Everyone who?" "Call Robards, all the captains, the seniors, call the hit wizards, call Scrimgeour, call Bones, call everyone." She looked at Anderson. "This needs all hands on board." "Yes, ma'am." Anderson turned to leave the office and follow the commands, but when he opened the door, he was met with a figure standing in front of the door. He gasped, "Senior Aura Potter." James entered the office and spoke straight to Izzard. "Have you called everyone?" Izzard raised the page in her hand. "Got your wife's alert just now." Anderson was about to go. "Don't stare at Anderson, go. I presume she contacted you first," she asked James. James nodded. "Who did you call?" she asked. "No one." "I knew you would be doing it." James sighed and pulled a seat in front of the table to sit down, but the moment his behind touched the cushion, he stood up and began pacing the room. "How are you feeling?" asked Izzard, studying James. "How do you think I'm feeling?" snapped James. "My wife and children are trapped inside with a monster who wants nothing more than to kill them. How do you think that makes me feel, huh?" "They're safe," she assured, not minding the harsh words. "They have Dumbledore with them, and the Hogwarts defenses stand strong between you-know-who and everyone inside." James' face remained sour. The words didn't help. "What we need to think right now is how to help the people trapped in Hogsmeade, because they neither have the Hogwarts defenses separating them from you-know-who." James groaned. He stopped, and his face contorted as he clenched his fists. There was a few seconds of struggle on his face before all of it was released with a deep breath. "You are right," he said calmly, albeit with a frown. "Hogsmeade needs our help. There's no telling what that evil maniac will do with those poor people. What should be our first plan of action?" "Scouting," said Izzard as both of them sat down. "We need to get eyes on the situation. Send a reconnaissance to get the lay of the land from the outside while we establish contact with Hogwarts to get a view from the inside. Lily and I use a charmed pair of mirrors which can show one mirror what the other mirror face is seeing. I'm sure someone can hop on a broom with the mirror, and we can get a bird's eye look of the situation. Even just simple communication can be more fluid using them." "Excellent, that's great. What's next?" "They jammed the flues. We need to find who did it and get them working again." "Randolph Weston," James spoke after a beat, "the head of the floor authority. Let's call him in. We will need his help to figure out this situation. And we need to gather the people who are in there right now." Izzard immediately got up and walked out to return after a couple of minutes. "I have sent a team. They'll keep anyone from leaving. Let's talk about the ward, you-know-whose ward. As long as that's up, we can't do anything. If we can get the flues running, we can get inside without breaking the ward. If, is the word. I doubt the Dark Lord didn't think of the literal dozens of flu in the village. Doesn't mean we can't try. We will dig through the ground by hand if that's what it takes to get inside." "I'm the last person you need to tell that," James said with a sharp glint in his eyes. "I will do anything to get to my family, anything." "Yeah, that doesn't raise any alarms in my mind," Izzard commented. James gave her a look, but she raised a brow in response, telling him that she meant every word she said. The door opened up, and Anderson peeked inside the office. "Head Auror has arrived with some of the captains. He's asking for both of you to join him." Scene break. "We have lost an entire village, Hogsmeade, the only all-wizard village, to Death Eaters." Robard spoke to the people in front of his entire team of captain, senior Aurors, and hit wizard upper hierarchy. They were sitting in the biggest auditorium in the DMLE with Robards up on the stage. They have taken an entire village of people hostage, he repeated. Do you know what that means? They can do whatever the heck they want. There was not a single positive face in the entire auditorium. Everyone understood what the term hostage meant and what an entire village full of them represented. We are royally fucked here, he spat. He rubbed his face and pointed up. Scrimgeour and Bones are up in her office, thinking of how to handle this from a media reputation standpoint, and believe me, if we don't do something about this, whatever they do will be for nothing. The people will come out on the streets, sparking rallies and riots, demanding answers for why we haven't made this problem go away. This thing can go derail the entire country. We have hundreds of children trapped inside that castle, people will have our heads on fucking spikes if something happens to them. Shit. Those inbred ingrates, I want to wring their necks. It was a shock to everyone. They had never heard Robard swear in public or even in private conversations, much less this kind of outburst. To see him spouting swear in every other sentence was surreal and so out of character that it deepened the severity of the situation in their minds. Where are we right now? He asked. Isolde rose up from her chair. She explained how the Floo was disabled in Hogsmeade and Hogwarts. I have detained the Floo Network Authority employees for the time being and have sent a team to the head's house. We have contact inside Hogwarts, we need to set up a reconnaissance team and send them to the ground zero. I propose the team be combatively advanced with hit wizards involved, so in case we find Death Eaters outside, we can successfully capture them for information. Kingsley called Robards to the Black Captain Auror, prepare a team with hit wizards. He looked to the head of hit wizards, who nodded and appointed someone from his own ranks. Isolde, get involved in this, great work on the Floo Network Authority. Yes, sir. Isolde returned resolutely before leaving the room along with Kingsley and 2 hit wizards. Sir, I would like to volunteer, James got up and announced in front of the entire crowd. Sit down, Robards gestured to James. But, sir. I won't say it again, Potter, sit down. The way he spoke and looked at James made it clear that it was an order from head Auror to a senior Auror. James dumped into his chair, his face wasn't a pretty sight to behold. Sirius sitting beside him patted his shoulder. Robards continued, I want the locations of every person on our Death Eater and affiliate list, which was an internal DMLE list of known Death Eaters, possible Death Eaters, suspected Death Eaters, and people associated with Death Eaters. If you can't find them or have any solid information about their whereabouts, I'll get you a warrant in their names. You have my authorization to bump their status to confirmed Death Eaters and treat them as so. Any sign of resistance, you know what to do. I need people working on the ward, continued Robards. Carrot, I need you to make 3 teams for it. Get any expert you can get your hands on. If they refuse to participate, drag them here. I want to know everything there's to know about that damned ward. Should I involve unspeakables? Asked Captain Auror Carrot. The Department of Mysteries was the premier research organization in the country, working on things beyond bleeding edge and state-of-the-art. Robards thought for a second before saying, I will talk with Scrimgeour and Bones. He gave Carrot a look, get results, which meant that he didn't want the unspeakables involved. Understood, Carrot gathered a couple of senior Aurors as he left. Potter, called Robards, and James shot up from his chair, I want you to be in charge of the communication. The auditorium door swung open, causing everyone's eyes to go to it. Junwar Auror Anderson, Robards identified the sudden and abrupt intruder. This isn't a place you're permitted to enter. This sort of behavior can get you suspended. Yes, sir, I know, sir, Anderson gulped, but we have a problem you and everyone here need to know about. What problem? Robards' forehead creased. It's the invisible vigilante. Robards Gawain, head Auror, if only I could. I could have reigned the village with killing curses. James Potter, senior Auror, all his chain of thoughts, no matter what, only lead to one place. Stephanie Isolde, senior Auror, part of the first team to go down to ground zero. Anderson, junior Auror, I like the boring office with paperwork better. Fiction-only reader, author, oh, yeah. Let's get the final arc rolling. Chapter 407, another one. It's the invisible vigilante. The entire auditorium hushed into silence with all eyes on Anderson, hanging on his every word. The invisible vigilante, the person who had dumped 85 Death Eaters at their door, and had been the reason for the biggest task force formed in a decade. Moreover, that name popping up now made everyone think about the timing and what it could mean. What did he do now? Asked Robards seriously. It was a time of turmoil for the country, they didn't want a costumed outlaw adding to the problem. He has taken a resort in the South hostage. The moment the word left Anderson's mouth, the silence broke like glass against a hammer. There was such uproar that Robards' voice to quiet them failed to reach once, and he had to shoot a firework to the ceiling to silence them. Hostage, the invisible vigilante has taken a resort hostage. Robards repeated Anderson's words. What the hell is happening today? Sirius said, maybe all wanted criminals are celebrating National Hostage Day and taking hostages of their own. Not today, Black, warned Robards in a nonsense tone. He turned to Anderson, who all are in the resort. I refuse to believe that he just randomly took over a resort. Do we have a list? Yes, sir. Anderson pulled out a sheet. A list of guests came along with the report, which alerted us about the incident. Robards laid his eyes on the list. It wasn't a long list with less than 50 people on it. He read every single one of those names, his eyes lingered on some, before handing the list to James and posed the question, "Do you see it?" James received it, and for a moment, his eyes reflected confusion, but as he made his way through it, his eyes widened and reflected an understanding. The surnames, they related to Death Eaters. There were surnames in the guest list that matched the Death Eaters and Affiliates list that DMLE maintained internally. It was clear what the list wanted to portray, what the invisible vigilante wanted to tell them, that he had taken family members of Death Eaters hostage. Do you know what this means? That he knew Death Eaters were going to take over Hogsmeade today. James gripped so hard that the page crinkled and crunched under his fist. He knew this was going to happen, and he didn't think to tell us. How does this help, huh? That bastard. The Dark Lord won't care, he will continue on anyway. That arrogant son of a bitch. Or that he got to know about it today and decided to take the family members hostage in hopes to counteract the situation. You can't seriously believe that, James said with some heat. It's one of the possibilities, but yes, I don't think it makes much sense, Robards replied. And seeing that you didn't think of that possibility worries me. Black, you're in charge of this, take a team and try to sort this situation out, keep me updated. You can't do this, James interjected, the invisible vigilante is my task force's duty. I decide how this is handled. Robards returned bluntly, not with that state of mind, you don't. I fear you'll ignore the safety of the hostages because they're related to Death Eaters and chose to barge inside for a confrontation. He turned to Sirius, Black, go, it's an order. Sirius gazed at James for a second before leaving the room. Do you want to work on the invisible vigilante, or do you want to be involved with Hogsmeade? Asked Robards. Hogsmeade, said James flatly, but there was irritation on his face. Then listen to what I'm saying, spat Robards. You'll be in charge of the communication team, you'll coordinate our teams on the ground and the people inside Hogwarts from here. From here? No. Send me to Hogsmeade, I'll be better there. You will stay here as long as I say so, Robards declared. His demeanor exuded seriousness and severity, this was the head Auror everyone knew. You have allowed your family's safety to cloud your judgment. I can't trust you down at the field, for the time you will stay and help from here. Robards, please, don't. If you want this to change, then show me something that will tell me that it's okay to trust you to make the right decision and not put hundreds of civilian lives at risk along with your friends and coworkers who work with you. When Robards said that, James looked stunned and even hurt, but Robards didn't take his words back. I don't take any pleasure in keeping you away from your family, but until I know you can handle yourself as the senior Auror you are, I'm having you stay put. The second I see it, I will give you the order, and you can leave that very moment. Robards turned away and returned to address the others, rapidly assigning them duties. James stood there with his fist clenched, puncturing holes into the sheet in his hand. He took a deep breath, and after a few seconds, he was off, out of the auditorium. Scene break. Sirius blinked his eyes when the rainbow shimmers of the portkey travel left for the scenery to return to normal. He looked behind his team and saw them having a similar reaction to shake off the travel. They stood in front of the resort in Scotland. Palm trees littered the area with an orange-tiled building in front of them. Listen up, he spoke to his team. The person we might encounter is highly dangerous, and even though he has a history of only targeting Death Eaters, don't think he won't target you. I have met him once, and he thrashed me to the ground. He had told his team about his encounter with the invisible vigilante, so keep your guard up, but don't engage aggressively before I say to do so. And never face him alone. This man stood his ground against the Dark Lord. Get ready, check your gear, we will start soon. After everyone was ready, Sirius raised his hand and opened up his palm, and at his command, his team split into pairs of two and dispersed to do some scouting, with one pair taking to the sky on brooms. Sirius himself walked to the front of the entrance with his wand in his hand that loosely hung by his side. He raised his brow, glanced down at the sandy path by his foot, and shifted his foot a little before stepping back. He raised his wand and held it in a reverse grip, and as if stabbing, he pushed the wand forward. The seemingly empty space buzzed and crackled when the wand hit the invisible ward. The yellow magic began to spread out, and in a few moments, the entire resort complex was blanketed by a yellow ward. Hostages and wards must be a trend or something, he muttered. Sirius put his hands behind his back and waited. As he was expecting, it took less than a minute for a black-clad masked figure to appear at the entrance. Sirius raised his hand and greeted the invisible vigilante. Long time no see, he smiled. How have you been doing? I'm doing great. On the other hand, you look like you need a bit more sun. How about you shed that mask and get a little tan going? We rarely get this good sunshine, why not take advantage of it? What you say? There was not a single sound from the other side. The eyes behind the mask simply stared at Sirius. All right, I get it. I thought we were friends, but I now see how it is. I'm just saying, I'm a great friend to have. Sirius shook his head with a sigh. So, what do you want? I mean, if you wanted something, you could have sent us crippled Death Eaters as payment. We could have definitely worked out some sort of transactional deal. Sirius watched as one of the most wanted criminals took a sheet of paper from his pocket and levitated it to him, just behind the ward with his wand. Let's see. Sirius leaned forward and squinted his eyes to read. Can't you remove the ward? It's difficult to read, no. I see, no matter, for you, I'll manage. I see names being highlighted, I know they're from Death Eater families. I demand the Death Eaters with the same surnames in return for the hostages. The family member and one other person for one Death Eaters. When I get everyone, I shall let everyone go. Whoa, wait a minute here. Sirius raised his hands. You want us to get you Death Eaters and not the other way around? I don't know if we can do that, you know, we're not in the delivery business. Again there was no verbal response, but this time Sirius got something that was much more impactful in return. He turned his head back and saw that his team had returned, and when he looked back, Sirius saw a man wrapped up in ropes fly from within the resort. The person was mercilessly dumped beside the invisible vigilante. Bartle Lee, said the distorted voice. The now-named Barnaby Lee thrashed on the ground the moment he laid his eyes on Sirius and tried to roll, worm, and push himself towards the team of Aurors, but a kick from the big black boot made him cower on the ground with pathetic cries leaking out of his stuffed mouth. Son of the Lee couple, I want both of them in return for him. Listen. Avada Kedavra. Sirius felt his body freeze as the green flash died, and all movement and sound stopped from the tied-up Barnaby Lee. His team showed a similar reaction, but their instincts propelled their hands to raise their wands for protection. What did you do? Sirius pointed his wand straight to the black face. Do you know what you just did? I suppose I won't get the Lee couple now, but if you want, you can always get me them. I have helped you in the past, after all. The distorted voice seemed more sinister than ever. Get me the Death Eaters, or... I hope this, he kicked Barnaby Lee's body, is enough to showcase how much I want my demands fulfilled. The masked killer turned away and walked into the resort. Sirius' wand trembled as he kept it trained at the back. The spell that had just been used was on his tongue, ready to be unleashed. His eyes moved to Barnaby Lee's body, and the dead young man's blank eyes stared back at him. When he looked up, the invisible vigilante had disappeared, and had left the body lying in front of the entrance, just outside of his reach. Sir, called one of the junior Aurors. Sirius didn't remove his eyes from the dead. Call the rest of the team. He had left half of his team with another senior Auror to be part of the Hogsmeade operation. I want every single one of them here as soon as possible. Get me ward breakers. Get me a team of hit wizards. I want to take that bastard's hand and shove it up his arse, take it out and push it down his throat. Why did the Dementors have to leave? He turned to his team, cast to kill. I don't care if you don't try to capture him, if he breathes in front of you, drop him dead. Somewhere in the country, a loud ringing sound broke a sleep. Fiction-only reader, author, sometimes my decisions backfire on me. Chapter 408, Promise and Peace. Beep, ting, asterisk beep, ting, asterisk beep, ting, asterisk. Quinn opened his groggily and stared at the drawn curtains that were glowing orange from the sunlight trying to shimmer inside. There was no joy in his eyes as he listened to the noise turning louder with every beep. Today was supposed to be a rare rest day for him where he had told his internal clock that it was okay to sleep in and not fire up the engines early in the morning for the day to come. He had made sure to shut off his alarms just for today, but here he was, listening to two noises that broke his sleep. He raised his hand from his elbow and pulled in with his magic. From a table across the room, two mirrors flowed to his bed. He laid down on his back and stared at the floating mirrors alternating between showing his reflection and glimmering silver. Good morning, with a small smile. The two mirrors showed his girlfriend, one on each. The previous irritation turned into a pleasant feeling filling him from the inside out. It was a great start to see them first thing in the morning. The mirrors had been lifesavers for his long-distance relationship, especially with their current circumstances. Ivy had gifted him the message, and he had made a pair for Daphne so that they could communicate likewise. Quinn, it's important. We have a problem. Is that Ivy? Did I hear Daphne? Quinn said, yes, both of you called at the same time. Let's go one at a time, Daphne, if you would. He pinched his fingers out, and the two mirrors expanded in size so that he could get a better look at them. Daphne's background was what Quinn recognized to be her room. He recognized the shades of lilac along with gold and white in the original green room. Death Eaters have taken over Hogsmeade, and the Dark Lord has cast a ward that has trapped everyone inside Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, she said in one breath. Ivy continued from a place that didn't look like her dorm room. The Aurors have been informed, and the DMLE has already deployed forces to the area outside the ward. What? Quinn jerked up and sat up on his bed. He looked incredulously at Ivy and Daphne. What? When did this happen? How are you? Is everything all right? Ivy, where are you? Calm down, nothing has happened yet, said Ivy. I'm in the room of requirements, needed a little space. What followed was Quinn getting a download from the girls. They told how they had been woken up and asked to gather in the Great Hall, where Dumbledore addressed the situation they were in, and how Ivy later was pulled aside by Lily and got to talk to James and was able to get some additional facts from the Auror office's side. Father and Mum already know, Daphne said, and now after having been given the shocking news, he could see the traces of worry and anxiousness on her face. Quinn bit the inside of his cheek, he was late. What about the Hogwarts defenses, he asked. Has the Dark Lord tried to breach them? I don't know, Daphne said. Ivy shook her head as well. What about Hogsmeade? How many were able to get out before the Death Eaters got to them? Quinn asked Ivy, knowing there were a bunch of labyrinth doors inside the village. The Aurors don't know how many Death Eaters are exactly inside Hogsmeade, but there were enough that only a few, who had wards around their homes, could escape. Ivy bit her lips. Quinn clicked his tongue. People were idiots. Even though he had put in the efforts to launch Aegis, his family had marketed the service and streamlined the process to install the ward, but people were ignorant enough to not put them up around their homes. The people with wards had plenty of time to get out of their beds, walk to the labyrinth door in their house, and leave without looking back. Have the Aurors established any contact with the Death Eaters? Asked Quinn. Nothing yet, said Ivy. Quinn closed his eyes for a moment before turning to Daphne. Can you please go stay with Luna for a while, take your mirror with you? Daphne nodded. Thank you, said Quinn with a comforting smile. I'll be there in a bit. Don't worry, everything will be all right. Quinn bid goodbye to them and closed the mirrors. The comforting smile he had held up until the end drained away. He hopped off his bed, went into the bathroom, and stood under the shower for 10 minutes as magic cleaned him. It was time, he thought. Voldemort was outside Hogwarts and had created a situation that couldn't be taken any other way than a straight-out declaration of war in the form of a terrorist attack. This was going to be it. Everything he had been doing for years was for this thing. He looked down at the chain dangling from his neck with the Deathly Hallows piece. Scene break. Quinn operated out to the countryside, painted in green. He looked around and saw the stamped-out path between the grass. He was surrounded by trees and flowers that grew in patches. There wasn't a single sign of urbanization in sight in the quaint village known as Ottery St. Catchpole. The village had both Muggle and magical communities, the latter being quietly established after the Statute of Secrecy in the 17th century. He looked up as the wind whipped his hair back. On the top of a small hill stood a strange-looking house that rose vertically against the sky, a great black cylinder shaped like the rook chess piece of the black color. Aptly named the Rook. He walked up the hill and saw the hand-painted signs that hadn't changed since the last time he had been here. The Quibbler. Editor, X. Lovegood. Pick your own mistletoe. Keep off the dirigible plums. The picket fence creaked as he opened it. The zigzagging path leading to the front door was overgrown with a variety of odd plants, including a bush covered in the orange radish-like fruit. His eyes lingered on a snargaluff and gave the wizened stump a wide berth. There were 2 aged crab apple trees without many leaves bent because of the wind, though they were still heavy with berry-sized red fruits and bushy crowns of white beaded mistletoe. The trees stood as sentinels on one side of the front door. A little owl with a slightly flattened, hawk-like head peered down at them from one of the branches. He rapped 3 times on the thick black door, which was studded with iron nails and bore a knocker shaped like an eagle. Barely 10 seconds passed, then the door was flung open, and there stood Xenophilius Lovegood, barefoot and wearing what appeared to be a stained nightshirt. His long white candy-floss hair was dirty and unkempt. What is it? Who are you? What do you want? He cried in a high-pitched, querulous voice, but then his mouth fell open in a perfect, comical oh, it's you, Quinn. How are you, son? You have gotten fatter since we last met. Hello, Mr. Lovegood, said Quinn. Would it be okay if I came in? There's something I would like to tell you. Of course, come in. Quinn stepped in and again found himself in the most peculiar kitchen he had ever been in. The room was perfectly circular so that it felt like being inside a giant pepper pot. Everything was curved to fit the walls, the stove, the sink, and the cupboards, and all of it had been painted with flowers, insects, and birds in bright primary colors. Quinn recognized Luna's style. The effect, in such an enclosed space, was slightly overwhelming. He had seen similar flares in the aid office. In the middle of the floor, a wrought iron spiral staircase led to the upper levels. There was a great deal of clattering and banging coming from overhead. Let's go up, said Xenophilius. The room above seemed to be a combination of a living room and workplace and, as such, was even more cluttered than the kitchen. Though much smaller and entirely round, The room somewhat resembled the room of requirement on the unforgettable occasion that it had transformed itself into a gigantic labyrinth comprised of centuries of hidden objects. There were piles upon piles of books and papers on every surface. Delicately made models of creatures Quinn recognized Luna telling him about, all flapping wings or snapping jaws, hung from the ceiling. Luna was not there. The thing that was making such a racket was a wooden object covered in magically turning cogs and wheels. It looked like the bizarre offspring of a workbench and a set of old shelves that Quinn knew was an old-fashioned printing press churning out quibblers. "Excuse me," said Xenophilius, and he strode over to the machine, seized a grubby tablecloth from beneath an immense number of books and papers, which all tumbled onto the floor, and threw it over the press, somewhat muffling the loud bangs and clatters. He then faced Quinn. "Why have you come here?" Quinn waved his hand, and a chair appeared in the middle of the room. "Please sit down," he said. Xenophilius shrugged, sat down on the chair, shifted in, and got comfortable. "This is a nice chair, would you get me a real one? Or you can leave this one here and come back when this one disappears, so tomorrow. More like half a year, but I will get you a good chair, Mr. Lovegood. Right now, I have something to talk to you about." "I am listening." "Sir. Death Eaters has taken over Hogsmeade." Quinn paused and let the words sink in. Xenophilius' flighty eyes returned back to earth as he stared at Quinn. "The Dark Lord lead the invasion and has taken the entire village as his hostage." Then he proceeded to cast a ward over the village, the castle, and the area around. All have been locked off to the outside. The Dark Lord plans to break the Hogwarts defenses and kill the boy who lived. The defenses stand strong, and Dumbledore is inside. Luna. Xenophilius looked ghastly and aged decades. All the quirky joy had vanished. "My Luna." Quinn saw the men in front of him spiraling, so he injected magic into his voice and said, "Luna is safe, Mr. Lovegood. DMLE has occupied their area. Hogwarts is the safest place in the country. Dumbledore will die before he lets the Dark Lord touch the kids. He holds the Elder Wand, sir, the Elder Wand." The magic seeped into Xenophilius, and his eyes remained fixed on Quinn. The panic and despair were absent as the old father hung onto Quinn's words. "The Elder Wand, the Deathly Hallow," muttered Xenophilius. "Yes, sir, the Deathly Hallow. Albus Dumbledore and the Elder Wand, that's something even the Dark Lord will struggle against. Luna will be safe." Quinn took out the mirror from his pocket and injected magic into it. The mirror surface shimmed a couple times before Daphne's face became visible. Quinn spoke with magic, so it wasn't heard by Xenophilius. "Luna," he said. Daphne nodded, and the image in the mirror changed to Luna's. For a moment, he just stared at her. It had been a long time since he had seen her. "Mr. Lovegood, look who it is," Quinn said and handed the mirror to Xenophilius. "Daddy," came Luna from the mirror. "Luna. Luna." Xenophilius brightened up at the sight of her daughter inside the mirror. "Oh, my dear sweetheart." Quinn exited the room and walked downstairs, giving the father and daughter some space. He sat down in the kitchen and stared outside the window at the sky. He took in the silence. It was probably going to be the last peaceful moment he was going to have until everything in a while. He savored it. Time passed. Not once did he go up to check on Xenophilius. Eventually, he heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Quinn turned to see Xenophilius looking much more relieved than before, but there was still a worry in the line on his face. "How is she?" asked Quinn. "Grand, she says. She looked well." Xenophilius placed the mirror on the table in front of Quinn. "She told me to return it to you, thank you. You don't need to be anything for Luna." Quinn stood up. "I will now leave, sir." "Sir, I promise, I will bring Luna back home safely. So please rest assured." He walked to the door and was about to leave when he heard. "You will bring her home safely, how?" "The Dark Lord." "The Dark Lord won't harm her." Quinn didn't look back. He paused, and when he spoke again, a guttural, distorted voice said, "I will kill him before he so much as he breathes in the same area as her." Quinn West, MC, oh boy, finally screen time. Xenophilius Lovegood, father, eccentric, eccentric, eccentric. Fiction-only reader, author. If you notice in the previous chapter, the invisible vigilante uses a wand. Chapter 409, How to Get In. Inside a house in Hogsmeade, 3 men sat in the dark back room around a round table in utter silence. All 3 men had their wands in their hands, ready to exercise their gift of magic at a moment's notice. There was a creaking noise, and all 3 men tightened their grips on their wands as they silently stood up and stepped into different corners of the room, disappearing into the shadows. Footsteps closed in towards the room until a man entered the room. The moment he stepped in, the 3 men stepped out of the shadows and sat themselves back on their tables. "How was it?" asked the short man named Bernard. A man quick on his feet and quicker with his wand. Thomas, who had just arrived from outside, loosened a strap on his dragonhide armor. He sighed, "It's bad, they are everywhere." Stations on every corner, organized patrol in groups of 3, sentries on rooftops. These guys are not joking around. He looked at his companions and asked, "What should we do?" Samuel, the bulkiest of all, leaned back on his chair, making it creak. "Greengrass Girl is inside the castle. We obviously can't get in there, and from the looks of it, we can't walk out of this mess," he said. Then, Anthony, the final member, suggested, "How about we go to the Dark Lord and offer our services, enroll if it is needed? I mean, right now, we don't have a problem with food and water, but as the time passes, we will run into that problem." "It's a good suggestion. What do you all think?" "Food and water." Bernard quirked his brow. "We are 4 people in a village full of empty houses. We can hoard enough food that will last us a while. Why are you thinking about food and water now? We need to think about those things. We don't know long we will be here." "You think we will be here for a while?" voiced Thomas. "I saw oars flying over the ward. I think it's only a while before they breach the ward, and we apparate right out of the shit show." Anthony scoffed. "You saw it, right? The Dark Lord cast the ward. The Oris ain't going come in here no way soon. We will be trapped here for a while. If we don't go now, he might not take it kindly, and I don't need to say about his reputation." "Or he kills us anyway," said Samuel. "We can find a labyrinth and get the hell out. Someone in this town is bound to have one." Bernard shook his head. "That's not as easy as it sounds. People hide their labyrinth doors in their houses, and everyone puts their own sort of locking mechanism on them. Even if we find them, we don't know if we could unlock them. With every house we go to, the risk of us getting caught increases. I don't like it, too much risk. So, what you guys say we do?" "Well, for one, when we get out of here, we don't take any more business from George West. The Dark Lord is not part of any services we offer." "This was supposed to be a simple watch and sit," scoffed Thomas. "I am going for a vacation after this, so you 3 are on your own." "I say we should sit and wait it out," said Bernard. "Hoard some food and water to last us a while and just stay out of sight." All agree. Disagreed. All set of eyes widened, and all 4 in the team whipped their heads to the voice. Standing by the door was a skeletally thin figure with waxy and reptilian features, bone-white skin, and bloodshot scara with dark scarlet eyes with cat-like slits for pupils. He had a chalk-white face that resembled a skull, snake-like slits for nostrils, and large hands with unnaturally long fingers like spiders' legs. The 4 mercenaries immediately moved their wands towards the intruder, whom they recognized at once even without ever seeing him. "No," said Voldemort. One word and a bare twitch of his wand from him caused all 4 to rise up into the air from the chairs. Their wands left their hands as they went to their throats as their mouth foamed. "I will generously impart you a never-ending vacation." Their eyes trembled in world-ending, mind-shattering, heart-thrashing panic. Scene break. Quinn looked at the silver dome with large veins spreading in all directions across the surface. He looked down and saw the Hogsmeade village from the sky. He had to apparate to an area along the railway track on which the Hogsmeade Express ran because Voldemort had warded an area so huge that he couldn't remember an image of the place to apparate, so he had to apparate to a place where he had seen during 7 years of travel and then fly from there to outside Hogsmeade. That's a big ward, Quinn thought. He could feel a magical pressure emanating from the silver ward. He roamed his eyes to the ground and spotted an area with dense trees, and lowered himself to the ground in the middle of the trees. He didn't want anyone to see him, and while he had flown around, he had seen an aura base on the ground and multiple auras on brooms in the sky. The trees were the best place to take cover. He pushed aside a bush and stepped near the ward boundary. His brows wrinkled when he saw the trees and plants that had been dissected and carved up where the ward had touched them as if it is a laser blade. "Okay, let's see what we can do here," Quinn muttered as he dismissed his mask. He raised his hands near the glowing silver, and his skin beneath his gloves tingled from being so close to a magic that his body could tell was dangerous. The magic gently flowed out of his fingertips and quietly caressed the surface. His magic interacted with the ward and sent him back inputs that his brain translated into information. After a while, Quinn groaned and backed off. The ward was tough. It was exceptionally well made, and he could tell it was exotic magic with roots he could barely recognize. Why couldn't he just be some dumb brute, he sighed. The ward was strong. From the initial look, there were no clear points to exploit. He could probably find things to exploit if he gave it time, continuous effort with a worry-less concentration, things that he didn't have. He didn't have time because Voldemort was similarly working to break the Hogwarts defenses, and he had to make sure to keep a part of his mind alert to keep hidden. He had to find a different way to get inside. Try to get in with Aurors. No, they themselves might take too much time to get in if they ever did. What else? There was only one option he could think of. Labyrinth. They were labyrinth doors inside Hogsmeade, which he could target. But there came a problem with it. The labyrinth system was made in a way that, when a door was opened, it would open to a random exit point placed around the country. However, the doors couldn't be opened the other way around. The doors could only be opened one way. Even Quinn himself couldn't go to one of the exit points and open the door to get into someone's house. Labyrinth doors were supposed to be extremely safe, and if Quinn added a key to open the doors from the outside, he would be giving a keyhole to the world, which someone eventually be able to make a key for. But there was one thing he could do. He had made every door and exit point by hand personally and thus knew every one of them had a unique signature that only he could make out because of his situation as the creator. And while he couldn't open the doors from outside, he could connect a door to a specific exit point for a single turn. And because he knew which door went to which home, he could pinpoint a door and connect it to his preferred choice of exit. But the problem started after that. Even if he could connect the doors, there was no way for him to open the door from inside. So he needed someone from inside to open the door, which meant he needed to make contact with someone from inside. He looked at the ward, and the chances of that happening were low. Not to mention, even if he met someone, there was no telling if he could convince them. There was a ward that stopped magic from going through, but there were always exceptions. No magic was perfect. There was something he could do. He sighed. It would have been so much easier if I just installed a labyrinth inside Hogwarts. He had not done so and was regretting it dearly. Scene break. Give me a report, Shacklebolt. Kingsley turned back and saw Robards walking to him. He turned back to the ward-covered Hogsmeade and jutted his chin to the silver barrier that stopped him from going inside. The experts we got are already working on how to breach the ward, he said. How is that going? It's a tough ward, sir. I talked to them after they had worked on it for a couple of hours. They weren't optimistic about a quick entry. It's not looking good. How fast can they enter? Days, a week if nothing goes wrong, and things always go wrong. I think it might take 2 or even 3 weeks, that is if we don't call in someone better. Do I have to call in unspeakables? Or you can call someone from outside the country. That can work, but that'll take time. You can't just find people who will be willing to come work on a ward cast by the Dark Lord, Robards sighed. Any person who came here had their lives in danger. It was possibly one of the most dangerous situations currently in the world. Unspeakables will be better in this situation, he sighed. I will contact them. I'm sure they're waiting right for it to come. Or maybe they are already here, hiding somewhere, already working on the ward. I would like that, said Kingsley. How's the invisible vigilante situation going? He killed a kid. Kingsley turned to Robards with a shocked expression. What? He uttered. What? He said again. Not really a kid, 20 years old, but that's still a kid. He has taken the kids of Death Eaters hostage and demands their parents in exchange. Both of Barnaby Lee's parents are Death Eaters. He made an example out of him, killed the boy before Black could utter a word. All the kids he has, all of their parents, are in there. The Dark Lord won't budge from that. I know. I always suspected he was a madman. It will take a day for Black to get in there and take him out. Does he need backup? Hit Wizards will be backing him up when they enter. They want to get the credit for taking down the invisible vigilante. They're sending a lot of themselves down there to take him down. Should we also? Kingsley stopped. Sir. Robards followed Kingsley's line of sight and his back straightened, and his entire body tensed from head to toe. His hand went straight to his wand and pulled it out, and so did every person the moment they saw the Dark Lord walking towards them. Quinn West, MC, I need to get in there. Fiction-only reader, author, today is Quinn's birthday. Wish him well. Chapter 410, Demands and Reunion. The Aurors shrunk in their dragon-hide armors as they saw the matchstick-thin figure dressed in a simple robe walk towards them. There was a seemingly impenetrable ward between them which, while kept them outside, also kept what was inside from coming out. There were 10s of them, but the sight of the men sent chills down their veins. In his presence, Augustus Rookwood, who walked along with him, seemed almost insignificant despite being an ex-unspeakable and a notorious wanted criminal. He stopped a few steps away from the ward boundary and leisurely watched a literal army of Aurors, and Hit Wizards assembled as though there wasn't even a shred of fear and caution in his mind. Gawain Robards, called Voldemort. All eyes turned to the head Auror. Robards took a moment to gather himself before stepping forward, passing by Kingsley Shacklebolt, who had his wand ready to cast. Dark Lord, said Robards. I would suggest that you stop this farce and free Hogsmeade. They are innocent people who haven't done anything to warrant this. Release them and surrender yourself alongside your Death Eater subordinates. While Robards' voice and tone seemed as concrete as usual, his Aurors could tell there was a difference and knew the reason behind it. Oh, voiced Voldemort, sounding amused. Gawain Robards, head Auror, quite an accomplishment. I remember you were a senior Auror during my last reign. You were there, in the middle of it, part of the pointless conflict against me. Robards clenched his fist. He had experienced what Voldemort and his Death Eater in power felt and looked like. He had been part of the resistance against the vicious Dark Lord. Hearing his and his peers, friends' efforts being called pointless boiled his blood. Voldemort's voice went flat and hard as he continued, "You were there in the middle of it all, so you should know about it. When have I never needed justifications to do as I wish? I'm the rightful ruler, owner of this country, I can do whatever I want with it. You." Robards had no words in his shock. Voldemort looked to Rookwood standing a step behind. The ex-unspeakable stepped to the front, and for the first time, the Aurors noticed that he had something with him. The pressure from standing face to the Dark Lord had limited their observation. The bag with Rookwood floated beside, and when he pointed his wand to the ground, the black load dropped in front of them. Rookwood twitched his wand, and the seams of the black cloth came apart, revealing the bag's contents. It took a moment, but a wave of gasps rushed the Aurors. Inside the bag was a man in bad shape. He looked like he had been beaten badly, but that wasn't what shocked the Aurors so much. "Trent," Kingsley muttered. Trent Wilgums was a career junior Auror who had no possibility to rise to senior Auror because of his work ethic, ability, and leadership skills, which never rose to warrant him a chance at promotion. He had been positioned at Hogsmeade, and the village was his area of responsibility, along with a couple of younger junior Aurors working him as their leader. "He was found passed out at a pub, drunk out of his mind," said Voldemort, looking at the roughed-up men with disinterested eyes. "Couldn't even put up a fight in his state, couldn't even open the clasp on his holster, such an embarrassment." Robards gritted his teeth in anger but held his tongue. He needed a little more time to think of words. There was an Auror in the terrorist's grasp, he couldn't carelessly say something that would put Trent's life at risk. "I have demands," declared Voldemort. "Demands. I want the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Ministry as a whole to not interfere with what is happening here. If my demands are met, I shall let every one of the Hogsmeade residents, along with Hogwarts students and professors, bar Harry Potter and Dumbledore, leave here alive when I'm done. Of course, I can't promise the safety or mortality of the people if they oppose me. However, as long as they stay out of my way, I shall generously let them live to tell my tale. That's. If my demands are ignored or not agreed with, and the Ministry attempts to breach my ward, I will send every man, woman, and child I can set my eyes on into the embrace of death. I will raze the village and the castle to the ground and destroy the history along with the people. After I'm done with them, there won't be a Hogsmeade of Hogwarts. So think carefully before you do anything. If I see any attempts to breach my ward, I will take it as a refusal to meet my demands." Robards had nothing to say at the moment, he couldn't refuse, nor could he agree, he needed to think about it before making any decision, so he decided to change the subject. "The invisible vigilante has taken the children of your Death Eaters hostage," he said. "He is asking for their parents in return for the children. I ask for those parents to surrender for their children's safety. If they come into our custody, we can negotiate with the invisible vigilante to let the children go without handing them to the invisible vigilante." While he was in no mood to negotiate, there were still innocent people in that resort who still needed to be delivered safety, and this was how the best of both worlds. Voldemort stared at Robards for a few seconds before turning away along with Rookwood raised Trent up with magic, making many Aurors shag their shoulders, but then Voldemort turned back. "It seems I haven't made myself clear." He pointed his wand at Trent, and the wand tip glowed green. Seeing that, Robards yelled with his wand going up, "No." But it was all for naught, the green jet hit Trent's body, and everyone present knew what had taken place. "As I said before, the Ministry doesn't interfere," said Voldemort before again turning back to walk away with Rookwood following him. "Just remember what you will be forcing upon the innocent people if you try to get inside. You monster." A young junior Auror yelled forth and raised his wand to Voldemort, Avada Kedavra. A green jet coursed out and zapped towards Voldemort. It passed through the ward because there was no known magic known to stop the killing curse. Voldemort didn't even look back as an earthen wall rose up behind him and Rookwood. The green curse met the wall, and the magic was no more. The dirt wall then crumbled, and Voldemort turned to look at the Auror. "Aurors casting the unforgivables doesn't seem right, let me show you how it is done." He raised his wand and chanted, Avada Kedavra. There was a green flash much faster than the junior Auror, and it hit the junior Auror in the chest, and the young man was dead. "There you go, 2 dead Aurors, what a waste." Voldemort looked at the Auror crowd before turning again. This time, no Auror stopped him as he walked away. There was a long spell of silence as the Auror stared at the dead body of Trent that had been left there. "I get it now," said Robards. Kingsley looked at him. "I get why he was so angry, seeing that," he pointed at the dead body, "and knowing you can't reach it, and it will stay there, is infuriating." He looked up at the sky, which had already reached the morning glow. "All of them are the same, doing whatever they want, not caring about anything, ignoring the law, causing harm, costing lives, all the fucking same." There was a moment in which Robards closed his eyes and didn't speak another word. "I'm calling the unspeakables. They will find me a way inside and will do it quietly." He turned to Kingsley and ordered, "I want Dumbledore in Hogsmeade when we find a way inside. I don't care what you, James, and Sirius need to do, pull in every order of Phoenix favor you all have to, get yourselves in his debt, but I need Dumbledore out facing the Dark Lord while we clean up the Death Eaters." Do you understand, Captain? Yes, sir. Scene break. Voldemort had threatened the Aurors to not interfere and warned them that if he saw them tampering with this ward, he would start dropping bodies. And he had meant every word of it. So, Death Eaters were sent to patrol the boundary from the inside to make sure the Aurors were keeping their promises. One such patrolman was named Gerald, and scouting one of the many sections of the ward boundary was part of his duty. He bit on a slice of bread that he had got from a pub. Coming here had been a stressful process, and he had skipped 2 meals to calm his nerves. He hummed a tune to fill the empty space to fill it with something, and he was walking along checking the boundary when he heard, "Daddy." Gerald stopped as if something had clutched his feet and legs. His body began trembling before he even turned toward the voice because he was afraid of what it was going to be. His heart beat as he turned, his throat cracked, and his eyes blurred as he saw a boy who couldn't be any older than 5 standing outside the ward. "Daddy," squealed the boy happily. Gerald took steps towards the ward boundary and dropped to his knees on the wet grass and mud. "Troy," he croaked. "My boy, my baby boy," he cried as tears began pouring out of his eyes. "Daddy." Troy giggled. "I want to play." Gerald inched closer to the wand boundary and was about to touch the silver glow when he stopped as its threat entered his mind. He then saw Troy moving ahead with his pudgy legs. Gerald yelled, "Troy, stop. Don't come here." He couldn't lose Troy after he had lost him once. He had just gotten his baby boy back, and he wasn't going to let Troy leave him again. "I want Daddy," said Troy and took another step forward. Okay, Gerald repeated. "Daddy knows another way. Daddy will come to get you, so don't come here and go to the tree behind you. Daddy will come to you." Troy went back as he asked him to do. But Gerald had other problems. He didn't know how to get out of here, they couldn't get out, there were orders, and if he broke them, it meant death. "You can use labyrinth door," a voice whispered in his mind, his own voice. "Take a labyrinth door, step outside, and get to Troy." "The labyrinth doors still work?" "Yes, they do. I need to find a labyrinth door." He looked and saw Troy playing with his favorite toy Quidditch player action figures. Troy looked at him and smiled as he waved. Gerald waved back. "House, 03, Street, 12, 2nd floor. Myers' house. Find it." Gerald got up and dusted his pants. "Troy, stay there, Daddy's coming to you," he said. "Okay." Gerald turned, sprinted towards the Hogsmeade, and didn't take a look back. If he did, he would notice Troy staring at him with unblinking eyes, and even if he turned back, he wouldn't have caught the 2 stone-gray eyes gazing at him from the shadows. Quinn West, MC, Eyes cameo. Voldemort, Dark Lord, I have made myself clear. Gerald, Death Eater, running faster than he had ever run. Gawain Robards, Head Auror, sometimes black and white are better than gray. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Captain Auror, I'm worried but I don't have any better idea. Chapter 411, A Chaotic Choice. Lunchtime at Hogwarts was drastically different from the usual vibrant gathering of people. The people were still there, but the vibrancy and the sheer energy of young students had been snatched, leaving behind a dull gray ambience in the room. Ivy looked around the Great Hall, and she could see more people who were toying and stabbing at their food instead of actually eating and enjoying the meal. Even Ron by her side hadn't piled up his plate with food and was swirling a breadstick in his bowl of soup which had a long cold. Not ever at the Slytherin table could she see the children of Death Eaters glancing around nervously, clearly scared of retaliation from hundreds of wands, blamed for the current situation. No wonder why some looked much worse than everyone else in the Great Hall. She sighed as she failed to spot even a single happy face and was sure the tables would have been much emptier if Dumbledore hadn't declared attendance at Great Hall during mealtimes to be mandatory. Many older students wished to oppose and resist the decision and had come close to it, but one look at Dumbledore's face told them that the headmaster wasn't in any mood for discussion. "All of you should eat something," she lightly said to her friends. Hermione looked at Ivy and then at her plate. Ivy followed her eyes and glanced down at her plate to find that her serving of pasta had turned into a gooey clump from not being touched. She looked up at Hermione and saw her looking up at the ceiling. For the first time since she had entered the Great Hall for the first time during her first year, the ceiling that had been charmed to reflect the sky above had been turned off. She thought that she and everyone here were among the rare group of people in the entire Hogwarts history that had actually seen the actual Great Hall ceiling without the charms, and it was pretty standard, just like as anyone would expect a ceiling to be. There was no secret hidden in it, as many had theorized over the years. The Aurors. Ivy turned her attention to Dean Thomas, who was sitting close by with Ginny by his side. The dark-skinned boy spoke quietly. "They will be able to break the ward and rescue us, right?" He was looking at the table, and the jovial look usually in his eyes was nowhere to be seen. "Of course, they will," spoke Harry with confidence. "Entire Ministry is working on rescuing us and beating Voldemort," people gasped, but Harry didn't look abashed at all. They were inside Hogwarts, and if Voldemort couldn't come inside, no Snatcher could even dream of it. "How do you know that?" The people who had been attracted by the conversation and listening all turned towards Seamus Finnegan, who posed the question with a dark look on his face. This is who we are talking about. Even if they were able to break the ward, how would they go against him? He isn't even alone, he has his Death Eaters with him. They have Aurors and Hit Wizards together, he can't be that strong, can he? Asked Dean, worried. Me dad doesn't think so, he said. We have Professor Dumbledore. Harry budged in and cut Seamus off. Everyone around him at the Gryffindor table and even those Hufflepuff tables were now looking over. Voldemort, stop flinching. Voldemort fears Professor Dumbledore, which means he can't defeat him. Dumbledore will never allow Voldemort to win. Then why hasn't he done anything? Questioned Seamus. He looked at the headmaster, who was at the head table talking to McGonagall. If he can defeat him, why hasn't he done so already? Hermione supplied the response to his question. Because of Hogsmeade. They have taken the people of Hogsmeade hostage. She glanced at the head table. He must be waiting for the Aurors to be in a position where he doesn't have to worry about their safety and can focus on facing him. As if he was listening, Dumbledore turned to them. Everyone froze and looked away and started eating their food. Ivy glanced back at Dumbledore, but he was already back talking to McGonagall. So, Hermione finished her explanation. The moment the Aurors rescue Hogsmeade hostages, Dumbledore will duel Voldemort. Ivy thought so as well. But she had another thought that stemmed from a conversation she had with Quinn where he had said, Voldemort and Dumbledore are much more powerful than anyone thinks they are. If they truly fought, they would wipe out villages without even trying. They're monsters who can't express their magic to the fullest because of the consequences. That had spurred the thought that the reason why Dumbledore hadn't stepped out to face Voldemort was that if things got severe and the two magical monsters let their magic out, Hogsmeade wouldn't look as it stood now, and the lives and safety of anyone in the vicinity couldn't be guaranteed. But even knowing that, Ivy couldn't help but desire to witness their fight. She picked up her fork and decided that even though she wasn't in the mood to eat, she should at least finish what she was put on her plate. Her fork was about to stab the pasta clump when she heard something that shook her mind. Habitants of Hogwarts. Even though she had never heard it, she knew precisely who the voice belonged. It boomed around the castle, touching every wall and corner of the grand magical castle. None in Hogwarts didn't listen to the voice, and it echoed in their chests, thrumming inside their body. At the head table, Dumbledore stood up with stony emotions etched on his face as he looked somewhere far away into the distance, his gaze passing through the walls towards the source of the voice. Listen to me, to Lord Voldemort, continued the voice, and everyone in the Great Hall shivered as a commotion erupted, but the voice continued as clear as crystal with a hint of eerie chill mixed in. Today, I arrive at the doorstep of the place that my ancestor Salazar Slytherin helped build. Today, I arrive here to take the first step to take what is rightfully mine. This country has devolved into something of a mockery with those unworthy of the gift being allowed to grow. I wish to return this country to its lost glory, return it to the country that had once birthed Merlin himself. It was as if Hogwarts itself hung onto Voldemort's every word. Nothing and no one made a single sound, fearing they would miss what he was saying. But before I do that, I need to accomplish something first. Understand that I hold no desire to hurt any of you. The children of Hogwarts are the future of this great country, and I wouldn't even dream of harming them. Despite how impossible it sounded, the words caused hope to sprout in many people's minds. But beware, if you stand in my way, will be struck down without mercy no matter whoever they are, and that sent a shiver and fear to the depth of many souls. I call to you in this way, for I can use your service. I offer all of you to gain my favor if you can accomplish one simple task. Turn over Har. Dumbledore got up and swung his wand in a grand gesture, and immediately the voice was extinguished, letting the silence replace it. Everyone turned to Dumbledore, but he had his eyes trained ahead. For a moment, silence became too loud, and then a screaming voice louder than before returned, and if it was not audible before, it was now. Hand Harry Potter and his family over, and I give my word that everyone, and I say everyone, other than Dumbledore, will live. Again Dumbledore worked his magic, and Voldemort's voice was quelled again. This time no one looked at Dumbledore. Instead, Ivy felt hundreds of pairs of eyes on her, and it made her want to shrink into herself until she could disappear. She wished so much that she could pull out the cloak of invisibility and simply vanish out of the Great Hall to escape the eyes staring holes into her. Ivy looked at Harry and was surprised to see that he was sitting there calmly without a hint of nervousness or unease on his face. She had always known that even though Harry was somewhat uncomfortable with mass attention that came because of his identity as the boy who lived, he had long become used to it. But now, as she saw her brother sitting there unbothered while she was feeling a burning sensation from the stairs, she understood how her brother's life had been. Dumbledore announced, Harry, Ivy, to the antechamber, please, immediately. Harry stood up, and Ivy hastily followed after him, completely following his lead because she didn't know what to do and think. Harry, she said. Don't worry, Ivy. We're fine, you don't need to worry about what he said. But Dumbledore won't give us out even if everyone in the castle wants us out. And I'm sure more people will refuse to agree with Voldemort's demand than agree with him. No one will believe that maniac's words. He would kill every Muggle-born the moment he steps inside the castle, so don't worry, we don't have to talk to anyone who isn't close to us. Ivy couldn't voice her thought or even properly formulate them. But even then, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of worry about what had just taken place. As they entered the antechamber, she saw Lily already in there. "Mum," she called as Lily hugged her. Lily combed Ivy's hair and gently said, "It's okay, no one is going to do anything that monster said." She also took Harry into her motherly hug. "Dumbledore and the other professors are going to make everything clear, so don't worry about it, throw it out of your minds, relax, and don't let it affect you." Ivy hugged Lily back, but she couldn't ignore the bad feeling in her mind. She wished Quinn would be here, and she would feel safe enough to make the bad feeling go away. She wished that she could leave and be alone to talk to him. Quinn, the person in question, was nowhere near Hogwarts and was in another part of the country, staring at the door in an alley in front of him with an intent look. Quinn West, MC, presence only. Ivy Potter, worried, "I don't feel great right now." Voldemort, Dark Lord, I have given a choice. Chapter 412, Getting In. Quinn stood in a deserted alleyway dressed with not a soul in sight. There was a criterion to place labyrinth exit points, and locations less visited by the non-magical people were high pointer. To be unseen exiting a labyrinth exit point was paramount, and thus, every exit came with an area ward that sent non-magical eyes wandering in other directions. Moreover, there was a committee place that would regularly review the locations to adapt to the ever-changing non-magical world. He stared at the wall covered with posters in front of him. The entire neighborhood had once been a booming residential area until it had been abandoned and was yet to be redeveloped, making it perfect as an exit point. I wonder if this was the wrong way to get in, he thought with a strand of worry. He hadn't been in the house he had sent Gerald to and only knew that address contained a labyrinth door. He didn't know the layout, where the door was placed, or how it was hidden. The plan's success was heavily based on Gerald's ability to locate and discover the door. Gerald. He hadn't been chosen because of a reason. Quinn had simply chosen him because he was the first one he had found wandering around the ward boundary. While the ward boundary stopped various magic, it didn't prevent mind magic from going through. And mind magic was one of Quinn's most dangerous weapons, and the moment he laid his eyes on Gerald, his mind was already in Quinn's hands. He shoved everything aside and targeted Gerald's most joyous and tragic memories, and to his surprise, he found something that hit both of those categories. Trent, Gerald's late son. Little Trent had died at the tender age of 5 from a magical illness that had spurred quick and hard. The child's immune system and magic weren't able to sustain him until magical medicine could work its charm, and Trent had departed to his next great adventure. The moment Quinn had found that button, he clicked it hard. He had weaved together his best work of mind and illusion magic to show Gerald a magical image of Trent that acted in the same way Trent had done in the memories, with slight actions that would push the already emotional and distraught Gerald over the edge so that the mind magic could dominate the mind and Quinn could puppet him in any way he desired. Should I go back to check, he wondered. There was a real chance that Gerald could panic and come back to check on Trent to see if his son was still there. The wall in front shook, and a glowing outline appeared on the wall in the shape of a door. Quinn pushed himself off the opposite wall and walked towards the glow as the part of the wall changed into a stark red door with golden trim. Just like the labyrinth doors could be hidden, the exit points could also be hidden and didn't have to be visible all the time. The door was thrown open and Gerald burst out looking panicked. He turned his eyes over Quinn, and for a split moment, his eyes didn't even linger, but then he double-taked hard. "I invisible vigilante." Gerald's body froze up from his feet, a paralysis traveling up his body. His eyes trembled as Quinn walked toward him. "No. Don't come near me. Stay away." Quinn raised his hand towards Gerald, but before he could even touch him, the spiraling Death Eater fainted. "Oh well," Quinn touched Gerald's forehead and made sure that the man stayed in his current state. He then jammed the door to make it stay open so that he would have a way to enter and exit Hogsmeade at will without needing Gerald's help anymore. He gave Gerald one final look before entering the house and saw what Gerald had done to find the door. The men had turned the house upside down, not a single thing in the room was in the correct place, and Quinn crushed broken glass pieces the moment he stepped inside the house. "People can be so brutal and uncivilized," he sighed. Quinn moved across the house and found a window. He peered out and scowled at the empty streets of Hogsmeade, and that too at morning, something you could only see on a big Quidditch game day, but today the reason was deeply sinister. He had gotten in Hogsmeade, but the question now was what to do now that he was here. He couldn't charge in and start cutting down Death Eaters left and right, he couldn't even go hunting in shadows, not when there were innocent people in constant danger of a wipeout. Go after Voldemort? Now was not the time, there were things to do be taken before taking a stand against Voldemort. I should scout the village to get a better feel for the situation, thought Quinn. As it stood currently, Voldemort was a secondary concern, the primary priority was the people taken as hostages, their safety was needed to be assured before anything. Not only are they too big of a number to be sacrificed, Quinn couldn't lie and say he hadn't thought of collateral damage. Alas, an entire village was a bit too large to be sacrificed, and Dumbledore won't fight without restraint if he knew that there was a chance to wipe out more than 100 people. That's why he needed to clear the village of innocents. Well, not him, he had people who would do that for him. He had other motives in mind. Scene break. Hermione silently opened the door and hurriedly sneaked in before closing the door behind her. She breathed a sigh of relief and pulled down the cloak of invisibility from her body. Hermione looked at the room she had seen merely a couple of times in her 7 years at Hogwarts. It was a layout much like her own head girl's suite but bigger than the new residency that she had taken over this year. "Hermione, is that you?" came a voice from inside. "Yes, Professor Potter," replied Hermione as she walked to the voice and reached Lily, who was standing inside the kitchen of the professor's quarters that had been assigned to her when she took her position in Hogwarts. "Where are Ivy and the boys?" she asked. "They're inside," Lily sighed and presented Hermione with a tray of refreshments. "Make them eat something, will you, dear? It's no use worrying about the things they're spinning their heads around." "Yes, I will see to it." Hermione took the tray carefully. Lily smiled. "How lucky is my Harry to have you." Hermione tinted red and looked away in embarrassment. "I'm going out to a professor's meeting. Make yourself comfortable," said Lily, flicking her wand that set the kitchen utensils and cleaners into motion. Hermione saw Lily off before heading into the living room and found her best friend sitting silently as if someone had passed away. "I brought food," she opened up. "You three should eat something, you had nothing at lunch." She placed the tray on the center table and sat beside Ivy, but none reached out for food, not even Ron. "Why are you three like this? Harry, you're not going to be given to Voldemort. Why are you needlessly thinking about that? What else is there to think about?" Harry replied. There was a hint of furrow between his brows. "I know Dumbledore won't send me out even no matter what anyone says, and with him here, neither can I be forced out, but what if it's the only way?" "What?" Hermione uttered with hurt in her voice. Ivy and Ron looked shocked, the former much more than the latter. "There are so many trapped in Hogsmeade, and we have more here at Hogwarts. What if me going to Voldemort puts so many lives safely out of danger? One in exchange for many seems logical, doesn't it?" Harry said bitterly. "When the safety is ensured, Dumbledore can defeat Voldemort and—" "Are you listening to yourself?" Hermione stood up with clenched fists and stared with. "Voldemort won't die with the Horcruxes still around." "I know that, but Dumbledore kills Voldemort now, it will give everyone some time," Harry rebuked, looking Hermione straight in the eye and ignoring the increasingly darkening expressions. "The diary and the ring, 2 of the Horcruxes are already destroyed. If we take one that Quinn has, that'll make 3, and if with me, it'll make 4. There was a horrid silence in the room, but one look at 3 other than Harry would reveal that they had much to yell, and if not for the shock of the situation, they would have torn the roof off. That's already more than half. In the time it takes Voldemort to recover, the rest of the Horcruxes could be found, and with his fall, the Death Eaters could truly be rounded up and put into Azkaban, not before we send them to Quinn to have them fixed." "Shut up," Hermione glared at Harry. "I agree with her," Ivy said. "You need to stop speaking right now. The more you speak, the worse you make things. You know what, shut down your brain and just stare at a wall or something, you idiot." "Mate, thinking like that isn't going to help anyone," said Ron. "Even if you ask to be sent out, no one's going to let you. I'll be the first to stun your arse and lock you in the dungeons, so why even think of the pointless?" Harry looked up at Hermione, who looked more hurt than he had ever seen her. When Harry didn't say anything, Hermione stomped out of the room. "Go after her, you idiot," said Ron. Harry stood up and walked out to follow his girlfriend out of the room. Ivy looked at Ron and asked, "Hermione was wrong, you don't have the emotional intelligence of a teaspoon, Ron." Ron shifted to face Ivy, and instead of saying something she would expect him to say, he asked, "What is Quinn doing now?" What? Even I won't believe it if you told me that you haven't talked to him. What is the invisible vigilante doing now?" Ivy studied Ron for a good long moment before asking, "Why are you asking?" "Because it concerns my best friend. I don't know if he has told anyone where the Horcrux he has is. From what I've read about him in the papers and heard from you, he's surely trying to get involved. And if he's coming here, he might get caught and die. So, I want to know where the Horcrux is, so we can destroy. I will do it if that's what's needed." Ron squinted his eyes. "You didn't think of that, did you?" he sighed. Ivy's face had turned the moment Ron mentioned the possibility of Quinn dying. She couldn't say anything. "I know it's not an easy conversation, but ask him where it is. If he has put it somewhere, ask him how to get to it. If he's keeping it with him, tell him to hide it somewhere and ask him. Even if you don't think it's not going to happen right now, right here, anything can happen." Ron got up and walked out of the room, leaving Ivy alone in the room. She looked toward the door and gingerly pulled out the shrunken 2-way mirror. She tapped it with her wand, and it began to flash, but the connection was never accepted by the other side. Quinn West, MC, much things to do, no time to do them in. Ivy Potter, tough position, why isn't he picking up? Harry Potter, Horcrux, I have to die one way or another. Fiction-only reader, author, The Thing with Gerald and Trent, I took from Rick and Morty, the car battery episode where Summer is protected by the car. Chapter 413, Getting In Again. The mirror in Quinn's pocket flashed and vibrated, but his hands didn't go to it, despite knowing where and whom the call was coming from. His eyes were stuck on the surreal sight in front of him. On a street junction, 3 wooden pillars stood erected, and tied up from them were 3 bodies with their heads bowed and arms nailed on horizontal wooden planks. They had been stripped of their clothes, leaving them with no dignity even in death. There were dried blood stains on the ground, seemingly having dripped down from their bodies. Quinn stepped out from the shadows and moved closer and saw the discolored skin color which had turned a grotesque black. He knew what that was a sign of. Someone had overloaded their bodies with crucio for an excessive amount of time. If they were alive, their skin would have recovered with time, but in death, it would stay this way until their bodies decomposed, returning to Earth. He didn't know who these men were or why they ended up like this, but he was sure they didn't deserve this fate and ending. Quinn clenched his fist and looked with self-disgust because he knew he couldn't get the dead bodies down from the pillars, as doing so would alert the Death Eaters of an outside presence. Too late, huh? Quinn squeezed his shut for a moment before disappearing into the wind. Scene break. Albus, we have to do something. McGonagall impatiently entered the headmaster's office and began pacing around under Dumbledore's eyes. The older students are gathering in the Great Hall, and I fear they will demand that the Potter family be given to the Dark Lord. We must stop it at once. We already have enough problems outside. I'm not equipped to handle them arising inside. The younger students weren't old enough to completely comprehend the situation and believe Dumbledore's words of everything being all right. But the senior students had the capability to think for themselves, and at that age, it was an instinct to question and sometimes oppose the decision. Right now, those instincts were rearing their heads. If they ask for it, said Dumbledore, I will face them, listen to their reasoning, talk to them, but I'm not going to shut them down without giving them a chance to speak their minds. What if they don't listen? They will, they have to. What reason do they have other than Voldemort's word, which frankly saying isn't much? They haven't lived through wars, faced Dark Lords, or know what goes in their twisted minds. They haven't seen the dark side, the real side of things, and as long as they're in my care, it's my duty to protect them from it. Dumbledore stood up from his chair and headed to the window. He stared out at the scenery with his hands behind his back. He could barely make out Hogsmeade in the distance because of the ward distorting the view. Minerva. I would like to take care of Hogwarts in case something happens to me. I have already named you my successor. Take care of the children, he said. McGonagall froze in her tracks and jerkily turned to Dumbledore. Albus, what are you? I've already passed 100 a decade ago. That doesn't mean anything, interjected McGonagall. She didn't want this conversation to continue. You're not old, Albus, if that's what you're trying to imply. You're not a muggle. The magical kind had longer lifespans. For them, 100 years wasn't the sunset of life. No, I'm not old. This isn't about that. Dumbledore still didn't turn towards her. Frankly speaking, I was in my prime when I fought Grindelwald. I was young, passionate, and had the hunger suitable for that time. I was even learning under Nicholas back then. When the war ended and the peace arrived, I let my hair down and returned to teaching at Hogwarts. My efforts at magic took a step back. When I became the headmaster, my duties increased, same with my other titles, another step back for magic. By the time Tom Riddle rose as Voldemort, I hadn't been as active with magic as I was when I fought Grindelwald. I had become complacent. When Voldemort started to show as a threat, I dusted the cobwebs over my magic. Even those efforts constantly clashed with my role at Wisengamot, but I trusted them to be enough. Dumbledore took out the Elder Wand to gaze at it. When Voldemort was vanquished, I thought I would double down my efforts. However, leading the Light faction was a burden too time-consuming, and I had to figure out a way to defeat Voldemort once and for all. He turned to McGonagall and surprised her with a bitter smile. I fear I'm not strong enough to come out alive from a life-and-death duel with Voldemort. He has always been hungry for power. The time he had spent suffering after Harry vanquished him has only strengthened that desire. He has utilized unspeakable dark rituals to bolster his power, learned the vilest of magic. He is mighty. The last words were already said before, and McGonagall could tell that Dumbledore chose not to tell them. You have to be alive, said McGonagall. There can't be any other outcome. Hogwarts needs you, the children need you. Hogwarts won't be the same without you. You need to stay alive to see a time where you can retreat away from everything and just be the headmaster and actually get to teach. The light returned to Dumbledore's eyes as he chuckled. Maybe you are right. I would love to teach again. You looked like you enjoyed it when you did it that year. Working with young children, introducing them to new things is the finest experience I have had in my life. Dumbledore smiled as he sighed. I hope I will get to experience it again. I really hope so. Scene break. Sir, we are ready to move in. Sirius strapped his standard-issue Auror Dragonhide heavy vest as he turned to his subordinate. Good, tell everyone to strap up and take their position, we move in 3. Yes, sir, the junior Auror saluted before running away. Sirius turned towards and walked towards a group dressed differently. All were dressed in matching 10 combat gear, which, different from the Auror issue, was made from a select breed of dragons with a lighter and more magic-resistant hide. Every last one seemed in tip-top shape with a body language that spoke of their training. Warlant, called Sirius. Warlant, his hit wizard counterpart, turned, and for a moment, Sirius thought how if Warlant wasn't married, he would have been the perfect wingman. He was handsome in the rugged way that many ladies dug, and combined with his job as hit wizard, the man was a chick magnet. Ready, said Warlant. The ward breakers are ready to break the ward at command, said Sirius, returning his focus to the job. Are you going to lead the vanguard or rearguard? There were 3 ground teams and 1 air unit. Out of the 3 ground teams, 2 were made up of hit wizards, and they were going to assume the role of the vanguard, and the second hit wizard team went from the backside of the resort. Sirius was going to lead the rearguard team of Aurors from the front. The second team of Aurors was going to take the sky on brooms and were going to proceed to enter from the sky and attack from above if needed. I'm leading the charge, said Warlant, as if it was obvious. Goodman praised Sirius with respect before speaking with a severe tone. Be careful, the target is a heavy-handed butcher. He will not hesitate to cut off limbs or blast off pieces of bodies. It's a rarity we get his victims in stable condition. Don't hold back, I have already told my men to cast to kill. I don't mind capturing him alive, but even for a moment, you find yourself in a shred of doubt that things could go awry, kill the bastard. If you're hesitant to do so, go look at the kid's dead body at the entrance. Warlant shook his head. I don't mind it. If you want him dead, I will deliver him to you dead. Not if I get to him first. We will see about that, little man, the towering hit wizard smirked. Sirius clicked his tongue and shoved Warlant, who laughed in return. After the 5 minutes passed, Sirius faced everyone who had been assembled for the current mission. Aurors, hit wizards, medi-healers for emergencies, external consultant ward breakers, everyone was looking at him. I don't have much to say, and neither am I interested in saying much, so I'll keep it short, he said. Our peers stationed outside Hogwarts with Death Eaters and the Dark Lord holding the entire village hostages while our children are only separated by a ward. While here we are, facing a man whom I respected before he killed a child, now he's a worthless bastard that needs to go. I would rather be at Hogsmeade than here, making sure that the people I work with and care for are safer with me there, protecting their backs, and ensuring the children are not harmed. Sirius got a murmur of agreement. He continued, and make no mistakes, I'm going to be there. For that to happen, we need to sort out this mess. So, let's get in there, save the people, and put the bastard into his place. I don't want a single injury because I want all bodies at Hogsmeade after this. This is a detour to the main event, and you should treat this as a warm-up. That's it, everyone gets into positions. There was a wave of cheer for everyone to psych themselves up. Everyone had already been instructed on how to proceed and had been familiarized with the layout of the building. The ward breakers positioned themselves on either side of the door, behind the walls, so they couldn't be attacked while dismantling the ward. Warlant and his team took the frontal position with Sirius' team behind. The air team rose up on their brooms, and the third ground team moved the backside to enter from there. Wards coming down in 10, announced one of the ward breakers, and the countdown began. The ward started to flicker, and within 10 seconds, the ward broke down. Sirius shot a detection spell, and the moment it cleared up, a hit wizard moved in and pulled the dead body out. Move in, Warlant ordered, and everyone on the scene proceeded as instructed. Warlant crossed the tunnel but dipped back in just in time to escape a green killing curse passing him by. He's on the left. Cover for me. The hit wizard behind Warlant charmed outside the tunnel, and it rose to create a wall. Warlant moved behind the wall, and the moment he felt an impact on the wall, he ducked out and was about to shoot a spell but immediately entered into protection again. What is it? Asked Sirius. That was not the invisible vigilante, said Warlant, frowning. What? A resort staff shot a killing curse at me. What? Why? How would I know? Warlant's eyes widened, and he groaned hard before saying, they're under Imperius. God damn it. That fucker put the staff under Imperius. We aren't facing a single person anymore. You mean? Sirius wrinkled his nose. Yeah, lethal force is now out of use. Things had just gotten a lot more complicated. Quinn West, MC, gotta be sneaky. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, I would love to teach and learn again. Sirius Black, Senior Auror, the day keeps getting worse. Chapter 414, Vigilantes. The break-in team at the resort stood in the front entrance tunnel. The hit wizard stepped back when a spell grazed the earthen wall and blew a small chunk out of it, sending dust into the tunnel. This is so troublesome, sighed Warlant. I didn't understand it before, but now I understand why this guy has gotten so much onto your nerve. How should we proceed with this? Sirius stared at the spells that passed by, and they were indeed a complication that he hadn't thought he would see here. He had read about the materials prepared about the invisible vigilante in detail, everything from the choice of victims, the frequency and timing of appearance, his magic, his attire, to what little interaction people had with him. Not once in that profile did invisible vigilante work with others, especially not controlling people to do his bidding. But now, they could potentially be facing an entire resort of people, all ordered to attack them. How much of a problem is this for you? He asked. Warlant nonchalantly shrugged, with his team showing similar expressions. They're civilians, not really an inconvenience. Yes, we will have to be a little careful about who we shoot at, but we are going to be in any danger. The only problem that may arise is that while we are being careful with our spell, the possibility of invisibility vigilante jumping in, and we might not nail him with the first spell. He looked to his team provocatively and smirked. I won't be making that mistake, though don't know about you guys. We will clear it all out before you even get to see any actions, scoffed one of the hit wizards. Sirius clapped his hands and got everyone's attention. He didn't want this to turn into a muscle-brained competition. Whatever you do, I don't want any hostage casualties. A little scuffing is fine, but nothing that will come biting us in the back in tomorrow's newspaper. He turned to one of his juniors. Have you informed the other teams? He got a nod in return. Good, then let's move in. Warlant stepped behind the earthen wall that had been taking damage for a minute now but still hadn't crumbled due to the difference in skill between an untrained civilian and a masterful hit wizard. He took one breath before stepping out of the wall and calmly registered the attacker as a resort employee. He blocked a spell before drilling a red-hot stunner into the imperious person. His team moved past him and stationed themselves on both sides of a hallway entrance. Warlant walked into the hallway with his subordinates, ready to give cover. He stopped at the head of the hallway and spotted 4 people, 2 guests and employees each, and with a single flick, a wave of magic radiated out, and the 4 people settled for the floor as their beds. Clear, he stated. Split out, be in pairs. Markin with me. The Aurus and hit wizard spit up and start covering ground around the scenic and high-end resort. Very quickly, the imperious people began dropping by the coordinated and quick effort of trained professionals, and everything was going very well with excellent efficiency until the teams found the invisible vigilante. Warlant silently unlocked the door to the laundry room of the resort. He gave the signal to his pair, and both of them shuffled into the damp room with clothes being washed with magic. No one's here, said the junior hit wizard with Warlant as he cast a revealing spell in the room. Warlant pointed to a narrow sheet metal door in the room's back wall. The junior pointed his wand at the door and was about to unlock it when the door burst open, and a black-clad masked figure burst out with a wand blaring only to be hit by 2 killing curse in the chest. Well, that's that. Warlant disarmed the dead body and cast binding spells just to be extra sure after 2 killing curses. The invisible vigilante was said to be unpredictable, and he had enough magic to spare. Let's unmask him, I want to see how he looks, said the junior. Go for it, Warlant also wanted to see. The junior walked to the body and flipped it on its back. He gave Warlant one glance before snatching the mask off. What? He sputtered in shock. A woman. Behind the mask wasn't a man as they expected. Instead, they found themselves staring at a young woman with freckles that stared at them with half-open dead amber eyes. Sir, I thought the invisible vigilante was supposed to be a man. I thought so myself, everyone did, Warlant frowned with his arms crossed. But it seems it was a woman all along. With that voice modulation, clothes that covered the entire body, the pronoun usage, and the behavior, everything directed towards it being a man rather than a woman. He sighed. Let's bag her up and take her to the front. We can declare this up over and head to Hogsmeade. Yes, sir. Junior took out a black patch and let it go. By the time it reached the ground, the patch had turned into a full-size body bag. They navigated their way out by following the same path they had taken, pulling along all the unconscious people they had stunned. When they got near to the front, they heard a commotion. It looks like everyone has returned, Warlant smirked. Let's go rub it in Black's face. However, when they reached the resort entrance, they were stunned to see half a dozen more standard-issue body bags placed in a line. Warlant's heart skipped a beat, his eyes shifted all around the place, counting the Aurus and hit wizard that had entered the resort, and no one was missing. Black, called Warlant, with a bad bubbling inside him, what is this? I don't see anyone missing. Sirius rubbed his face with his hand. You got a body bag with you, which means you took out the invisible vigilante, didn't you? He sighed. Yeah, surprisingly, it was a woman. Yeah, that isn't the invisible vigilante. Sirius pointed at Warlant's body bag and then the 6 others, and neither are these guys. What? We woke one of the resort employees and asked him to identify the people we shot down. Sirius pinched between his brows. We ended up killing resort employees and guests. The air was knocked out of Warlant's lungs. He turned to the body bag behind him, which he carried the young woman's body. Why you mean? We think that the real invisible vigilante escaped right after we saw him and left behind the imperious people. Some of them were dressed in the invisible vigilante's outfit. Sirius groaned and seemed sick by the time he finished. Warland himself had paled when he realized that he had killed an innocent person. He turned when he heard a despairing voice. What I have done. The junior Auror with him was staring at the body bag with a horrified look on his face. Ah, that's going to be a long time with a mind healer, he thought. Same for me, and the thought of how awful it would be. We have to report this, said Sirius. Scrimgeour is not going to like this at all. He won't, but his dislike for the invisible vigilante is stronger. I think we can get by and still get to be part of the Hogsmeade op. With that scale, they will have to call us no matter how this turned out. But do you think it is wise to let these men participate at Hogsmeade? Sirius turned to look at the men. Many of them had dark expressions on their faces. All of them are physically fit, plenty of magic in their tanks, but their mental state, I'm worried about. Sirius' own face was paler than usual. I don't know if it will be wise to send them to Hogsmeade. After all, it won't be as easy as this. There will be real Death Eaters. If they're not careful, they will be wiped out. Warland scrunched up his nose in displeasure. Sirius had a point. As much as he wanted his trusted men beside him on the field, he couldn't put them at risk. They won't like to be excluded from the Hogsmeade op. So how about we put them in the command center? This way, they would be safe and won't feel like they're being excluded, he suggested. That seems to be the best option. Warland and Sirius looked at their team members, who were proceeding with their work but at such a sluggish pace that, if not for the current circumstance, they would have been chewed out thrice over. I hate the invisible vigilate, said Sirius. If I see the real one, I'll use Cruciatus instead of the killing curse, responded Warland with an edge. He sighed. Let's go for a drink when all this is over, with the teams, all of us. Sirius hummed in agreement before asking, why do you think he did this? Even if we blame him, we still need to figure out the reasoning behind this. This doesn't match with his profile. Why aggravate us? Why use us? The invisible vigilante never had a problem with doing the job himself, but today, he had done something so out of character. Maybe he didn't want to dirty his hands with children's blood and used us to do the job. As for the one he killed, that kid wasn't a saint even if he didn't have a record. Then why put employees in his attire? They weren't related to Death Eaters, we checked. Why put innocent people to death? I just can't make sense of the situation. To be honest with you, Warland pursed his lips into a line, I don't care right now. I want to go to Hogsmeade and take care of that first. I'll volunteer my time to hunt his arse down. I'm already on the task force, said Sirius, leading it, currently. The rest of the affair was quiet as the body bags were secured and sent to the morgue while the unconscious people were woken up and sent to St. Mungo's to recover from exposure to Imperius curse. They sealed off the resort after a thorough check, and the scenery was vacated, leaving behind a couple of junior Aurors who had never entered the scene. In the distant sky, they didn't notice a black-clad masked figure on a broom that observed them for the entire time they were there. Scene break. Quinn frowned as he looked down at the town center. There was a building that could fit all the people inside, and right now, the town hall was being used as the hostage-holding center. He could see it from the roof upon which he was that it was heavily guarded by Death Eaters. It wouldn't have been a problem if that was it, but he knew from sneaking into the mind of one of the Death Eaters just out of guard rotation that the Dark Lord was inside with the hostages. He bit his lip. He couldn't do anything about it for that reason. He decided not to take any action, leaving it to the people whose job it was to rescue people. Instead, he began looking for his first genuine target of the day. Serpensortia, he whispered for a pit of snakes to emit out of his hand. He stared at snakes of different shapes and sizes, and after a moment, they slithered away. The bait had been set. Quinn West, MC, screen time, please. Sirius Black, Senior Auror, not having a good time. Warland, Senior Hit Wizard, push it aside and move on. Fiction-only reader, author, midterms next week, time to grind. See you guys in a bit. Chapter 415, They Have a Deal. That's pretty much it, I guess, Quinn muttered silently. He held a small black puck in one hand as the other hand's fingers weaved magic into the small magical machine that he had created on the spot from an emergency supply of things in his pockets. He kept an eye on the streets below him, nothing everything from the cover of the shadows. The surveillance was completed. He pressed the puck's top for patterns to appear on the black surface, shimmering in an esoteric light before dissipating in the afternoon light. The small puck was now functional. Quinn didn't put it away immediately. Instead, he covered the puck in both palms and flushed it with an intense burst of magic. A white smoke escaped from between his hands. No way, I'm going to leave my magical signature behind a second time, he thought as he pocketed the now complete puck. It was time to leave Hogsmeade for a while to prepare for the next phase of the day. He stood up from the crouching position and was about to walk when he felt a buzz coming from one of his breast pockets. He took out a pocket mirror, and it was the one Ivy had made for him. He gazed around, scouring the street for eyes before slipping into a shop nearest to him. "Hey, is something wrong?" Quinn asked a worried Ivy. "Why haven't you been picking up?" Ivy all but screeched at him. Quinn could feel the panic and anxiety in her voice. It was like an overflowing dam. "I have been trying to reach you for forever. I thought Voldemort got you, that you," she hiccuped, "died. Why haven't you been picking up my calls, you idiot?" "Ivy, listen to me. I want you to take deep breaths," he said. "Calm yourself down. Short bursts of clemency to just vein off all that fright, and deep breaths, yes, like that, very good." Quinn pulled a chair inside the shop, and even though it wasn't the time and place, he sat down to listen. "Unfortunately, it is as you thought, I'm inside Hogsmeade right now. Get out of there." "Fortunately, I've excellent stealth skills and am extremely well hidden," said Quinn. "And please don't worry, I am about to leave Hogsmeade. I already did what I came here to do, now it's time to let the authorities do their job," he smiled. "You promise?" she asked him with an urge that was asking for him to agree. "I promise," he smiled. "So, why were you trying to reach me? Did something happen?" Ivy slumped into the sofa she was sitting on, and her beautiful green eyes darkened. "We were eating lunch when Voldemort's voice filled the Great Hall. He said that he will let everyone else go as long as he gets me, Mom, and Harry." Ivy's breath quickened as she got up and began pacing around, sending the mirror out of focus. Quinn sat up straight the moment he heard the words. No one in their right minds will believe that, would they? But as the words left his mouth, he knew what pressure and danger could do to the human mind and its decision-making capabilities. Everyone's whispering. Ivy was barely in the frame, with the image shifting all around the room. Hermione went out sneaking under the cloak, and she heard everyone talking about it everywhere. No one was outright saying it, but they were all pointing to it. But now, 6th and 7th years are filling the Great Hall, and I think they will ask Dumbledore. T.O. She took deep breaths, she sat down, and Quinn could finally properly see her again. "It's okay, nothing of what you think is going to happen," he tried to calm her down. "Dumbledore's not going to let anyone harm you guys. I know right now is difficult, but please don't let your thoughts go in that direction. I'm going to go meet the Aurors and give them what I've found. They will contact Dumbledore, and with the combined effort, this will get sorted by tomorrow. Everything's going to turn up, believe me." Ivy wiped the tears that trickled down her face and rubbed her eyes as she nodded. She stared at Quinn through the mirror, and her face took on a rigid expression as if bracing herself. "What is it?" he asked. "I need you to tell me where is the Hufflepuff's cup." Quinn blinked in confusion before his brows furrowed, and he asked, frowning. "What brought this on, if I may ask?" "You're the invisible vigilante, you're always in danger. Even now, you're inside Hogsmeade all alone with the Death Eaters and Voldemort. And you're the only one who knows where the Horcrux is. I need to know where it is in case something." "In case something happens to me," Quinn nodded. "Quinn, I'm sorry. No, you have a point. Me being the only one to know the location is a problem." It was a legitimate point he hadn't thought of yet. Even his will that was automatically supposed to go via Magifax to multiple sources upon his death didn't mention the Horcrux's location. "I have the Horcrux on my person, it always is, but don't worry, I'll drop it in a secure location as soon as I leave here. It'll be here." He told Ivy the location of one of his secret stashes that held an emergency inventory in case he required supplies. "Thank you." Ivy rested her forehead on her palm and kept repeating the same. After the call ended, Quinn didn't immediately leave the shop. He sat in the darkness of the shop and stared outside at the bright street. The plan was supposed to be to get out of Hogsmeade, drop off the intel to the Aurors, and then wait for the fighting to begin to jump back in and end all of it once and for all. But with what he just heard, plans had to be changed. "This is hard," he spat. He pocketed Ivy's mirror and took out Daphne's mirror instead. He held the mirror for a minute, contemplating if he should proceed with it because if he did it, the price might be a little too much for him. He closed his eyes and injected magic into the mirror. It flashed in silver light, and with each flash, Quinn thought if he should cut the transmission and forget about it. "Quinn." Daphne picked up the call. He silently took a breath before saying, "I want you to do something for me." Scene break. "I heard you want the Potters." Voldemort, who had been thinking and working on breaking the Hogwarts defenses, opened his eyes when he heard the voice whispered into his ear. He didn't even look around the room and exited the room he was in because he could feel the traces of magic laced in the sound. The speaker wasn't in his room. "How about we make a deal, you and I," repeated the voice. Voldemort walked through the town hall, ignoring his Death Eaters and the pathetic whimpers of the hostages. His eyes narrowed to the wall, and he raised his hand for a small spider to fly from the wall into his palm. He raised his palm closer to his face, and upon a closer look, the spider wasn't a normal one. A puppet, he thought, looking at the spider made from various materials like metal, wood, and rubber. He channeled magic into the spider and came across the enchantments laid into it. "I can get you, boy who lived," Voldemort heard again. But just him, not the mother and daughter. Voldemort didn't respond. He observed the magic in the puppet spider, which was the source of the sound he was hearing. He looked around the town hall and noticed 6 more spiders in the large hall. The sound and magic were being bounced off between the 7 spiders, with the voice transmission switching between the 7 spiders quickly. Why? Voldemort contemplated. Why such complexity? He dug deeper into the magic and sensed that the 7 spiders were getting the signals from outside. He moved outside with one of the spiders in hand and, with his magic, noticed that the signal was again coming from multiple sources, all around the village, and again was being bounced around the village. Ah, it is so that I won't find where the voice is coming from. Voldemort's feet left the ground, and he rose up into the sky and flew up high enough to look at the entire village. I can't tell where it is coming from. His guess was correct, the sender was trying to hide from him. He could find it, but it would take time. Voldemort placed the puppet spider on his shoulder and spoke, I am listening. The reply came after a couple seconds. I can get you the boy who lived, but only him. In turn, you let go of the hostages, half now and half after the job is done. Why would I believe anything you say? What if this is just a ploy to trick me into letting go of half of my leverage? Why should I trust someone I don't know? Voldemort looked around the message, actively trying to locate the speaker. Someone who can't even show the basic etiquette by standing before me while talking. You can believe me because I can get you face to face with Harry Potter with Dumbledore interfering it. That seems unlikely. He could have done it by now if it was possible. I can turn that unlikely to very likely. Oh, Voldemort tried to stretch the conversation to see if he could even locate the general area, and who do you think you are to think that you can steal Harry Potter from under Dumbledore's eyes? I'm the invisible vigilante. Voldemort stopped searching and fixed his gaze on a distance, concentrating more on his hearing than his sight. The invisible vigilante, if someone asked him who had been his worst obstacle since his recent return, then he would undoubtedly point to the invisible vigilante. The unknown men had foiled several of his plans that would have been crucial in taking over the country. Why would you, of all people, help me? Asked Voldemort. I despise you and everything related to you. If I could, I would have already killed you. Right now, you have all of Hogsmeade with you, and if I can deliver one for the safety of many, it's only logical. I provide you with Harry Potter, and you let go of the hostages, as straightforward as it can get. Voldemort didn't reply instantly. He let the offer rest in his head, tumbling in his thought and reasoning, his mind measuring the words on the balancing scale of pros and cons, trying to see if this offer was enticing enough to let go of his leverages. Agreed, said the Dark Lord. The prophecy had been about him and Harry Potter and foretold the danger to his life. He had already lost his body and was forced to roam the plane for a long, painful time. He wasn't going to have a repeat of it, he preferred to have the threat of prophecy removed from his head. I shall let half go now and half when I have Harry Potter in my grasp. But beware, invisible vigilante, cross me, and the lives of these people will be on your blood-stained hands. If he was betrayed, the ground would be irrigated with the blood of its residents. Let half of them go, came the voice. I will contact you when I'm ready to make the exchange, I'll tell you the place. Voldemort wanted to issue a deadline, but before he could say anything, the puppet spider jumped off his shoulder and went free-falling down to the ground. It was clear that the negotiations were over. If it was any other time, he would have not accepted such insolence and smite the other party, but the price was tantalizing this time. This could be the first step he had been lacking, the first step to his eternal glory. He flew down the town hall, and the moment he stepped across the door, he was approached by Rookwood, and before the ex-unspeakable could get in a word, Voldemort spoke. Separate the woman and children from the men, and let the men go. Go. Yes, let them go. I'll open the ward. He snapped his finger, and the puppet spiders in the town hall sparked into fumes. Quinn West, invisible vigilante, I have to continue it. Ivy Potter, on a roller coaster, unfortunately, she won't find the Horcrux there. Voldemort, Dark Lord, time to kill the prophecy with green. Chapter 416, Providing Information. Inside the command center on Ground Zero outside Hogsmeade, the higher-ups of DMLE gathered around a table with a holographic three-dimensional representation of Hogsmeade floating in the center. What is the progress on the unspeakable side? Asked Scrimgeour, who had arrived just for this meeting. Some progress has been made on the ward, answered Kingsley. I've been told that they can get us inside by tomorrow or the day after that, but that's about it. There hasn't been any progress on disabling the flu or the spatial component of the ward. Even if the unspeakables get us inside, the ward will stand with all its other functionality. Scrimgeour's face twisted before he said, which means there's no way to evacuate the people inside Hogwarts. He clicked his tongue. He looked to Robards, put pressure on the unspeakables. I wanted us in there yesterday. Have we been able to an estimate of Death Eaters are inside? Kingsley answered the question. From the Sky Scouting Squad, we have spotted a number somewhere between 250 to 300 Death Eaters. That's more than I thought, Scrimgeour scowled. Even with all the cleanup we, there was venom in his voice, caught so many of them. If the estimate was correct, every Auror and Hit wizard would have to face at least 2 Death Eaters, which wasn't bad, given the training that they had, but he still didn't grade about the numbers. The intelligence thinks that the Novellus Oxyonites who were punished a few years ago have been recruited into Death Eaters. They have been supplied with wands, which the charged Novellus Oxyonites were banned from wielding. Kingsley provided before asking Scrimgeour, "What of the invisible vigilante crew, sir? Will they be joining us? We could use the men. Sirius and Warlant will be joining you, but the juniors won't be." Scrimgeour didn't trust the juniors who had ended up accidentally killing innocents to hold themselves in stressful situations, and he had refused the request to switch them out with the juniors who were operating in the headquarters. Thus, you will only be getting those 2. I've started to send out calls to the retired members for reserve forces. A junior Auror pushed aside the tent flap and skidded into the tent, pushing aside the gravel on the ground. Her words died in her throat when she saw some very prominent pairs of eyes on her, but then she seemed to recall why she had barged into the command room so rudely. "Our reporting, sirs. A large number of men are heading towards us from inside Hogsmeade," she exclaimed. Everyone inside the tent stood up. "Death Eaters?" asked Robards. "No sir," said the junior Auror. She sounded confused. "The men are Hogsmeade residents. A few Death Eaters are accompanying them." Robards turned to Kingsley and ordered, "Gather everyone, I want us to be ready for any scenario." He turned to Scrimgeour, "Leave immediately." "I want to see what is this," said Scrimgeour. "You are leaving right now. Don't argue with me, sir. We will call you for combat if we need you. I can't take the risk of the head of DMLE dying on my watch. Now, go." The Aurors moved out, leaving Scrimgeour inside alone. Outside, the Aurors and DMLE stood outside the ward, ready for the worst. Slowly, people trickled into the empty streets inside the ward as a large group of men made their way to the ward boundary. "Stop," announced Kingsley with his wand on his throat. The Hogsmeade men didn't stop, nor did the Death Eaters accompanying them. The men heard Kingsley, and many of them started to panic and cry. Some even tried to stop, but some light magic from the Death Eaters forced them to continue onwards. It was as though shepherds guiding the sheep. "State your purpose." Kingsley spoke again. In response, a shot of magic shot from deep within the village flew over the buildings and followed the course of a projectile, forming a wide arch in the sky until it flew into the ward, turning the silver barrier into gold. The Aurors and Hit wizards all braced their wands in caution. One of the Death Eaters grabbed an old man by the arm in the front and dragged him to the front. "Stop. No. Please take me," shouted a younger man who looked to be the old man's son. The Death Eater ignored the cries and brought the whimpering old man near the boundary before shoving him through. Everyone stopped their breathing in expectation of something horrible to happen, but nothing as such happened. The old man simply passed through the golden barrier and fell down onto the ground because of the push. Kingsley rushed forward and knelt beside the old man. He helped him up and asked, "Are you all right, sir?" "Why yes," the old man managed between his erratic breathing. "Send everyone through," ordered the Death Eater in the lead, and the rest of the Death Eaters began pushing the hostages forward. And after seeing the old men cross the barrier without harm, there was much less resistance. Some men rushed through it and cried with joy when they passed through unharmed. When every single one of the men passed through safely, Kingsley called out to the Death Eaters. "What is this?" he asked. The Death Eaters walked away without replying to Kingsley, even when he called out after them repeatedly. Kingsley saw one of his juniors approach the group of men. "Back off," he yelled. "No one is going to go near them." He pointed his wand at the Hogsmeade men, causing them to cover and huddle together. "Check them thoroughly to see if there's something wrong with them." He addressed the scared people, "This is for your own safety. If the Dark Lord has done something to you, we will get treated for you. Please be rest assured, we don't have any intention to harm you." He looked at Kingsley and gestured for him to follow. Both returned to the tent and found that Scrimgeour was still inside. "Sir, I explicitly asked you to return to Whitehall, why are you still here?" Robards said with a disapproving frown. "I can protect myself, Robards. Don't forget that even though I'm the head of DMLE, I'm still enlisted as an active duty Auror. Doesn't matter." "Why did the Death Eaters let the hostages go?" "They didn't say," sighed Robards. "We are checking if they have bobby-trapped them in some way. This is something out of character. We need to find out why they let them go." Scrimgeour frowned. "You do not have to worry about it." The 3 Aurors stilled for a split second when they heard the distorted voice they all had come across at some point and were well familiar with. When the split second of stillness, their trained instincts took over, and they whipped their wands toward the source. Sitting on a chair on the corner was Invisible Vigilante dressed in his usual garb with his feet crossed and his hands resting on his knees. "You should focus on how to get into Hogsmeade." Avada Kedavra, there was no hesitation in Scrimgeour's chant or actions as he unleashed a killing curse. The green jet of magic struck the invisible vigilante right in the mask, but instead of getting absorbed in the body, it passed through the mask, leaving behind a hole. "You are lucky I am here to talk," said the masked figure. It was as if the body was made from the mist, and the form had been disturbed by the spell. The mist recollected itself to fix the hole in the face, returning the figure to whole. "I have a way to get all of you inside Hogsmeade and can provide you with credible intel about the Death Eater positioning." "Why would I believe you?" Scrimgeour spat. None of the Aurors lowered their wards. "You just made Aurors kill innocent people. You deserve to have your soul sucked up by Dementors. If I could only find one to do it." Quinn, sitting on a rock a distance from the Aurors' tent, blinked his eyes in confusion. Him making Aurors kill innocents, what was that about? "My apologies, but I feel like I am missing something," he said, and his illusion in the tent repeated. "I have not made Aurors kill innocents. Why would I waste my time doing such things?" "You made my men kill 7 people at the Whipley Resort," Robard scowled. "I have not heard of any Whipley Resort," frowned Quinn. "Whipley Resort's 7 innocents." Aurors, from those pieces of information, many scenarios were built in his mind until he arrived at the one that made the most sense to him. "Are you sure it was not a Death Eater pretending to be me? I have no interest in killing innocents. What if they were children of Death Eaters? Innocent until proven guilty. When did these supposed killings happen?" "Today," supplied Robards. "That does not make sense. Why would I waste my time with children when Voldemort has taken over Hogsmeade and is planning a siege on Hogwarts? To take Death Eaters' children hostage and... Again, that does not make sense. Do you think the Dark Lord would stop because of children? He would put his own men under Imperius if they were even a minor inconvenience." "I still believe you did it," Scrimgeour said testily. "Does not matter what you believe." Illusion Quinn rose up from his chair, and the Aurors reaffirmed their aim. "What matters now is whether you want to get inside Hogwarts or not." He pointed at the table where Tupac sat. "One of those has a detailed description of Death Eaters' routines and patrols, everything you will need to form a plan of attack. The other one is the location of an open labyrinth exit point which is connected to a door inside Hogsmeade." From where he was looking, the first part surprised the 3 Aurors, but the second part boggled their minds. They were so shocked that Quinn was sure if he was there in the tent, he would have taken all 3 of them with a single spell. "Up to you if you want to take this information and do something good, or if you want to ignore it and continue to risk the lives of the women and children. What Voldemort had done by only releasing the men had irked him very much. If I do not see you all in there, I will come after every single one of you and cripple your entire bodies. You have been warned." Illusion Quinn vanished from the tent, and above in the tent roof, an artificial eye peeking through a hole flew away. He would have loved to continue to observe the Aurors, but he had to move and continue to the next part of the process, and leaving the eye exposed without him nearby would risk his identity getting out. "Sir, what should we do?" Kingsley, the lowest-ranking member in the tent, broke the silence. Scrimgeour and Robard stared at the 2 black pucks on the table. "Have the information he gave us confirmed," Scrimgeour ordered. "If it is true." He looked at Robards. "Proceed to infiltrate Hogsmeade. Quinn West, MC, keep it moving. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Captain Auror, is thinking of writing a book after everything is over. Fiction-only reader, author, next few chapters will be challenging. Chapter 417, Entering the Castle." Quinn's feet touched the road. He saw the achingly familiar Hogsmeade High Street, dark shop fronts, and the outline of black mountains beyond the village, and the curve in the road ahead that led off toward Hogwarts. He didn't take that curve and instead took the opposite path and moved to the periphery of the town, stopping in front of a dark and gloomy building in the mostly upbeat town. He swiped his hand, and there was a grinding of bolts behind the door. The dark door opened on the narrow street, and he stepped through after scanning the street once. He saw, by the stuttering light of a single candle, the grubby, sawdust-strewn bar of the Hog's Head Inn. He walked behind the counter and through a second doorway, which led to a rickety wooden staircase that he climbed after looking everywhere else. The stairs opened onto a sitting room with a threadbare carpet and a small fireplace, above which hung a single large oil painting of a blonde girl who gazed out at the room with a kind of vacant sweetness. The barman owner of Hog's Head wasn't here anymore. Aberforth Dumbledore had done a great job of distancing himself from the Dumbledore name. He had been let out with other men without Voldemort holding him back to keep leverage against Big Brother Albus. It was fortunate. He didn't want Aberforth to become Albus' weakness. Quinn's eyes traveled to the painting of the girl over the mantelpiece. It was the only picture in the room. There was no photograph of Albus Dumbledore nor of anyone else. It was the sister. Youngest of the 3 Dumbledore siblings, Ariana Dumbledore. Attacked at the tender age of 6, set upon by 3 Muggle boys. They'd seen her doing magic, spying through the back garden hedge. She was a kid, she couldn't control it. No magical child can at that age, except if they were like Quinn, who sought out magic and actively tried to get back it. What the boys saw scared them. They forced their way through the hedge, and when she couldn't show them the trick, they got a bit carried away trying to stop the little freak from doing it. What the children did, destroyed her. She was never the same again. She wouldn't use magic, but she couldn't get rid of it. It turned inward and drove her mad. It exploded out of her when she couldn't control it, and at times she was strange and dangerous. But mostly, she was sweet and scared and harmless. Quinn remembered how Ariana and her story were described. Everything could be summed up with a single word: obscurial. An obscurus was the manifestation of the repressed energy of a young magical child, known as an obscurial. Described as a dark and parasitic force, an obscurus was created when the wizard child in question consciously attempted to repress their magical abilities or were forced to do so through physical or psychological abuse. This energy could manifest itself as a separate entity that could erupt in violent, destructive fury. Ariana had once lost control over her magic and ended up killing her mother in an obscurial rage. Then the poor little girl died in a three-way battle between her brothers and Grindelwald. "Will you let me in, please?" he said to the girl in the portrait. The girl, however, didn't move, simply staring at him with curious eyes. He tried again. "I want to get into Hogwarts, may I pass?" He had tested every secret pathway he knew could lead into Hogwarts, but the all-out defense had blocked everything. The path in Hogshead was the only one he knew could work. Portrait Ariana again didn't move. She continued to gaze at him like a curious child, as if he was an oddity that she had encountered for the first time. He looked down, and while his clothes were out of the ordinary, at least he wasn't wearing his mask in his presence. He was sure she wouldn't have looked at him if he had used his invisible vigilante's voice. "Me asking won't work, now would it?" he sighed. Quinn unclasped the flap on one of his pockets and summoned one of the objects inside into his palm. It was a palm-sized framed portrait. He expanded it back to its original size and hung it beside Ariana's portrait as she looked on with an inquisitive gaze. In comparison to the simpler frame of Ariana's portrait, the one that Quinn had hung was flamboyant, gilded with gold with intricate design. "Hey, wake up, I have a job for you." Quinn knocked on the pitch-black portrait, and the pitch-black painting turned into the image of Merlin sitting inside a lavish room, dressed in comfy robes. The portrait had changed quite a lot since Quinn had met Merlin, and every time he went to see the portrait, it would change a little bit. Magical portraits weren't supposed to change like this, but the master of magic had enchanted his post-mortem portrait to be special like him. "Oh, now that's a surprise." Merlin's eyes shone with interest. It happened every time Quinn interacted with him. The portrait didn't handle boredom well and always seemed to be wanting to do something. "What does the great child prodigy wants from this old fella?" "Don't start now," sighed Quinn. He lifted his hand again to cast magic, and Merlin turned his head to look to the left towards Ariana's portrait. Quinn had just connected both portraits, allowing Merlin to exit his and go into her. It was easy with the enchantments placed by the real Merlin on his portrait. "Who is the girl?" "Ariana Dumbledore." "Dumbledore? Is she related to the headmaster?" "Younger sister." "What do you want with his younger sister's portrait?" "Her portrait is special, you can sense, correct?" Yes, I can sense it." Merlin got up from his desk and made his way to the edge of his frame and disappeared. Quinn moved his eyes to Ariana's, and Merlin appeared into hers from the edge. The little lady took a step back, acting cautiously for the first time. "What's special about this one?" "There's something. Her portrait is an entrance to Hogwarts. She isn't opening the path to me. I don't want to be rough, so can you convince her to open it up?" Merlin joined his hands, touching palms, and kept his eyes on Ariana. When he separated them, there was a charming, cute blue jay sitting on his palm. The bird seemed to do the trick as Ariana forgot her caution and hoped her way to Merlin, who handed her the bird. "Why don't you use one of the other entries?" said Merlin, watching Ariana with a kind smile. "Voldemort has taken over Hogsmeade. Dumbledore activated the Hogwarts defense, and that locked up every path I knew. She's the only one who can let me in, so please, and quickly." Merlin looked at Quinn, Ariana slipping out of his attention as soon as the words left Quinn's mouth. "Tell me more about this," said Merlin, moving closer to Quinn. "Can't we do it later, when I have the time?" "If you can't tell, I'm swamped." Merlin continued to look at Quinn. Quinn sighed and took a minute to explain the situation to Merlin and then took 3 more to answer his answer. "Now, can you get her to open the way?" said Quinn. Merlin smiled and faced Ariana. He began whispering to the girl, and she looked at Quinn a couple of times. Quinn couldn't tell what they were talking about, so he just smiled and waved. After a couple minutes, Ariana nodded, smiled, and walked away, not as people in portraits usually did, out of the sides of their frames, but along what seemed to be a long tunnel painted behind her. They watched her slight figure retreating until finally, she was swallowed by the darkness. "Can I roam inside the castle?" Merlin asked as they waited. "Sure, I don't mind. But I'll be removing your portrait from here, in case Voldemort wipes out the village. I will be back to get you when all this is over. Until then, you'll be inside Hogwarts." "Fine by me." A tiny white dot had reappeared at the end of the painted tunnel, and now Ariana was walking back toward them, growing bigger and bigger as she came. But there was somebody else with her now, someone taller than she was, holding her hand, looking confused. Her hair was the blonde he loved, and her blue eyes were an electric blue that he had looked into countless times. Larger and larger the two figures grew until only their heads and shoulders filled the portrait. Then the whole thing swung forward on the wall like a little door, and the entrance to a real tunnel was revealed. And out of it, dressed impeccably even in the current situation, clambered Daphne Greengrass, who leaped down the mantelpiece, and hugged Quinn the moment she reached him. Merlin had popped back into his frame and whistled. Quinn gave him a glare, and the old wizard silently chuckled before disappearing. "Hey, how are you?" Quinn returned his attention to Daphne. "I hope they're not giving Slytherin a hard time." Daphne shook her head in his embrace. "I don't know, I haven't gone out that much. Tracy and I stayed with Astoria and Luna in the aid office." Aid office's security had been improved by Quinn before he left. It had been fine when he was in Hogwarts because he was the security system, but with him leaving, he had turned into a safer place in case Astoria and Luna ever needed it. It was only second to the room of requirement and maybe the headmaster's office. "Thank you for taking care of Luna," he said. Astoria would have done anyway. She and Luna have become best friends. The hug ended, and Quinn gazed down at his girlfriend. "I messed up," he sighed. "I should have done this much before and taken all of you out, away from this, to home. But he sighed again. He had started a ticking clock when he had approached Voldemort and the Aurors. He had made an error. With his mind occupied by Voldemort, he had forgotten that he could let them exit through a labyrinth door. "Then why do you want to enter Hogwarts?" asked Daphne, her brows furrowed in confusion. Quinn internally sighed when he heard no complaint in Daphne's voice. He would have preferred if she had been angry with him and showed some heated emotion. Even though he knew it wasn't the case, her lack of anger sometimes made it seem like she had been used to him disappointing her. "I have some business with Dumbledore," said Quinn, feeling bitter inside as he said the words to keep her in the dark. "With how the current situation is, I think it's high time I talk to him and see what he is thinking." Quinn got up into the tunnel and held out his hand to Daphne, and helped her to climb up onto the mantelpiece. There were smooth stone steps on the other side. It looked as though the passageway had been there for years. Brass lamps hung from the walls, and the earthy floor was worn and smooth. As they walked, their shadows rippled, fan-like, across the wall. "I assume Ivy told you about Voldemort's offer," said Daphne as they moved across the tunnel. Quinn's fingers twitched. He showed no external sign otherwise. "She did. It's an impossible offer. Dumbledore isn't going to give the Potters to him." They turned a corner, and there ahead of them was the end of the passage. Another short flight of steps led to a door just like the one hidden behind Ariana's portrait. Daphne pushed it open and climbed through, and Quinn followed her to find himself in a room that resembled Daphne's bedroom in her house. Seeing that made Quinn feel worse because it was clearly a sign that she was seeking comfort and safety. "How about you stay here and call the others as well?" Quinn suggested. Room of requirement was the safest place in Hogwarts, and he knew just what to ask to make it the safest. Daphne shook her head. "It's better if I stay inside the office. It'll be better if we stay in a place where we can be found." She took a neatly folded cloth from her robes and placed it in Quinn's palm. "I don't need it," Quinn tried to give it back. "No, use it," she said. "You can't be seen in Hogwarts. It's better to be safe than sorry," and pushed it back into Quinn's hands. She tiptoed to kiss him before saying, "Close the room before you leave." Quinn watched as she exited the room of requirements. He then looked at Recon in his hand. Did he need it? Yes, it made his job much easier. Was he going to ask it from Daphne if she hadn't given it on her own? No, he would rather that she keep it. He felt like shit. Quinn West, MC, knows that it's only the start. Merlin, portrait, wow, Hogwarts sure has become depressing. Fiction-only reader, author, I suck at pacing. I really need to work on it, sigh. Chapter 418, Securing Asset. Harry lay in the room alone, staring at the ceiling with a vacant gaze. There was no energy in his body. He didn't want to speak, move, or even blink. Staring at the wall with his mind shut felt the best when he knew there was a group of people, his classmates, even some of his friends, who wanted to give him to Voldemort so that they would be left alone. In a position like this, stopping his thoughts was the best relief he could muster. He sighed. It had taken some heated and harsh words from him to his mom and friends to leave him alone. It had taken an unflattering tone for them to give him some space. By right about now, he usually would be feeling terrible about it, but right now, his mind couldn't be bothered to go in that direction. Harry closed his eyes, hoping that sleep would take over him. Alas, the moment he closed his eyes, the empty suite got too loud, the ticking of clocks, dripping of water from the tap, the gentle ring of the chime from the other room. It felt like Sonorous had been cast on everything. He squeezed his eyes as he smushed a pillow over his ears, and that actually worked as the sounds quietened, until he heard a knock on the door. He ignored it. Knocking meant that they didn't have access to get inside the room, and thus, they didn't have access to him. But then the knocking changed. The simple raps on the door turned faster and louder until whoever it was playing a rhythmic beat on the door. Even he couldn't ignore that. Harry, half furious, half bewildered, got up from the bed and made his way to the suite door. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" He pushed the door open forcefully, but contrary to his expectation of the door hitting the rude person, the door swung wide open on its hinges. "You weren't opening the door." Quinn smiled as he responded to the nonplussed Harry and watched as the anger flushed away at his sight. He had used recon to find Harry in Hogwarts, and to his luck, the boy who lived was alone in Lily Potter's professor's suite. Thanks to recon, he had the password to the portrait guarding the room, and he planned to take Hermione's form to fool the portrait in case it decided to go alert Dumbledore about his entry. But, even before he could arrive in front of the portrait, he sensed an additional ward laid parallel to the door. It wasn't part of the original layout and was placed externally afterward. "Hello, Harry," Quinn flashed a smile. "I know it's difficult right now, given what's happening, but I hope you're doing well." What are you doing here?" asked Harry, still reeling from the shock of seeing him. "I came here to visit you, of course, won't you invite me in?" asked Quinn. "How did you even get inside Hogwarts?" Suspicion and caution surfaced on Harry's features. "I will answer all your questions, but let's sit down before we talk." "I've been busy ever since the morning and haven't had the chance to properly sit down and rest," Quinn said as casually as possible. "May I?" he asked. He needed the permission. Harry eyed Quinn, looking at him with a searching look, but after a moment, Harry stepped aside. Quinn smiled and crossed the threshold without hesitation. The additional ward was to alert the caster about an unauthorized entry into the room. Anyone who wasn't keyed into the ward couldn't enter without triggering it. However, there was an easy way to remedy it, and it was to get invited in or obtain permission to enter. And because intent was a great part of magic, Harry stepping aside was all the permission he needed. He stepped inside, and the portrait door closed behind him. He had jinxed into being confused so that he could converse with Harry without worrying about giving himself away to the caster, which he presumed was Dumbledore. Quinn followed Harry into the living room with a homely aesthetic and sat down on opposite chairs. He unbuttoned the button of his suit as he sat down. Transforming his noir gear from combat mode to a suit was so to make Harry feel comfortable. "Now answer me, how did you get inside Hogwarts?" asked Harry. "Not offering me anything to drink." "No." Harry scowled the more Quinn spoke, so he stopped. "Doesn't matter. As to answer your questions, I have my ways. If you're worried about Death Eaters using it, don't be, they don't even know it exists. Aberforth Dumbledore was already out of Hogsmeade and under DMLE care. Let's talk about you, Harry. I came here to see how you are doing. I heard what Voldemort demanded, how are you taking it? I hope you're not letting it affect your health." "How do you think I'm talking it?" said Harry scathingly. "Not well from what I can see," said Quinn, unbothered. That was the reaction he was expecting from someone in Harry's situation. "Why are you here?" "I'm the invisible vigilante, Harry. I must be present when the Death Eaters are trying to do something. I was outside Hogsmeade as soon as I got to know about what had happened and have been trying to get inside and elevate this mess ever since." Quinn peered out of the window in the room. "It's terrible out there. Hogsmeade is crawling with Death Eaters, DMLE cannot get in, innocent people are scared for their lives. I haven't checked what the rest of the country is doing, but I guess it's in chaos. I don't even want to think about how the country is reacting to the news, the economy will suffer for a while after this." He put on a smile. "Ivy had to call me and ask where I kept the Horcrux so you guys could destroy it in case, I died." Harry's change in expression told Quinn that he hadn't been told about this fact. "She asked you that?" "She had to, didn't have much choice, did she? Can't have the maniac running around forever." Hearing that from Quinn made Harry go silent. The irritation and anger that had been present before have taken a back seat. That was why Quinn had brought it up, he needed Harry to be in a particular state for the conversation to follow. "One good thing happened, though," Quinn continued. "Half of the hostages were released into DMLE custody just before I sneaked into Hogwarts." "What?" Harry seemed deeply surprised by the shocking news. Why would Voldemort let hostages go? He's planning something. He must have done something to the hostages. He got up. "We should warn DMLE about it." "Voldemort released the hostages because of me," said Quinn. Harry, who had already taken steps towards the door, came to a halt. He turned toward him and still seemed to process what was just spoken. Quinn continued, "He and I struck a deal, and releasing the hostages was him upholding his part of the deal." "You did what?" Harry's voice began to rise. "You struck a deal with him. How can you, of all the people, think that dealing with him is acceptable? He's going to go back on whatever he has promised." Harry trailed off as he stared at Quinn. "What? What did you promise him?" Quinn looked back at Harry silently. The silence seemed to give Harry the answer. Me, he uttered. You promised me. There was no anger in his voice, instead, there was a strange sense of something that Quinn couldn't pinpoint. There was a shock, confusion, fear, hate, but everything was shadowed by a convoluted sense of resignation. If I get him to you, he will let the Hogsmeade residents go, said Quinn. I'm counting on him to leave after that to spread the news across the country to anyone who would listen. I can imagine what would happen after that, but at least today will end. We can. Quinn stopped when he saw that Harry was no longer listening. He got up from his chair, and his suit changed into Noirgear's combat mode. The deal had been struck. Voldemort has already delivered half of what he has promised. So if I go back on his deal now, he will kill the rest of the hostages, he said. I don't want this to be more difficult than it already is. Quinn sensed the sense of resignation get stronger in Harry as he said, I can't say goodbyes, or even see them, can I? Do you want to say goodbyes? That would just make things difficult. Harry smiled bitterly, and the hate flared up a little, peeking through the resignation. How do you think Ivy will react when she finds out that her precious boyfriend, there was venom in his voice, sent her brother, her twin, to death? Quinn didn't show the emotion that Harry was expecting. But he also didn't show the opposite reaction to firing back at Harry. I'm the biggest mistake she's made in her life. I don't understand why she hasn't left me already. I'm too much of a trouble to be in a relationship. After this, I'm going to lose her trust, and well, that's going to be the end of everything. Does that answer your question? He turned away from Harry for a moment because his occlumency didn't seem to be working, no matter how much he tried to clamp down it. Come on, take your wand with you, we are leaving right now, he said. You're making me walk to my death, the least you could do is to knock me out and not make me suffer in the last moments of my life. Quinn nodded, yeah. Yeah, you're right, he nodded again. Quinn turned to Harry, raised his arm, and knocked Harry out cold as he wished for. He looked down at Harry and sighed. Harry's attitude wasn't going to be optimal for what was about to come. If plans were going according to plan, he needed Harry to be a little more resistant. Well, not if I have something to say about it, he muttered and levitated the unconscious boy off the ground. Not if I have something to say about it. And he had a lot to say about it. Sneaking out of Hogwarts was as easy as getting in. He got to the 7th floor without being seen, courtesy of recon. The room of requirement was set up to keep a path open for him because he had to return to Hogwarts. As he walked through the tunnel, he had his eyes on recon. His steps faltered and eventually slowed down to a crawl when he saw the group of Ivy, Hermione, and Ron move towards the room. He steeled himself and increased his walking pace. By the time he reached Hogshead, his feet felt like lead, and as much as he tried, he couldn't keep his eyes off recon. In real time, he watched as the three entered the suite. Ivy and Ron settled in the living room, but Hermione made her way deep into the suite, and what followed was what he expected. He stepped into the old inn as he watched the three dots run around. He closed his eyes, and with them, recon. Don't do this now, he told himself. You have to do this to end all of this. For freedom. He resolved himself and walked to the front door. And that's why it hurt when he felt the mirror in his pocket buzz. It hurt worse when he knew he couldn't pick up. Quinn West, MC, The Fall Down the Hole Doesn't Seem to End. Harry Potter, Boy Who Lived, Darkness Before Darkness. Chapter 419, Delivery, Door, Death. Voldemort stood on the town hall's roof alone and gazed at Hogwarts. The Hogwarts defense ward obstructed his vision from seeing Hogwarts in all its glory, but despite that, he could see it clearly as if there was no ward between them. After all, the castle was the place he considered his home. And it was going to be his symbol of power, his throne, when he took over the country and everything else after that. His eyes narrowed a fraction as a white scar slowly burned like the magnesium flame on the yellow ward. He was close to breaking the outer ward. The moment it was down, he and his Death Eaters would gain access to Hogwarts. He was sure there would be more defenses. Old Bat Dumbledore won't just put a single layer, but as long as he gained entry, everything could be taken care of much more smoothly. He looked down on the roof he was standing on and thought about the people inside. If he was given what he was promised, they would live to see the next day, but if he got through the Hogwarts ward first, they would be on their way to eternal sleep. Pitiful things, going to die tonight. He had supreme confidence in his skill after all. Voldemort's face crinkled in displeasure when a foreign object entered his perception. He turned his eyes to look at the tiny puppet spider that crawled atop the roof from the edge. Ever since the last one had jumped off his shoulder, none of these pesky things had approached him. This could only mean that the invisible vigilante had been faster. Then, as he expected, the distorted voice sounded in his eyes, I have what you need, let the women and children go. That wasn't the deal, vigilante. You were the one who set the conditions of our exchange, half of the hostages before you deliver Harry Potter and the rest after I have him. I upheld my part of the deal and released half, now give me Harry Potter, and I shall reciprocate in equal. I don't trust that you'll continue to withhold the deal. I need you to release the rest of the hostages for me to deliver Harry Potter to you. I don't trust you too. How do I know that you have Harry Potter? I, without a shred of doubt in my mind, believe you don't have the boy with you. I should just kill every person in my custody right this moment. It would take a word from me to make it happen. I have proof that I have Harry Potter with me. I'm sure it's something that can be replicated. Voldemort moved towards the puppet spider. Discussions are over, now it's time for you to know the consequences of crossing me. He was about to crush the spider under his feet when he heard the invisible vigilante voice again, 3 broomsticks. Voldemort was expecting more, but nothing else came through. Then the spider burst into a small firecracker. 3 broomsticks, it is. Scene break. The entrance to 3 broomsticks burst open with the heavy wooden gate flying into the inn. Before the smoke could even settle, Death Eaters invaded in, barging in with their wands pointed and ready to cast. They ran through the inn and cleared every corner to check for any occupants. It's clear, my lord, said one of the Death Eaters. Voldemort entered the building and looked around the pub part of the inn that he hadn't visited since the time Dumbledore had refused him the position of Defense Against Dark Arts professor. It had changed a lot since then. A waste of time, I should have killed the hostages already, he said. Voldemort turned away and was about to leave when one of his Death Eaters called for him. My lord, there's something here. In between an inner part of the seating section, all the tables and chairs had been pushed to the side, creating a wide empty circle. In the middle of that circle floated a wand shimmering in an ethereal red and gold color. Voldemort could tell that the glow was purely for aesthetic reasons, but it seemed to be working as the moment he laid his eyes on the wand, he could tell what it actually was. He stepped into the circle and wrapped his fingers around the wand's length. Whoom. Voldemort closed his eyes. It wasn't any different from any other wand he had held, excluding his own. He didn't even have its allegiance, but despite that, he could instantly feel the connection between him and the wand. The phoenix feather inside the wand felt so familiar that for a second, even his magic thought that the wand was his. But it wasn't his wand. Oh no, it was not. Release the hostages, the distorted voice whispered in his ear. Voldemort stared at the wand in his hand. There was no way to replicate this feeling. Even if the phoenix gave more feathers now, they wouldn't be the same. Augustus, he called. Yes, my lord, responded one of his most cunning, trusted, and without a doubt most skilled retainers. Release the rest of the hostages. My lord. I think we shouldn't give away our. Release the hostages, Augustus. I won't repeat myself. If that's what you wish. Rookwood exited 3 broomsticks to complete Voldemort's order. Voldemort clenched his fist around the wand until it snapped into half. He opened his hand and let the pieces fall, but they incinerated into ash mid-fall, and the ashes flew into the air before any could reach the floor. That took care of one problem. With its twin gone, his wand won't betray him now. Scene break. On a rooftop somewhere in the country, a large group of Aurors stood on the roof of a large warehouse. He wasn't lying, Kingsley said, looking to the small storeroom in the room. There's a labyrinth exit, all right. The door was bright red and was opened. Looking through it, they could see the inside of a house. Robards pursed his lips and frowned deeply. They now had a way into Hogsmeade through which they could send their forces in, directly bypassing the ward cast by the Dark Lord, but this great boon was provided by a criminal who had used unforgivables and had made Aurors kill innocent people and had himself killed a child in front of an Auror. On the one hand, Robards thought this was just invisible vigilante could be using them for his own means. He had been a vigorous opposer of Death Eaters and the Dark Lord and might be using the Aurors to trim the number of Death Eaters down without making a move himself. But if he flipped the coin, a part of his mind said that maybe the men who had killed at the resort and someone, most probably Death Eaters, was trying to frame him. But without proof, he didn't know what to think. And with the current situation, he had no time to ponder about it. Ready the teams, said Robards. We will be going inside. We need to get the remaining hostages out safely and take down the Death Eaters. He turned to one of the communication members on the roof, ask Senior Auror Potter to tell Dumbledore to enter Hogsmeade, we need his help to handle the Dark Lord. God, I hope he kills that psychotic maniac. The teams are ready, we just need to relay the assignment to them and let them plan for it, said Kingsley. We are ready to deploy after that. Wait for Dumbledore to respond. We will coordinate the infiltration with him. Understood. I'm returning to Whitehall, you're in charge, Kingsley. There was a loud pop on the rooftop immediately followed by a loud voice. Sir, the rest of the hostages have been released, yelled the junior Auror that had just arrived. What, again? According to the report, all of the hostages in Hogsmeade had been released. Everyone was accounted for, and except the 3 people who had been killed and hanged, everyone else was present and out of danger. No one else had been harmed inside, and they hadn't been cursed by some hidden dark spell. The unspeakables were observing the hostages in case the Aurors had missed something laid outside their knowledge. What should we do now, sir? Asked Kingsley. Nothing changes, Robards replied. We still coordinate with Dumbledore, but now, there's no need for it to be a covert operation. We go in strong and wipe them out as swiftly as possible. Scene break. Harry snapped his eyes open and found himself staring at the sky, peeking through the canopy of the trees around him. He sat straight up and groaned, for his chest hurt with a dull ache. Why did he hit me so hard? Harry thought as he rubbed the part of his chest where he had been struck with the stunning spells. He looked around and wondered where he was. The sun was about to set, and the sky had already taken over the blue tint of the evening. He got up and dusted off his clothes. Just standing there felt uncomfortable. Everything was quiet, too quiet, there was no wind, so the ambience was missing the rustle of leaves. Even him shifting on his feet only produced a dull sound. Where was Quinn? He tried to locate his abductor, but the black-clad vigilante was nowhere to be seen. Why would he leave him here? Such thoughts passed through his mind. Then, maybe I can go, a hopeful thought popped in part of his mind, which then became increasingly louder and sounded plausible and possible. But then he heard a rustle, and he abruptly turned with his heart leaping in his throat. The rustle was from a bush being pushed aside, and one look dried the hope and optimism in the well of his heart. Harry Potter. Voldemort entered the clearing, dressed in the dark robes that seemed to be his only clothes as he had been wearing the same when they had met at the graveyard. He had his hands folded over his wand in front of him. You're here. I thought I wouldn't find you here, but here you are, finally, he said in his high, clear voice, his eyes on the leaping flames. Voldemort stepped forward, and Harry took 2 steps back. His nerves jumped when he heard more and more rustling. 2 figures emerged from behind a nearby tree, their wands flared, and Harry saw Bellatrix and Dolohov peering into him with grins on their faces. More followed after them, and soon, he was surrounded by masked and hooded Death Eaters forming a loose perimeter around the clearing. Every eye was fixed upon him. Nobody spoke. Harry, whose heart was now throwing itself against his ribs as though determined to escape the body he was about to cast aside. It seems. I wasn't mistaken, Voldemort stepped forward. At that moment, he felt that nobody mattered but Voldemort. It was just the 2 of them. And the lack of his wand near his chest made his stomach feel queasy. Harry Potter, he said very softly. His voice might have been part of the spitting fire. The boy who lived. None of the Death Eaters moved. They were waiting, everything was waiting. Voldemort had raised his wand. His head was still tilted to one side, like a curious child, wondering what would happen if he proceeded. Harry looked back into the red eyes, and wanted it to happen now, quickly, while he could still stand, before he lost control, before he betrayed fear. He saw the mouth move and a flash of green light, and everything was gone. Quinn West, invisible vigilante, deal is done. Harry Potter, boy who lived, green seeing green. Voldemort, Dark Lord, it's done. Fiction-only reader, author, health problems really ruin plans. Be healthy everyone, do take care of your health. Chapter 420, Limbo. My lord, my lord. It was Bellatrix, and she spoke as if to a lover. Quinn watched the scene from above using the artificial eye. Voldemort stood in the middle a few steps from Harry's body, with the Death Eaters standing on the edge of the clearing. Quinn's vision solely concentrated on the body that lay prone on the ground. His heart beat so vehemently that he feared the sound of it would give his position out to Voldemort. It was done, he thought. The most problematic Horcrux of all, the most problematic Horcrux that was ever created, was taken care of. Harry Potter, the accidental Horcrux of Dark Lord Voldemort, was taken care of, and that too by the hands of the creator and owner himself. The irony provided Quinn a moment of delight and a sense of hope that the next part of the problem, the one on which his personal life depended, would also go as smoothly as things had been. He clutched his hand around the cold black stone in one hand as he raised the other to touch the target. His magic responded to his summons, following his heartfelt desire, obeying his will, and flowed in 2 different directions through his arms into his hands. A broken breath escaped him as he felt the resurrection stone come alive in his palm, the masterfully crafted artifact, the only object he had seen that could interact with the mystical entity called soul. You better have not given up, he thought, because I have not. He gagged as an otherworldly discomfort clutched his body. The resurrection stone was contacting his soul, something that wasn't to be touched by anything or anyone but himself. It felt like someone was clutching his heart in their palm. Push on, Quinn told himself, pushing his magic forth through his other hand to touch the other soul that was still tethered to the body, but only barely. The magic made contact, and his vision flooded with a stark white light, and at the same time, he lost his connection with the artificial eye looking over at the scene of a teenager's murder. It was overwhelming. His eyes saw nothing but blinding white, no sound reached his ear, not even from inside of his head, he couldn't inhale or exhale, he felt nothing yet everything at the same time. The moment when the overwhelming nothingness passed, Quinn found himself screaming his throat out. He stopped immediately. His legs suddenly gave up, and he stumbled backward until his back met a wall. Quinn looked around, his eyes swarming at the sudden change of scenery, and saw that he was standing in some sort of a tunnel. The moment that realization set, loud cheers entered his ears, and he looked to his left to see a bright exit from where the loud noise of people, horns, and drums came from. He knew the place. The entrance tunnel in the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium opened up to the field. It was from where the teams entered the field with all the fanfare. He had been there a few times to recognize, yet it was different. He stood in a bright mist, though it was not like mist he had ever experienced before. His surroundings were not hidden by cloudy vapor, rather, the cloudy vapor had not yet formed into the surroundings. The floor on which he stood seemed to be white, neither warm nor cold, but simply there, a flat, blank something on which to be. Quinn knew he was in the right place. It wasn't King's Crossing, but it was just as it had been portrayed in the original. "Quinn, is that you?" called a voice. Quinn looked away from the well-maintained ground outside and turned back to see Harry Potter standing a couple foot from him. Harry looked around the place as confused as he was moments before, taking everything that the surroundings gave him so that he could make sense of it. The tunnel? Where is this, Quinn? Why does the tunnel look like this? Was it you who was screaming just now? Harry looked down at himself and gasped when he found that he was naked. His hands had just gone to his crotch when a robe appeared in front of him. He took them and pulled them on. What is happening? Harry asked Quinn, looking bewildered. Is this the room of requirement? What are those noises, can you hear them? Quinn, too, heard the noises. Odd thumping and whimpering noises coming from somewhere close by in the mist. Harry turned slowly on the spot, and his surroundings seemed to invent themselves before his eyes. The other side of the tunnel formed into the way to the dressing room, however, unlike the bright exit, the path to the dressing room was dark, yet at the same time, it was a comforting dark with an aura of peace emanating from it. What is that? Harry's voice brought Quinn out of staring at the darkness. He had spotted the thing that was making the noises. It had the form of a small, naked child, curled on the ground, its skin raw and rough, flayed-looking, and it lay shuddering on the side of the tunnel where it had been left, unwanted, stuffed out of sight, struggling for breath. Harry looked to be afraid of it. Small and fragile and wounded though it was clear he did not want to approach it. Nevertheless, he drew slowly nearer, ready to jump back at any moment. Soon he stood near enough to touch it, yet his hand didn't move any forward. "You should probably not touch it," said Quinn when he saw the self-deprecating expression on Harry's face. Harry backed off, but his eyes remained on the ugly baby-like creature. "What happened?" asked Harry. "Where is this place?" I should be dead. I'm dead." "Straight to the main course, huh?" Quinn smiled. "That is the question, isn't it? If you want my opinion, I would say I think not." They looked at each other, Quinn still smiling. "Not," repeated Harry. "Definitely not." "But..." Harry raised his hand instinctively toward the lightning scar. It did not seem to be there. "But I should have died, I didn't defend myself. I meant to let him kill me." "Thank you for that. It would have been a problem if he used something other than the killing curse. You know why, don't you? I let him kill me, didn't I?" "You did. Go on." "So the part of his soul that was in me." Quinn nodded. "Has it gone?" "Oh, yeah, definitely. He fired the killing curse and burned the Horcrux right off. Pretty great for all parties concerned, excluding Voldemort, of course, it's pretty bad for him. And your soul is intact, complete, and in great health. But if Voldemort used the killing curse and nobody died for me this time, how can I be alive?" "Oh, he took your blood and doomed himself. He took your blood and rebuilt his living body with it. Your blood's in his veins, Harry. Your grandmother's protection inside both of you. He tethered you to life while he lives. I live while he lives. But I thought it was the other way round. I thought we both had to die. Or is it the same thing?" Harry had clearly been made aware of the prophecy. Quinn then began to explain the entire spiel about Harry's grandmother's protection, the accidental Horcrux that was Harry, their double connection, and everything that had made it possible for Harry not to die at the hands of Voldemort. "You knew all that?" asked Harry. You can say that. I researched the matter extensively, and my instincts always pointed to the fact that you'll be all right." Quinn looked him up and down. "Well, it turns out I was right. It feels good to be right." "What is this place?" asked Harry. "This place is the Limbo," said Quinn. "It's the place between life and death. You're not dead, but the killing curse is still a magic that causes the soul to be ejected from the body. Your soul's tie to your body has been loosened, bringing it here. If this is the place between life and death, how are you here?" At that moment, Quinn felt the resurrection stone materialize in his hand. He raised his hand and showed Harry the darkest black in the misty white place. "The resurrection stone, one of the great deathly hallows," said Quinn. "It allowed my soul to come here," he sighed. You mean the story about the three brothers and death? It's a story based in reality. Your cloak of invisibility, Dumbledore's Elder Wand, and my resurrection stone. All of them are masterfully crafted artifacts, second to none. Quinn smiled. Let's go back home, Harry. Everyone must be sick waiting for you. And that's when the problem arrived. Harry didn't look excited at the prospect of returning. What if I didn't want to return, he said. Why would you want that? Even if it's gone from inside me, it won't matter to Voldemort. He's going to continue to come after me. I don't want to live in fear of an unkillable monster coming for me. I don't want to be scared of that every second of my life. He's not unkillable. You and I both know how he can be defeated. With the Horcrux in you gone, we are one step closer to killing him for good. It doesn't matter. Dumbledore says there are 7 Horcruxes. We have destroyed the diary and ring, 3 if you include me. You have another one, but that still leaves 3 more that we don't know anything about. I don't think I'll survive until then, so why delay the inevitable? Harry looked at both sides of the tunnel. I can feel that if I go out, he pointed to the exit, I'll return, but if I go back, he pointed towards the dressing room, all of this will be over for good. Quinn had feared that. He had sensed from how easily Harry had come with him that it might be a problem to bring him back from the limbo, that Harry might not choose to return home. In the fight to defeat Voldemort, Harry's return wasn't essential, but for Quinn, Harry's return meant everything. If he lost him, everything Quinn worked for would go to waste. And what about everyone who loves you, who cares about you? What about them? Asked Quinn. You're just going to abandon them. What about your parents and Ivy, who care for you? What about Hermione? If you thought you were never going to escape Voldemort, why did you continue going out with her? You should have broken up with her. If Quinn could have forced him to be alive, he could have done it. He had been researching for it, but he hadn't had enough time to figure it out. If he couldn't force him, he was going to go the other way. Like it or not, you're the boy who lived. If you die, Voldemort's going to win at everything. People all around the country are working hard to not let him. So, I'm never going to be free. I will always be boy who lived. You're going to be free when Voldemort's dead. If there's no Dark Lord, there will not be a boy who lived. We come full circle again. Voldemort won't die, and I'll always be trapped. Harry sighed and began to walk backward towards the dressing room. Say my goodbye to everyone, and I'm sorry for what this will do to you and Ivy. Please take care of everyone. Quinn pursed his lips. He would lie if he understood where Harry was coming from. His situation was much too different from anything he had experienced. He didn't know what was going on in Harry's head, but it was clear that the boy had no hope. So he was going to give him some. Voldemort can die today. I can kill him today. Quinn West, MC, I can, it depends. Also, guess where I am now? Harry Potter, boy who lived, I'm really tired. Chapter 421, High-Speed Chase. Voldemort can die today. I can kill him today. The words couldn't have made Harry stop any quicker. Quinn straightened himself as Harry turned to look at him. This was it, the final chance to make Harry turn back to life. What did you say? Harry asked, skeptical. You heard me, Voldemort can die today. A glint of heat flashed behind Harry's eyes as he took firm steps toward Quinn. I don't know what you're trying to do, he stabbed a finger into Quinn's chest, but if this is one of your deceptions, then this is not the time and place for those things, Quinn. I'm not lying, Quinn swatted Harry's finger away. We can put an end to Voldemort today. I want to get rid of him today, bury him in the ground, or better burn the disgusting thing that he calls his body into ash and let them scatter in the sky. Oh, is that so? Please enlighten me on how are you planning to do that, Mr. Invisible Vigilante. A secret is strongest when only one knows about it, the thought flashed in Quinn's mind. The moment it was shared, he was going to create a link that could be exploited. But, desperate times called for desperate measures. He had to play a risky hand to win. I know the identity of another one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. It's his snake familiar, Nagini, it's always around him, slithering. If we can dispose of her, we can kill Voldemort today. And I know for a fact that the snake is in Hogsmeade. He had read Gerald's mind, and Nagini was with Voldemort had entered Hogsmeade. Okay, you got one more, so what? Harry retorted, but Quinn could sense something in his voice. It was weak, but it was there when it wasn't there before. It was a traitorous glimmer of hope. What about the remaining 2? What are you? There came the time to strike the hammer. They're already taken care of. It was short, quick, and spoken with no chance of being misconstrued. You. Harry's outburst died before it could even close his mouth after that one word. We just need the snake, Quinn repeated to reaffirm his point. I can get it today, and then with Dumbledore's help, we can put an end to the biggest evil that stands in the way of peace. When did you? Quinn again cut Harry off, and maybe they were astral projections in the form of their soul. Quinn's emotion leaked without him wanting to. When you were uselessly wallowing in your emotions, thinking someone will come and kiss everything well, I was working hard so that I could put an end to the maniac. I was sacrificing everything good in my life so that everyone else could live a better future. That's when. Quinn breathed deeply and combed his fingers through his hair as he cooled down. The point is that you can be free today if you come back to life. Without you, Voldemort will douse the flames of determination in everyone's mind who fights against him for the just cause. He glared at Harry. I'll still kill him, even if you don't come. The only difference is that you would have wasted away a chance at a life that you always wanted. What is your choice, Harry Potter? Harry glanced at the raw-looking thing that trembled on the side of the tunnel. The ugly creature and Harry stared at each other for a silent minute. I don't know what my sister sees in you. Quinn grinned at the look in Harry's eyes. Scene break. Quinn gasped and then coughed as dirt entered his mouth. Arg. Every muscle of his body spasmed, and he ended up on his knees. It hurt badly, and Quinn attributed it to his out-of-body experience. It hurt enough that he didn't want to do it ever again. The pain, however, went away as quickly as it came, only leaving a dull ache behind. Quinn fought through the discomfort and focused on his magic. He reached out to his artificial eye, and as he expected, it was mid-fall. The time flowed differently in Limbo and the real world. He exerted his control back and focused on the forest clearing. Harry still lay face down on the ground. Quinn could sense the slight movements in his body from where he stood and hoped Voldemort didn't notice. He needed the Dark Lord to drop his guard to make his move. Stay still, prayed Quinn. That will do, said Voldemort's voice. It seemed that Voldemort had fallen briefly unconscious for a moment just as Harry had been hit with the killing curse. The eradication of Horcrux might be the cause, thought Quinn. Voldemort returned to his feet. Various Death Eaters were hurrying away from him, returning to the crowd lining the clearing. Bellatrix alone remained behind, kneeling beside Voldemort. My lord, let me. I do not require assistance, said Voldemort coldly, and Bellatrix withdrew a helpful hand. The boy. Is he dead? There was complete silence in the clearing. Nobody approached Harry, but Quinn could tell their concentrated gaze. It seemed to press him harder into the ground, and he was terrified a finger or an eyelid might twitch. You, said Voldemort, and there was a bang and a small grunt of pain. Examine him. Tell me whether he is dead. Quinn's heart soared when he saw the person chosen to check. Maybe it was fate. Whatever it was, he was delighted with it. Lucius, Quinn sent a faint whisper through his magic, tell him that he is dead. He was glad that he returned the memories to his spy, but only after Voldemort had thoroughly interrogated Lucius. Their relationship hadn't been the most pleasant since then, but Quinn could bet that Lucius hated Voldemort more than he did him. Lucius' hand froze at the sound of Quinn's voice, but the double spy braced himself quickly. He touched Harry's face, pulled back an eyelid, crept beneath his shirt, down to his chest, and felt his heart. The moment was excruciating for everyone. He is dead. Lucius called out to the watchers. Yes. Cheered Quinn. And now they shouted, now they yelled in triumph and stamped their feet, and through his artificial eye, Quinn saw bursts of red and silver light shoot into the air in celebration. You see, screeched Voldemort over the tumult. Harry Potter is dead by my hand, and no man can threaten me now. Watch this. Cruck. This was it, the moment Quinn had been waiting for. Voldemort was elated, his guard was down, he was mid-spell, there was no better moment than this. Let's do this. Boom. Crack. Creak. The ground in the clearing exploded as crevices appeared on the ground, spreading out instantly. Everyone within reach stumbled without fail, even Voldemort was shot off balance. And that's when Quinn appeared. The ground split, and Quinn jumped out in a dust noir gear. He had been hiding underground because that was the only place he thought Voldemort won't check, and his guess had been correct. There were no snarky words, no time to even think. Quinn looked at Harry, and rings made from Empyrean manifested around Harry's body. They appeared around his wrists, forearm, upper arm, neck, chest, torso, head, figs, calves, and ankles, enough that Quinn had complete control over Harry's body. Go time. Quinn pumped as much magic as he could muster and launched a storm of air out. The trees around the clearing leaned out, and someone even got uprooted a little as Quinn launched in the air with Harry in tow behind him. Every gust of wind that Quinn could possibly control, he commanded to fly as fast as he could because he couldn't apparate inside Hogsmeade because of the ward. He took to the sky and launched himself towards Hogwarts with every ounce of his strength. Then he yelled so that no one could possibly miss it. Dumbledore. Open up the ward, I have Potter with me. And then he sprinted over the village, heading towards the castle. Of course, he never expected the short flight from the edge of Hogsmeade to Hogwarts to be easy and without interruption. Quinn felt a scorching heat behind him. His heart jacked up, and he immediately steered to the side just in time to miss a large jet stream of horrendous fiend fire flames that gashed the sky itself. He didn't have to look behind to know who it was, his ears did the job for him. Give me that body. Quinn closed his left, and the artificial eye on the back of his mask opened up as the literal eye in the back of his head. He saw the furious Voldemort flying behind him. Quinn couldn't have hated Voldemort's ability to fly more than this moment. He pumped more magic into his wind magic and immediately changed his directions, threw in a few zigzags, and ensured that he didn't even smell the scent of the fiend-fire flames. Hurry up. I will have that body in your flesh. Quinn froze ice bolts the size of trolls and shot them towards Voldemort. There was a little surprise inside them because the moment he was out of reach, the ice exploded, turning them into giant ice grenades that rained shrapnels of death everywhere. Voldemort swept his wand and conjured a shield that turned every ice piece into a soft vapor. Shit, cursed Quinn, but then he saw Voldemort appearing from the parting white mist. Mist! Quinn exclaimed. Quinn snapped his fingers, and rings upon rings of black smoke blasted and bloomed out from him as the epicenter. In a moment, the entire village of Hogsmeade was surrounded by a black thicker than squid ink. The next moment, he was by the Hogwarts ward. I am here. Quinn pounded on the ward with magic. His throat dried up when his artificial eye showed him the black smoke splitting, creating a smokeless path with him on one end and Voldemort on the other end. Come on. Open the fuck up. As if everything divine answered his call as Dumbledore operated in front on the other side of the ward, he was flying on a broom because they were above ground. The old headmaster's blue eyes flashed, and a small portion of the golden Hogwarts ward turned red. Quinn never loved Dumbledore more than he loved him now. He immediately flew towards the red part of the ward. Ting. 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 Bells rang in Quinn's mind. The snakes that he had sent out to search for Nagini had found the only living Horcrux. So many thoughts passed through his mind that, for the first time in so long, his mind was packed with no room for any other thought. Shit. 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 Quinn grabbed Harry and shoved him through the ward into Dumbledore's arm. Close the ward, but don't go anywhere, I will be right back. I have a snake to kill. He stared at Dumbledore, and for his last words, Quinn whispered, the thing that caused his scar is gone. Dumbledore's eyes widened as expected, but Quinn had no time to appreciate it. He turned to face Voldemort as the ward closed behind him. He opened both his eyes and graced the full menacing presence of Dark Lord Voldemort. Give me the boy's body, Voldemort said coldly. That wasn't part of the deal, said Quinn. I am going to kill you then. Quinn's eyes turned purple behind his mask. I don't have a liability with me anymore, so I don't think so. It was time for the most dangerous fight of his life. Quinn West, MC, let's have a go at it, bitch. Harry Potter, liability, what the hell? Voldemort, Dark Lord, how dare you defy me? Albus Dumbledore, headmaster, is also overwhelmed. Fiction-only reader, author, huh. I just realized the story is about to end. Chapter 422, Snake, Curse, Dagger. Quinn's magic flowed in his veins with the beating of his heart. His interests were blaring sirens about the danger he was in. The ward felt like a wall behind his back, and even though he was off the ground with all other directions open for him to traverse, it felt like he was backed up in the corner. You could have left the body as it was and still be alive by the end of the day. Voldemort looked down at him as he hovered over him, but you had to interfere foolishly. Now you have made this the last day of your pathetic life. I can say the same for you, countered Quinn. Today, because of all of this, could be your last day on the mortal plane, an appropriate end to a life that ended up being bookend with failure. Voldemort snorted derisively, you don't have Dumbledore to occupy me this time, pest. He looked past Quinn toward Dumbledore, who had already flown back into the castle. I will end your life as you regret ever thinking of comparing magic with me. Voldemort raised his wand that had just killed Harry Potter. Quinn sucked in a cold breath as magic rose. It wasn't the sheer quantity that jittered, it was the speed and smoothness of response that made Quinn bring his magic to the literal tip of his fingers. There was a bare twitch from Voldemort's wand, Avada Kedavra. Before the killing green ripped towards Quinn. As expected of the Dark Lord, he wasn't playing around as the travel speed of the spell made literally everyone Quinn had ever faced look like they were casting in slow motion. Quinn's response wasn't any slower as a bear head made from ice appeared in front of him and gobbled up the killing curse. Quinn flexed his fingers, and his magic complied in the form of rings of winds around him, grinding against each other, creating a sharp edge with every rotation. The bear head couldn't even melt into water for dozens of chakra-shaped discs to fly towards him. Every single one of them could match industrial-grade saws in terms of human shredding power, but all Voldemort had to do was wave his wand like an orchestra conductor for the winds to distort and turn into orbs of battering gales that he sent back to Quinn. The wind orbs crashed into an array of hexagonal force fields that shook back and forth as the energy dissipated through the edges in the form of thrumming waves. Trivial resistance, scoffed Voldemort and slashed his wand for dark energy to materialize. It looked like the blackish-silver energy had formed a gash in the fabric of space with the way it looked like a knife slash against a taut cloth. Arrows made from the same blackish silver shot out from the gash towards Quinn. Quinn brought his hands together, and the various individual hexagons came together to form one large hexagon that took in beating from Voldemort's arrows. Both duelists stared at each other as the hexagonal shield turned a brighter red with every hit. When the arrows stopped, Quinn spoke, "You can have that back." A blazing red tractor beam screeched towards Voldemort, who crossed his wand to conjure a shield of his own, but the counter made from Voldemort's own energy was strong enough to push back Voldemort a couple feet and make him furrow his hairless brows. He tweaked his wand, and the shield stopped being pushed back and took in the red force like a mountain. When the attack was over, Voldemort dispelled his smoking shide, but when he gazed at Quinn, he was nowhere to be seen. "Running already?" Voldemort said, magic amplifying his voice. The ink-black smoke still covered the entirety of Hogsmeade other than the line that Voldemort had cleared. "You can only delay the inevitable this way, you might as well give up now." He turned to look at Hogwarts for a moment. "I should end this before he comes back." Quinn had already ducked into Hogsmeade after returning Voldemort's magic to him in another form. He had to get away from Voldemort because of the ringing in his head. The various snake scouts he had sent to find Nagini had begun to converge on the giant serpent, making the ringing louder and louder. He needed to hurry and kill Nagini before Voldemort could find him. It was going to be tight, but he was confident he could pull it off. He flew just above the building so that he wouldn't collide with something because the black smoke impaired his vision all the same. He stuck to an altitude and closed in on the location where the snakes were calling him. "This is it." He stopped but didn't get down to the ground. He pursed his lips and thought for a moment before raising his hand and shooting a dozen wind orbs in different directions around the village. And that started the clock. Voldemort would detect the wind magic parting smoke as they were big enough magics and head towards them, so he sent a dozen decoys to buy time. The moment the wind orbs reached where he wanted, he stuck one hand down, created another wand, and snapped his finger for the 13 wind orbs to expand and push the black smoke away. "Now where are you?" He narrowed his eyes and began looking for the exact location in the general he knew Nagini was. Spotting a giant serpent couldn't be so hard. He gently spread his magic into the air, and as it wafted over, he gained another sense that worked as a radar. He lowered his altitude and slowly moved above the streets, trying to sense Nagini, keeping his ears peeled for a slither. That's when he heard a deep hiss and turned his body to see the snake he was looking for jumping from the edge of the video with her two fangs barred, showing the red of her mouth towards him. Quinn raised his arm, and Nagini dug her massive fangs into him. Not so fast. A wave of magic burst forth and whipped Nagini back. Quinn frowned, his sleeve disappeared to reveal his arm, and he looked at two pinholes in his arm. He put his hand over the holes and pulled it up for dark blood to release from the bite marks. "I'm going to feel this later," he clicked his tongue. He dipped into his pocket and pulled out a curved dagger. Nagini, who had been blasted into a wall, collected herself and began to flee in a hurry, which surprised him because he was expecting the giant snake to come at him again. He raised his hand, and an Emperorian chain with a cuff manifested out of his palm and clamped around Nagini's neck. "Got you," he grinned. Quinn got down to the ground and pumped magic into the chain, and Emperorian expanded to pin half of Nagini's body to the ground. He touched the flat of the dagger blade with his finger, and runes glowed on the steel. The dagger was specially made just for killing Nagini. There was a hollow part in the center of the pipe filled with basilisk venom, and the runes would pull it out towards the surface and inject it out when he stabbed the snake. "That's another one down," he muttered as he walked towards the snake that was a few feet away from him. Boom. Quinn snatched his head up and saw all the black smoke disappear at once to reveal Voldemort flying towards him at full speed. Shit. He's early. He had a choice to make. He could prepare himself for the attack that was about to come and be safe no matter what it could be, or he could kill Nagini and take a chance with Voldemort's attack, taking a risk with his safety. Many scenarios passed through his mind in a split second until he made a firm resolution and a plan to go along with it. He pulled the dagger into his sleeve and faced his now empty palm towards Nagini. "Found you, pest," announced Voldemort as he arrived flying. Then Quinn chanted, "Avada Kedavra." And the green struck Nagini's head, and the giant snake Horcrux passed away without even managing to get a last hiss or twitch. Quinn looked up at Voldemort and raised his arm. "Your snake bit me, it had it coming," he scoffed. "I hope you don't mind." Voldemort's mouth was open in a scream of fury that could be heard across the Hogsmeade. "I will kill you," he raged in hatred. No longer pest, Quinn prepared his magic. The shock of seeing his Horcrux being killed gave Quinn enough time to prepare his magic. In the last second, he decided to switch from dagger to killing curse because he didn't want Voldemort to be suspicious of why he was stabbing Nagini instead of using a spell. Voldemort pointed his wand at Quinn and cast a dark curse with a chant full of fury. The horrendous spell burnt the air itself as it raged towards Quinn, filling the area with a foul burning smell. Quinn pulled up a shield, and it took mere 2 seconds for Voldemort to break it. Quinn quickly pulled 2 more shields. The first one was shattered again, but the third one stopped the curse, although it crumbled the very next second. Quinn stretched his arms wide and sent 2 spells into the buildings on either side. The next moment, the buildings blew up into pieces, but the dismantled material didn't fly apart hazardously. The material slowed down as they blew out, and then every piece turned a neon maroon and then rushed towards Voldemort. Every single piece had been turned into an explosive, and the moment they got near Voldemort, they exploded in full bloom. Quinn took the chance and immediately took to the air. He made a mad fly dash toward Hogwarts, and to his luck, he saw Dumbledore flying on his broom behind the Hogwarts ward. And bless the old headmaster, as he opened up a part of the ward so that he could enter. Quinn headed straight towards the red spot in the golden ward. But then there was a loud pop, and Voldemort operated between him and Dumbledore. The Dark Lord floated with an ominous presence pouring out of him. Everything slowed down for Quinn as he tried to change direction. For that moment, everything seemed clear as a diamond, and it was like the world was being with one of the slow-motion cameras. Voldemort cast a dark curse, and Quinn saw a dirty mustard-yellow curse flow toward him. With his flying speed and no previous thought of pushing the brakes, he moved towards the curse as it moved towards him. Crack! Voldemort's spell hit him. Then came the pain. His entire body burned as if someone had thrown a tub of acid over him. The curse, however, didn't stop Quinn's flight forward. He continued to fly towards Voldemort. Quinn had experienced regular pains during the summer when he had lost his magic, so as Voldemort's magic tormented his body, his mind remained clear. The desperation for survival kicked in, and the response appeared in his mind. The dagger that he had slipped into his sleeve appeared back in his hand, and with all his momentum, he rammed the venomous blade into Voldemort's chest. Arg! Voldemort screamed. Both of them collided and were sent in different directions. Quinn had his eyes on the red spot in the gold ward and Dumbledore behind it. He grunted and pushed his magic so he could fly into safety behind the ward, the pain spiked, and he faltered. But then, a rope around his waist, and he was pulled into Hogwarts. He blacked out but then woke up immediately when he hit the ground. The shock overrode the pain, and Quinn saw Voldemort on the ground outside the ward and yelled, "How do you like that? You snake fuck." He then coughed up blood. Quinn. Quinn instinctively turned towards his name being called and saw Dumbledore, along with the other Hogwarts professors standing behind him. Quinn was about to reply with, "What?" when he realized Dumbledore had called him. "Dumbledore. How dare you," he yelled furiously. Dumbledore looked unapologetic, instead, there was a look of worry on his face. "Quinn. Shut up. Your mask." Quinn froze up. His heart began to beat harder and harder. He reached up to his face, and what he felt was not the hard mask he was expecting, instead, his fingers felt the supple texture of the skin. Quinn West, MC, unmasked. Voldemort, Dark Lord, status, unknown, though, furious as hell. Fiction-only reader, author, now that was a happening chapter. Chapter 423, Injuries. The moment he felt the texture of his skin instead of a hard mask, Quinn's eyes wide in astonishment went to the Hogwarts professors who had come out along with Dumbledore. The entire faculty corps hadn't come outside, obviously, they had left some with the students. But that was good, thought Quinn, less number of people who needed to be subjected to obliviation. He raised his hands towards them, but then Dumbledore stepped between him and the professors. "Get out of the way," said Quinn, his voice hoarse. "I cannot allow you to do that, Quinn," said Dumbledore. "I don't need your permission." "You are hurt, Quinn, you are not thinking correctly. I know you feel distressed now, but we should take care of those injuries first." Dumbledore raised his empty hand, at the same time, he had his wand ready in his other. "It's a dark curse, if we don't treat it immediately, it will cause long-term, or worse, permanent damage." Quinn gritted his teeth, and his breathing flared in anger for a moment before he put his hand down. He looked down at his left shoulder and saw that the noir suit over his shoulder and chest had disintegrated away, and the skin underneath had already turned an ugly blue. He scowled when he saw the slight wrinkling in a spot, and even though Quinn didn't know the nature of the spell, he could guess that it was eating away his body. He spat in anger. Dumbledore was correct, he needed to treat the injury before it became a problem he couldn't get rid of easily. But as he was about to cooperate, everyone jolted at the deep voice from outside the ward. Who could have imagined, Quinn turned as his body pained and saw Voldemort getting up from the ground on his knees, that the invisible vigilante would be you. Voldemort straightened his back, and if not for the scowl that marred his face and the dagger sticking out of his chest, no one could tell that he had just been stabbed. Quinn West, grandson of George West, scion of high society, getting his hands dirty as an outlaw, how unexpected. There was no mirth in Voldemort's voice, only a deadly cold. The Dark Lord reached to his chest and yanked out the protruding dagger with a grunt. The blade on the dagger was thicker than the norm as it was intended for penetrating scales much sturdier than human skin, not to mention that it was accompanied by basilisk venom. So it was mind-boggling seeing him not trembling on his feet, coughing up blood, or at least foaming out of his mouth. Voldemort raised the dagger and waved his wand over it for the blade, it glowed blue. What is this? He had seen the basilisk venom being pushed out of the micropores in the metal. Is it some sort of poison? Against me, he chuckled, but then his eyes turned serious as he raised the blade closer to his eyes. Basilisk. Basilisk venom. How did you get? From the Chamber of Secrets, Quinn spat out the blood in his mouth. I took it off the corpse of your pet snake. How did you like the irony? Voldemort seemed surprised, but that only surfaced on his face. His words told another story. If it was another person, they would have already sealed their fate, but as you said, my pet snake. He sneered, this body of mine is immune to poisons, and that includes basilisk venom. Lie, yelled Quinn. I can see it on your face, you're sweating fountains. You might be immune to poisons, but no one just becomes immune to basilisk venom. It isn't even a traditional ven, Avada Kedavra. Quinn, mid-sentence, raised his hand and hurled a killing curse toward Voldemort. A silver shield burst forth in front of Voldemort and absorbed the killing curse. Invisible vigilante, being impatient doesn't seem fit with your image, however, now that I know you're but a child, it doesn't seem as out of the picture. Quinn was furious. Having used anger to provide him the last boost through the pain so he could stab Voldemort was now running rampant inside his body as boiling rage. The balance of emotions had been breached. He turned to Dumbledore. What are you doing, Arg? A flash of pain burst forth in the area he had been hit and infected by Voldemort's dark curse. He fell to his knees, keeling over on the ground, hissing and groaning in agony. Quinn. Dumbledore knelt beside him. The more you use magic, said Voldemort viciously, the more the curse will eat away at you. Harry Potter is dead, invisible vigilante will soon be dead, now it's your time, Dumbledore. The moment I break this ward, I will end you. Soon, it is time for you to go on the next great adventure. Voldemort smiled evilly before he operated away. Before Dumbledore could do anything, Quinn grabbed his wrist with surprising strength. There was anger crackling in his eyes. Kill him right now. I have all of the remaining. We can finish him today. Kill him. No matter what Voldemort said, Quinn didn't buy his claim of being basilisk venom. The legendary serpent was not an ordinary snake, the venom was as special as the eyes. Voldemort was a weak point, and with Dumbledore wielding the Elder Wand, it was possible that Voldemort could be killed without greater complications. I will get rid of the remaining ones while you duel him, and when you finally kill him, he'll be dead for good, Quinn spoke between labored breaths. Come on, this is a great chance. First, Dumbledore's eyes widened. Quinn felt hope and satisfaction as he knew he had tempted the man enough to take action on the information he had just dropped. But then, Dumbledore shook his head. No. Quinn pushed the words out of his mouth. Please, go. We need to treat you. It is already looking bad, said Dumbledore. Studied the wound, and the flesh seemed to have gotten much worse. It's still on the outside, we can't let it reach your heart or even lungs. I will be fine. Go. I can't take the risk. The anger made Quinn's speech clear up as he smoldered. You were willing to sacrifice Harry. What happened to, for the greater good, huh? Another flash of piercing pain assaulted Quinn's body. That was because I thought I had no choice regarding Harry, Dumbledore said solemnly as he conjured a stretcher beside him. Moreover, you, Quinn, are too much to be sacrificed. A brilliant young man like yourself is not something I'm willing to exchange against Voldemort's death. Quinn wanted to speak, but couldn't get a word out. Every single one of his muscles felt like they had been pulled taut. In the moment, he even forgot what he would say or yell in response. So he lay there glaring at Dumbledore as he was put on the stretcher and carried away. Scene break. Voldemort operated inside the Hogsmeade Town Hall, Death Eater's base of operation. He staggered to the room that he had taken over as his own and slumped down on his chair. He scowled in disgust when he felt his robe stick to his skin when he sat down. He grabbed it, threw it away, and observed the stab wound in his chest. The blade had missed his heart. He tightened his grip on his wand, it was slipping from his cold and clammy hand. He touched the wand point near the wound and chanted under his breath for the wound to glow in a sparkling blue color like a crack leaking light in a dark room. Arg, he groaned as the wound wriggled, dark blood poured out, and then discolored shreds of flesh floated out. Even though he had claimed it, the truth was, as Quinn West had said, he wasn't immune to basilisk venom. He had never experimented on basilisk venom immunity. He never thought that he, a Parseltongue, the heir of Slytherin, would ever need to be worried about being poisoned with snake venom. The only reason he wasn't on his way to death right now was that his body was a superior product of magic and rituals. He could simply make modifications to his body and get rid of the venom. Similarly, he could even completely recover from dark curses. The door flung open with a loud, anxious voice full of desperation. "My lord," cried Bellatrix as she rushed towards him. "Stay away, Bellatrix," he ordered, not hiding the annoyance in his voice. "Keep quiet and don't breath loudly." He glanced at X Unspeakable, who stood near the door, studying him with a critical eye. "Rookwood. I need your help in healing. You can approach." Rookwood walked near him and conjured a chair to sit on. After a few diagnostic spells, Rookwood spoke. "We should retreat for today, my lord. Harry Potter is already dead, we can call this operation a success. We are not returning. Your injuries are worrying." It seems you didn't hear me correctly, Rookwood, he glared at Rookwood. I didn't say that I need you to heal me, I said I need your help. I will heal myself, and you will be simple support. When I'm done, I'm going to go break the ward and kill Dumbledore. Now, I do as I say. Yes, my lord, said Rookwood, bowing his head. They were about to start when he heard rushed footsteps coming towards the room. The next second, Dolohov appeared at the door with his usual stern expression on his face, but Voldemort could see the tension in his eyes. What is it? He asked. My lord, one of the scouts, sent in a report, said Dolohov in his deep voice. Aurors have somehow infiltrated our ward. What? Screeched Bellatrix. How dare they? I will cut them down. Be quiet, Bellatrix. Voldemort could feel a headache coming up. Aurors infiltrating was a problem. If he was not injured, he could have handled them without a problem with Death Eaters, but he couldn't delay the healing. Basilisk venom wasn't something that even he couldn't ignore. How did they get in? He asked. We weren't able to identify that, said Dolohov. The scout spotted them sneaking around a corridor in the east part of the village. Near Zonko's, I believe. The ward stood strong, and if it breached, he would know, thought Voldemort. Which meant that they came another way. But where? As Voldemort formulated alternatives, a jolt of pain broke his immersion, and he cursed the invisible vigilante. Invisible vigilante, he uttered. How did he get in? The most logical answer appeared in his mind the next moment. Labyrinth, he must have informed them of a door that he must have left, he gritted his teeth. Damn Wests. They were being a thorn in his side. Voldemort conjured a fresh set of robes over his body, and he already could feel it getting drenched. He suppressed a groan as he got up. We can take care of them. You should stay put, my lord, said Rookwood, standing up as well. I'm bringing down the ward, said Voldemort, and that was enough for all 3 Death Eaters in the room to understand what he meant. Ready everyone, tell them to prepare themselves. Bellatrix, follow me out. He staggered outside the town hall and stared up at the ward he had set up. He raised his wand up and, with a grunt, shot a single shot of magic up in the sky. The silver spell left behind a shimmering trail as it climbed itself towards the sky, and when it reached the ward boundary, the spell got absorbed into it, and then slowly, the ward began to shrink. The boundary over Hogsmeade turned translucent and rapidly shrunk until the ward was only covering the Hogwarts territory. Dumbledore would start emptying the damn castle out if he left Hogwarts unchecked. Arm, he ordered. Bellatrix rolled up her sleeve and presented her arm marked with the dark mark to him. He grabbed it and pressed his wand over the tattoo. She hissed, but he kept pushing magic in. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, with thunder crackling across the valley. He felt the spatial fabric wrinkle and ripple until everything scrunched up before stretched out to taut and then went back to normal. Let's see how the Aurors feel now, he said as he stared at the giants looming over the buildings. He smiled through the pain when he heard the halls echo around the village and could sense the bloodsuckers duck in and out of shadows. Quinn West, MC, anger running rampant. Voldemort, Dark Lord, Venom. Fiction-only reader, author. If it was someone else, they would have done as Rookwood suggested. But I feel like Voldemort would push forward, that's why I didn't make him retreat. The other scenario was Quinn provoking Voldemort by telling him that Harry was still alive so that he wouldn't leave, but I decided against it. Chapter 424, Untitled. I can't believe it. Harry flinched when he felt the cold bomb touch his chest and hissed when Poppy Pomfrey rubbed it over the bruise. There isn't a remedy for bruises caused by killing curses, said the matron in an utterly done tone as her expert hands applied the bomb. It still hurt nevertheless. Do you know why? Because people don't require bruise bombs after they're hit with it. They usually end up dead and don't have to worry about it. The snarky tone of Poppy's voice made Harry flinch more than the bruise. How did he who must not be named even get you out of the castle? She asked. Harry had been brought into the hospital wing just a few moments before by Dumbledore, who had told her Harry's condition before bolting out. Many professors knew he was missing from the castle, but they didn't know how he had been taken out. And he hadn't opened his mouth yet. He turned and saw Lily and Ivy sitting beside his bedside. Both of them looked tired, worried, and yet relieved. Harry, if you're feeling anything wrong, please tell Madame Pomfrey. Don't hold anything back. Even the smallest of problems can worsen into terrible issues later, said Lily with a heavy worry in her voice. I'm fine, he cleared his throat when his voice cracked. I'm fine, Mum. Except for the bruise, I don't feel anything wrong with me. Can I get a mirror? He asked. Lily looked confused but conjured a hand mirror for him anyway. Harry pushed his fringes up and stared at the scar that had always been with him since the fateful day. It's less red than usual, he uttered. It is, said Lily. Harry nodded. No one knew his scar better than he did. He looked at it every day in the mirror while setting his hair so that he could hide it and checked on it a couple times every day to make sure that people would have one less reason to stare at him. It's gone, Mom, it's gone. He looked at Lily and could feel his eyes blur. It's really gone, he said before his throat caught up again. He hit me with a killing curse, and instead of me, he killed it. He killed it by his own hands. Before he knew it, he was sobbing in Lily's arms, hearing her whispering in his ears as she rocked him back and forth gently. How did Voldemort get you out of Hogwarts? Asked Lily. Harry gathered his thoughts as he rubbed his eyes. Even though he had just gone through it, and every moment was burned in his mind, he needed a few moments to put everything into words. But before Harry could even start, Ivy said, "He took you out, didn't he? He came in, took you out, and gave you to him." Harry could sense a wave of anger simmering just under the surface, and he knew nothing was going to stop it except a barefaced lie. Which wasn't going to stand when Dumbledore returned. He could only nod. "Bastard," she yelled, and everything around them rattled. Madame Pomfrey's healer bag even floated for a moment before falling back on the bed, tipping over for the vials to drop on the floor. Ivy. Lily was shocked at the sudden outburst of accidental magic. I knew it, I shouldn't have trusted him," she said furiously, but there were already tears streaming down her cheeks. "Ivy, it's okay," Harry couldn't believe he was speaking for him. It was the only way Voldemort could be made vulnerable. He has the rest of the Horcruxes, we just need to destroy them, and then Dumbledore can kill Voldemort. Ivy, Harry, what are you talking about? Asked Lily, frowning. Harry stared at Ivy, trying to see if she would tell her. But she didn't even look up at him, staring down at her feet with her hair acting as a veil. Invisible Vigilante was the one who brought me back to the castle, that much was evident from the way he asked for Dumbledore, just like Voldemort had transmitted his voice, but he was also the one who took me out to Voldemort. Harry couldn't feel what Lily was feeling just by looking at the expression on her face. And, she looked towards Ivy. What he said didn't warrant Ivy's reaction. Invisible Vigilante's real identity. Poppy. Dumbledore's voice filed the hospital wing. Harry and others couldn't see Dumbledore because of the curtains, but they heard the flurry of footsteps until he appeared in their view. Everything was chaos. Harry saw Dumbledore wave his hand, and the curtains beside their bed were pulled aside, and a stretcher floated behind. He saw a flash of black before Poppy and Dumbledore had unloaded the stretcher on the bed. It was then that he was able to get a good look. Poppy and Dumbledore stood in his sight, but he could see between them at a body dressed in black. "Harry," called Lily when Harry got up from his bed. He walked to the bed beside him, stood in front of him, and stared with wide eyes at Quinn lying on his bed, his eyes closed, with a hole in his clothes over his shoulder and chest where the skin looked like it was about to fall off. Quinn's chest heaved erratically, his face was twisted in agony, he was kicking his feet, and his fists were clutching the sheets. "Dumbledore, what is this?" asked Poppy as she waved her wand over the wound. "Why is Quinn like this? What happened to him?" Her movements, while professional, her expressions were terribly painted in worry as she looked over Quinn. "Voldemort hit him with a dark curse. I need you to keep him stable while I brew him an alchemic potion. This is serious, Poppy, you can't let his condition worsen, or we might lose him. Why is dressed like?" "Not now," said Dumbledore in a firm voice, "keep him stable." He walked away and gave Harry a brief look as he passed him by. Dumbledore's eyes trailed towards his scar all the while he was looking at him. Harry followed Dumbledore with his but froze when he saw Ivy standing right beside him. She was staring at Quinn with unblinking, wide eyes. "Ivy," he reached out to her shoulder and was jolted when he felt her shaking. He called her again, but she didn't respond and continued to tremble. Then she suddenly pushed his hand aside and abruptly walked deep into the hospital wing. Harry continued to call out to her and followed her, but she didn't even turn. "Ivy, what?" He entered Madame Pomfrey's office, where Ivy had walked, and found her sitting alone, shrinking into herself. "It's too much," she barely whispered with her head in her palms. "Why? Why is this happening? I thought I lost you, now I'm about to lose him." "You're not going to lose him. Dumbledore said he's brewing a potion. Quinn's going to be fine." A loud scream filled with pain sounded outside. It was Quinn. Harry cursed the timing, it was the worst possible moment for him to scream. Ivy began to mutter "nose" repeatedly. I haven't seen him like this ever." Harry felt his stomach drop. She was spiraling, and he didn't know what to do. But he had to do something, he had to say something. "Ivy." "Quinn, what are you doing?" Poppy's voice rang outside. Ivy immediately got up and rushed outside, with Harry following after. Outside they saw Quinn on his feet, he had walked to the middle of the room. Lily and Poppy stood in front of him, trying to stop him, but he continued to take slow steps forward, and maybe because he was injured, neither Poppy nor Lily were physically moving him back to bed. "Let me go," said Quinn, his words barely making it out of his mouth. "Are you mad?" yelled Poppy. "Get back on that bed. You're in condition to be standing." Fine." "No, you're not." Quinn took another step forward, but it looked like his legs gave out because he was suddenly leaning to the side. Harry saw a rush of red flash past, and the next second, Ivy was standing beside Quinn, supporting him before he could fall. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Ivy," said Quinn, his voice now cracking. "What are you doing?" said Ivy. She wasn't looking at him. "You're causing everyone trouble." "Sorry," he uttered, "I need your help." "What do you need?" "Ivy," exclaimed Poppy in deep disapproval, but she was ignored. "I need you to put me in." "Great Lake," said Quinn. There was silence in the hospital wing. All the commotion which was creating the noise suddenly died with Quinn's words. Ivy, who had looked resolute about helping Quinn, looked confused and doubtful. "Put you in the Great Lake," she repeated to confirm. Quinn nodded. "Why?" "I need water." "Put me in water." "Why?" Quinn frowned and stared at Ivy, but she remained unperturbed. "Water will heal me," he said. "I can heal you," Poppy interjected. The matron looked angrier whenever anyone spoke. "I think the curse is affecting his thinking. Let's get him back to the bed." "Ivy, please," said Quinn. Ivy studied Quinn for a moment, ignoring Lily and Poppy, who were trying to persuade her to lead Quinn to the bed. "I'll do it," she said firmly. "How do you want me to take you?" "Stretcher." Ivy conjured a stretcher beside Quinn and gently laid him down on the stretcher. "I can't let you pass," said Poppy, pointing her wand. Even Lily brandished her wand. Her eyes studied both Ivy and Quinn. "Madam." "Pomfrey," said Quinn, his body twitched and ticked as he spoke. "I won't die. I promise. Tea time next week." Poppy looked conflicted. She didn't lower her wand and frowned as a storm of emotions passed through her face. Quinn continued to look at her, and it was clear he was struggling to keep his face free from pain. She lowered her wand and just looked away. Quinn turned his gaze to Lily but then lowered it, looking away. "Mum," said Ivy, "if we don't hurt, his condition will continue to worsen." "I can't." Harry cut Lily off by saying, "Let them go, Mum. He knows what he is doing. He'll be fine." Ivy levitated the stretcher and passed Lily by as the mother watched with conflicting emotions on her face. She turned to Harry and demanded, "You need to explain everything now." Harry sighed. All he wanted to do now was to go sleep, but he knew that wasn't going to happen. Scene break. Ivy and Quinn arrived on the bank of the Great Lake. Even with everything going on, the lake and the water in it were serene, painting the sky on its surface. "What now?" "Do you want me to put it in the water?" asked Ivy. Quinn weakly raised his hand and patted his chest. The fabric on the noir suit shrunk, and in a couple seconds, the black suit had turned into a triangular patch on Quinn's chest, leaving him in his underwear. "Just in case, give it to Dumbledore," he said. "Horcrux, inside." What do you mean just in case?" Ivy, who had knelt down, stood up and eyed the lake critically. The stretcher suddenly moved on its own without Ivy's prompting and descended into the water. "I'll be back," said Quinn with half-lidded eyes. Sorry, for Harry." He went into the water right after the sentence ended. Ivy continued to watch the water and when it calmed down, she muttered, "Coward." If Quinn could listen, he would have wholeheartedly agreed. Quinn West, MC, in the worst condition of his life. Fiction-only reader, author, soon, it all ends. Chapter 425, Vault Healing. Quinn sunk into the waters of the Great Lake, and what would always be a peaceful experience of comfort and familiarity was today one of discomfort and pain. A raging frown marred his face as he worked his magic to create an air pocket around him to keep water out. He grunted bubbles as a throbbing pain clutched his body as Voldemort's dark curse reacted to his body and plunged every nerve in him into excruciating agony. For someone like Quinn, the curse was a nightmare. Pain every time he used magic brought back some nasty memories from the post-sin curse aftermath. The water parted around him until the area below his chin and above his waist was void of contact with water. He couldn't let water touch. The injury was worsening every minute, and because of the condition of his body, he couldn't transfigure due to the complications that would come with it. He made his way down towards the lake bed with pain spiking all over his body with his wound burning hot. As he sank downwards, Quinn heard a sound that he heard a dulled sound move towards him. He opened his eyes to see a giant tentacle pass over him that blocked all light from reaching him. His longtime friend had come to greet him. If only you were a land-based animal, he thought, he would have released the Kraken. The Kraken tentacle moved, and the thick tip that had smashed into him countless times. Shit. Immediately, he pushed his magic out into the water, and it took a lot of it, thus a lot of pain, to send a message through the water. In the years he had fought against the Kraken, he had found a way to communicate with the Kraken by using bursts of water waves to convey simple messages. It had taken trial and error along with repetition, but he was able to teach the Kraken. It was as he suspected. A split second before he sent the message, the tentacle came rushing down at him, full attack mode, and only stopped a few feet away from him when the Kraken registered his message. He sent more messages out to the Kraken with greater difficulty due to the limited vocabulary and the constant searing pain. The tentacle floated above him, and Quinn felt the Kraken's entire move in the water, presumably near him. It was observing him. After a moment, the tentacle moved away from his sight. Then continued the slow dive to the lake bed, and soon he was near the entrance to the aquatic vault with the Kraken now way near the tunnel as it usually was. He let himself fall through the tunnel and pulled himself up from the other side with great difficulty. The aquatic vault was the same as it was the last time he had been here, but right now, he had no time to indulge in nostalgia and headed towards the entry to the first room, Poseidon's Wrath. The safety teleportation water bubble came out of the entrance and sponged into his arm, leaving behind a tattoo that would teleport him back to outside the trail rooms. And then began the most difficult part of the day. He had to go through terrible trials and knew that every single one of them was going to hurt. Scene break. Ivy stared at the lake's still surface as she had been doing for the past who knows how much time. Every time there was a ripple, she jumped to her feet, thinking it was Quinn. It had happened so many times that she would not jump anymore, but the anxiety never vanished, and even now, she felt herself at the edge. She didn't know how much time had passed, but with each passing moment, her anxiety grew. I should have never let him go into the lake, she thought with regret. Poppy was a medi-healer and would, of course, know better. She should have listened to her. Ivy closed her eyes and rested her head on her bent knees. She was alone at a time when she would rather not be without company because the silence and nothing to distract herself gave her mind time to think about how the day had been. Ever since she had been woken up early in the morning to be told that Voldemort was planning a siege on Hogwarts to the horrifying realization that her brother wasn't in the castle to see her boyfriend being tormented by a dark curse, reflecting back on such a day was the last thing she wanted to do now. She had to experience people who she had known since she was 11 gather in the Great Hall and demand that she and her family be sent to their doom. Even though most of them weren't her friends, it still hurt how you could spend 7 amicable years attending the same classes, eating on the same tables, and spending their days in the same building meant nothing when life took a difficult turn. It hurt seeing her twin, the one person who had been with her and understood her the most, being at the lowest she had seen him. Seeing Harry resign to whatever decision others made broke her heart, and it hurt worse when she who could get across him no matter what couldn't make him feel better. She felt dirty when she had to ask Quinn the Horcrux's location. Yes, it was a logical course of action. The situation was dangerous, and if Quinn died, the Horcrux would be lost until it could be found again. A weakness of Voldemort wasn't something they could bear to lose. She was in the right to ask for it, but that didn't make it any easier. It was accepting the possibility that he could die, something that churned her stomach every time she thought off. And now she had it, thought Ivy, as she clutched the triangular white patch in her hand. Then there was the anger and helplessness that made her entire restless. She felt helpless and useless, that there was nothing she could do to help or even alleviate the situation even a little. She felt angry that Quinn was the one who had taken Harry to Voldemort. She felt betrayed. She didn't want to forgive him, not this time, but at the same time, a part of herself felt that she should forgive him because now Harry was free from Voldemort's Horcrux. It was like two sides were fighting in her mind. She didn't want to feel this way. It felt terrible. Ivy was brought out of her thoughts by the sound of rushed footsteps. She raised her head and turned back to see Daphne half running towards her with a panicked expression on her face. "Where is he?" asked Daphne before she even stopped. Ivy let Daphne catch her breath before answering, "Inside the lake." "What is he doing in there?" "I heard that he was hit by a dark curse." Daphne stepped closer to the edge of the lake. "He said that he can heal inside water. I think he went into the vault. The one guarded by the giant squid. The Kraken, but yes, that one." Quinn had told them about the cursed vaults he had explored when he was in Hogwarts. Ivy herself had seen the architect's vault. The reason she had agreed to take him to the Great Lake was that she knew there was another vault underwater and thought there was something in there that would help heal him. "How was he?" asked Daphne. Seeing Daphne so tense and uneasy made Ivy feel good. There was someone besides herself who was feeling as bad himself and that she knew what Daphne desperately sought. A terrible thought, but it didn't feel like it. "He wasn't in good shape," she said. "The curse was eating him from the inside and out. It worsens when he uses his magic." He could barely speak when Dumbledore brought him to the hospital wing. "Dumbledore is brewing a potion for him." "Will that cure the dark curse?" asked Daphne with hope. Ivy shook her head. "I don't know. He didn't say if it would cure him or simply help a little. He asked me to bring him here, so I did." She clenched and uprooted a fistful forcefully just to relieve some tension. "How did you know where to find us?" A house elf told Luna. He knew both Quinn and Luna, so when he saw the injured Quinn, he came to tell Luna. "I asked about Quinn, and the house elf told him that you had brought him here," said Daphne sighing. Ivy hummed. Except for Quinn's magic-fueled call for Dumbledore, things had been kept under tight wrap by Dumbledore. So the explanation made sense. She was about to ask Daphne if she had talked to Quinn after they had told him about the situation so that she could take Daphne's mind off of things, but then a thought passed her mind that scrapped the plans to comfort Daphne. She looked up at her blonde rival and asked in a quiet voice, Did you help Quinn get into Hogwarts? Ivy kept her voice as usual as she could. Yes, said Daphne distractedly, her eyes focused on the lake. How? Daphne told her about the route between the Room of Requirements and Hogshead Inn in Hogsmeade. Then Ivy asked the question that she actually wanted to ask. Did he tell you why he wanted to get into Hogwarts? No, he didn't. I presume he met with Dumbledore. Ivy narrowed her eyes. She said, he gave Harry to Voldemort. Daphne finally looked away from the lake and fixed her eyes on Ivy, giving her full attention. She didn't say anything, and Ivy frowned at the stone-faced expression that had appeared on Daphne's face after she had been distracted from her worries. Why did her resting face have to be so hard to read, thought Ivy. If you're implying I allowed Quinn entry into the castle knowing that H was going after your brother, then you'd be wrong. As I said, I had no inkling of what he was planning, I merely assumed that he wanted to meet with Dumbledore, said Daphne. You didn't seem surprised when I told you he took Harry. I had made my assumptions when I heard the commotion outside. How is Harry? She asked in the end. He's fine, said Ivy. It was awkward that she couldn't explain the complete situation because Daphne wasn't privy to the knowledge of the prophecy and Horcruxes. He had a reason behind taking Harry out. I know, said Daphne, her gaze back to the lake. Ivy wanted to ask how did she know, but one look at Daphne, and it told Ivy that Daphne simply trusted Quinn enough to see that he must have a reason. Ivy felt an envy bubble up inside her. There was a pop, akin to apparition, that startled both girls. Their hands immediately went to their wands that they whipped towards the source. Had Voldemort breached Hogwarts' ward, and the Death Eaters were able to apparate inside Hogwarts? At ease, you two, said Dumbledore. It wasn't the case. Where is Quinn? I heard from Poppy that he demanded to be brought here, he asked. Inside the lake, said Ivy. It has been a while. I see, Dumbledore took out a couple of vials with vibrant potions inside. I have brewed some potions that will help him. Thank you, said Daphne. Did he say when he might be returning? Asked Dumbledore. Ivy shook her head. But then she remembered. Here, Quinn gave this to me, it has the Horcrux. She handed the white patch to Dumbledore. She didn't care if Daphne found out. But before she could pass it to him, the Great Lake exploded. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* helpless. Fiction-only reader, author. Initially, I was going to make Quinn use blood magic to suck some blood out of Daphne to heal himself, getting inspired by the vampire. But the story flow restricted for me to use that, Sag. Chapter 426, Plan of Action. The lake exploded, and the water burst upwards like a thermal geyser, spraying water everywhere. Dumbledore swept his hand to create a barrier that stopped the errant water from soaking him, Daphne, and Ivy. The spraying mist settled, and a white mist lingered over the lake that quickly thinned and showed the figure of Quinn walking on water's surface. He wore no clothes other than his underwear as he stepped onto land and raised his hands towards Ivy. "Clothes, please," he said. Ivy, who was about to hand the noir patch to Dumbledore, silently handed the white triangle back to Quinn. "You're wound," said Dumbledore, eyeing the exposed red gash that looked like the shallow crater blown away from an explosion and the gray and purple skin surrounding it that extended all over his left chest and front shoulder. "It looks better than before," he glanced at the Great Lake. "It only looks better." Quinn had a very faint furrow between his brows. "I can still feel the magic corrupting and corroding my body. Even after spending 3/4 of an hour inside the aquatic vault's last room hadn't gotten rid of the effects of the dark curse. I have only revered the damage a bit, but the curse is still firmly there. My body will continue to suffer the more I use magic," he spat. "I believe I can help with that." Dumbledore raised the vials. "Drink these too, and apply this one on the wound, cover it up." Quinn didn't even ask what the potions were or what was in them, he consumed and applied them as Dumbledore instructed. It wasn't the time to discuss, or argue, medicine with Dumbledore. As he was healing, so was Voldemort. The more they waited, the more time they were giving for him to recover. "I can feel it working," noted Quinn as he felt a warmth spread through his body while the searing hot wound cooled down. "The faster a dark curse ailment is treated, the better chance it will recover without complications. Whatever you did in the lake seems to have pushed the curse's effects back. It has made it like you were treated the very moment you got hit by the curse," said Dumbledore. "What I gave you won't cure you completely. That will take a long course of treatment to get rid of the dark magic seated in your body, but it will do for now. We will worry about that later." Quinn fused the end of the bandage he put on himself into the rest of it. He gently placed the noir patch in the middle of his chest, and it sprung into the combative gear mode. The hole where he had been hit was still there, but Quinn tapped the triangle again for the corrupted and damage to fall off before Noir used extra fabric charmed into it to fix itself. "Right now, we need to strike Voldemort while he still has the basilisk venom in his body. I don't know the exact physiology of his body, but seeing how much he loves snakes, I'm sure he will eventually recover from the venom. Now is the time, we should kill him while he is at his weakest. Quinn glared at Dumbledore, daring him to say otherwise. You seem angry, said Dumbledore. I am, said Quinn directly. I almost died. I am absolutely livid. Moreover, because he drew power from anger, the emotion was still bubbling inside him even after he had taken the time to cook himself. Because of it, he could feel and hear a heavy heartbeat thumping in his chest. He needed the power he was feeling right now. I have a plan. I want you to occupy Voldemort while I weak. Unfortunately, we have another problem at hand, said Dumbledore. Quinn scowled. What possibly could be more problematic than Voldemort? The Death Eaters, said Dumbledore, confusing Quinn. Aurors have infiltrated Hogsmeade. Quinn knew that because he was the one to give them passage, Voldemort must have found out because he withdrew the ward over the village and then summoned his allies. Allies, who? I could clearly see giants and trolls. Other than that, I believe he has summoned vampires and werewolves. Quinn's frown deepened. He had overlooked the possibility of other species being part of the equation after he had only seen human Death Eaters in the village. Death Eaters couldn't win against the combined forces of Aurors and Hit Wizard, but I thought he was confident in tipping the advantage in his favor all by himself, he thought, knowing Voldemort's personal battle power, but it seems Quinn hadn't thought things through. Are you sure they can't handle it by themselves? He asked. He wanted to end Voldemort as soon as possible. I don't believe they can, at least they can't without substantial casualties. Quinn's mouth turned into a white line. He looked at Dumbledore and asked, what do you suggest? Dumbledore had experience with wars and had life experience much richer than Quinn. He was better equipped to handle the current situation than him. I will head out and aid the Aurors. What about Voldemort? He won't sit back and let you take care of his forces. I will deal with him as well. Right now, you need to let the potions work and rest. Not happening. I can't rest now, it's not the time. Quinn shut Dumbledore down. He thought for a moment before continuing, this is what we do. You help the Aurors while I hold back Dumbledore. When you're done with the cleanup, come join me. No, I can't support that. I can't let you face him by yourself. Dumbledore looked where Quinn had been hit. Seeing that you refuse to rest and stay out. I will hold him back, and you can help the Aurors. Quinn clenched his fist. He wanted to face Voldemort so that he could vent some anger and take revenge for the mortal injury he had given him. But Dumbledore holding Voldemort while he helped the Aurors made more sense. So be it, he said, but don't blame me for not holding back against the Death Eaters. He had to vent somewhere, they were just in the wrong place. Dumbledore made no comment. Go ahead, and I'll be there in a minute, said Quinn, glancing towards Daphne and Ivy. Take your time, I will be instructing the professors, said Dumbledore, and Quinn nodded. When Dumbledore was out of earshot, Quinn spoke to his two girlfriends. How are both of you doing? He asked, looking at his hands as he pulled up his gloves. This will end soon, so sit tight and don't take on stress, it's not good for you. What is this? Interrupted Ivy. What are you trying to do right now? Nothing, just stay. Look at me. He stopped fiddling with his gear and looked up at furious Ivy. Her eyes were wide, her shoulder rose up and down, and she had her hands clenched into fists. He didn't want to face this confrontation right now, but it didn't look like he could escape it. What do you want me to say? He asked. All of this. All of the things I did had to be done for things to move forward so that this misery could end. A future that's bright instead of bleak. By lying to us, said Daphne. You used me to get into Hogwarts. Yes, I know, you had to. But is this how it is going to be always? You, lying to us, keep us in the dark every time things get tough. Do you not trust us at all? I was trying to keep you safe. At the expense of losing our trust. Quinn couldn't say anything in rebuttal. He wanted to say it won't be like this after Voldemort was dead, but there was nothing he could say to back up his claim. But there was one thing he could do. I promise to explain everything when this is over, he said. I will come clear with everything, please believe me one last time, he pleaded. Ivy and Daphne exchanged looks, and neither looked pleased, he had given them nothing to be pleased about. All right, said Daphne, and Ivy nodded. Quinn bowed his head in gratitude. After they left, Quinn headed to the entrance hall, where Dumbledore was instructing the professors, sans Lily Potter. Before he entered the hall, Quinn conjured a mask over his face when he noticed the crowd of Hogwarts students standing at a distance, looking at the professors. The moment he stepped into the sight, the entire student body gasped and began to chatter and gossip so loudly that it drowned all other noise. Dumbledore turned towards Quinn and was about to say something but paused. Mr. Vigilante, I see that you're doing well. Quinn nodded and snapped his fingers to form a silencing ward around them. Professors, his voice was still distorted, I hope you have kept my identity a secret from everyone else. He glanced at the students. I would hate to force the memory charm on them. No one has said anything to anyone, Mr. West, frowned McGonagall. Quinn turned to Dumbledore, are they coming out? No, the faculty will stay in the castle with the students in case Voldemort tries to break the ward and target the students. Dumbledore shook his head. Smart decision, said Quinn, no children would die today. Are you ready for this? Asked Dumbledore, looking at Quinn's chest. Your potions are working. Poppy scoffed, you shouldn't be going out there. Facing the Dark Lord while having a dark curse in your body is plain stupidity. I am the Hogwarts Medi-Healer, and no student of mine can leave my care without my permission. I'm not a student anymore. I will be fine out there, Madame Pomfrey, said Quinn. I will be looking out for him out there, Poppy, said Dumbledore. Poppy didn't look any better. She humphed and turned her head away. I volunteer to assist you, Headmaster, said Flitwick. I might be out of practice, but I can at least handle a few Death Eaters by myself. I need you here with the students, Phileas. I feel relieved to go out and face Voldemort, knowing the children are safe with you, said Dumbledore. Come on, let's get moving. Quinn ended the conversation and made Dumbledore follow him out of the castle. As they were walking out, Quinn made them stop in the middle of the path. What is it? Are you feeling something in your body? Asked Dumbledore. No, stop asking me about that. Quinn took out a transparent glass box and showed the gilded gold cup with studded jewels inside. Is that Hufflepuff's cup? Now, I've been preparing for this for a long time. We are going to use his own Horcrux to bring him down. What do you mean? Dumbledore eyed the Horcrux. Quinn opened his other palm and revealed an obsidian stone. This is the Resurrection Stone, he said. Resurrection, you mean? Deathly Hallows Resurrection Stone. Yes, the same. Just like your Elder Wand. You know about that, how? Just like I know how Potters have the Cloak of Invisibility. But that's not the point right now. I have researched the topic intensively and found a way to weaken him through the use of Horcrux. Not only do I think so, but I also found proof that it would work. When Voldemort hit Harry with the killing curse, he was knocked out for a moment. He was definitely affected in some way. I have found a way to severely harm using soul magic. Soul magic, that is dangerous magic, Quinn. It's very dark magic. Now is not the time for that discussion. There was a connection between Harry and Voldemort, and when he cursed Harry, he felt some backlash. Horcrux is essentially a piece of soul, the Resurrection Stone is a soul artifact. I can use soul magic. Voldemort and Horcrux clearly have a connection. I can turn them into a connection similar to his and Harry's, but one that would harm him much more when the Horcrux is destroyed. Dumbledore listened closely as Quinn proceeded to tell him some intricate details of the magic and how things would progress. He's already weaker because of the basilisk venom. We can use Horcrux to pull him down even more, and when that happens, we can kill him for good. How? How long have you been planning this? My entire life, thought Quinn. He put the Horcrux back and said, hold Voldemort back until I'm done with the Death Eaters. Don't get injured because this plan's success hinges on you. He paused before staring intently at Dumbledore. And one more thing. As Quinn continued, he saw Dumbledore's eyes blow up much wider than he had ever seen. Dash asterisk dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Quinn West, MC, let's kill. Fiction-only reader, author, things are going to move very fast now. Very fast. Chapter 427, Second Matchup. Take cover, yelled Sirius as he ducked behind a building. He shrunk his shoulders when the bricks exploded, chewing out the wall, leaving only a few inches of the wall beside his body. This wasn't in the information I was given. Kingsley whipped his wand, and the ground rumbled and rose up to form a stampede of horses running towards the Death Eaters around the corner. He waited a second before stepping out of his cover and shooting 2 Death Eaters in the face and chest. Deal with it, and start clearing. But, how? Said Sirius over the explosions. The spells are bouncing of giants. He could see the hulking red monstrosity that towered over the buildings. They dug their beefy hands into the buildings and rained the rubble all around. If it was just the giant and a couple of the guys from his team, they could have taken the giant out, but it wasn't that scenario. While they target the giant, there were other Death Eaters dumping magic over them. Deal with it, he says. Sirius spat as he stepped out and pointed his wand over the building at the giant that waved its tree trunk-size club over the buildings and streets. Avada Kedavra. He cursed, but as the killing green flew towards the giant, it passed through a ward that rippled, and the next moment, a silver shield conjured in the air that blocked the instant kill magic. Shit. Another problem, every giant seemed to have a ward around them that appeared to detect the killing curse and conjured silver shields to protect them. The giant, who had just been shot at, turned to look towards Sirius and, with a roar, began to stomp his way toward him. Every step brought about an earthquake that shook the village. Shit. Sirius cursed again. He could feel the tremors in his ear. Move out, he heard Kingsley shout. Sirius didn't need to be told twice. He immediately operaed out, and the image in his mind was the place that he used to visit many a time during his time at Hogwarts. The broken house, shrieking shack, was still as horrific as it had been all those years ago, still one of the most frightful-looking things he had seen. Unlike the rest of the village, Shrieking Shack was calm and without conflict. It felt nice, but he knew he couldn't stay here. He needed to support his fellow Aurors against the Death Eaters. He cracked his back and operated back into the village right outside Three Broomstick, and immediately he was in the middle of the battlefield. He saw a lanky man not in Death Eater robes turn towards him. Both of them immediately upped their wands, and magic cracked the air. Sirius stepped forth, and his magic grew a level to overpower his opponents, pushing him back without restriction. But then he sensed something to his right. He pushed his magic forward to push back his opponent before conjuring a wooden shield to his right, a correct decision as it stopped a green glow. 2 against 1, he flicked his wrist, and the dust around the street settled, and his 2 assailants moved closer to each other. Don't do that, he grinned and ripped an area-wide fire spell that threatened to engulf them. Screams scratched the street as Sirius waited a couple of seconds before canceling the cursed fire from over his opponents. That's 2 down, he grinned, but then it jammed on his face. Creak. He heard the sound of wood being strained. Sirius turned back and saw a figure squatting over the Three Broomstick, looking down at him. The next moment, the figure jumped, and at that moment, he saw the fangs and sharp nail claws barred toward him. It was a vampire. Boom. A spell struck the jumping vampire and sent him flying to the ground. The vampire yelped and screamed as a yellow spell dragged him through the dirt until half of his body was inside the ground. Sirius turned, and his nerves turned taut at the sight of invisible vigilante standing a few paces away from him. He immediately pointed his wand towards him. You, he hissed. What? Why are you wasting your time pointing your wand at me? Point it at Death Eaters. Take care of that vampire before you leave, came from the masked vigilante before he turned away. Wait. The masked man turned and asked, what? Were you at the resort today? As I told your superiors, I do not have time to play with Death Eaters' children. To make myself clear, I was not there. Now do your job, saying that he flew away. Sirius watched as the invisible vigilante flew towards the giant, and multiple glowing red chains appeared from his body and stabbed into the giant's body, making it shriek in pain. It tried to smash him with its club, but an explosion knocked back its arm before ice grew over the giant's body in various spots. Within a minute, the invisible vigilante had taken down a giant. Damn it. Sirius felt he needed to contribute too. He stepped towards the vampire only to be thrown to the side by a shockwave caused by a massive explosion. He groaned in pain but got to his feet, focused his blurry eyes towards the north of the village, and saw lights flashing somewhere, bright enough to be visible above the houses. Scene break. Quinn had just knocked out the giant and the Death Eater supporting it when he felt the whiplash of some powerful magic approaching him. He exerted his own magic and cancelled out the incoming force. They already started fighting, he thought, peering at the exchange of magic happening in the distance. You're fighting too close to the village, he muttered, move away. He knew what kind of damage could happen if those two fought. There were people nearby who would be caught up in their fight as collateral damage, which would defeat the process of him helping the Aurors. Quinn removed his eyes from the fight between Dumbledore and Voldemort. He lowered himself to the ground and made sure to put enough magic into the giant to ensure he wasn't waking up for at least a day or two. As for the other Death Eaters, he had struck them hard enough that they were in no condition to be doing anything. He would have used Titani Nervum, but the spell took time to complete its effect, and he didn't have that kind of time. He was going to knock them out and let Aurors do the cleanup. Business as usual. His thoughts were interrupted when he felt magic behind him and conjured a physical shield to have the best chance of blocking whatever it was. The metallic shield was struck with a spell, got dented, but retained its integrity. Found you, said a gruff voice in a sing-song voice. Quinn turned, and for a moment, he thought someone had cast an illusion spell on him, but that thought was ridiculous and only lasted half a second before he realized he was staring at reality. The reality of Fenrir Greyback standing in front of him, standing on his 2 feet and holding a wand in his hand. How? He asked. He usually only took arms, but in the case of Fenrir Greyback, he had taken the werewolf's arms and legs when he had infiltrated Hogwarts. It was a decision to make sure the werewolf had no mobility. Dark Lord's favor, said Fenrir, spreading his arms wide, flexing his fingers. I have been waiting for this for so long. I can taste my desire to rip your arms off your body, pull off your legs, wring out your guts, and feed them to the young ones, a treat. If I knew you would be spouting this bullshit, I would have killed that night, said Quinn. Dark Lord was able to reverse Titani Nervum. That wasn't a good sign, not a good sign at all. Too late for that now. Any other dear victims I need to be aware of? Fenrir emphed. As if anyone else could be as miraculous as me. I'm the great Fenrir Greyback, a werewolf, superior to your kind. Magic wanted me to wield and thus allowed the Dark Lord to heal me. No one else was worthy of this honor. You speak too much, said Quinn. No one else was cured. That was excellent. There must be something in the lycanthrope physiology that was able to shake off my curse, he thought. It made him curious and made him want to keep Fenrir alive for experimentation, but, you will be dying today, he preferred for this insanity to be dead. We will see about that. Fenrir raised his wand and shot a killing curse at Quinn, who didn't even move and conjured a wooden square to block it. I defeated you that day, what makes you think today will be any different, said Quinn as he kept on dodging, deflecting, countering Fenrir's magic effortlessly. Fenrir grunted in frustration. He stuffed his wand into his pocket and retrieved a potion vial. What is that? Asked Quinn, cautious. Another favor, said Fenrir, grinning. He popped the cork and downed the liquid in one gulp. He threw the vial, breaking it on the ground, and started laughing maniacally. He was right, I can feel it. I can feel it. There was a terrible snarling noise. Fenrir's head lengthened. So did his body. His shoulders hunched down. Hair spouted visibly on his face and hands, which then curled into clawed paws. The werewolf reared, snapping its long jaws. Quinn straightened his back. He glanced up at the sky. The moon in the evening sky wasn't a full moon. Fenrir shouldn't be able to transform. He then glanced at the broken vial on the ground. The Dark Lord is becoming an annoyingly growing problem, said Quinn. Voldemort had created a potion that could trigger the werewolf transformation without the presence of the full moon. He is going to be killed today. Fool. The Dark Lord can't die, growled Fenrir. It was impressive that he could speak while in his current form. And you need to worry about yourself because I'm going to kill you right now. Saying that he charged toward Quinn, who calmly raised his hand and shot a dark curse. Fenrir crossed his arms and received it. It's no use. I'm invisible, but before he could complete the sentence, Fenrir collapsed to the ground. Quinn looked down at his feet, at the convulsing Fenrir, who shook violently. What did you do? Quinn shrugged. He said, you were never a threat. I just had to get some information out of you, he tapped his temple. It is pitiful that you did not notice. If not, do you think I would have not struck you down the moment you opened that maw of yours? Even though he couldn't find how Voldemort had fixed Fenrir, he could see flashes of Voldemort brewing the potion that Fenrir had used to transform, and only him. Which was good because it meant that Voldemort was the only one capable of brewing it. He also had the location of the base. I will go and eradicate that house afterward, he thought. Time to rest, Greyback, said Quinn as he faced his palm towards the werewolf. No, with the last yelp, the might werewolf drew his last breath. Quinn looked down at the dead Fenrir for a moment, and a plan formed in his mind. ***********. Quinn West, MC, damn magical geniuses, always causing trouble. Fenrir Greyback, werewolf, second chance, never stood a chance. Fiction-only reader, author, oh boy, that was a long foreshadowing. Chapter 428, Reunion, Blood v. Blood. Hogsmeade had been turned into a battlefield for the Death Eaters and Aurors. Paved roads had been long uprooted to be used as weapons, long-standing buildings and structures had been damaged or used as material for transfiguration, nothing was spared as the magic-wielding combatants wreaked havoc trying to eliminate the other side. Quinn flew over said battlefield, shooting spells, curses, and conjured ice weapons to weaken the enemy side. He observed the battlefield, seeking a skirmish that met a certain requirement. He flew fast and wide around the village until he found a battle that met his exact requirement. He floated above the street where Aurors occupied one side while werewolves occupied the other side. He gathered his magic in his throat and breathed out a blaze of fire that spread out like a spark thrown in spilled kerosene. The fire spread from the middle of the street, spreading towards either end, pushing both sides back. When he had enough space and felt that neither would instantly start shooting, he descended down that was smoldering in fire at places. Werewolves, he amplified his voice, give up this foolish act, and I shall let all of you live, if not, I will have your lives forfeited. He raised his to one of the buildings and formed a claw for a yelp and yelled to sound as a werewolf in lycanthrope form flew out from the roof. He had noticed the sneaky one trying to sneak over to the Auror side to ambush them. It was impressive, he thought. Most werewolves weren't able to have control of their mental faculties while transformed and mostly worked on instinct and desire. Quack. But impressive from the enemy side wasn't good for him, thought Quinn as he gripped the werewolf's neck harder while making sure its claw-bearing limbs couldn't reach him. Surrender, for only a terrible future lies ahead of you, he said, at the same time, freezing the werewolf in a slab of ice, leaving only his head and neck out. He was met with an outcry of boos and threats along with a barrage of spells and curses that he blocked effortlessly. Last warning, or else your fate will be like this, Quinn clapped his hand, and the body of Fenrir Greyback nailed to a wooden cross became visible behind. He let the werewolves take in the sight before speaking, your leader is dead. Without the might of Fenrir Greyback, you are not allies to Death Eaters, you are slaves that they will use and discard when you turn useless. Drop your wands, empty your pockets, don't forget to get rid of the potions. He stepped behind the cross and spoke only to the Auror side. Try to parade Greyback throughout the village, it might get the werewolves to surrender. Don't let your guard down even if they drop their wands, they have a potion that can help them transform, he warned them before taking to the sky once again. Scene break. James Potter operated into Hogsmeade and immediately took off running into the village. He had gotten the news about the giants, werewolves, and vampires joining the fray and had immediately passed off his duties to a trusted one before coming here. Damn the orders, he spat as he skidded to a stop when he saw Death Eaters fighting other Aurors. They had their back to him, and James didn't let the opportunity go as he shot stunners into their backs. He didn't even have to take everyone down as the other Aurors overwhelmed them the moment the deadlock broke. He didn't care if he was asked to stay in the headquarters and act as communication when he, a senior Auror, could be on the field, adding substantial firepower to their side. He tore through the streets, shooting anything he could put his eyes on. But his main aim was to find Sirius. As long as he did that, they could fight together and start sweeping the Death Eaters. He was about to turn a corner when a spell zipped past him and would have hit him if he didn't pull back his torso. He stepped back behind the corner and got ready to face fire. Don't hide now, come out and play, prongs. James scowled when he heard the words. It wasn't Sirius' voice, neither could it be Remus, and that only left one person who called him by that name. He peeked out the corner and immediately stepped back when a spell zapped by him. But in that brief moment, he had confirmed his suspicion. Peter, he shouted and at once moved away from his spot. That's Wormtail to you, prongs. No need to sound so distant, we are best mates, aren't we, called Pettigrew as he motioned the Death Eaters behind him to spread out. We haven't met in such a long time, I know Padfoot is here, let's call Mooney here and have a complete reunion. James cast a bubble charm around him and carefully floated up to the top of the roof of a building. With a higher vantage point, he could see how the Death Eaters moved on the ground. Oh my, how rude of me, Pettigrew said again as he stealthily moved around, I didn't offer my condolences for Harry's death. Poor boy, he was unlucky to live so long. If he had only died when he was a babe, he wouldn't have gone through such a stressful life. I mean, ignorance is bliss, isn't it? He stopped and strained his ears for any sound. James clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He knew Harry was alive, Lily had told him, but he hadn't seen the face of his son, so there was a scare in his mind that maybe. No, I can't think like that, he thought. Harry's alive, he's alive. Poor boy. It's a pity that I couldn't kill him myself. I still regret the day I let him get him away at the graveyard. Though I did get the pleasure of seeing the light drain out of his eyes as he was struck by my lord's killing curse. It eased some of the pain I felt in Azkaban. Pettigrew paused before saying, no reaction. You have changed, James, I didn't remember you being so cold-hearted, but maybe I remember incorrectly, you did almost kill Severus. I have not changed. Peter looked up and saw James jump down from the roof. He stepped back to avoid him, but James landed on the ground and kicked him in the stomach. He looked down at the Pettigrew. You, on the other hand, have changed a lot. I think I like the outside, but from what I'm seeing, the inside must have rotten to the core. Always looking down on people, aren't you, Potter? James pointed his wand at Pettigrew. Isn't it just you thinking that people are looking down on you? You won't be escaping this time, so do think about it. Not killing me. You're going to regret it. No, I won't. If you look above, you will. James looked up and saw a vampire jumping over him. James' magic traveled through his wand, and without chant or wand movement, he cast magic with his advanced granted casting. A force field thrummed out of him, blasting the vampire back. He looked at James. Shouldn't have told me that. True, but that was just one. James looked up. He saw that he was surrounded by Death Eaters, vampires, and werewolves. Even if you're a senior Auror, you're still only one guy, Pettigrew shrugged and smiled. Happy death. James gritted his teeth and raised his wand to defend himself. Boom, thud, 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 boom. In a second, the people surrounding James all dropped down or were struck by explosives and had pieces blasted off them. He's not alone. James and Pettigrew looked towards the voice, and there stood Sirius along with a team of Aurors. James looked at Pettigrew and grinned. Mooney isn't here, but I think this counts as the reunion you wanted. I don't care, fuck off, and with that, James shot a stunner into Pettigrew's face. He sighed, don't start. Saved your arse, said Sirius, grinning. Come on, people, bag 'em up, and let's move along. After this, we are going to be treated by Senior Auror James in the celebration of saving his arse. Drinking and dining all night long. The cheers from the squad told James that he was going to spend as much on food as he did on his wedding. Scene break. What do we have here? Quinn tilted his head at the trio standing in front of him. It was a strange combination of people, a young woman, an early teen boy, and a middle-aged woman. It would have been normal if the three shared some facial features, and he could have termed them as mother and children, but they looked nothing alike. The one who had spoken right now was the boy and continued on, your blood, it's peculiar. I can sense it. Can you too tell? It's unusually vigorous, his blood. I can feel the power in it tingling my skin, said the young woman erotically as she rubbed her arm as if settling down goosebumps. I can only imagine what it would taste like, said the old woman. A true treat, said the young boy. We should be careful with him, we can't spill even a single drop, said the younger woman. I have a better idea, offered the older woman, what if we breed him? An alive body will be able to produce all the blood we desire. Excellent idea. Fantastic, madam. There was one feature that the three strange people had in common. They all shared blood-red eyes. Vampires, said Quinn. He frowned, there was something else, vampire, wait. Elder vampires, he exclaimed, you three are elder vampires. That's why the three of them could sense that his blood was unusual. His blood was bound to be unusual after his usage and research with blood magic. He can tell us apart. Wait, that attire of his. Could it be he's the one they call the invisible vigilante? I think you're correct. Ah, that's not good. The Dark Lord would want him dead. Can we hide him? I believe not. It'd be a great risk, one that might cost the ultimate price. I say that we simply drain as much blood as we can from him and treasure it, consume it over the next millennium. Enough chatting, said the boy, let's hunt. The two vampire ladies opened their mouths, and Quinn could see the fangs in their mouths. But what followed was what set them apart from normal vampires. All three took out a container each, of different shapes and forms, and opened them for blood to flow out and float around them. Elder vampires, the vampires who have lived long enough and have studied the mysteries of blood to ascend to a higher evolution of their species, Quinn said with utter fascination in his voice. I have read about you and the hemomancy you possess. I never thought I would be meeting elder vampires so soon. I mean, your kind is a rarity, seeing three together is a miracle. Are you sure we can't keep him? Asked the young woman with her pinky on the edge of her red lips. The Dark Lord doesn't have to know. I'm sorry, but I don't think you'll be getting me or my blood today, said Quinn. He straightened his arms, and liquid silver flowed in his hands until he was holding two long stake daggers. Conjured silver, the older woman scoffed, that's not going to work, child. I know, unfortunate that I don't have real silver with me at the moment. Quinn's gloves disappeared, and his sleeves unraveled until he was sleeveless. It started at his fingertips, but gleaming red veins appeared beneath his skin as if his blood was glowing within. That's why I'm going to supplement it with something special. Tiny nicks appeared on his fingertips from which glowing blood flowed out. It covered the daggers until it was absorbed into them, forming glowing red veins over the silver surface. Quinn grinned, I always wanted to know. So, let's find out today. Whose blood magic will be stronger, yours or mine? He gripped the daggers, bathed his body in body magic, and charged toward the three elder vampires. **********. Quinn West, MC, momentarily change in focus. Peter Pettigrew, Death Eater, underwhelming end. Fiction-only reader, author, I have so many regrets with Pettigrew, I have so many regrets in general with this story. There was supposed to be a great thing with him in the end, but I'm long past able to do it. Chapter 429, Beheadings. Quinn shot toward the three elder vampires with magic enhancing his speed and senses. The vampires, seemingly stunned by the velocity coming from a human, controlled the blood with hemomancy. Red liquid flowed out of their containers, and the moment of his sprint towards them, the blood spread into tarps that, even though they appeared flimsy, were nothing but. Quinn raised his arms, and the daggers glowed in blood red. He was going to rip through the covers of blood and cut down the three vampires along with it. However, the blood tarp suddenly rippled, and the long spikes of blood emerged from the surface. His momentum carried him forwards as the spikes grew towards him. They were in front of him before he could even blink. He cursed, casting magic for a blue glow to envelop him, cutting his momentum and speed, rendering him stationary, but the spikes still grew towards him. Quinn breathed out, letting the tug in his navel whisk him away. The next moment, his feet hit the ground where he had started, paces away from the vampires. Quinn clicked his tongue. Apparition during fights was never reliable, with a tremendous risk of splinching. That didn't do it. He heard the boy vampire, who was undoubtedly multiple tens of times his age. Quinn slackened his grip on his daggers, and with wind magic propelling the blades, he thrust them forward towards the blood tarps. As if shot by a crossbow, the daggers pierced through the blood tarps, and he heard two distinct screams. Grinning, he called the daggers back, and they flew from behind the crumbling blood tarp, but not without an initial jerk, which told him they were adequately embedded before he pulled them out. The two daggers stopped in midair. Quinn pulled on them but felt an opposing force resisting him. He glanced behind the blood that was now floating in clumps. The boy and the older woman had been hit. The boy was holding his side while the older woman had her gloved hand on her shoulder. The younger woman, untouched, however, was looking at him. She thinned her eyes, and the deadlock between the two poles began to tilt with the daggers moving away from Quinn. As expected of an elder vampire, she can exert more control over my blood than me. Quinn thought as he tried to pull back the daggers, but it was akin to fighting a losing battle as his pull was substantially weaker. He switched gears immediately. He stopped pulling and let the daggers fly towards his opponent. Instead, he sent small bullets after the daggers that exploded on contact and abruptly increased the speed of the daggers. Greater control doesn't mean total control. Quinn reached out to his blood infused in the conjured dagger, and the red veins flashed brightly and dangerously. Then, boom. The daggers glowed a deep yellowish red before the silver and blood exploded around the elder vampires. He grinned and conjured silver flowed before his palms, forming a new set of daggers. But as he was about to infuse blood, he noticed that as the dust settled, no blood was floating in the air or splashed across the ground. When the dust settled, 3 dark red cocoons stood in place of where the vampires were. The intense irony stench of blood lingered in the air as the blood swirled menacingly on the surface, forming currents and waves that looked like an ocean and its movements when seen as a whole. This doesn't look good. Quinn readied his blood-infused dagger, putting in a little more blood this time to have a firmer control over them. He eyed the cocoons. Should he attack now or wait and watch to see what happens? Attack. Quinn stepped forth and had only taken a step when the blood cocoon split open to reveal 3 elder vampires with red veins coursing and beating all over their faces, veins extended throughout their bodies covered by their clothes. The cocoon blood changed forms and assembled themselves into shapes that worried Quinn. The blood around the body formed into a large bloody figure of a knight standing beside him wearing full body armor, a heater shield, and a long sword. The young woman had a dozen Dane axes floating near her back. The older woman had a cloud of needles so large that it formed an almost solid block over her head. Blood constructs. Quinn took a step back and observed the 3 elder vampires and their constructs with a cautious eye. The observation didn't last long as the knight blood construct drew his sword and charged forward, brandishing it over the heater shield. Quinn glanced at the daggers in his hands and then at the heater shield and longsword. He couldn't see it working. He clicked his tongue and charged toward the knight. The blood construct and Quinn came into striking distance with each other. The longsword allowed the knight to act first, and he took the initiative to swing the blood blade. Quinn conjured a shield to block the sword, but upon contact, the sword turned liquid, and the blood rushed across the surface towards the edges of the shide. Quinn realized what was happening. The blood would flow behind the shield before reforming into the blade to cut him down. Quinn's arms glowed with blood magic as he pushed against the knight, and unlike the pull against the elder vampire, Quinn backed the push with his enormous reserves, ignoring the burning sensation in his arms. His reserves were big enough that he could easily overpower his blood magic, but not without consequences. The blood inside would react abnormally if he went over a limit, and he could only put so much blood outside his body without it adversely affecting him. He used the blood inside him as a catalyst and disturbed the connection between the knight and the elder vampire. The knight's large rippled as the well-defined armor turned into a jelly mush. Quinn disabled his shield, let one of his daggers fall for a second, and thrust a corrosive explosive into the knight's body with his empty palm. He summoned the falling dagger and continued toward the elder vampires without stopping for a second. Gurgle, splash. The explosive spell detonated, and the knight went splash. Even without looking back, Quinn knew it would take a moment or two before the knight reformed itself and returned to attempt his slaughter. Need to finish this quick. Quinn changed the grips on his daggers before throwing them, one at the boy and the other at the younger woman. That was it. He could only spare a little more without it weakening him, and he needed that for later. 2 of the axes jolted into action and shot towards the daggers. Quinn exploded the daggers, disrupted the 2 axes, and made a large dust cloud. The older woman flicked her wrist and sent 100 long needles toward Quinn. Please die quickly, she said, narrowing her eyes to look beyond the dust. I don't want to damage your body. She looked down and saw a glowing red sword sticking into her chest with a chain attached to the end of its hilt. She looked to the side and saw swords sticking out of the other 2 elder vampires as well. What is this? She yelped when the chain became taut and yanked her forward. She put her hand on the sword to pull it out, a frown surfaced between her brows, but then she froze. Blue. She couldn't complete the sentence as her head was decapitated, clean off her body, by a wind blade. It rolled on the floor along with the 2 other heads. The dust settled, and Quinn stepped forward with a transparent shield with needles sticking out of it like acupuncture in front of one hand and 3 Empyrean chains clenched in the other with blood magic veins traveling up his arm. Empyrean could take on any property, magical or physical, blood magic was no exception. The needles on the shield turned liquid, and Quinn dropped the shield. As expected, I am no match for elder vampires when it comes to blood magic, Quinn commented when he saw the 3 vampires' eyes on the decapitated heads move to look at him. They were still alive where a normal vampire would have already been dead. Such was the power of elder vampires and their control on blood magic that could keep them alive even after being decapitated. He could only stun them for a moment by using blood magic in the Empyrean chains and use that moment to decapitate them using blades spelled using blood magic. How? Asked the older woman. Quinn shrugged. Vampires are recorded to be one of the most ferocious species out there, and elder vampire are said to be capable of ripping through people faster than meat shredders. I have a theory behind it. Vampires have a dulled sense of pain, and that's why I think they don't care for defense much, focusing much on offense. I mean, look at you three, except the bulky armor knight, none of you went for blood constructs that could be used for defense. Elder vampires could form blood into any way they preferred, but usually tend to stick to a default form they were comfortable with. He looked to the boy. Even you, I think, only prefer the knight construct because of something in your past, maybe because you returned so young. It must have been tough to be plunged into a strange world so young. The boy growled, making Quinn grin behind his mask. It seems I was right, he said. That internal trauma must have been stuck with you even when you were a mighty elder vampire. Inner demons can be tough. I just had to make sure to end it quickly and get in a good solid strike to defeat you. Quinn shook his head. The knight had taken an uncomfortable magic, the axes had taken him his blood, while the shield that blocked the needles had drank his magic like nothing. You were tough opponents. My body is hot right now, it feels like a bad fever. He was working on calming that heat down. The Dark Lord is going to avenge us, said the younger woman. Not if I kill him first, Quinn said. Though, you won't be there to see it. A violet fire erupted from his hand, traveled down the chains, and began turning the vampire bodies into piles of ash as he did the same to the heads before they could utter a word of negotiation or begging. What a waste, Quinn sighed. 3 elder vampires would have been a great source of knowledge on blood magic. He waited for everything to turn into ash before stopping the fire and kicking the ash away into the winds for good measure. Wind magic fluttered his robes as he took to the air and looked around the village. He had pulled 3 giants to the ground. Fenrir Greyback's death had put the werewolves on either surrender or on back foot. He had just purged 3 elder vampires and few normal ones here and there, and shot half a dozen Death Eaters half to death. It was enough. If the Aurors couldn't handle the rest, they shouldn't be Aurors. He had done his part promised to Dumbledore. He looked to the part of the town in total destruction, ablaze in the brightest and hottest of flames. That was his next destination. The final act of the big show. And he was going to be the performing acting on that stage. Scene break. The air, the ground, the water, and every broken piece of stone, wood and metal shook and trembled because of the sheer amount of power that emanated from the 2 men facing each other in the battle of magical dominance. Why struggle so much, Dumbledore? Voldemort said with his hands behind his back. You know your time has come, so why delay the inevitable end? He flicked his wand behind his back, and the flames all around him rose above his head, converging into a massive ball of fire. Just surrender and die. The ball of flames turned into a snake and slithered its way towards Dumbledore, who stood just as calmly as his opponent. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a giant spiraling vacuum appeared in the middle of the snake, sucking all the flames into one point. The spiral faced Voldemort and spewed the fire in one dense jet stream, forming a tornado ring of flames around the Dark Lord. I have been told I'm still very young, Dumbledore said, watching Voldemort enveloped in flames. Now is not the time for me to pass on to the next great adventure. The fire enveloping Voldemort rose up in the, still holding the tornado ring shape. The flames then converged into the flames that then shot up into the air like fireworks. The only reason you're able to stand in front of me is because of that wand of yours. Voldemort looked unharmed, not even a singe on his black robes. Without the fabled Elder Wand, you are no match for me. Without the dark rituals you used on your body, you wouldn't be brave enough to stand before me, Dumbledore said unfearingly. I have already defeated one Dark Lord, you are no different, Tom. Voldemort scowled. We will see about that. We might be a match for each other, Tom. But I have some outstanding help with me. Dumbledore smiled and turned to look at the sky. Voldemort followed Dumbledore's gaze and saw a figure in the sky flying toward them. ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Author, let's end the journey. Chapter 430, Endgame starts. The eastern part of Hogsmeade had been decimated beyond any chances of repair to its previous state. The buildings, roads, and the residents' belongings had been turned into dust and rubble. The village that had been divided into rows of buildings and streets was now flat ground burnt, stained with black soot. The buildings were now mounds of ruin and debris, and those which miraculously standing looked like a kick from a child could send them tumbling. Even air bombing the area with powerful explosives wouldn't have caused this much destruction. Even with magic's destructive might the surroundings wouldn't have devolved to this level with two combatants fighting each other, but Dumbledore and Voldemort were outliers, two people with enough skill and power to burn small cities into the ground on a whim. When people like the two met, whether they were working together or against each other, they could turn the place around them into living hells. Even stepping anywhere near where they were fighting would be foolish, much less joining the fight. And there was a fool who was doing that. Quinn cut off the wind magic, plunged toward the ground, and used Arresto momentum to cut all momentum to land smoothly beside Dumbledore. Dumbledore glanced at Quinn. How are things on the other side? Is it taken care of? I helped enough, they will take care of the rest on their own. Voldemort gazed at Dumbledore and Quinn standing side by side and thinned his eyes. This is your help, Dumbledore, he sneered. If so, then it won't help much. The boy will die before he knows what happened. I will die before I know. Quinn said, scoffing. What I do know is that when I faced you, I stabbed you in the chest, and look at me, he spread his arms, I'm still very much alive. And despite miraculously making it out alive to tell the tale, you are here again, marching yourself to death, Voldemort said mockingly. Maybe I won't even have to kill you by my wand, my curse will take your life before that. I refuse to believe that it has already been cured, it's there, isn't it, he smiled cruelly. Quinn felt a throb of pain in his shoulder and chest. But he laughed, your life had already when a 1-year-old obliterated you all those years ago. Right now, you're just a dead man walking, time for you to move on to where you belong. And where that might be. To your death, Quinn raised his hands, and a jet of purplish-black flames roared out of his palms towards Voldemort. Faster than a flash, the fire burned to intense proportion and engulfed Voldemort. Dumbledore gasped with wide eyes as the purplish-black flames covered his vision. What are you doing? He said to Quinn, shocked. Fiend fire is a dangerous magic, it could get out of control and hurt someone. There's no one on this side of the village, no one's getting injured. Quinn continued to pump his magic into the cursed flames that ate it up like a hungry beast. The purple flames grew larger, brighter, hotter, angrier, something reflected in Quinn's purple eyes peeking through the black mask. More. There was a disturbance in the air, the atmosphere weighed down for a moment before the flames were bisected. A silver slash of magic tore through the fire and charged toward Quinn, who frowned and pushed him more magic, causing the fire to burst up, enveloping the silver slash. For a moment, it seemed that the silver slash won't come out, but it appeared and fought through the cloud of fire and forced it forward until it reached. Shit. Quinn couldn't move or change his magic, for if he let fiend fire go free, it would rampage with real chances of blowing up in his face. He jerked his head back when the silver slash reached him. Crack. The silver slash met his mask and split it down the middle. The mask pieces fell down the sides revealing Quinn's face, and with that, the silver slash disappeared, running out of magic. The fiend fire that had been split into two began to shake violently. The massive flame acted like a kindling against a strong wind until it was just that, the flames went out like they weren't there at all, only leaving behind a massive plume of smoke rising up to the almost night sky. Quinn touched his face and his nose and looked at his gloves. There was no blood. Whatever magic it was had only cut his mask. He frowned at the absence of fiend fire. I thought fiend fire was supposed to be difficult to control, Quinn asked Dumbledore. Dumbledore shrugged. It still is. It seems he is just a master at it. The smoke cleared, and Voldemort stood where he had been standing before. He looked unharmed. Fiend fire had burnt everything around more than it already was, but the ground around Voldemort remained untouched as the cursed fire had not even had the chance to approach the air around the Dark Lord. A pity that didn't kill you. At least I got rid of that, Voldemort said calmly, pointing to his face. Facing me while hiding your face was rude, even after I had already seen your face, Quinn West. I will make your death as painful for this slight against me. Your Death Eaters fight with their faces all the time, Quinn said. My Death Eaters can be rude, you cannot. Quinn breathed out. If it was before, he would have erupted at the taunt. Getting his mask split by Voldemort even with fiend fire between them cooled all of his anger to the winter. His mind felt clearer since before he had been cursed by Voldemort. He took deep breaths and gently operated his occlumency to get into a correct state of mind for the situation. What is the plan? Quinn asked Dumbledore, pulling down the neck of his muscle shirt part of the noir gear. Have you calmed down finally? Dumbledore asked. Quinn nodded. Dumbledore's voice sounded in his ear. Quinn glanced at Dumbledore, the voice had a slight echo to it, it was transmitted into his ear through the use of magic. Good. Let us begin then. What do you need to weaken him? Dumbledore asked. Time, Quinn said, also transmitting and fabricating his voice via magic, making no lip movements. I need some time to start the process. And I need you to keep him away from me while I do my job. How much time? I don't know. I haven't done this before. You will have to keep away from me as long as it takes for the magic to work. People didn't deal with Horcrux on a daily basis. What Quinn was trying to do was uncharted territory with no previous precedent to rely on or work upon. I will see to it that he doesn't get to you. Quinn glanced at Dumbledore. It wasn't going to be easy to keep Voldemort away. Not only was the Dark Lord a dangerous opponent, fighting someone of equal caliber while protecting someone put the protector at risk. Not only did Quinn not going to provide help while he was casting his magic, but he was also going to be a major liability. He will feel it, Quinn said. When the magic starts to work, he will feel the effect very clearly. I don't know if he will figure out how I'm doing it, but he will target me with animal-like ferocity. He will want whatever I'm doing to him to stop because it will feel extremely wrong. He remembered what it felt like when Alan had come close to Quinn, every fiber of his being felt threatened. When he had used the resurrection stone on his own soul to communicate with Harry, the pain and panic that he had felt in the initial moment had been almost unbearable. No way Voldemort was going to ignore something like that. But when the magic is a success, it will cause his unspeakable harm and unbearable pain, Quinn said, his eyes burning dangerously. He will be vulnerable then. Deal as much damage as you can then. Dumbledore nodded. Quinn cracked his neck and jumped into the air with a burst of wind magic, all the while circulating body magic through his muscles. The floodgates inside his body opened up, and a tremendous amount of magic poured out as couple hundred ice spikes formed behind him. Quinn threw his hands forward, and the ice spikes rushed past him, converging toward Voldemort. Is this all you know how to do? Voldemort swiped his wand, and the ice burst into thousands and thousands of water droplets that remained suspended in the air. Even though Quinn had his eyes trained on Voldemort, he could feel the water droplets around him. They were no longer in his control. Voldemort swiped his wand, and the water droplets all at once vibrated at an alarming pace before rushing towards him at a frightening speed. Water under high pressure could tear through a human body like a chainsaw through a sheet of paper. Fortunately, they're conjured, Quinn thought as he sent out a pulse of magic, and all the droplets ceased to exist. There were two ways to create ice: freeze the water from a source around him, which could be a water body or the moisture in the air, or the second method required conjuring water and then freezing it. Quinn utilized the second method heavily when he needed to make a lot of ice, which was the case here, and if he conjured the water, he could make it not exist as well. Dumbledore, on the ground, moved and sent giant balls of fire toward Voldemort. The fireballs scorched the earth as they burned everything on their way to Voldemort. Another worthless trick, Voldemort sucked in the air before breathing out in the direction of the fireballs. And as if blowing a candle, the fireballs disappeared, leaving behind the gashes they left in the ground. I can make fiend fire disappear. Did you think these flames would work against me, Dumbledore? Quinn pushed forward with wind magic and turned into a bullet. He covered himself in a spherical force field and threw himself in Voldemort's direction. The Dark Lord looked like he was no problem facing two opponents as he raised a hand towards Quinn and slowed him down to stop. He pulled his hand back, and Quinn, still inside his force field, was sucked towards Voldemort. I got you now, Voldemort said as he touched the force field with his palm. You have been a pest for so long. I don't care about your grandfather anymore, time to die. Voldemort let go of Quinn for a moment and turned his gaze to Dumbledore. Quinn took advantage of the distraction and narrowed his eyes to launch an intense legilimency attack on Voldemort. Arg! Voldemort gripped his head with one hand and raised his other, with wand, toward Dumbledore, but he was too late as a spell hit him in the shoulder. Voldemort groaned painfully, but this time there was anger in his grunts. He pointed his wand towards Quinn and swung it for Quinn to go flying into the ruins of a building that immediately collapsed on him. Voldemort quickly followed by shooting multiple explosions into the ruin, creating a small mushroom cloud. An anti-apparition jinx, Dumbledore. Voldemort said, removing his hand from his head, but his expression still showed pain. I want to put an end to you today, Tom, Dumbledore said, and because of that, I cannot have you escaping from here. Voldemort laughed angrily. I am immortal, Dumbledore. You keeping me here won't change anything. As a matter of fact, you will not be leaving here today. Dumbledore raised his wand, and the rubble around rose into the air, converging into 5 points to form troll-sized golems. Not if I have something to say about it. Voldemort glanced at the smoking rubble where he had thrown Quinn. Not checking up on your companion. How cold-hearted of you, Voldemort laughed mockingly. What would others say if they kind Headmaster Dumbledore act this way, ignoring his injured student? Dumbledore shrugged. He knew what he was getting into when he joined our battle. He pointed his wand at Voldemort, and the golems moved forward, stomping ahead, making artificial mini-earthquakes with each step. Inside the rubble, Quinn sat beneath a force field, holding up the wreckage. He had the resurrection stone in one hand and Hufflepuff's cup in the other. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Shit, migraine. Give me an aspirin, quick. Albus Dumbledore, Elder Wand user, no one is going home today. Fiction-only reader, author, I will be retiring the end credit section, this thing, with AMJ. Let's see if I can come up with something else. Chapter 431, Risk and Provocations. Looking at the resurrection stone in one hand and the Hufflepuff's cup in the other, Quinn wondered if this would work. It had never been done before. Yes, he had his research, and the little testing he had done had given him positive outlooks, but that wasn't how magic was supposed to be found and developed. This is more like how people die, Quinn thought. He recalled the case near him. Pandora Lovegood, Luna's mother, the woman had died in an accident while experimenting with magic when Luna was just 9 years old. The risk was very real, and the possibility of the magic backfiring on Quinn loomed quite near. There is another risk, much less risky, that you could take, said a voice in Quinn's mind. Instead of trying to weaken Voldemort through the Horcrux and soul magic, Quinn could simply destroy them, making Voldemort mortal, and then try killing him as he was, hoping that the combined might of Quinn and Dumbledore would be enough to kill Voldemort. It was a matter of which risk to take. Quinn closed his eyes for a moment before opening them with a determined light flashing in the stone grays. He felt the pain in his shoulder from Voldemort's curse as he recalled everything he had risked and sacrificed for the past half-year. I have to break myself away from these chains, for myself and no one else, Quinn thought as he injected his magic into the items in his hands. The Horcrux trembled in Quinn's hand and let out a low shriek that he immediately forced down. It was too early for Voldemort to find out what he was doing. He buckled down and let the Resurrection Stone use his soul and magic to draw power to do his bidding against the piece of foul soul protected inside the Hufflepuff's cup. Scene break. Dumbledore and Voldemort exchanged spells, doing more and more damage to their surroundings but failed to do any real harm to their opponents. Their duel was supernatural enough that even those who had lived their entire lives with magic would be startled to see what magic could accomplish, being forced to wonder if the magic in their possession was the same as that wielded by the likes of Dumbledore and Voldemort. Voldemort shot a hazy spell towards Dumbledore, who deflected it to the sky. The spell climbed up to the sky, leaving a smoke trail in its wake. Voldemort didn't seem dissatisfied as he grinned and shot another spell, but this time not toward Dumbledore but at the spell that had been deflected. A stark white zap of magic hit the head of the smoke trail, and a loud explosion was heard as dark clouds burst out from the intersection of the spells, slowly puffing out to cover the sky above. Voldemort waved his wand and muttered a spell under his breath. I find my view of you change quite significantly today, Dumbledore, he said as heavy gusts began to blow. I always thought of you to be a sentimental sort, but here I see you without a lick of grief or anger on your face. Do you feel nothing about the boy's death? I heard you two shared a relationship akin to a grandfather-grandson's. But here you are, facing his murderer, and not a single word of resentment has been said to me. He laughed loudly. You even teamed up with the men who delivered the boy to me. How unfeeling of you, Dumbledore. The sky above rumbled as a white glow illuminated across behind the dark clouds, flashing them momentarily in a dim white. Dumbledore waved his wand above his head in a circle as if building momentum to throw a looped rope. The dust and dirt around him rose in circles as a wide tornado built around him until the spiraling dust broke forward and formed a horse-like apparition of dust that charged toward Voldemort, leaving behind a dusty trail that obstructed vision all around. Not waiting even for a second to observe his spell was worked against Voldemort, Dumbledore turned to the ruins of the building under which Quinn hid and shot a chain of spells all over the wreckage. Neither did it explode, nor did the building seem to move back in time and fix itself. The spell's purpose was simple: strengthen the broken wreckage through transfiguration and make them stick together so they could withstand pressure from outside better. Dumbledore couldn't have Quinn worrying about the roof falling over his head when he was concentrating on something much more important. I will protect you, so please, don't fail, Dumbledore thought as he returned to face Voldemort. The 3-story high horse was immediately ripped apart, and the dust was pushed away to the sides, making everything visible again. Voldemort looked unharmed. Is that the best you could do as the master of the Elder Wand? If so, I'm disappointed I did not face you for as long as I did. I pity what you become, Tom. Dumbledore decided to engage Voldemort in conversation. He needed to preserve his magic for later. And, I blame myself for not helping you when you came to me. I failed you, my student. I fear that I'm the reason for everything that has happened to you and, in turn, this country. I fear I'm who made you this way. Then Dumbledore waited. He didn't need to wait long. It took Voldemort only a few seconds to blow up like a kettle on a high flame. You are not who made me. Voldemort screamed, and the earth shook with him. You are not the reason for who I am. You have nothing to do with me. I am the master of my own destiny. I am the immortal Dark Lord. You didn't make me, I made myself. It worked, Dumbledore thought pleasantly. Dumbledore knew that even the mere mention that he had a hand in Voldemort being what he was today would infuriate the men so much that it would shatter all sense of control Voldemort thought he had in the situation. Dumbledore could tell that all previous thoughts had left Voldemort, replaced by what he had just said. Dumbledore decided to poke a little more. I do not think so. What if you were allowed to stay at Hogwarts as you had asked for during summer breaks? If you were not forced to go back to the horrible orphanage, maybe you would have been kinder, more compassionate, a better person. I take the blame for pushing you down the dark path. Forgive me, there was a feeling of sorrow in his voice. The battlefield went silent. The sound of thunderclouds in the sky echoed loudly. The sound of explosions from the other part of the villages traveled wide, but only for so long as an earth-shattering quake broke out beneath Dumbledore's feet. Terrible cracks and crevices broke out on the ground, marring the surface with ugly scars. Mind your words, Dumbledore, Voldemort said in a deep voice, a grave warning flashing in his tone. You are treading a dangerous line here. Dangerous line? I'm already in danger, Tom. You said so yourself that you planned to kill me today, just like I planned to do so to you. What difference does it make if I say anything that displeases you? I am simply speaking the truth, and you can't stop me from doing so. I have decided to make the last moments of your life as painful as possible, Voldemort said, snarling. Don't you think my words anger you so much because you see the truth in them? Dumbledore asked, continuing to throw words he knew would get a response from Voldemort. In his effort to defeat Voldemort, Dumbledore studied every point of Voldemort's life. He knew whatever there was to know about Voldemort's life except for the 10 years gap of absence in which Voldemort had left the country to travel the world. He knew enough to make every word hit where he wanted to. Voldemort raised his wand to the sky, and the rumbles of thunder became louder and brighter as the clouds turned darker and more menacing than a deep rainforest. I think this is enough. Dumbledore looked up at the sky. He glanced at the wreckage that he had reinforced. I hope this is enough. He couldn't provoke more. If he did more, Voldemort's magic would begin to wreak havoc everywhere instead of just focusing upon him. Emotion was closely tied to magic. The former powered latter. But it also could affect it at a really deep level. Dumbledore had purposefully provoked Voldemort because he wanted to disrupt his internals in hopes that it would, by chance, work in favor of Quinn, who was trying to work with soul magic which yet again deeply connected with emotions. Die, Dumbledore. Voldemort lowered his wand until he pointed it at Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't look anywhere other than Voldemort, but his instincts told him what was about to happen. He immediately funneled magic through the Elder Wand, and a dome appeared overhead just in time for a white flash of thunder to strike him from the clouds. Even if it was for a split second, the air heated up until it burned. That was close, thought Dumbledore. If he had waited to react to the magic, he wouldn't have been able to block a literal thunderbolt coming down on him. I thought you wanted to kill me painfully. That would have killed me instantly, Dumbledore chuckled. Voldemort raised both of his hands towards Dumbledore. The cloud rumbled, and a flash of thunder descended again, but this time over Voldemort, but instead of electrocuting him, the lightning pooled around him, something impossible without magic. He jutted his arm forward, and the lightning pooled behind him brightened, and two small lightning streams bolted toward Dumbledore, slammed into his dome, and acted like drills trying to pierce through. Dumbledore stabbed his wand into the dome, and the lightning at the impact point broke down into small electric spark streams. Dumbledore stood back and simply let his magic consistently dissipate the harmful magic into harmful sparks. Voldemort grunted as he finally stopped the seemingly endless supply of lightning. He spat. I am the only one responsible for what I am today. The blood of Slytherin runs through my veins. I was destined for greatness. Your only contribution to my greatness shall be by dying by my hand and making the people realize that. Voldemort froze in his spot and began to shake as his already pale skin turned paler than a white vampire's. His hand went to his heart as he looked around with a panicky look. What I is THI is, he stuttered and fisted his robes. Suddenly, a golden beam shot out of his chest that ended up at the wreckage where Quinn had been thrown into. Voldemort's eyes shrunk. He errantly waved his hand, and the wreckage rose up in the air and floated there in a strange sense of static. It revealed Quinn kneeling on the ground with the Hufflepuff's cup in his hand, which was the other end of the golden beam that connected it to Voldemort. Quinn opened his eyes, which were now glowing a deep purple with a shimmer of golden glowing in them like a burning flame. He looked directly at Voldemort. Peace does not dwell in outward things but within the soul, and when you destroy the soul, he grinned, chaos ensues. Dumbledore looked between Voldemort and Quinn and stood up straight. He readied his magic. The real battle was about to start now. *********************** Quinn West, MC, Linko Starto. Voldemort, Dark Lord, about to realize what is happening. Albus Dumbledore, Defender, you shall not pass. Chapter 432, First Cut. The golden line that connected Quinn and Voldemort blazed bright enough to be substituted as a flashlight in the dark, illuminating its surrounding with a sharp golden glow. The line was taut without a hint of slack, even as Quinn got up and jumped out of the wreckage. Voldemort stared at the golden line from his chest, where his heart was. What is this? He asked, his hands hovering around the line but not touching it. What is this? Quinn cracked his neck and tugged, not physically, at the line, and Voldemort's pale, gray face went to almost white. He placed himself relatively closer to Dumbledore and spoke to him using magic. This is it, big guy. He's going to swing hard now. If I die or even lose control of this magic, I don't think Voldemort is going to let me succeed again so easily. If we want to move ahead, you must keep the very pissed Dark Lord away from me. Even with the talk of killing each other, neither Dumbledore nor Voldemort were actually trying to kill each other, at least not seriously. They were just testing each other out. Seeing what they could use to really hurt the other when they actually got serious. And there was no way Voldemort was going to stay non-serious when there was an unknown magic sticking out from his chest with the other end in the hand of an enemy who had vehemently threatened to kill him. It would be a problem if he doesn't rage, thought Quinn. It would mean that Voldemort could get out any time he wanted. He doesn't look he's feeling good, so that's good, he confirmed that by tugging on the golden line, making Voldemort shake. Soul magic, Voldemort said, stuttering. He muttered something under his breath before glaring at Quinn. What magic is this? How are you doing this? Quinn didn't say anything and took a few steps back until he was behind Dumbledore. He wasn't going to wave the Horcrux in Voldemort's face as long as he could keep it hidden. He kept Voldemort's gaze and began to proceed with the magic. Establishing the connection between the Horcrux and Voldemort's soul was merely the first step, the most challenging step, but the first step nevertheless. If you refuse to tell me, then I'll just have to kill you, Voldemort said, growling. Quinn shrugged. You will, unfortunately, find that if you kill me, you die as well. He was bluffing. Quinn was the only one to die if he was going to die. I doubt that, Voldemort said, sneering. He raised his voice, and the ground shook. It shook so hard that a crevice opened under Quinn's feet, a crevice so open that it could swallow two of him. But Quinn kept his altitude by keeping himself in the air. Dumbledore waved his wand. The shaking stopped with the cracked ground closed its gap and became whole again. Quinn had to give a small piece of his mind a moment to admire the mass transfiguration so large that it fixed the ground, leaving behind not a single split. It looked like a flat ground fit for rollerblading. You're not going to get to him, Dumbledore declared. You're going to die today, and I will do everything to make that happen. Voldemort swung his wand, and the air took on the stench of burning sulfur. Saying it again and again that I'm going to do again is going to make it come true suddenly, Dumbledore, but maybe that's what you want since you can't do it alone and apparently need a child's help to do it. This child can dismantle your Death Eaters with less effort than shattering glass by dropping a hammer onto it. And that same child has got you rattled, Tom. I can feel it, Dumbledore smiled. The slight trembled in your magic every time you cast, it's getting to you, and no amount of denying is going to change that. Voldemort clenched his jaw. The putrid smell of burning sulfur went beyond that of rotten eggs. Quinn, who was silently working on the magic, looked to his sleeve and saw the fabric melting against his skin. Dumbledore, Quinn called, I thought you said you would protect me. He could fly while performing the Soul Link, but he couldn't fend off the Dark Lord's very dangerous dark curse. It was what he had said to Dumbledore, he was a complete liability. Dumbledore stabbed his wand into the air, and a gentle pulse of magic cleared away the sulfur smell. The melting of clothes immediately stopped, though already corroding fabric didn't return to normal. A black mist pooled around Voldemort's feet and rose to cover his lower body. Voldemort took to air just a couple feet off the ground. He shot toward Quinn, leaving behind rising dust in his wake. Dumbledore stepped directly in front of Quinn and thrust his wand forward, sending out a spiral of power that collided with Voldemort, sending him back like a cannonball. Dumbledore didn't wait and operated in Voldemort's direction. Explosions ensued as the two juggernauts collided in a battle of magic. However, Quinn stayed away from that and maintained his position in the middle of the street, focusing on the golden line hopping as if attached to a ball bounced in the pinball machine. He concentrated on the golden line and felt the soothing feeling exuding out in loads. However, on both ends of that gentle presence were two menacing presences that seemed to suck in all into the void of darkness. The two dark presences were Horcrux and Voldemort's broken soul. Let's form some hard, Quinn thought seriously, though the part of his mind chuckled at the irony of the situation. The gold line connecting the two of Voldemort's souls was actually Emperor Ian wielding properties that Quinn had bestowed upon it using his soul magic. He had been surprised that Emperor Ian, which had always been red no matter what he did with it, but the second it touched soul magic, the red Emperor Ian changed to gold as King Midas had touched it. The gold soul-based Emperor Ian had two characteristics. The tethering property that connected the two souls came from the Resurrection Stone. Without it, Quinn had no way to connect the two pieces of souls, it was way beyond his skill level. That was why Resurrection Stone was crucial, for, without it, the current plan wouldn't even be born. But it was the second property that made Quinn chuckle inside, even though he was the one who had made the property. Horcrux was a piece of soul split from the main soul and stored into an object to tether the main soul to the mortal plane. Which means there's a connection between Horcrux and the main soul, thought Quinn. Even though Voldemort couldn't tell when his Horcrux was destroyed, the fact that there was a faint connection meant that Quinn could exploit it. And so he did. Using the Resurrection Stone, he exploited the connection and strengthened it. The next step was using that connection to take the two pieces of souls and attach them together. It made him laugh because the attaching process was strikingly similar to healing two souls. Even the thought of healing Voldemort's corrupted soul was so absurd that it made him laugh till he was wheezing. Quinn opened his eyes and stared at an explosion of fire heading toward him. He didn't move and faced the fire with all his concentration on the golden line. He closed his eyes again and felt the heat on his face, but suddenly the heat went away. When he opened his eyes, he saw a vacuum sucking away the flames. They tried to creep out of the sucking force, but the vacuum became stronger and gobbled up the flames. He grinned. Nothing felt more dependable than having Dumbledore protect him. The thing that hurts a lot is when you injure something being healed, Quinn thought. He pumped magic into the Resurrection Stone and felt a surge of power in return that he channeled into the golden line. And then pulled on Voldemort's main soul. There was a scream, Voldemort's scream. It worked, Quinn smiled, so he pulled more until the pull reached its limit. He took out a second basilisk venom dagger, activated the runes, and with a swing, he cut the golden line. The scream this time made Banshee's screams pale in comparison. Quinn never felt prouder to inflict pain on someone. Dumbledore. Don't let him get away. We are going to end this today, he yelled as he dropped the Hufflepuff's cup, pointed his palm at the falling Horcrux, Avada Kedavra, and magicked it to death. What died this time was the soul fragment in the Horcrux and some of the soul he had pulled from Voldemort's main soul. He knew he was successful because Voldemort's magic was rampaging, and he was still screaming. The next second, Dumbledore operated right next to him. That worked, Dumbledore said. I think so too. He's mad. I can see that as well. I don't like that. Dumbledore pointed the Elder Wand at the rampaging magic that was sending wreckage and large pieces of the ground spiraling in the air. He's weaker than before, it will be easier than before. I don't think so, Dumbledore had a grave expression. Until now, he was fighting to kill us. But now, he's fighting to protect himself from dying. Even if he doesn't know that we have got his Horcruxes, losing his current body is not an experience he will want to go through. The last time that happened, it took him longer than a decade to get another one. That sort of experience stays with you. He can't escape, not in his current condition, so he will fight to the death to get even a small chance of not losing this body. Quinn swallowed the saliva building in his mouth. I damaged his main soul right now, that was how he was planning to weaken Voldemort. I don't think he will be a fan of losing his body, which will weaken his soul more, and roam around as a specter. The recovery might be worse than the last time. That was an assumption. It could be the same as the last time. Voldemort had unknowingly lost a part of his soul that turned Harry Potter into a Horcrux. And even though he didn't make a Horcrux this time, he did lose an extra part of his soul. I will make sure he doesn't escape, Dumbledore said. He looked at Quinn. Are you fine? You seem pale. Quinn spat another build of saliva and breathed out heavily. It's a difficult magic. It's soul magic. I know, soul magic is difficult magic. It takes its toll. It's fine, I'm fine. I can do this. Quinn stood up straighter and glared at Dumbledore in case the old headmaster had some other thoughts. We proceed as planned. Dumbledore stared for a while before nodding. Quinn reached into his pocket and took out a glass case. He could feel Dumbledore's eyes stuck on it, or on the thing inside the glass case. Sitting inside the glass was an ornate diadem studded with beautiful diamonds. It could have been any well-made random diadem. But Quinn and Dumbledore knew precisely what it was. It was Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, another one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Quinn West, MC, connect, pull, cut, kill. Albus Dumbledore, bodyguard, not usually on bodyguard duty. Voldemort, Dark Lord, in agonizing pain. Fiction-only reader, author, I have been posting slowly. I have a reason/theory for it. I will tell you guys about it when the story ends. Chapter 433, Last Cut. Dumbledore stared at the Ravenclaw's diadem in Quinn's hand. The platinum frame of the headpiece was adorned with a large blue gem whose glow tainted the clear diamonds studded all around the frame in a cerulean light that looked like moonlight reflecting off a lake's surface. Where did you find the Lady Ravenclaw's diadem? Quinn glanced at Dumbledore before opening the seal on the glass case that trapped the Horcrux and prevented it from spreading its influence to ensnare anyone except Voldemort to put it on their head to cast a dark curse so that it could protect itself from any potential danger. It was inside Hogwarts, Quinn said. What? Voldemort had hidden it inside Hogwarts on the day you refused him the professor position. He decided to hide it inside the supposed safest place in the country, in a place he thought only he knew. Unfortunately for him, I found it. The glass case opened, and Quinn directly took out the diadem. He could hold it close without falling under the influence because he was capable of doing so. Of course, the Horcrux could still make him fall in moments' weakness. As such, he still had to be careful, for the Horcrux was a silent beast looking for a chance to strike. It will be easier this time to establish the connection, Quinn said. But if Voldemort's going to be more vicious, the reduced time won't make things any easier. I will keep him off of you. I almost got turned into a charred piece of steak. You're fortunate I don't scare easy, or else Voldemort won't be injured right now. The fire that almost engulfed him would have melted his skin and muscle off his bones, taking care of nature's work of decomposition when he was buried, that is, if there was anything left to bury. He won't reach you, Dumbledore said assuringly. The whipping winds around Voldemort began to die down, and the spiraling debris fell to the ground, shaking it a little and covering the entire in a dust cloud. After this, I'm going to spend my time in a place with absolutely no dust, Quinn said, clearing the dust inside his clothes. When the dust cleared, Voldemort stood in the middle of the floating debris. The Dark Lord's blood-red eyes glowed a sharp red, making him look like Terminator programmed with the sole mission to kill him. Voldemort raised his wand, and suddenly Quinn's entire vision was flooded with sharp light making him shut his eye due to the pain. Instincts kicked in. Quinn modified his eyes and opened them with a clear vision just to see Voldemort standing a couple of inches from him, looking down at him with his menacing look. Quinn's throat closed up a moment before all the magic he could muster rushed out, but the next moment, he felt a hand on his shoulder, and Voldemort disappeared into the mist. Quinn looked to his shoulder and saw Dumbledore's hand on his shoulder. "I can only do much against mind magic," Dumbledore said. Quinn cracked his neck and growled, "Keep him busy." He grabbed the diadem in one and the resurrection stone in the other and began channeling magic. Dumbledore stepped forward and warded off a plume of dark poisonous gas heading towards Quinn. "Get out of my way, Dumbledore." Voldemort's voice sounded demonic, befitting a Dark Lord. His magic so destructive that every time he waved his wand, Earth would gain a new scar on her face. Against a furious Voldemort, Dumbledore seemed like a busy assembly line worker trying to keep up with the constant stream of work coming his way. "I'm going to kill you, West. And it's not going to be painless," Voldemort screamed. "I'm going to cut your arms and legs off and keep your body alive until I know what I need to know. Get ready to live a new life until you are dead." Quinn didn't look toward the person shouting death threats and continued his focus on establishing a connection with Voldemort's soul. He thought it would be much more difficult to get a hold of Voldemort's soul, but the man had no defense on his soul. "It was my fault," Quinn thought. "I can't compare everyone to Alan. Voldemort might have split his soul into Horcruxes, a form of soul magic. He couldn't expect everyone to hide and protect their souls. He is arrogant enough to think he's invincible, it makes sense." Unlike Alan's soul, which was blurry and harder to pinpoint when using soul sense, Voldemort's soul was clearly visible, thus, a very easy target to get a hold of. It was the next part, establishing the connection, which was difficult. "But now, I know how to do it, so." Quinn pumped magic into the resurrection stone and felt his body fill up with power and his soul sing with exhilaration. For a moment, he felt that his soul could exert an effect on the material world. For a moment, he wondered if this is how using a wand felt, sans the dreadful feeling. Quinn conjured a strand of Empyrean in his hand. The red thread shined in his palm. Next, he inserted the soul power into it, and it bloomed into a beautiful golden. Quinn spotted Voldemort through his soul sense, and the golden Empyrean didn't need to be physically shot towards Voldemort, just a thought and, got him. Voldemort had a golden line sticking out of his chest with the other end connected to the diadem. Immediately, Voldemort's magic became erratic, and a large screech tore through the air. Quinn looked up and saw a mass of black smoke shaped like a vulture hovering in the sky with burning red lights as eyes. It flapped its wings, and all the wreckage was thrown into the air because of the sheer air pressure. Quinn had to form a sturdy earthen wall behind him and just lay flat against it to not let himself be blown away. A yellow spell shot up from Dumbledore's wand up into the sky. It entered the vulture, and the black smoke turned yellow before getting sucked into a large yellow ball that exploded into an expanding ring. Knowing Voldemort won't listen to him, Quinn laughed, "Taking my arms and legs? That's just stealing my style. You can take it, though. I'm into cutting souls right now." He raised the basilisk venom dagger, slashed at the golden soul line, and relished the scream that followed. He also knew that Dumbledore switched from protecting him to attacking Voldemort without killing him. If killed while there was a Horcrux still intact, Voldemort's soul would turn into a specter, unable to pass on to the afterlife. But they didn't know what would happen if they destroyed the last Horcrux while Voldemort's soul was in specter form. The rationale would say that with no anchor, the soul would pass through the natural progression, but there was no proof, so they couldn't be sure. And in a situation like this, they couldn't go without evidence. It would mean letting Voldemort go, and that wasn't an option in any scenario. Quinn took out the glass case, put the diadem back, and dropped the entire thing down on the ground. He took out a small purple pill, almost black, dropped it into the glass container before closing it shut. The pill dissolved into smoke that filled the box. There was a shrill shriek followed by a distinctly colored black smoke. Quinn heaved as he looked at the now destroyed Horcrux. While casting the killing curse would have been faster, the magic took a heavy magical toll on the caster. Quinn could have easily shrugged it if he was at full reserves, but for the first time in his life, he didn't have a full tank outside of controlled environment. Usually, he was only in this state at night after exhausting his reserve slowly throughout the day. This was different. The soul magic exacted a high cost. This would take multiple people to pull off, Quinn thought, clearing his dry throat. He slowly took out one more glass case. This one had a heavy locket studded with green gems in the shape of serpentine S on the top, the last Horcrux, Slytherin's locket. Dark Lord Voldemort made 7 Horcruxes. Quinn destroyed Tom Riddle's diary to kill the ghost of Tom Riddle. He destroyed Marvolo Gaunt's ring because he wanted the Resurrection Stone. Harry Potter was sent and back to Limbo for the prophecy. Nagini was killed because she didn't fit the equation and to keep Voldemort from retreating. That left behind 3 Horcruxes he had never destroyed, just collected them into his safety. They were going to come to use someday. That someday was today. Last one to go, Quinn took out the locket by its chain and stared at the rotating locket. Everything was about to be over, and then he'd be free of everything, ready for a new start. Come on, now only one to go. He closed his eyes and felt the power of Resurrection Stone fill him. It made him feel rejuvenated. Body, mind, and soul, the trifecta, were connected, and when one was slumped on the floor, the others were affected, and similarly, when one was cycling through the clouds, the others were feeling the cloudy fluff as well. I have to end this quick. He wriggled his arms and legs. Before I get addicted to this. He pushed the magic into the locket. It heated up before an invisible line shot from it towards the crater formed by Voldemort and Dumbledore's fighting in which they fought right now. He just needed to make the invisible line into a golden, sparkling one. Quinn closed his eyes again and began to concentrate. Boom. He snapped his eyes open and saw a giant-sized stone golem roaring like an ancient monstrosity. The said monstrosity turned towards Quinn and stomped towards him with a giant stone hammer axe. Even the steps were enough to knock Quinn off balance for days, only his magic kept him steady. Quinn gazed at the golem come closer to him step by step. He knew Dumbledore would protect him, but seeing something so large caused an instinctual fear to beat inside him. Step, boom. Step, boom. Step, boom. There were only so many steps the giant could take with its size to cover ground. It raised its foot, and the area around Quinn descended into the darkness with no moonlight. Come on. Zap, boom. A spell streaked through the air and exploded the foot. Quinn conjured a very weak shield, the only thing he could with his focus on the soul magic, but it was barely capable of protecting from the rock shower. The streaking spells continued, and within seconds, the golem was reduced to a hail of boulders that would have entombed Quinn if not for his shield. Quinn groaned as he felt every rock and boulder that fell down on him through his magic. He quickly reaffirmed his focus and began working on the connection. The invisible line began to turn solid in his eyes, looking more and more like a ghostly golden. The seconds began to slip by as the magic crept closer, and with it, Quinn's heartbeat. Sweat beaded down his forehead, traveling down his face, dripping down from his nose and chin as he stared hard at the locket. Almost there, Quinn gulped, and his throat hurt. The golden line became thicker and thicker, one moment, and it would become real. Here we go. The imaginary, almost real, line shattered into pieces as Quinn felt a jolt in his back. Foreign magic coursed through his body. He recognized the magic. It was a stunner. It wasn't powerful enough to knock him out. Proven by the fact that even in Quinn's current state, he stood without even a hint of distortion in his senses. But it was enough to shatter the delicate soul magic he was casting. Quinn slowly turned back to face his attacker, anger rising inside of him. Things were so close to completion that he could almost smell it in the air, only for his sense of smell to be taken away before he could even enjoy the scent. He saw the men with his wand raised. Quinn could tell the man's mediocre skill from the distance between them. It was in the average range distance a stunner could travel before it lost its integrity and fizzled away. Such a mediocre man had disrupted his magic. I know you, Quinn growled, his blood boiling as if he was using blood magic. I know you. Rivers Locke. Rivers Locke, the founder of Novellus Oxyonites, now a member of the Dark Lord's Death Eaters, stood facing Quinn with his wand trained ahead. Quinn West, MC, I am not feeling very good right now. Fiction-only reader, author, I think the fight ends next chapter. Chapter 434, Final Cut. If there was a ceiling for how much anger one could feel, it was a glass one because Quinn had shattered it the moment the link between the Horcrux and Voldemort's soul was broken. And when he found that Rivers Locke was the reason behind it, his fury was no longer quantifiable. Quinn raised his hand towards the offending Death Eater and clenched it into a fist. Rivers rose up from the ground, his limbs stretched straight, forcing him into a starfish posture as he floated towards Quinn at a blazing speed that pushed his cheeks back, revealing the gums and teeth. Quinn opened his fist and hit the brakes on Rivers' body. If not for Quinn restricting Rivers' body, it would have folded in on itself by the force of the sudden stop. Do you know what you did just now? Quinn said, glowering. You inconsequential bug, how dare you interfere with me? He pulled on Rivers' limb, extending the joints to the point the joints could almost pop off but didn't. Rivers screamed, but his body couldn't even wriggle in struggle. I am more furious than I was when Voldemort cursed me. Quinn's nostrils flared as he pursed his lips to forcibly seal his mouth. Rivers opened his mouth, arg. He screamed again, and a light waft of white smoke escaped his mouth. Rivers stuck out his tongue, and the pinkish muscle had been charred into a burnt mess. Did I say you could speak? Quinn said, a cruel light burning in his eyes. I will deal with you later when I have time. He waved his hand, and Rivers was sent flying. The Death Eater's body hit the ground and dragged on the ground for a dozen feet before coming to a stop. Quinn turned back to Voldemort and Dumbledore's fight. The battlefield was an orchestra of chaos played through magic, flashing lights, dust, and two men hellbent on killing each other. If not for the soul sense picking up on the souls of Dumbledore and Voldemort, Quinn wouldn't have been able to spot anything beyond the obstructive could of raging magic. One more time, Quinn raised his arms towards the duel. Slytherin's locket and the resurrection stone felt heavy in his hands. His shoulders begged him to put his arms down and rest for a moment, his mind screamed the same. A part of him wanted to listen and put his efforts down and watch, but the dominant part wouldn't let him rest. It wasn't time to do so, not until the end. He locked onto Voldemort's soul, and an invisible line appeared connecting it to the Horcrux, a line only visible to Quinn's golden eyes. One more time. His soul nudged the resurrection stone awake, and the soul artifact welcomed the rich magic provided to it and, in return, filled Quinn's soul with its power. Quinn perked up as the fatigue retreated, his being felt rejuvenated once more. Arduously, carefully, he channeled the power into the invisible line connecting the two souls. Immediately, the invisible line thickened and gained a faint color. It was easier than the previous 3 times but still something that made Quinn subconsciously stick out his tongue in concentration. The process was as infuriatingly slow as watching sand trickle down an hourglass in hopes that it would go faster. Why did magic of such greater importance have to be so slow? Nothing healthy ever tasted delicious. Medicine had to be bitter. Did everything good always have to have something negative attached to it? Was this nature's way of maintaining balance? Eventually, the soul power saturated the invisible line, and Quinn returned to where he was before Rivers interrupted him. Just like before, anticipation bubbled inside him like boiling water. With one last push, the soul power poured into the line, and Quinn followed by casting Empyrean, providing the line with a physical form. A gleaming golden line greeted the world. Voldemort's angry proclamations announcing its arrival. Quinn didn't grin or beam. Instead, his brows merged together as he prepared himself to pull as much of Voldemort's main soul so that he could cut a piece off, causing pain and harm. I'm stronger, Quinn thought as he pulled. My soul is stronger. My soul is whole. My soul is better. His soul had always been more robust because of his status as an outsider, as a transmigrator. He pulled and pulled on, and the other side pulled back, ensuing a tug of war. Even with Quinn's belief that his soul was stronger, Voldemort was no slouch. It was magically exhausting to go against Voldemort. To compete, he had to unplug the sink in his magical reserve and let it drain into the resurrection stone so that it could fill his soul with its power and use it to pit against Voldemort. In the pulling contest, Quinn was at an inherent disadvantage because he was trying to pull Voldemort's soul using Voldemort's Horcrux. To overcome that drawback, he had to compensate with brute forcing as he didn't have the skill to overcome the gap. It worked. Voldemort's soul began to move along the golden line towards Quinn. A little more, Quinn breathed heavily as he felt the soul move towards him. He took out the dagger and raised it above his shoulder as the runes came to life. Just a bit more. This was going to be the last attack. Quinn wanted to do as much damage as possible. Now. Quinn swung the dagger down, but before he could slice the line, his arm froze mid-swing. It was not only his arm, his entire body felt like it had been encased in metal, robbing him of any movement. Not so fast now. The moon shone from behind, casting a shadow to the front. Quinn looked down and saw his shadow move and turn from something resembling him to something entirely else. The shadow lengthened, the torso leaned, limbs leaned, and the head turned round, void of hair. When red slits appeared as eyes on the head of the shadow, Quinn realized who the new shadow was. You think you can kill me, child? Voldemort's voice sounded more sinister than usual. It seemed to be coming from just behind Quinn, but he couldn't turn to look. However, he knew the voice was projected by magic. I will have you tell me how you are doing this. Quinn roared as more magic burst out from his core. What? Voldemort exclaimed, and the shadow wavered. Quinn forced his arm down against whatever magic Voldemort had cast. Every muscle fiber used to make the swinging motion trembled as the arm crept. Enough, you sick fuck. Quinn screamed as the dagger's tip slowly touched the golden line, and that was enough to sever the line. Quinn waited for the hold on him to break, but it didn't. He gazed down at his shadow, it was trembling in and out of shape. Quinn was in disbelief. How could Voldemort maintain a spell after suffering a soul injury? I will make you pay. Voldemort's voice snarled. Quinn felt a sense of danger pass over him. It was swift and sudden. A magic passed over Quinn, and the right side of his body burst open. His right arm and leg were gone, and so were parts of his stomach, pancreas, intestine, and entire spleen. Quinn collapsed to the ground immediately, and blood began to pour out as he went into shock. But a moment before the internal shock hit, Quinn lit his mind up with magic and used the remaining power in his soul. He knew the shock would come when he felt the first sign of injury, and the moment it hit, mind and soul snapped him out of it. Injury status, fatal, said a voice inside Quinn's head. Preservation needed. Magic inside his body reacted, and various forms of spells covered his body. Body magic clenched the muscles around his wounds, while blood magic kept blood from pouring out of his body, and various healing spells pooled around to keep him alive. An injury like this would have killed a non-magical in an instant. It was no different for Quinn. If not treated, he would die. All he could do was hug his life until someone helped him. Like a machine, Quinn looked to his side with no emotion in his eyes. The Slytherin's locket lay a couple feet away from him. The Horcrux was still intact and needed to be destroyed, or else Voldemort would still live. I need to destroy it. Quinn raised his left, still good hand and tapped the patch on his chest. In the process, he coughed up blood, and more sputtered out of his wound despite his magic. A small vial of basilisk venom appeared on his chest. The cork popped out, and the vial floated shakily to the Horcrux. It tipped to the side, and the drops of venom spilled down on the locket, melting a hole to the center of the locket. A hiss and black smoke later, the Horcrux was destroyed. It is done, Quinn thought as his conscience grew weaker. Can I rest now? He asked himself, but he knew that resting now meant not waking up ever again. He stared at the sky. He couldn't see any stars. There were clouds and dust that blocked their light from reaching him. Quinn found his emotions returning as the need to be razor-sharp had faded. Quinn heard the sound of footsteps. He felt his hopes go up for a second, but then he realized they were coming from the wrong side. He barely moved his head to the side and saw Rivers Lock dragging his feet to him. Look at you, Rivers said, a mocking smile on his bruised face. Not so mighty now, are you? Quinn stared at him. That was all he could do. He had sacrificed that leeway trying to destroy the Horcrux. Any action right now meant death. If he physically moved, his magic wouldn't be able to keep him alive. If he used magic, it would break the delicate balance the spells operating on him were in, which would yet again mean death. You ruined my life, Rivers said. Since the day I met you, my life has gone all wrong. You were the reason why I went to Azkaban. You're the reason I ended up as a Death Eater. When I thought I had made myself safe in that cesspool, you foiled my plan. I had just gotten out of Pettigrew's supervision, and the Dark Lord had begun trusting me. But there you were again, the invisible vigilante, Death Eater's nemesis. Do you know how much pleasure that man takes in torturing others? He put me through all worlds of pain until he was bored and then ordered me to fight here at Hogwarts like nothing ever happened. Do you know what that means? Quinn simply stared at Rivers. He had no idea what Rivers was talking about. He was in no capacity to even think about it, not that there was anything he could do about the situation anyway. I don't want to die like this, thought Quinn. His magic trembled as the thought passed. He had destroyed Voldemort's Horcrux, injured him, and served him on the silver platter to Dumbledore. He had been successful in his mission. He could finally return home now. It was time to get back to his life. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic, Rivers spat. Even if I kill you, no, I won't feel any contentment. I guess I can only kill you today and then go after your family for revenge. It will only be a pity that. A cut appeared on Rivers' throat, and blood sputtered out. He grabbed his throat as shock and panic pierced his eyes. He looked at Quinn as blood leaked from between his fingers and hand. Rivers opened his mouth, but nothing came out except some gurgling noises. Quinn watched Rivers collapse on the ground with emotionless eyes. If he was going to die today, he was at least going to make sure that there was one less threat against his family. I would have liked to say my goodbye. The faces of his family and friends passed through his mind as he felt his body go cold. He wanted to say his sorries, right the wrongs, and go out without those regrets. Tears dripped down the side of Quinn's face as his eye grew heavy. Finally, he felt his magic grow weaker. Then, he closed his eyes. Fiction-only reader, author, to the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Chapter 435, Waking Up in a White Room. Quinn opened his eyes. They fluttered and tightened, stopping his dilated pupils from letting excess light in and hurting his eyes. The ceiling above was stark white, with the edges lined with an array of white MLE bathing the room with clean white light. Quinn's first thought as he stared above, am I in the limbo? But everything was crisp and sharp, unlike when he had been to limbo to pull Harry back, where everything seemed to be made from solidified mists and looked more like a dreamlike illusion than a real place. The next thought, is this afterlife? Limbo was supposed to be the place between life and death. He had died and passed from the mortal realm to the afterlife, and maybe the afterlife looked like limbo without all the swirling mists. He had died. Died from exchanging a stabilizing control over his injury for the chance to slice Rivers' throat. Died at the age of 18 from fighting a war to get rid of the world from a Dark Lord. Was it worth it? No, it was not, Quinn said to himself, squeezing his eyes shut. He was 4 years old when he arrived in this world, and it had been 14 years since then. 14 years of life, he had lived it to the fullest, doing what he loved, devoting every other minute of his life to magic, grateful that he had a background, the privilege that allowed him to pursue his heart's desire. But there was always the foreknowledge gained from his previous life that dictated his life in certain ways. Aid was created so he could have a handle on things inside Hogwarts. How he acted in front of many was through a lens of his previous knowledge. Invisible Vigilante, which was supposed to be only a one-time escapade, turned into something that drove his life to dangerous places. The older he got, the closer he got to the end of his limit of knowledge, the worse it got. He donned the mask more and more until he abandoned the unmasked part of his life, left his family, and lived a life entirely dictated by the foreknowledge. Knowledge had always been a boon to him. But this time, it was a curse that chained him to play a part. He could have not bothered and walked away, but such was the curse of it all, he couldn't turn away when he knew what the future presented. Despite all he did, it wasn't worth it. Quinn groaned and closed his eyes when he felt them water up. He wanted to raise his hands to cover his eyes before they overflowed and tears trickled down his face, but no arm came over his face. He opened his eyes and let the tears flow down the sides of his face. The tear-jerking feelings went away for a moment, and a frown marred his face as Quinn raised his neck to look at his right arm. It wasn't there. His arm was missing from its place on his shoulder, and his body was wrapped in heavy gauze that had runes painted across the entire length. He turned his eyes to the other side and found that while he still had his left arm, it was also covered in gauze and had a dozen long needles sticking out from it. He had no idea what they were supposed to do, but he couldn't move his arm or feel it. Then his eyes went lower. His left leg hung over his body, the ankle resting on a U-shaped cushion that levitated without any support. As for his right leg, he couldn't feel it like his left arm and leg, but he instinctually knew that it wasn't there like his right arm. If it was any other person, they would suffer a panic attack seeing 2 of their 4 limbs missing. Even a magical person would feel a full bout of anxiety even though they knew that magic could regrow limbs as easy as growing a mushroom in a damp and dark place. For Quinn, however, the first thought was, I am alive. He was alive. He was sure of it. Soul moved on to the afterlife upon death. His cause of death had been a physical injury, his soul hadn't been touched. If this was the afterlife, he was to appear with his entire body and not the mess of the condition he had died in. I am alive, Quinn said to himself, savoring the sound of the words. The more he said, the better he felt, and the more his mood seemed to come out of a heavy swamp and into the free, fresh overground. His eyes darted across the room. It was a large room, utterly white and empty except for the cupboards and storage lined across the walls. He narrowed his and observed to find where he was, and the design of the furniture matched with a memory in his mind. It struck 8 points of similarity to the furniture to when he had visited Gilderoy Lockhart Inn. St. Mungo's. He was in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Of course, Quinn thought, he was mortally injured and would obviously be brought to the hospital to be mended. He put his head back onto the pillow and swallowed down the feelings that thrashed up his throat. He breathed hard for a while and whimpered a little before he got himself back into control. Anyone? Quinn shouted as loudly as he could, his voice cracking. He continued to call out until the door swung open, and a young man dressed in white entered the room, rushing towards Quinn. You are awake, exclaimed the young man. Quinn eyed the newcomer and presumed him to be a St. Mungo's employee from the St. Mungo's insignia patch on his chest. Quinn asked, Where am I? You're in a private ward inside St. Mungo's. The young healer took out his wand and waved it over. I'm going to ask you some questions, please answer them to your best ability. What is your name? Quinn West. How old are you? 18 this year. What is the last thing you remember? Closing my eyes in Hogsmeade. How many fingers am I holding up? 3, 1, 5. How are you feeling right now? I feel no pain or discomfort despite missing an arm and leg. The young healer summoned a clipboard to him and tapped his wand over it to record information. You seem stable, he smiled. I'll be right back. Do you need anything while I'm out? Some water and the primary healer in charge of me, Quinn asked. He could tell the young man in front of him wasn't in charge. That would be the head healer. Quinn hummed, the head healer of St. Mungo's being his primary healer meant that his family had been informed. While it seemed obvious, there was a chance that his family wouldn't be informed because of his identity. Not like that it would matter, grandfather would have come to know anyway. When the door opened, a team of half a dozen people entered his room, with an elderly woman leading the group. Good evening, Quinn. I'm Saffron Stonyheart, head healer of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. I'm the primary healer in charge of getting you back to health. Quinn looked at the rest of the people and asked, and they? They're my colleagues. One of the best minds and skilled healers St. Mungo's has to offer. They will be observing your case and recovery. I want everyone except you to be out, Quinn said bluntly. Stonyheart frowned. Quinn, they're here too. I know they're here to observe. That's how healers learn and improve their craft. They can observe all they want, but not now. I want to talk to you alone. I will answer all the questions they have about the changes in health later. I have excellent occlumency, I will be an excellent patient, but that is not right now. Stonyheart sighed and nodded to the other healers, and they walked out of the room, leaving the two alone. Quinn started immediately. Is the Dark Lord dead? He wanted to know if all his effort bore fruit and that it was not all waste. Stonyheart smiled brightly and nodded. He is dead. Quinn wasn't satisfied. Who announced it? Did the news come from Dumbledore? Not Dumbledore. Minister announced that the Dark Lord has died. Quinn clicked his tongue. As much as he trusted Amelia Bones' integrity, he wanted to hear it from Dumbledore's mouth. Is Dumbledore here? Quinn asked. He didn't believe Dumbledore got out of the fight scratch-free. He is. Doing much better than you are. I think we are ready to release him in a day or two. I want you to send someone and say that I ask, is he dead? Quinn said in a no-nonsense tone. Please don't say anything, just go ask him. Mention my name. I want the answer as soon as possible, it will do wonders for my recovery, or make it worse. Stony Heart sighed and walked out of the room to return half a minute later. You will hear from him soon, she said. Quinn smiled. Thank you. How long have I been in the hospital? 7 days. 7 days. Quinn blurted with bulging eyes. We were surprised as well. You suffered from physical and magical fatigue, but there was no reason for you to be out for an entire week. We are running tests, we will find out soon. Must be because I overdrew from my soul, Quinn thought. If it has been 7 days, why am I still missing my limbs? 7 days mean substantial progress. He knew that his missing arm and leg were not cursed injuries, he had checked their status before he had died. Your limbs are the least of your problems, dear Quinn, Stony Heart sighed. You have multiple grave internal organ injuries that need to be fixed before we move on to your arm and leg. But the biggest problem is the dark curse, Quinn groaned his answer out. Yes, the dark curse. While it is no longer life-threatening by itself, it is keeping us from making quick progress on your injuries. It will take us another week or two before we can start actively healing your organs and then your limbs. Quinn closed his eyes and stayed silent for a while. He didn't like the fact that he was going to be stuck in the hospital for several weeks. What about the needles? I don't know. St. Mungo's uses acupuncture as a method of treatment. It is not acupuncture. Till yesterday, your body spasms out of control because of the dark curse. While the spasms by themselves are harmless side effects, but combine them with your injuries, we can't have you violently moving for obvious reasons. The needles keep the spasms at bay. You haven't had a spasm today, you're improving, that's good. Great, Quinn sighed. Now, the most important question, he stared at her with an unblinking gaze. Why is my magic moving without my command? He felt his magic flowing inside his body without command, and he could tell it wasn't his magic working on its own to sustain his body. Ah, about that, Stony Heart smiled proudly. On your second day here, your condition had worsened critically. We were always on the cusp of losing you because of the dark curse worsening your injuries. During that moment, I noticed the sheer amount of magic inside your body. So I decided to use your own magic to aid your healing. Unorthodox, yes, but it worked wonderfully. You are on a regular cycle of potions that make your magic flow as we want to heal your body. She pointed at him. The runes on your gauze also use your own magic to stabilize your injuries and keep them from worsening. Quinn was impressed. Healing was almost exclusively external. Yes, recovery depended on the body's own immune system, but magical healing was using external power to mend the disease. Using a patient's own magic was highly uncommon because there was danger of what would happen if their magic ran out. But Quinn's magic reserves were large enough that there was no danger of them running out. The door opened, and the young healer that had first come into the room entered. He looked at Stony Heart and said, Professor Dumbledore says. He is dead for good. The moment Quinn heard that, a few chuckles escaped him before tears streamed uncontrollably out of his eyes. He cried freely, gasped for air, the whole package. It was as he had said, hearing that Voldemort was dead from Dumbledore had lifted a dumbbell from his chest and immediately felt his magic flow smooth and better. It took him a while to calm down, and when he did, he asked, My family, are they here? Someone is here every day during the visiting hours. Because of your condition, we don't allow prolonged contact with you, so they're only allowed to visit for a certain period. Stony Heart looked at the back of her wrist at her watch. I think someone should be coming soon. Like many perfect timings that happened in Quinn's life, the door swung open, and the young woman with long jet black hair rushed into the room with wide, stone-gray eyes. Quinn took in a deep breath, braced himself, and tried to look as healthy as he could in his condition. Leah, he smiled, but his voice cracked from seeing her after such a long time. By the end of the day, Quinn had inflamed his tear ducts from excessive crying. Quinn West, MC, I lost one of my balls as well if anyone was curious. Saf and Stony Heart, head healer, has been promised massive donations. Fiction-only reader, author, a few conversation chapters incoming to end AMJ. Chapter 436, Freedom at Last. You know. I don't like to be stared at right now, Quinn said to Leah, who hadn't removed her eyes off of him ever since she had seen him awake. His right ear was missing, the hair on his right had been ripped off, and a lot of the skin too had suffered significant damage, and while everything was covered with gauze, Quinn didn't feel like being looked at. He couldn't even cast an illusion to look his normal self if he wanted to. The potions and runes still directed his magic towards his recovery. He didn't wish to deviate from that and extend his stay at the hospital. Leah sat in her padded chair, leaning against the back with her legs crossed, hands resting on her elbow as she gazed at Quinn. The emotional reunion had passed. Leah had cried, and Quinn had too, but now after both had settled down, there was a tension in the room, weighing down like a heavy blanket, at least for Quinn. Too bad I don't care about that right now. You have no say in what I do or not, Leah said quite bluntly. Quinn smiled bitterly. Leah was the one he hadn't seen the longest of everyone in his family. She wasn't there when he left home, and the last time he had met her then was 2 months. Now, it had been close to a year since he had last seen her. I am sorry, Quinn said. For what? For. Quinn pursed his lips. For a lot of things. There were many things he had to apologize for. For leaving without saying anything, for not making any contact in the last year, making everyone worried, worsening their fears with every invisible vigilante story in the paper, and now ending up here in the hospital after almost losing his life against Voldemort. It didn't help that he still had a dark curse inhabiting his body. Do you know what it feels like when you actually get news about your bother, and not the invisible vigilante, they actually call and say the proper name? It was a moment of elation and relief, an instant of hope that you will be finally returning, but that was shattered when they tell that you're in the hospital in a critical condition, Leah said. What the fuck, Quinn? Quinn flinched. He had no appropriate response for Leah. She didn't care that he had contributed to Voldemort's death. For her, it wasn't his job to do so. He had arrived in his current state because he had put his hand into a jar it didn't belong in. It is all over now. Quinn closed his eyes. Voldemort's dead, and with it, so is Invisible Vigilante. I don't have any more special, absurd agenda driving me. I can now only be Quinn West. I only want to be Quinn West. He opened his eyes and gazed at his sister. Please forgive me. All's well that ends well. I am home now. You think everything's well? Look at yourself. Leah narrowed her eyes. I'm no longer in danger. I will walk out of here as good as new without any permanent, chronic complications. What about the law? You're a wanted criminal. Please, Quinn resisted the urge to roll his eyes. I bought help the ministry get rid of the Dark Lord. They won't try me as the Invisible Vigilante. It will be a bad look if they do so. If the thought does arise, Dumbledore, the 2-time defeater of Dark Lord, will use his new and improved influence in my favor. Dumbledore had the chance to go after Voldemort when he had the basilisk venom inside him but had chosen to help Quinn, knowing that Voldemort would remedy his health. Grandfather himself wouldn't let me come into the limelight. DMLE could have gone after Quinn in his Death Eater and Snatcher hunting days, but now that he had helped in killing Voldemort, they had no real incentive to prosecute him. With George behind him, Quinn had no worries about the ministry and the law. Even if they for some reason did, I will leave the country and live in anonymity. I think that lifestyle suits me well. You can do my share of public work, Quinn smiled. Do you not recognize me fuming right now? Leah narrowed her eyes. Quinn chuckled. It has been such a long time since I see you that I find it difficult to be anything than happy. I have missed you so much, Leah. So very, very much, he said with a smile and eyes that could burst into tears any second. Leah turned her face away and raised her hand to her eyes, placing her thumb and index finger on the lower eyelid as if anticipating tears. She faced Quinn again and said, This is the last time you behave like this. I'm serious, Quinn, do something like this again, and you will live to regret it for the rest of your life. I won't, I promise, cross my heart, Quinn said and wanted to raise his good arm to his chest, but he still had no feeling in it. Leah uncrossed her legs, got up from her chair, and leaned down to kiss Quinn's forehead ever so gently. It was barely a peck. She softly smiled and quietly said, Welcome back. Yeah. I'm back. When Leah sat back, Quinn asked, So, how have you been? Still with what's his name? Oh please, Leah rolled her eyes. Those words would suit anyone other than you. Don't try to be sly, you remember his name, if not because he's my boyfriend, then because he's your tenant. You can't expect me to remember everything, I'm a busy man. That building has hundreds of plots, how am I expected to remember every single tenant? Quinn laughed. How's Abraham doing? I hope everything's been well. Quite, Leah smiled. How about you? Quinn's face darkened. I will let you know later. He had promised he would explain everything later and that later was running towards him now that the war was over. That's not a good look. Come on now, don't be shy, tell big sis. I'm always ready to help my brother's love life, Leah winked. I will let you know later, Quinn repeated. There was nothing she or anyone else could do, he didn't want anyone else to interfere. Looking at Leah, Quinn could see that she was interested, so he changed the topic. How have the others been? The question was less of a topic changer and much more that Quinn wanted to know before he met everyone. What do you expect? They have been worried sick about you. No one is happy that you made the choices you did, so expect to see anger and frustration of some kind from everyone. Quinn pressed his lips into a thin line. When he had heard from Dumbledore that Voldemort was dead for good, he had thought all the hardship was over. But the causal effect web he had spun had caught up to him, and the real misery was about to start. At least he had willingly taken up the hardship that came with being the invisible vigilante, but with the hardship to come, he wished they were never needed. The door to the private room opened, and a young healer popped her head inside. "Excuse me, your family has arrived. Should I send them in?" Quinn looked to Leah. "I'm not ready for this," he said, genuinely feeling the dread. "You brought this upon yourself." Leah turned to the young healer and nodded. "Please send them in." Quinn groaned. He closed his eyes and wished that a sudden bout of sleep would take him away from the current situation, but he was wide awake with a body that wouldn't move below the neck. The door opened and the young healer entered with George, Elliot, and Mr. Rosie following her. For a moment, all the worries disappeared, and he simply stared at them as they stared back at him. But then Quinn saw tears in Ms. Rosie's eyes for the first time in his 14 years here and the least energetic look on Elliot's face, and the consequences of his actions dawned on him. "Are you done?" George asked. Quinn took in a deep breath. He slowly nodded. "Good." George walked to Quinn and gently brushed his hair. "Yeah." Quinn thought that George's fingers were particularly warm. Scene break. "I apologize for my current looks," Quinn said as he carefully adjusted his seating position on his chair, shifting in it and using his good arm to get comfortable, making sure to be careful with his growing right arm and leg. He had been sitting on his bed for far too long and was allowed to sit in a chair for a couple of hours a day. It had been 2 weeks since he had woken up in St. Mungo's, and a week ago, as Quinn had expected, the healers had judged the state of remission of the dark curse and signed off on regrowing his limbs and organs. They were surprised at the speed of recovery, but Quinn knew when his own magic was involved in healing, the progress would gain wings, not only because of the sheer quantity but also because his natural focus was exponentially better than an average person due to the lack of a wand in his history. His magic was vastly more reactive and agile and so had worked marvelously with the potions and the runes. Quinn sat in front of Ivy and Daphne. Stonyhart had cleared Quinn of his restrictive visiting status where only his family could visit and allowed more visitors when his health improved and removed the immobilizing needles when the spasms had stopped with the curse's remission. Both girls looked well. Hogwarts had been dismissed for the time being, to be resumed for a few weeks in the summer break before the 7th-year students gave their newts. They gazed at Quinn's empty sleeves under which the growing limbs sat. The sleeves were charmed not to touch the limbs and seemed full to an extent. Growing limbs from scratch wasn't a pretty sight and were better hidden away from eyes. "I asked the healer outside, but how are you feeling?" Daphne asked, her eyes roaming at the injured side of his, the gauze that peeked out from the top of the hospital gown and the empty sleeves. Quinn smiled reassuringly. "The healer says I'm progressing well and will be free to leave in 2 weeks. I think I will be out of here before that. As for how I'm feeling, except for getting fatigued by the end of the day due to the treatment, I don't feel anything else. The potions I am on take away any and all pain and discomfort. Powerful stuff. I have to be careful, though, can't move hastily because there's no pain to warn me something's wrong." He tried to look as comfortable as possible as if his injuries had never been serious. "How's Astoria doing? I hope the curse is still repressed firmly. She hasn't even caught a cold in the past year." Quinn smiled. "That's good to hear." In the years he had been treating Astoria, his skill with blood magic had improved at repressing the curse. Their treatment sessions had gone from once a month to once a quarter, edging towards thrice a year. He looked at Ivy. "I hope Harry hasn't been suffering from some strange after-effects." "He's suffering from insomnia," Ivy said. Quinn hummed. "Is it because of the Horcrux or the killing cursed? Healers say there's no harmful residual in his body. The scar has also begun to heal and close up. Then it must be a mental problem," Quinn thought. Taking a killing curse to the chest by your worst enemy wasn't a walk in the park, and Quinn could understand if Harry suffered some trauma due to the experience. "I recommend you take him to a mind healer if his condition doesn't improve." Ivy nodded, and the conversation stopped moving altogether. An awkwardness lingered between the three as they looked at each other to kickstart the conversation again, but mostly it was Ivy and Daphne looking at Quinn. He knew what they wanted to hear. Quinn sighed and leaned into his chair as he gazed at them for a moment in silence. "What I am about to say, you may not believe. It might sound like a bad attempt at a dubious excuse. But believe me when I say what I'm about to tell you is the truth. There are no two ways about it." Quinn licked his lips then uttered the words he thought he would never voice. "I have memories of a different time, of a world much like this, but different from ours, of people who we know, but strangers at the same time." Quinn could tell confused expression on their faces. He was beating around the bush. Screw it, Quinn thought. It hurt his heart, for he was about to lie again to say a truth to those he loved and those who deserved the truth. "I was 4 years old when I fell from the window of my room," and thus began a long tale, of his life, of the explanation for his actions, of the backdrop of who he was today. He told them how the story of a boy called Harry Potter shaped the life of a boy called Quinn West. He told them. He told them about his magical journey. It took a while. 4 hours, Quinn spoke. Neither Daphne nor Ivy stopped him once. They didn't raise questions or interrupt because of how absurd his words sounded, they simply listened. Quinn studied their expressions, which showed what they didn't say. He laid bare his every secret, even the dirty ones he didn't wish to ever speak, and pushed aside the curtain to reveal who Quinn West actually was. And here I am today, sitting in front of you. Voldemort is dead, Harry Potter is alive, the Ministry stands tall, Hogwarts students didn't need to fight in a war, lives were saved, Dumbledore, a pillar of this country, is still alive, and this world stands better than the other one, Quinn said, finishing. There was a sense of tired satisfaction in his voice. Quinn then opened the floor for questioning that he knew had been kept down for the entire time he had spoken. Ivy got up from her chair, walked to the side table beside Quinn's bed, and poured a glass of water from the glass jug charmed to keep water at a cool temperature. She walked back and handed the glass to Quinn before sitting back down in her seat. Quinn looked at his glass and then at Ivy. Thank you, I didn't notice how parched I was, Quinn smiled. Ivy started, if I were to believe your words, I want to, you even know about the Dursleys, but at the same time, you could have found that easily. Quinn shrugged. It was true, Dursleys could be found with some effort. I just feel all of it to be so far-fetched, Ivy said, a slight furrow between her brow. Is it? Daphne said. Seers exist, and they hold the ability to peer into the future. Apparently, Professor Trelawney is a seer herself. Quinn's memories could be his visions as a seer. But at this clarity, Ivy argued. He seems to know so much about so much. Trelawney speaks prophecies, and I have looked into seers, and when it comes to clarity, they only see short snippets as the clearest of visions. He has this other Harry's entire life at Hogwarts memorized as if he was actually there. I agree with Ivy here, Quinn said. I don't think I'm a seer, or at least not in the traditional sense. On that day when I was 4, I had gained these memories altogether, as if they were simply a part of me. However, ever since that day, I hadn't any other signs of being a seer. The lie. He had told them the truth but had changed one thing. The memories weren't his previous life experience but simply memories that appeared in his mind on that one day. That was the one lie that he was going to keep. I am Quinn West, and nothing was ever going to change that, he wasn't going to let anything change that, and if he told them the whole truth, his existence would be in danger. Whatever may be the reason, I hold these memories, Quinn said. But now, I wish to leave this part of me behind and continue ahead. Be free. Free? Daphne asked. Quinn nodded. Yes, free. I have had these memories in my head ever since I could remember. They have dictated how I have lived my life in many ways. I'm sure if I look at my life through a lens, I will find that the influence of these memories is much greater than even what I think. But now the scope of the memories have passed, I don't know any version of future, there's nothing that can influence me, and for that I am free. He was born into the Wests, a family that had provided him the privileges to pursue anything he wanted. Even putting aside the West name, his family had been immensely supportive, providing him the freedom to do whatever he wished to do so. But in the deepest of his hearts, he had never been free, the memories chained him, directed him like an invisible hand nudging him along, he couldn't ignore them if he ever wanted to. It was as Ivy had said, they were too clear and too much. But now with no future to see, he was. I am. Free. Free. Quinn West, M.C., at the end of the road. Fiction-only reader, author, even after so much, he still lies and will continue to do so. Chapter 437, one more left. Quinn sighed as he stepped into the black-stoned corridor from the fireplace behind him. For all the times he had visited Ministry, and there were numerous, Quinn hadn't entered Whitehall from the VIP entrance. Given his status, one would think he would have used the special entrance at least once. Do I have to be here? Quinn asked as he rotated his right shoulder and shifted his weight between his legs. You all can take care of it for me. George brushed some flu dust off his shoulder. He looked at Quinn and frowned disapprovingly. We are here because of you. Do you truly think you're not required here? Quinn shrugged. I'm a vigilante, and they're the DMLE. I don't think law enforcement like me very much right now or ever. Seeing my face, as charming as it is, wouldn't make them happy. Quinn had been discharged from the hospital when his internal organs had been healed, and his body consisted of 4 whole limbs. He was still on medication for the dark curse, but that was something that Quinn would have to continue for months before all the effects and danger left his body, never to return ever again. And the first thing home after he was discharged from Street Mongos was to be told that he was to meet the minister and DMLE higher-ups regarding his status as invisible vigilante. The truth was that it had been a month since Voldemort had died, and Quinn wanted everything to be over. Alas, the world wasn't idealistic. He knew it would take some effort before he could leave the past few years of his life behind, but that didn't mean he had to like it. As your legal counsel, I would say that you being here is much less offending in any situation than you being entirely absent from a dialogue discussing your future in this country, said the third man beside George and Quinn. Quinn glanced at the top bald man with a portly belly dressed in luxurious clothing. Orrin Bach, from Bach and Pert, was the law firm retained by the Wests for all their legal matter in the British Isles. Quinn had only interacted with the lawyer a few times in private dinners, but from what he knew, the services Orrin provided were worth the price he charged. You're the lawyer, Quinn shrugged. I will leave it to you and follow the lead. I will only speak when you tell me to, for the rest, you and grandfather can do the talking. That'd be very helpful, Orrin smiled, charming and disengaging. Now, let's look for our guide, shall we? He checked his wristwatch. I believe we are early, but someone should still be here to receive us. Ah, there they are. Across the high dome-shaped hall, a young man rushed towards the West party with hurried steps. He didn't run, instead power walked on the cusp of breaking into a jog. Quinn instantly recognized the man, Percy Weasley, the third son of the Weasley family. The former head boy, a stickler for rules and the person with most likely to succeed, as the graduation connotation, but when you flipped it, the same would read, teacher's pet, and that's what Percy Weasley was, a person subservient to the higher authority with dreams to become said higher authority. It was no surprise that even in this timeline, Percy Weasley had become a ministry employee, and from the fact that he was sent to receive George West, he was making his way up the chain. Quinn whispered Percy's identity to George and possible designation. Percy arrived, took a stealthy breath, and then spoke, "Welcome, Mr. West. My name is Percy Weasley. I hope you're doing well." "Let's get moving," George said and then, without waiting for a reply, started to walk. Percy looked startled for a second. His eyes moved to Quinn, seemingly asking what to do. Quinn shrugged and then followed after George. "Lead the way, Mr. Weasley," Orrin said to Percy, smiling. "Eh? Ah, yes," Percy shook his head and hurriedly caught up to George. Percy then tried to make some small talk but was met with a stoic silence from George and could only walk beside him in an awkward silence filled with the sound of footsteps against the marble floor. Orrin stepped in and engaged Percy in a conversation while. Pity. Quinn guessed, but then he listened to the conversation and found that Orrin was getting coaxing information out of Percy. As expected of a lawyer. They walked through a few corridors, and after a 2-minute walk, they arrived at a double-paned whitewood door with an intricate carving of a lady dressed in a toga tending to a sapling. Percy pushed the doors open and invited them into a long conference room with bookshelves covering half the room's length and the other half having paintings over the wainscot walls. A long heavy table sat in the middle of the room with the top gleaming as if it had been just waxed a second ago. Around the table were chairs, with green cushions built into the frame, like regimented soldiers, perfect distance and line between each chair and from the table. Quinn entered the room to the sight of Amelia Bones, Rufus Scrimgeour, Gawain Robards, and 2 ministry bigwigs sitting on one side of the table. And sitting alone on the other side, facing the aforementioned, was Dumbledore in his whimsically colored robe, looking back to his usual self than when Quinn had seen him in the hospital. Voldemort had warranted some serious work to be done on Dumbledore. It was only because of Fawkes that Dumbledore had made such a swift and complication-free recovery. As everyone present in the room stood up to greet George, Quinn walked to one of the chairs and sat down without greeting anyone while all of them were standing. Quinn felt all eyes on him as he got comfortable in his chair. "Ah, my apologies. I recently grew one of my legs back from the base, so it's very weak right now. The walk here from the floor was enough to fatigue it out. I can't stand right now." He could use body magic, but why try to tough something out when it wasn't necessary? "It's all right, Quinn, you can take it easy," Dumbledore smiled as he sat down as well. After what Quinn said, given the context, no one was going to get offended that he sat down before everyone. Everyone took their seats, and the two sides faced each other. Orrin made some small talk with the ministry group as the water was served by Percy, who then tried to sit down on the far end of the conference table but was sent out by Amelia. Poor guy, Quinn thought as he looked at the crestfallen Percy closing the door behind him. Let's get straight to the point. Rufus Scrimgeour opened the conversation the moment the door closed. "Fine with us," Orrin smiled, opening his thick black leather folder. "You are the invisible vigilante." Rufus looked at Quinn as he said that. Quinn didn't say anything as planned and simply stared back at Rufus. "We agree to that in this room," Orrin replied. After Quinn had half of his body ripped out of him, there was no way Dumbledore or anyone could have kept Quinn's identity hidden. He had to be rushed to the hospital to have any chance to preserve his life. Sighting of Dumbledore at St. Mungo's couldn't be hidden when he himself was battered and beaten, and needed medical attention. Ministry bigwigs like Amelia had arrived to check upon Dumbledore and, in turn, had found Quinn. It wasn't difficult to piece things together after that. Fortunately, that reveal was kept isolated to a few higher-ups and hadn't made its way to DMLE bullpens, much less the front pages of newspapers on every table in homes across the country. Scrimgeour thinned his eyes at Orrin. "There's no this room in this matter." Quinn West is the invisible vigilante, and we have ample evidence to prove that. Orin smiled. Usually, this would mean that he's going to be tried for his crimes. Scrimgeour thumped his palm against a stack of files so thick that it would give the chunkiest of encyclopedia competition. You have so many allegations and records against you that if proven to be true, you wouldn't be leaving Azkaban anytime soon. You will forget what outside looks like before you get released. Quinn continued to gaze at Scrimgeour without an expression on his face or movement in his body. As true as that may be, but as you said, that is what usually happens. Orin spoke, but this isn't usually any way you see it. My client's actions were aimed at protecting this country from the Dark Lord, and he did exactly that. Quinn is the reason we are sitting here without worry about a murderous Dark Lord threatening the future of this country. Quinn held his eyebrows from rising. Orin was laying it a bit too thick. Yes, his contribution could be said to be the highest, but Orin was saying this in front of the head of DMLE and head Auror, and Dumbledore was sitting on the seat next to the lawyer. And the fact that we are even having this meeting means that DMLE has no desire to pursue the charges against the invisible vigilante, Orin said, finishing his passionate talk. We want DMLE to erase all of its files on the invisible vigilante and Quinn West, and that the minister issues a formal pardon. Of course, none of it needs to be advertised. Full pardon. Scrimgeour scoffed hard. Can you not see the sheer number of charges against him? This would grant him a lifelong spot on DMLE's Most Wanted. And you demand a full pardon? George, who had been quietly listening, spoke before Orin could reply. No, we don't want a full pardon. We want a full pardon and all files to be incinerated. I want DMLE to pretend that the invisible vigilante ever existed and act that none of you ever knew that my grandson was the masked outlaw. If that's what you thought you would get coming here, then you were wrong, Mr. West, Scrimgeour said, leaning away. Your grandson has broken more laws than I count on my fingers and has broken them multiple times over. That just can't go away. I am not asking for it to go away like that. I already provided the ministry ample reason to do me this service when I filled the DMLE's war chest. No, when I made the ministry's war chest, George said. That was donations. You can see it any way you like it, but it won't change the fact that I was the reason that right now you have the resources to round up the Death Eaters and associates and dump them into Azkaban. My family is why you could work without getting muddled in politics. Now is the time to pay up, so pay up. You. Enough, Rufus, Amelia interrupted the rising tensions between the two sides. We talked about this before, why are you needlessly trying to make something out of it? No, this is enough, she said when Rufus tried to argue. She turned to George. I will give your grandson a formal pardon, but I'm not going to destroy DMLE files. The files will be pushed to the highest level of confidentiality instead. It won't matter if we DMLE destroyed the invisible vigilante files anyway, the Department of Mysteries have files of their own, and they will stay there, there's nothing I can do about it. So if you want to erase all official traces of this, it won't be possible. Quinn turned to look at George, and he could see that he was thinking of approaching the Department of Mysteries to strike a deal with them. He touched George's arm and shook his head when George looked at him. Quinn then turned to Orin and nodded his head. My client has decided to accept your proposition, Orin said. But I will give him a formal pardon on one condition. Suddenly Amelia raised the tension in the room. Quinn, who had picked up his glass of water, put it down and gazed at Amelia. I don't want to see invisible vigilante ever return, Amelia said. You aren't going to ever go out again too. The invisible vigilante is dead, Quinn spoke for the first time in the discussions. He looked at the ministry group and said, the invisible vigilante died when he closed his eyes at Hogsmeade. You don't have to worry about it, Minister Bones, he won't ever make an appearance ever again anywhere. Quinn wasn't ever going to take up the mantle ever again. It wasn't worth it. After a few minutes of discussion, Quinn's formal full pardon was finalized. By the end of the week, Quinn was supposed to be a free man with a clean criminal record. You sure you don't want to discuss something about yourself with the minister, Quinn said to Dumbledore when they exited the conference room. Orin Bach is really good, you can hire him to clear things up with the minister. You know, just saying. Mr. Bach is too expensive for me, Dumbledore said with a laugh. Ridiculous. You're an alchemist, Professor, you can easily afford him if you wanted, Quinn scoffed. Dumbledore could have been rolling in gold if he made alchemy his primary career instead of being the headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore laughed again. Nevertheless, there's nothing to be smoothed out. That day, I was in contact with the DMLE, and everything that was done was in collaboration with them. Though I feel remorseful for destroying a big part of the village, I should have led Voldemort away. So many possessions destroyed, memories and precious lost, never to be recovered. I feel responsible. There's no use thinking of that now, Quinn shrugged. You can contribute to the village's reconstruction. I will be giving my share through Scribeshaft, you can do it through Hogwarts. Yes, I might have to do that, Dumbledore sighed. Now that you're pardoned, what do you plan to do? Quinn took in a deep breath. I told you, didn't I? I'm going to do my apprenticeship under Alan D. Baddeley. Leaving here to stay at his place in New Zealand for a couple of years. After that, travel, learn magic, discover new things, apply myself, and take whatever this world has to offer me. Is teaching in your plans by any chance? Quinn laughed. I'm not going to be a professor at Hogwarts. You never know, said Dumbledore with a twinkle in his eyes. Quinn snorted. If you ever change your mind, you know where to find me, Dumbledore said. Quinn shook his head, he couldn't see him teaching. He had taught Luna and had guided his friends and peers at Hogwarts, but taking teaching as a profession wasn't something in his cards right now. He had yet to learn so much himself. Quinn smiled to himself. Things were finally moving up. Quinn West, MC, I'm closing a chapter of my life, and in that chapter, Invisible Vigilante died. Fiction-only reader, author, the next chapter will be the last one. Chapter 438, A Magical Journey. Early in the morning, when the clear dew still dripped off the tender green leaves, Quinn struck at two gray globes floating in the sky. They fluttered in front of him randomly, pulling away and pushing toward him at various speeds and angles, and would blow up and shrink in size at random. Quinn utilized all 8 points of contact on his body to strike the globes, which would distort each hit. He continued until he could hear the busy chirping of birds as they flew around to start their day. Quinn pushed all the air out of his lungs and drew in a fresh breath as he vanished all the sweat over his body with magic. He rotated his shoulder and twitched his leg. Not only did they not hurt anymore, but they were also back to their full strength. Magic was marvelous in its capabilities that lay in the supernatural. Even if humans were able to regrow limbs, it would have taken several months to regain their original strength, but here was back to full strength only after a month on recovery potions and regular physical therapy and exercise. Quinn sighed. Including the month he was in the hospital, stuck on the bed, it had been 2 months since Voldemort's death. Since then, DMLE had launched a spree of raids against all Death Eaters and accomplices they could get their hands on. Trials were expedited, and the followers of the Death Eaters were made to face the court of law. Justice. Quinn shook his head. In theory, prosecution and defense in the court were supposed to be a simple process with two sides presenting facts, statements, and evidence to decide guilt or lack of it, but the world was never so ideal. The followers of Dark Lord Voldemort were many, and his influence reached far and wide. There were many levels in the organization, with so many key players that one could find involved in every corner of the country. Among those people, many were smart, and more were influential. When there were as many bad people as good, as many people hiding and distorting facts as those digging and revealing them, the procedure of law and justice got convoluted and complicated. On the day Voldemort attacked Hogsmeade, his Death Eaters accompanied him and fought against the Aurors and Hit Wizard. Many were defeated, caught, and arrested, but many escaped, using the non-human allies fighting alongside them. To ensure they place their net in the best position possible and catch as many Death Eater fishes, the DMLE sat down with the people they were hunting for and discussed deals of lighter sentences and even immunities. People on the lower rung of the ladder sold out those above them for leniency, and those on the very top began selling out those around them in hopes of saving their skin. Lucius Malfoy was one such example. Quinn's secret spy had offered to strike a deal with the DMLE, who had agreed to negotiate with Lucius after Quinn had told them about Lucius' role and contribution. Quinn didn't know the exact terms of the deal, but Lucius had apparently been able to negotiate his sentence to only a couple odd years in Azkaban along with a heavy financial fine. What DMLE got in return was a top-ranking Death Eaters, the once leader of the Inner Circle, willing to open his mouth to all the secrets and shine a lumos to all the DMLE needed to trap all the big fish they were hungry for. For what horrendous acts Lucius had done as a Death Eater, a couple years in the new Azkaban without the threat of Dementors was almost as good as no punishment. While Quinn thought Lucius had been lucky, he pitted Draco and Narcissa. The one horrible thing they couldn't escape was the destruction of everything the Malfoy name stood for. They could live in the country in seclusion, but if they ever wished for a social life fitting their station, or any social life, the British Isles was the last place they would get it. They would need to leave for a place far away from where Voldemort had ever reached and even then adorn a different identity to have a chance at a normal life. The same went for the prominent Death Eater families. Only a fool wouldn't leave after all that happened. Alas, Quinn knew there were many in the country. Leave, Quinn sighed. The Death Eaters weren't the only ones who had to leave the country in their future. The West Mansion stood behind him, as grand as ever in its peaceful presence. The residence hadn't changed much since he arrived in this world, all thanks to the magic in the walls and foundation, keeping the structure resilient and unaging. He gazed at his home for a silent moment and decided that it was time. Scene break. The mornings at the West household were calm. The breakfast table was always busy with residents flipping through newspapers, reports, books, much to Miss Rosie's dismay. Today was no different. The people around the table consumed their breakfast with their eyes stuck to their reading material. George, sitting at the head of the table, was reading a newspaper. Elliot was reading one of his many from his to-read pile, and Leah, who was home, was flipping through reports with one hand holding a spoon full of lentils and beans. Only Ms. Rosie ate her breakfast in silence without any distractions, sitting at the table just for breakfast. Quinn sat at the other head of the table. He set his knife and fork down on his empty plate in a cross pattern and cleaned his hand with magic. He gazed at his family for a few moments before gaining their attention by flicking his goblet with his finger, creating a ringing sound that reverberated throughout the mostly silent room. Quinn cleared his throat. "I would like to tell you all something important. That you're dating 2 girls at once." Leah spoke before Quinn could continue. Quinn, who had taken a breath, coughed it right out. He stared at his sister with bewilderedness painted on his naked face. He didn't have any time to respond any other way. "It was suspicious how much both of them visited you while you were in the hospital." "That." Leah thinned her eyes at Quinn. "It took me a lengthy conversation with them with him standing behind me for them to spill your peculiar situation." She pointed to George. Quinn didn't know what expression he was making when he looked at George, who simply stared at Quinn and made it clear that this wasn't new information. Quinn looked at Elliot, who shrugged. Ms. Rosie fixed him one of her classic disapproving stares. "Why didn't you say anything?" asked Quinn. They had known for so long and hadn't spoken a word of it. "We were waiting for you to tell us." George sent a frown toward Leah. "None of us can understand your relationship." "It is not normal," Ms. Rosie added sharply. "Not for us," George continued. "If you could explain to us, maybe then we would understand." Maybe. Quinn noticed the wording. It was something he expected to face, despite that it was disheartening to actually face it. "I will tell you that when I'm comfortable doing so." He wasn't willing to open up about his love life to them right now. "Do the girls' families know?" George asked. "No," Quinn said. Though recently, Ivy had told him that her parents had sat her down and tried to grill her about her relationship with him, she had refused to speak up about it because, just like him, she wasn't ready to open up about their relationship yet, and do not talk about this with their families. It wasn't a good time to do so. Daphne's parents were conservative folks, and they didn't have any inkling about the nature of the relationship their daughter was in. And with Ivy, the relationship was so complicated that any time was better than now. "If you didn't want to talk about your relationship, then what was it about?" Leah asked, confused. Quinn gave Leah a look. Why she suddenly thought he was talking about his relationship was out of his understanding. Quinn sighed, took out a paper folded thrice, and lightly waved it in his hand. "I wrote to Alan D. Baddeley yesterday, and he wrote back in a couple of hours. I think it's time for me to start my apprenticeship, and he's ready to start as well and receive me at his home in New Zealand." It had been 2 months since he had been freed of the chains, and every passing day made him feel frustrated that his life hadn't moved on to the decided next stage, his apprenticeship with Alan. He was feeling moody and cranky, and recently it was becoming difficult to hold back from showing. Quinn knew as long as he just reached Alan's home, everything would be resolved, and that's exactly what he wanted to do, take the next step and solidly close this chapter of his life. "When are you leaving?" asked George. Leah interjected, "When? It's only a month since he got out of the hospital." She frowned at Quinn. "You should rest before even thinking about doing something so big." Quinn removed his eyes from Leah and looked at George. "I will be leaving in a week." Reasonably, there wasn't anything wrong with waiting some more, but Quinn internally was feeling trapped, and logic wasn't helping alleviate it. "Quinn." Hearing his sister all but scream, Quinn sighed. "It's not like I'm going forever. I can visit every week with port keys. And I can't delay this anymore. I was supposed to start my apprenticeship months ago. I can't make Alan wait any longer, and I'm not letting this opportunity go. My health. I'm fine now." "Leah, you're just unnecessarily fussing now." George broke up the impending argument and asked Quinn. "Is your decision final?" Quinn nodded. "Then you may go." George raised his hand to silence Leah, who scowled. "It's his decision. He's no longer a child, he hasn't been one for long, he can do whatever he wishes." Quinn smiled brightly. Scene break. Quinn pushed open the old door of the shabby and narrow shop. The letters on the door, gilded in gold, were peeling off, showing the lack of maintenance done on the shop. A tinkling bell rang somewhere in the depths of the shop as they stepped inside. It was a tiny place, empty except for a single, spindly chair sitting in the corner. The shop was as quiet as a library, only it had thousands of narrow boxes instead of tomes and books piled neatly right up to the ceiling. The door directly behind the front counter opened, and Garrick Ollivander stepped out with his back pushing the door open with his hands busy holding more narrow boxes like those lining the walls. Ollivander turned to face Quinn and was surprised. "Apologies." "Ah, Quinn West. I wasn't expecting to see you today." Quinn smiled. "Until yesterday, even I wasn't planning to visit you, Mr. Ollivander. However, I realized that it was imperative for me to do this." Quinn stepped to the front counter and placed a cuboidal piece of wood in front of Ollivander. "What this might be?" Quinn tapped the box, and like an elaborate puzzle, the wood opened up into smaller cuboids that split from the block, opening up like a complex puzzle. The top half of the block had moved to the side, exposing the middle where a wand made from a darker stained wood sat. "I believe you remember it," asked Quinn. "I do. It's the wand I sold you when you stepped into my shop all those years ago. May I?" Quinn nodded, and Ollivander picked up the wand, studying it with eyes unusually bright for someone his age. "It has been terrifically well maintained. I'm only used to seeing this level of care on adults on their second wands, and even that is rare," Ollivander remarked impressively. "I don't deserve that compliment. The wand's condition is because of its lack of use." "Pardon. I haven't used this wand since the day I took it home with me. I have held it twice and used it once. Other than that, this wand has rested in this state." Quinn stared at the wand that, in one way, shaped up his magic to what it was today. "I'm here to entrust the wand to you today. I hope that you will find another partner who will actually use it and appreciate its services, for I have failed to do so." The wand had been with him for close to 8 years, but Quinn held no attachment to it. He had no use for it, and thus it didn't make sense for him to keep it nearby, especially with susceptible Quinn was to its temptation. Quinn could have destroyed and pronounced the matter over, but he deemed that to be a waste and decided to return the wand to Ollivander so it could be used by another hand. "If that is what you wish for," Ollivander said, "but are you sure about this?" Quinn nodded. "Do you want me to tell you about the new wizard when he or she pairs with the wand, whenever that may be?" Ollivander asked. Quinn gazed down at the wand. The wand was made from acacia and phoenix feather core, a combination that Ollivander had said was excessively picky and only chose those who were a perfect match for it. After all, the wand chose the wizard. Quinn shrugged. "Sure, why not? That'd be interesting in some way, I suppose." He wanted to see who the wand deemed worthy and compare. When Quinn left, Ollivander stared at the wand that had returned to his shop after so many years. He looked at his walls where his creations sat in their boxes, then returned to Quinn's wand. Ollivander took out his own wand and waved it for the woodblock to reassemble and encase the wand, just as how Quinn had brought it. Ollivander picked up the wooden box, walked to the wall, and slipped it into one of the empty spaces, making it part of the wand wall once again. Scene break. Hogsmeade was in the midst of reconstruction happening at full speed, with workers everywhere around the village rebuilding houses and establishments. The village that had been razed to the ground had to be built from the foundation up. Reconstruction wasn't even the first problem the residents had to deal with. The village was marred with dark magic seeping into the soil and buildings from the battle, especially where Voldemort had fought, as that area had to be quarantined for complete sanitization. Specialists hired by the ministry had worked for weeks to make Hogsmeade a place safe to live, and only after the checks were done and reports came back with negative signs of any dark magic remnants did the reconstruction begin. The residents that had been driven away from their homes, forced to live in tents, magical, were now slowly coming back to their homes rebuilt by ministry contractors who had been working day and night to quickly and safely rebuild the village back to normalcy, and of course, everything was being paid by the ministry. In the center of the village sat the Three Broomsticks, the favorite bar and inn of the village, owned by the charming Madame Rosmerta. The establishment had been all but uprooted from the ground during the skirmish, and the structure was so damaged the contractors had deemed the structure unsuitable to be fixed and declared that it needed to be rebuilt from scratch. Rosmerta was distraught for a moment about losing the place where she had so many memories, but cheered up and decided to put in some money of her own in addition to the ministry funds to rebuild the Three Broomsticks with all the little customizations and design changes she had always wanted, a place better than the one she had before and where she would make new memories. Madame Rosmerta. Rosmerta looked up from her documents and saw the fund manager from the ministry in charge of all the financing happening in Hogsmeade step into the Three Broomsticks. The building had already been completed, and the work had been shifted to interior design. "Yes, Mr. Fulton," she asked, removing her reading glasses. Fulton, the scholarly man with gold-framed spectacles, sat down on the chair opposite Rosmerta across the table. He took out his handkerchief and dabbed the sweat off his forehead. "Are you all right, Mr. Fulton? Are there any problems?" Rosmerta asked, worried. No problems," Fulton shook his head hard. "Well, I don't know how to put it, but it is definitely a good thing." "Then why do you look so?" Fulton retrieved an envelope from his robes and placed it on the table. "This came in the mail yesterday for the charity." Rosmerta's eyes shined with appreciation when she heard him. While ministry had promised to pay for all the reconstruction, they couldn't replace the personal items and belongings the residents had lost. They could only provide a basic compensation package based on the damage that could be quantified with proof, a lot of which had been eradicated during the battle. There were many in Hogsmeade who had lost not only their homes but also their business, their source of income. People like them had to wait for their homes and place of work to be rebuilt before they could start work again, and even then, they would be under financial stress from setting up shop again. Even the reconstruction funding had to be capped somewhere, and while it was generous, it could only cover the basic needs of the village. There were things that the residents would have to pay out of their own pocket for the communal spaces they used. The woes of the village had been communicated through the newspapers and had reached every corner of the country. And then came the donations aimed towards helping the residents who had it the worse. It was heartwarming to see such a vigorous response that made people keep their hopes about humanity. The residents needed someone to manage the incoming donations, and they decided to use Fulton, who was handling the ministry money, and since then, he had been keeping the money in check. Another donation. God bless the kind people, said Rosmerta, genuinely touched by the kindness. Yes, yes, Fulton gulped, but the amount. Is there something wrong with it? Fulton pushed his glasses up as he spoke. It's around 5 times the amount we have received to date, all that money from a single donor. 5 times. Rosmerta stuttered. She was the appointed contact between the village and ministry, so she knew how much money they had received as part of the charity. It was a huge amount, and hearing that someone had just submitted 5 times was a strike to the head. Who is it? I. It seems they wanted to be anonymous. They only left behind a name, but no matter how much I checked in ministry records, there was no such person. I visited the goblins this morning, and even they refused to give me more details. I know they know, but they refused to reveal anything, Fulton sighed. Gringotts goblins had the monopoly over money, and since the money had come through legitimate means, Gringotts was surely supposed to know the donor, but when asked, they sent Fulton away without a real answer. What is the name? Asked Rosmerta. Balb East. Scene break. Quinn saw the rainbow colors pass through his eyes as he was whisked across space before. Finally, the dizzying colors stopped, and the world around him returned to normal. He looked around and found himself standing on a beach overlooking a clear blue shimmering ocean with a clear sky with faint clouds dotting the sky. He closed his eyes and took in the ocean's calming sound, rhythmically reaching his ears. I could get used to this sound, Quinn thought as a smile surfaced on his face. Thinking about studying with this sound in the background. Quinn opened his eyes when he heard a voice behind him call out to him. The birds are going to poop on your head if you aren't careful. Quinn smiled and turned to face his master, the one and only, Alan D. Baddeley. Oh my, you have gotten old since the last time I saw you. I fear I will have to hire a team of nurses to take care of you, Quinn couldn't help but quip. Alan smirked. I will think about that at your funeral, watching them putting dirt on your coffin. I prefer to be cremated. That or build a pyramid as my burial grounds. Alan laughed. Now that you're here, come on, let's go, we're getting started. Now. Quinn was surprised. Of course, now. I have been waiting for you for months. Do you know how many plans I had to alter to accommodate you? Let's get going. I want to see how much you have improved or gotten worse. Alan turned and walked towards a posh beach house standing on a cliff near the beach, overlooking the ocean. A smile crept up on Quinn's face as he followed after Alan. It was a new start. The start of a magical journey. Finn.